Yo, you know how we do. It's Steve looking this bitch. Showers. What's my favorite word? You know me? Say it loud, man. Alright. We got 90 for 99. You hear me? Super early breakfast club and that. Yeah, man, we taking over. One city at a time. Jeez. Yeah, boy. So, Black Lives Matter protesting again on Saturday, yeah? Yeah? Alright. On Saturday. Woo. System on blast. Cops just passed. Just seen a big old ass. It's Saturday. Yeah. Is anyone planning to go to this Black Lives Matter protest on Saturday? Anyone planning to go there? Yeah. Is anyone planning to go to the protest on Saturday? Woo-hoo. Chugga. System on blast. Cops just passed. Just seen a big old ass. Party. All right, man. Fucking hell, the Spanish around here. Nick City, bitch. Yeah. Your man them need to fucking hijack the thing to make some real change, man. Uh, it's mad around there, isn't it? Yeah, they. Yeah. Who's got, who, yeah, what plans are there in place anyway, yeah? Um, for a difference to be made. Yeah, me. Yo. Alright, yeah. Alright, big up, old tight Jordan, old tight Street Brothers, old tight Jamie. Yeah, old tight Astro Inferno. Icky, ooh. Yay, system on blast, cops just fast, just seen a big old ass. Yeah, man. Hey, hey, I used to like Ludacris still, man. Yeah. Blueberry yum. Yeah, it's not about the blueberry yum. It's about the blueberry yum. Shut up, man. Get out of here. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah. Yeah, man. Mm, mad thing. Yeah, man. Yeah. He's up Thursday for the next BLM protest. What plans do you have in place in that actual change? Yeah. What is what change are you looking for, man? Don't you think that's the issue? Big up NLP, big up AO. Come on. Yeah, man. Big up 90 for 99. Should be in a breakfast show still. They're gonna pass through after they done the show around there, yeah? So big up, man. Old Tap Born and Lady D and all the people them over there, yeah. Big up. Luda. Alright, listen. One of my favorite tunes, yeah? Fucking Luda and Twister. The cut up. Yo. I fucking used to love that shit, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, so big up everyone in the place, man. Yeah. Really, all that. Roll out. Roll out. Oh, well, that shit was hard. Call that. I got right. Ready. Stop that. Sitting on 20 with the top back. So much money. We can't stop that. Yeah, man. Ooh. Yeah. Ah. Really? Cause it's mine, oh mine. Yeah. All right, mate. Old time man, no Flanders, yeah, and that's it, yeah. That's it, David. Yeah. You know over there, man. Old time my Barnet, massive. Higher Barnet. Big hair. Yeah. Bad thing. Mm. Yeah, mate. Uh, you know what we don't know, yeah? But if we can get some of the grassroots movement making some of these big moves like fucking the BLM, man. And the man them, any man them that's going out to rep the team, yeah, they need to come out with, like there needs to be a message what's being passed. You get me? You get me? Bring a clear message, man. Yeah. I don't want to hear none of you man talking about Premier League anything. Yeah, shut up, shut up. Arsenal is shit. Man United is shit. Yeah, Man City is shit. Tell me something. Chelsea is shit. Shut up. hey, hey, listen, yeah. Hey, lad. If things go fucking well on Saturday, kidder. At fucking Goodison Park, you know, could win the fucking trophy at Goodison Park. Gee, sure would. Yeah, man. Man. Come on, man. You man know who's top of the league, boy. And if it weren't for Corona, we would have won the league already. Would have been way over. Trust me. Trust me, it would have been well over, mate. Well over. Mm. You know what's mad, yeah? I tell you what's mad though about that one though, yeah? It's annoying, yeah? We had a hotel fucking booked, man. The man them. All the man them at the hotel booked, you get me? For the so-called last game of the season. And yeah, obviously the corona thing knocked it off, innit? Knocked it off. Mm. Yeah, man. Okay, yeah, big up Street Brands, outside Marshall Aero, outside True for Ebu. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man, you're my brother, man, but boy, gonna have to slap away the Arsenal shit, beat. Yeah, me. I'm on, outside Lottie, no outside it is by. Yeah, what's that, 3 messages, yeah? Bloody hell. The Afghan. Yo, your shit's not connected, man. You have to restart, bro. Restart your fucking refresh. Refresh that blood clot screen. You. So yo. And what I'm saying though, you keep typing in the back chat Afghan, yeah, but your thing's not connected, mate. You heard me? Yeah. You blocked me on the chat. Aye. Unblock me. Yeah, I was trying to ask you the other day, bro. Which one was the real one, man? There was a fake one and a real one. So, yeah, how was man supposed to know which one's which? Oh, mate. But you have to wait till I start driving to unblock you, though. But, bruv, listen. Restart your fucking computer. If I keep saying device not connected, innit? You have to let your mic and your finger connect now. Kanye, yeah, me. Kaboom. Yeah. Trust me. So, yeah, what I'm saying though, yeah? I'm about to go through a tunnel in a sec, yeah? That's gonna cut out in a minute, yeah? But I'm still here though, you get me? We're still aired out. You get me? Them not aired out. What up is you cleared out? Come on, oh, cleared out. Jeez. Yeah. Hey, listen, yeah? I'll tell you what though, yeah? See this lockdown thing, yeah? I can't wait to go to a fucking race on Saturday, man. It has been fucking dead. Like, I am not an introvert. Definitely not an introvert, bro. Trust me. I'm a social motherfucker. Trust me. Yeah,
G
man.
block.
We got that like funky, ultra funky a lot.
G
Ultra
block.
funky a lot.
Hey, Veli, listen.
Like,
When are you going through the tunnel?
in about 1 minute.
All right. When you're going through the tunnel, that's when I'm gonna shit all over Liverpool.
Nah.
Yeah. In about a minute, I'm gonna fuck up Liverpool's blows not in a minute. Like,
Yeah,
you get me?
bro. You know what,
No,
yeah?
I'm not gonna lie to you.
The good thing about it is, yeah?
Yeah, go on.
It don't even matter what you say, bro, because we still got that shit, me.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Fucking no.
Oh,
You have to go in. Why? What?
If I'm allergic to the injection,
Yeah. Oh shit.
so they have to give me something else, but I just want to.
Okay, all right. What time are we going? After breakfast then? I'll take you in. All right. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. I'm an Arsenal fan, innit? So I ain't really got no ground to stand on, Belly. So,
Yeah,
but yeah,
nah,
what
man.
can I do? What can I do? What can...
Like my family is split. Yeah, it's Liverpool or Arsenal.
Do you know what, Belly? Do you remember? Do you remember I sent you that picture of that rusty Liverpool championship bus?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to polish it off, you know. You're gonna have to polish it off. Oh my lord. We're gonna have to polish it off. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
man. Definitely gonna have to use the turtle wax on that bus, man.
Yeah, for real. But this is the one thing I can't stand, yeah. You see when a team wins the Prem, yeah,
Yeah.
and like next season they get bust out into fourth place. For me, I don't know. I just feel like you're dead. I mean, obviously, when Leicester won the Prem, I can't lie to you. I don't know why, and I can't explain it, but I was legitimately happy that Leicester won the Prem, yeah. But when you've got a team like Chelsea and Liverpool and Arsenal, and to a degree, and it obviously burns me to say Tottenham and Manchester United, Man City. When you got them teams there, you're supposed to be winning the Prem like on the spin. You're supposed to be winning the Prem on the spin, right? But you win the Prem and then you fall off there.
Mm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Obviously, bask in the glory because you worked hard, you got the job, did. You get me, and you deserve all the credit. Like no doubt. But now I'm gonna have to turn my attentions to Liverpool fans because I'm genuinely convinced that there's something wrong with you. All of you. I keep hearing you'll never walk alone. Now, that to me, as an outsider, that all of you are disabled. And because if you can't walk alone, that would suggest you need a walking aid, whether it's a stick or a cane or a wheelchair. What is that?
You never walk alone means we got things in boots. We got things in boots. We got things in boots. LFC, we got things in boots. YNWA, things in boots. You get me?
Yeah, I agree. But listen, I just looked at the chat and someone said we got the best players ever. The problem with that statement is Ronaldinho wasn't on your team. Messi wasn't on your team. Ronaldo wasn't on your team. Ian Wright wasn't on your team.
You're right, you know.
Ian Wright wasn't on your team. Thierry Henry wasn't on your team. Cesc Fabregas.
That guy, Rocky Rocastle, yeah?
So, yeah. I remember the Don that you did have. What's that dude? And he used to come on the field and do the Mike Tyson thing where he used to bite, instead of kicking the ball, he used to bite man up with his butt tooth then. When it's blood clot Uruguayan. What's his name?
Suarez.
Yeah, the one that used to, instead of kicking the ball, man, Suarez. One man's skin. Like, what? And then,
Suarez,
no. Fernando. Blood, listen. What did you do to Fernando Torres when you shipped him off to Chelsea? Because I'm convinced you injected him with fuckery.
Boy, I don't know, man. He had too much fish and chips. He was eating battered Mars bars and all them things. There you go. What up his aura? Hey, but I'm about to go through the tunnel, yeah?
Do you know what? It wasn't my fault. Do you know how hard it was to clean them wings? Oh shit! This needs to come up, boy. Hey, Belly, hold on. Let me go on mute for real quick.
Yo, hey, listen. I'm in the tunnel. I'm just gonna hold it up until I get through the other side, yeah?
Yeah, Ultra's gonna hold it up. Now it's gonna be Liverpool FC's funeral. Yeah. Oh no, I'm taking it out. Taking it out. It's not burning. It's well. Pardon me. It's well done. All right. Jeez. Yeah. So basically, all right. Sorry. You see Liverpool, yeah? They're shit. And do you know what the funny thing is? Until Veli comes back, there is nothing you can do about it. Liverpool is garbage. Like the last time he was on the championship. What do you mean? Those are better. What the hell? Why is it like that?
Are they different ones?
They're different. These are expensive ones, and no one's having these. You guys are having the cheap Sainsbury's
I
ones.
want these ones.
These are mine.
All of them.
Yes.
There's a lot.
Malachi, it's not ready yet. Back away. Back away. Yeah, so basically, Liverpool FC is not ready yet. It is. No, I'm doing beans and eggs. You can't have it and then have beans separately, man. Just behave yourself and just wait. Give me 5 minutes. Beans will be ready in 5 minutes. Butter, black pepper, and that's it. All right, go on. Get out of the way. You're making it longer. Come on, get out of the way. Yes, and egg.
I'm not having egg.
So basically, Liverpool FC is garbage, you know. Let me tell you why Liverpool FC is garbage. No, you're not garbage, but you're not great. Like your greatest player ever, Steven Gerrard. Like on his last day, do you know what he did? He tried to defend and he slipped up. Oh my lord. Oh my father. Slipped up. Imagine that. You're like Liverpool's greatest servant and then you slip up on your last day. Fuming. And listen, you're gonna have to polish up that team bus, because you know the open top bus where you parade the trophy around the city. That's another thing. Have any of you been to Liverpool? Liverpool is bang down. Oh my god. I went up there for my stag do, and let me tell you, when we kind of arrived in the city, bruh, Liverpool is bang down. Oh my god. Yes, listen to me carefully. Bang down. That city is bang down. So when you're fucking parading the fucking trophy through the city, you have to go through areas like Crocs.
Yo! Oh, God.
Hey, really? Hey. I was taking a piss. Listen, I was saying, yeah. You know when the team has to go through. You know when the team takes the trophy, and then like all the players are on the bus drunk and like fucking with the crowd and like right. You have to parade that trophy through Crocs there.
Dog Step, yeah? Come on. Dog Step terror. Remember man like Robbie Fowler?
Fucking hell. Right. Like, I'm not gonna lie. That's paid. That's paid.
Yeah.
Like, it's paid. And then if the bus takes the wrong left turn and you end up on the blue side of Liverpool, you're in a problem, man. No. Listen.
That's dumb though, because how is their actual Liverpool bus driver going to take the turn down the wrong road unless he's actual Everton fan and he got hired?
Yeah. That's it, man. You're gonna get set up, by a secret Evertonian. Trust me, you're in trouble, man. You man are in trouble. Make sure you vet your bus drivers, man. Trust me. Make sure you vet them. Make sure you vet. No, Benny. Just quickly, before we get serious.
Their houses that are £1 across the road from Anfield, yeah.
Right, listen.
I'm gonna buy 10.
I'm gonna buy 10 of them. Fuck it. Benny, listen. Before we get serious, yeah. Before we get serious, because I got to go in a couple of minutes, yeah. Who is your favorite, not the greatest of all time, but your favorite footballer ever?
Ever?
Yeah. No, I'm not saying they're the greatest footballer ever. I'm saying who's your favorite?
My favorite footballer ever. I'm not sure, you know. I have to think about it.
See, I've got my answer pre-prepared, boy. Trust me.
Nah, dude.
And also in the chat as well, if there's any football man in the chat, just let me know who your favorite footballer is of all time. It doesn't necessarily have to be the greatest, because that's purely subjective. Who is your favorite footballer ever? And Ultra's about to tell you. I've already said the name earlier on today. My favorite footballer of all time, Joe Cole.
Who?
Joe Cole.
Joe Cole.
Yeah, I'm joking. He's like, what? You're out of G block. I was gonna dash me off G block.
Alright,
No.
yeah, you would have been talking, yeah, no one would have been there, no one would have been replying. I would have
Yeah,
done. I tried to take the link and it says, you're banned. You're banned.
No.
You are now banned from
Nah,
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, my favorite footballer, and I'm not even gonna lie, I'm gonna go one step further. I would argue that he's the greatest footballer of all time, Ronaldinho.
Ronaldinho was a bad man still.
Yeah,
You know what? I'll tell you what, yeah. I did like Ronaldinho as well still. He used to have the long hair, yeah, and the buck suit. And he used to just punk it out, didn't it? After he scores a goal.
Yeah, I can't lie to you, bro. Like, I'm not saying like, I mean, for me, the reason why I say he's the greatest footballer, because I'm not talking about longevity, because like obviously, like he peaked, like yeah, he peaked. I'd say Barca, he peaked. But he did things on the pitch that nobody does. He did things on the pitch that I'm convinced is demon sorcery. Yeah. Like, I mean, he was just magic. He did things on the ball.
What, Pirlo?
That
Wait, hold on a sec. Man said his favourite player of all time is Pirlo. Like, what? Pirlo?
What, the Italian done?
Yeah, the Italian.
What?
What, Pirlo? Hey, we might have to change the name of the title of the show, you know.
Who said Pirlo? I can't see the chat, bro. I'm cooking.
Yo, Ayo, keep the link, cuz, man. You need to explain yourself. Pirlo. Yeah, man.
You done fucked up now, bro. You done fucked up now.
Now, Pete. Yeah, man.
Wait, Pirlo, but he wasn't like, I won't lie to you. I remember him having like insane amounts of accuracy. Like his passing was nuts. But I don't know, greatest like I don't know. Like,
I'll tell you who the greatest footballer of all time was, yeah?
God.
Paul Gascoigne.
Gascoigne.
I told you so. Yeah. I thought Freddie was click the link for that one too.
Fuck it up. Do you know what the funny thing is? I can't lie. Like Ronaldinho, man, just did things that were just insane and magic.
But what about Pele? I remember there used to be videos of my man playing football, doing kick-ups to the fucking breakthrough and shit.
No, listen. Pele was nuts. Pele was nuts, and he's significant for many reasons. And I understand why he's rated top. I get it. But I'm sorry, man. The things that Ronaldinho did on the pitch.
If you wanted to piss England off, yeah, you should have said your favourite player was Maradona.
Oh, shit. Shit. Funny thing is, I'm not in Camp Maradona, you know. I would pick Pele over Maradona like 10 times out of 10. I really would. I really would. I'd pick Pele over Maradona any day of the week. Any day of the week. Belly, listen, I've got to duck out, man. I've got to do these people some eggs, man. And you know, ultra eggs are just mad. So I got to focus. I got to focus. Listen, question of the day, though. Question of the day is a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one. And let me see. Just Now, if I'm honest with you, I think that is.
Yo, also cutting out.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, repeat it again. Repeat the start again.
Yeah, I was just saying, part of the problem last time is I think we were all over the place. Nobody knew what they was doing. Uh, I mean, nobody knew what they was actually doing there. And for me, it's a bit of a joke. Obviously, there's some like some immense positives to come out of of what went down on Saturday, but also there were clear opportunities that were uh, glaring. Like for instance, the organization and discipline was not there, and there's no point blaming individuals for that because we're all to blame for that. You can't send people down to a place without a plan. If the plan was to just show up, that's a shit plan, right? Because when stuff starts to happen now, nobody knows where they are, nobody knows what's going on. It's bullshit. It's a shit show, right?
Do you
Okay.
think, yeah,
Mm,
that we get like the protesters or even people that do like marches for sort of black causes need some
mm.
sort of security? They need
It
like a
depends.
security team that's like
It,
literally all
mm,
they do is just the security in it. And they try to make sure that everyone's following the right direction. If everyone's like staying in order, no one's like in trouble. If there
mm,
is any outsiders coming in trying to do trouble, that they handle it and whatever,
mm.
so that everyone carries on doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Well, this is the thing, Belly. If I'm honest with you, I think to organize a large group of people, it's gonna take more than one person. It's a team effort, bro. Like I think in order, like if people turn out and get in numbers, I think you're gonna need more than one person. It needs to be someone who has SIA training, not just somebody who means well and they want the best. No, you need someone who's qualified for the job. You see what I'm saying? If you send like if you need a pilot and you send in someone who works in Sainsbury's, right? You're not getting to your destination. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you're gonna send out people onto the front line, they need to know what the fuck they're doing. They need to know how to organize and direct people. Also, the people going out there, don't just go out there and be a fucking mindless drone. Like, be disciplined. Be disciplined. Mm. Oh, these baked beans are so delicious. Butter and black pepper. That's it. Nothing else. Yeah, that's done. Belly, listen, I've got to do these eggs, man. I've got to go. I've got to go. But hold
Copy
it
that,
down.
brother.
I'll
Yeah,
try and sneak on. I'll try and sneak on later. Yeah. Peace, peace, peace. Big up everyone in the chat as
hey,
well.
man. Big up, man. Big up everyone in the place. Come on. All the time, man. I was just funky. You slap the link in the chat. Everyone there. Yeah, all right. Hey, yeah, man, we in the building. You get me? Come on. Telling me, man. Yeah, I feel like the security idea is a good thing, man. Especially if you can keep getting, uh, yeah, a big security sort of section. Yeah, yeah, man. But what would be a good objective for a grassroots movement trying to make a name for themselves on Saturday? Like, what would be something that they're trying to ask for, or gain, or something like that? Yeah, I mean, what's it gonna be? Yeah, man. Alright. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, man. Alright. So what? Does anyone actually know if there's definitely a protest on Saturday? Yeah, big up Christy, old time militant Omar. Come on, militant. Know what time it is. Today, yeah, man. Who's organising these marches, fam? And how does everyone always end up hearing about them? How come it's not like we don't hear about all the other marches like this, the way that these ones get publicised, man? Actually, true stories, yeah, like, I've never really thought that marching, that just marching works, man. There's other, like, protests, I feel like they do work. The boycotting thing, that definitely works. Yeah, putting your money into the, trust me, yeah, man. Couple, sorry, man, I lost what I was gonna say there, man. That's what I was gonna say there. Still, someone fucking nearly licked me, man, in my van. Yeah, man. Black Lives Matter is a PR monster. Trust me. Like, their message is getting out to everyone. Is that a sign of, bruh, it's got to be something a bit dodgy. Uh, boy. Get your message across to everyone now. The madness. Yo, Afghan, your shit's not connected, bro. It's not connected, mate. Yes, you have to read. I don't know what's going on. It just says the device not connected. The device is not connected. You have to put your camera and your mic on. Yeah. If you want to jump on the street, you have to have your camera and your mic connected. If not, yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm gonna get drink. All right. So, what should Saturdays be objective be for Black Lives Matter or for grassroots association coupling themselves onto Black Lives Matter for the PR campaign? Um, there's bad things they need to do. They need to get out front there. They need to get their social media presence up. Up. Trust me. The social media thing's serious out here now. If you've got something that you're offering that's a unique selling point, your own lane. Like, you need to be involved in social media, man. Yeah. some of the people in it, yeah, man. I don't know everyone who's watching, man. You know what I mean? You know who sends whose videos to who. Word of mouth is the best advertising, man. Yeah. A recommendation from a trusted source, yeah. Like, if you get recommended something from someone that you trust or rate, you're more likely going to look into what they're saying and what they're doing and that. Yo, ask guys, your team's not connected, man. I hear what I'm saying though, yeah? Differently, yeah. So, it's fucking late, mate. I'm telling you. Yeah, man. Yo, keep the link to jump on, man. Ah, trust me. Yeah. Obviously, they got the mainstream media connectivity, yeah? The mainstream media connect. Man, they might not have that, so, yeah. Or some of the man, they might have that. So, not everyone is. So, yeah. My arms is better to chat, man. Ah, ah. Yeah. But the social media thing, large still. Yo, right, one set, yeah, you one set, one set, one set. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I'm saying, man, what's the clear objective that man them are trying to, or someone could try to force? Obviously, there's the reparations thing. Reparations. Yeah, what? I don't know, man. What do the black people of England want to achieve from protesting, or just without protesting it, just in general? What does the majority of black people in England want to achieve? See, like, same thing, bro. Like that freedom, respect. What else, man? But I feel like, yeah, if because a lot of the youngers are doing it now, yeah, they got little small little business things, yeah, where they're working with each other and doing little bits and pieces with each other. They're getting some guap, man. You know what I mean? Uh, yo. This brother just putting bare snowmans in the chat, cuz. To this guy. To this guy. Yeah, man. tell you what's mad though, yeah? Like, but still, fam. Man's not saying nothing, bro. But trying to talk. Yeah, man. This monologue thing is mad, fam. Trust me. Nah. Yeah. So what you saying, man? You feel like we could get like a real security team that comes out and acts as securities as at different events and so and so. Oh, that would be sick still. Yeah, that would be sick still. True stories, cause if you're fucking um, yeah, like if your security team actually knows what they're doing and moves as one force boy, the thing is serious, isn't it? Like serious. And then if there's a clear objective that was, well, it's like there needs to just be small goal steps in it that need to be marked out step by step. What goals, little goals that want to be achieved. I'll do it with my own life, with my fucking misses and youths and shit, man. What's these small little steps that we're trying to gain and achieve? Mark them down and then try to achieve them step by step, each one, innit? True stories, man. When you're moving with a planned assault on what you're trying to do, your results, it's more, you get me? More likely you're going to get the result that you're looking for rather than hit and hope. Yeah, be like that in that football, you get me? Some man have got the skill and position, yeah, where they'll kick the ball in certain positions, bro. Some man will just hit and hope, bro. They're just going to blast the ball. Sometimes it's going to go in. Sometimes it's going to go over the bar, around outside the stadium and shit. So what's the people them saying, man? Come true, man. Yeah, man. That was yeah, but you got to remember though, yeah, like then the FLA football hooligan dons, yeah, it might have been their man are the youths of them man that have been fighting them terraces for God knows how long. So they got them plans patterned in it. So yeah, you see how when the Mandan was at the march or whatever, they probably had people who was um, scouting or trying to draw people around corners and all them things there. You get me? You know what I mean? So one man will come out of the crowd, yeah. One man will come out of the crowd, pop his head around the corner, see there's a few man there, or there might be like 50 man there, yeah. They've got 100 man around the corner. They'll come try to draw you out, make some noise. So you got chase them around the corner, and then you get boxed in by. You get me? And the majority of black people that went last Saturday were began to protest this Saturday. They just went for the hype. Man, thing. Could be true. Could be true. You saying what? If people are only going for gas and hype, yeah, with no plan, then well, it's even more shit, bro. Yeah, man. That's how man will get you, man. Yeah, but that's what their man were trying to do. Because it's not like why chase man in the first place. What man was trying to do, yeah, and obviously some, if you're not like, I don't know, you're not used to some of them group fighting situations, or you're not fucking in the army or whatever, blah blah blah. And yeah, the man can use tactics on you, man. That's why I'm saying it's better if you got like a security team. You just deal with the security, and you got your objective is fucking make sure that the people them at the marches is doing the march, man. You get me? So the message that you're trying to get across gets across. Obviously, the thing is uniform and proper, but you go have to talk to me. Yeah, yeah. Big up Atticus, man. Big up yourself, man. Yeah, there's a few people back to work, man. I'm in a bit of traffic, man. Get me? Yeah, I don't know, man, what this thing is like. Well, you know what? Yeah, true stories. I feel like the thing that will sort of um, make racism hard to carry out. Yeah, is if there's a lot of self-sustaining people in different groups that carry out different roles. So you need at least 5,000 strong men. Yeah. What are you saying? To war against the BFLA. Yeah, but that bruv, he's trying to war against them old men. There was bare old dons there, bruv. Man the same age as my pops and shit was in that fucking march. You hear me? Yeah, man. So really and truly, yeah, man needs to be tactical, cause them man are dead in like 30 years. They're out of here, mate. You hear me? And half of their youths now rude boys. Dude, bad, bro. You gotta be tactical with the thing, man. And actually, yeah, have a clear objective and a goal in it. Yeah, there's a clear objective and a goal there. We should be the winners, mate. Yeah, man. So yeah, man, that's my little small thoughts, man. You know what I mean? On the thing still. Trying to keep it sensible and logical in it. Can't anyone can get hot headed and all them. Yeah, man. Yeah. Could definitely trust me. Trust don't know, man. Man can get fucking hot-headed as well, innit? Yeah. So, yeah, well, but I don't know if anyone from uh, any of the black groups that went out there, or the Black Lives Matter or whatever, went out there for a fight or whatnot. I'm not sure. Probably some did, but from what we played yesterday, the majority seemed like they went there just on that protest thing, innit? Me personally, yeah, like I would say, man. Okay. From the main people that organise the thing, yeah, like the actual people that they cancel their thing, yeah. I was finding it hard to have a good reason to go from that. I don't care about the statue. I don't know if any of the man, any other man that care about the statue or anything like that. Any of the graffiti and all them other shit. So, yeah, we was laughing at it. Yeah, I make jokes about it. Yeah, get the shit for the scrap and blah blah blah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's like I don't really care about these statues and shit, man. I cares about man's fucking day to day life out here, bro. And then our man's fucking youth. And then they're used to the next people, whatever. I don't know, man. Might have to come up with a new thing. Like, what's the reason that Black Lives Matter? That might be it, man. What's the reason that Black Lives Matter? My bad, my bad. Come on, money makes the phone ring beat. You get it? Yeah, we gotta get that dough out here, man. But like I'm saying, man, I don't know about this fucking food mob, man, because yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know still. I don't know still, man. This is just stay there. Yeah. So like I was saying, man, protesting is not really my bag anyway, yeah. But you get me? You get me? But boy, like we saying anyway, yeah, we played the video yesterday, last night, yeah, of what Shaq's filmed at the protest, yeah. And really and truly, yeah, you can't really say that none of the man them went out there on a hype chick really from from yesterday's video. Yeah, I listen though, yeah. You gonna have a cigarette, yeah? I don't need to start fucking running this job still. So yeah, you say you don't care about Black Lives Matter, man. Alright, say that. Say that, man. I'm just saying to see how the man they can make their thing bust off the back of busway off the back of, you know what I mean? Make the serious thing busway off the back of the joke thing. But really, I understand it's cheating still. How it's like trying to take a shortcut to the top. Mm-hmm. Gotta take the shortcut to the top, my yeah. So what go on though, man? He's jumping on to come and change the topic up and add to the bits and pieces. We said Spice said we need to go back to talking about Islam. That's funny still. Hey, hold on a sec. Yo, hey, listen, yeah. I need to run off into one of the customers' yard, man. Come down to try rush me and that. I mean, let me start the link in the chat one sec, yeah. One sec, one time. One sec. So, I'm bored of religion, man. Religion's boring, bro. It is. It's just this same dead book. It's boring, man. And then just people just moaning about the same stupid stuff all the time, fam. I'm glad there ain't been no shows about religion for a little while. And no talk. Where yeah. Yeah, religion's boring, man. It's dead. Yeah, man. Hey, Spice, you're fucking yeah, man. Allow me, man. Allow me that. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Don't stop talking about Islam. You'll lose all your subs. What are you talking about, man? You might not like fucking your religion's anything special, man. It ain't really, bro. It's not, man. It's like thousands of years old. So, and you can't change it. That's dead. Yeah.
I tell you what we do need here. We need to get money topic, man. Yeah, we need the people that are getting dough out here to come true and start talking about how to get some notes in their life. You get me? Cash rules, fam. Trust me. Yeah. A self-sufficient group here can cause much more pain and agony in a society that's not treating them well than a group that's not organized and needs help. Yeah. And big up everyone in the chat now, man. Like I said, listen, I gotta put the link in the chat one more time, yeah. But like I'm saying, I need to go do some work though. The lady come down to the car park to get me and all that. Nah, man. Yeah. Do you know what? Do you know what it is, bruv? Yeah, I know little bits and pieces of thing, Bob. Yeah, but that's not my. I'm not the master of getting dough out here like that. You know what I mean? Else I wouldn't be working mad hours and shit. I don't mind starting the group though. Fix boilers. Sweet crazy star. Sweet Kazari star. Yeah. Sorry, I got eating some fruit. Like I was saying, yeah. I go. Sorry, yeah, I was just. You can't come up without me. Okay, I'm coming up now. I was just on the phone. Hold it up for me, cuz, yeah? Because the customer's waiting for me right there still, so I need to bounce.
I figured I'd jump on for a second until you're regularly.
Yeah. If not, then if I gotta lock it, yeah, then I gotta lock it, bro. You know what I mean? Ain't a thing, man. But say nothing though, man. I just gotta put these fucking gloves on and shit, man. Alright, I'll see you in a sec.
Yep. So what was he talking about? Money? Getting money? Wow, interesting topic. You know, I think the way to get a little bit of money, man, is to just get in those industries where you can make money. The problem we have is we have a lot of you get pressure from others who ain't getting money. And to critique the way you get money. But those who are critiquing you most of the time ain't got no money. For instance, I always use myself as the example. Oh, you a military guy. You did X, Y, and Z in the military. But I was winning. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna be in this hell, this system, you want me to just sit down in it? Can't do that. Can't do that. But we have a lot of people that will critique you on how you got your money, how you went about it, you know, and then tell you fought for the system. And they're sitting in the same system, bro. You got to make that make sense to me, right? So we got to do some things we don't like doing to get what we need to get to, right? So the people behind you won't have to go through that same shit that you went through. But if you listen to a lot of people who tell you, well, I ain't gonna do this and I ain't gonna do that, you're gonna be in the same position, and you're gonna pass down failure and poverty to your kids. I chose not to. I chose not to. All right. So that's what I'm saying. You got to get in those industries, be fearless, fuck what other people think about you, and set up your generation behind you. Set up the seed behind you. You get what I'm saying? So hey, it is what it is. Motherfuckers call me this, that, and the third. But those same motherfuckers usually call me on the third because they short on rent, or they short on this, or they need this, or they need that. I said, I can't give this shit to you. Remember, this is military money, Sam's money. So I would feel bad to take you, take your integrity away from you. So I said, beat it. But anyway, sometimes we got to do the shit that we don't want to do so your family can be safe. Your kids won't have to go through this shit. But you listen to some of these YouTube bobbleheads. I ain't in the system. I'm gonna do this. I can't fight for the man. I won't do this for the man. But you're sitting down there broke this fuck, check this check, and you're talking about what the next man doing. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? But I get calls every goddamn day. Hey, hey, my lights out. I said, well, shit, darkness is good sometimes. Send in that shit. Because remember, you told me I was this, that, and the third. Sit your ass in the dark. Hey, I'm hungry. Motherfucker, it's time to fast for a little while. Remember, you told me this, that, and the third. God damn it, you're big anyway. So yeah, we gotta go into this system because look, we're not gonna beat the system. We're not gonna beat it, but god damn it, I ain't gonna be getting my ass whooped in the system and broke. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, it is what it is. There's certain channels that I stopped going on because motherfuckers always got a critique about something, but then you ask, this is what the cowards do, in my opinion. I said, well, motherfuckers, what do you do? I mentor the youth. I'm on the front line in the youth. Shut that bullshit up. That's the coward's way out. You're going to pass down that same message, your empty accounts, to your kids, and they're going to grow up and do the same thing. We got all these frontline motherfuckers that don't do a goddamn thing. When you look at them, when you dig a little deeper, what do? You do absolutely nothing. I march, I make rap songs, I mentor the kids. That's the line right there to get me. I mentor the youth in my community. You don't do a goddamn thing. You don't do shit, nigga. And I'll tell you that to your face. Because 2 arms and 2 legs, man, I know me. I don't give a fuck how big you think you is. I'm going to do what I got to do because I believe in me. And I know me. And I know you really don't want to fuck with me. I try to stay off these panels, man, because as I get a little bit older, I said, man, this ain't the place for me to be, but it's enjoyable. I listen to YouTube in lieu of music sometimes because most of my job or what I do now is real estate. I spend most of my days looking at houses I intend to buy or just getting the idea of what's out there. I come back, upload it to my computer, and create a budget if I'm going to buy it or not going to buy it. So a lot of my cars are my offices in a sense. But this YouTube thing keeps you busy, keeps you laughing while you're in the car and stuff like that. But some of these suckers that be on this motherfucker, ooh, Lord have mercy. I'm into the youth. I'm out there on the front line. Oh man, shut that coward shit up, man. Now, excuse me, I know I'm ranting, but fuck it. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You know, get into some businesses that's gonna grow, man. And you gotta put your fears aside. A lot of these motherfuckers talk all that bullshit. They some weak motherfuckers, man. For real, they scared of everything, every goddamn thing. I looked at that video on that march yesterday. That was a clusterfuck, right? That was a huge ass clusterfuck. Form a circle. No, get back. The enemy is coming. Retreat. Like, what the fuck was that shit? Really? Really? That was a big ass cluster fucking fuck. I looked at that. I called my daughter. I said, look at this shit. If you a young woman, you see what these people are doing, don't ever do that shit in your life. If you're going to protest, right? She's 21 now. I said, look at this shit. I want you to sit down there, take notes, and don't ever do this shit. if you're protesting in the future. I don't want you have no reason to protest right now because I want you to go through school. She didn't cost me so much goddamn money. She go to school, do this, she wasted, but that's their job. Any fucking way. I said, look at this goddamn video. I said, tell me what's wrong with this shit. Now it took the woman to come up there to correct the old man. The man said, get in the circle. The female came up there, was like, no, close ranks. I said, sit that old motherfucker down. He up there talking about circles and circles. And oh my God. I said, God, they gotta get this shit together. Because all of them about to get their heads bust wide the fuck open, listening to dude who was in the white. Repeat after me, man. All that repeat after me shit is over. We down here for a purpose. I don't want to see no hands up. Put your hands up. I promise. Promise me that you won't come down here for the next one, nigga. You were useless, right? Stay your time is done, right? Let that woman who had the sense enough to tell the sisters, nah, fuck that shit. Close ranks and we swinging too. Former sir can protect the women. What? What? No, nigga, sit your ass down. You are irrelevant, useless, and take a seat and watch it from the TV. Your time has passed, uncle. Sit your ass down. You know, you were supposed to brief them cats before they went down there and say, hey, during my days, Bob, X, Y, and Z. But he went down there, unrehearsed, unprepared, from a circle, back up. The enemy coming. I'm like, this idiot, he's panicking the people. Bitch, you're not calmed enough. You don't have a level head to be leading anybody. You should walk home and don't come back down here no more. Or fall in the ranks. Other than that, that shit was garbage. But I do appreciate the fact that they did went down there, you know. But you gotta go down there with a purpose. You know, I'm going to fight some white boys. You can do that just walking down the goddamn street. You want to do that shit? Plenty of them motherfuckers walking around there. If they come, attack, fall back. Oh my God, that was a mess. I had to turn that shit off. I said, baby girl, don't you ever do that shit. Because that was unprofessional. It made you look so stupid. They didn't respect y'all. You know, if they really wanted to storm you motherfuckers, it was a wrap. You know what I'm saying? But you shouldn't go down there. You need dedicated. Everybody has a role to play in this protest shit, man. You need your head busters. They down there for a purpose, security. They ain't trying to hear no message. Their job is to keep eyes on the prize. You have your dedicated speakers. Ain't nobody just about to go down there and ramble off at the mic. Get you a lineup of speakers so the same message can be nice. You know what I'm saying? People gonna supply some water, but all this forming circles and retreat and fall back. Nigga, you is not at war. Not the way you think. That was embarrassing. Embarrassing. And Shakara's commentary, he was over dramatic. And we ran, and we came back to the enemy's line. Nigga, shut up and get on the front line. Nigga, ain't nobody trying to hear all that shit right now. Stop playing with me, man. That's what niggas be faking, man. Niggas ain't really on that shit like that. They feeding their subscribers and followers just to take that shit back to the hood and was like, yeah, I was down there. I was doing my thing. You did absolutely nothing. You didn't make a dent nowhere. You showed up, but you didn't show up the right way. Go sit your ass down and go talk about comedic and spiritual sciences and shit that you do. This is not your role. You know, but I love the brother. But I don't need no nigga recording if you hearing me saying I'm under attack and you still recording, I tell you what, when we get back to the spot, I'm putting a boot up your ass. I don't need you recording this shit and you hearing tear gases and shit. Yeah, man, you got to have a conversation. Got to have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? You hearing the old, useless old guy talking about, hey, we're under attack, and you narrating this shit? Nah, we gotta have are you supposed to be an African warrior, nigga? You better put that camera down, nigga. Start swinging from the motherfucking hip. You know what I mean? So yeah, I ain't got time for all that. After I saw that, I was like, oh hell no, I could never roll out with nobody in this fucking group except that woman who had the common sense to say, no, tighten this fucking fuck this circle shit. Let's get in ranks. Yeah, you had old goddamn Papa Smith out there, useless ass nigga, on one, setting y'all up for failure and well deserved because y'all went out there unprepared. You get what I'm saying? But anyway, I was about to get up and go jog a little bit, but I saw Velly struggling. You know what I mean? Out there struggling. So I usually put him in my ears when I do my little jog. But somebody need to jump on, man, because I ain't, this ain't my thing. This ain't my thing, but it can be. I'm glad the religion talk is down for a minute because you get to see other people's, And another thing, sometimes, I'm trying, as I get older, I'm trying to mellow out a little bit. I'm trying not to come on these panels and yell and scream, but, I can lose it in about 5 minutes once a motherfucker say something stupid to me, man. It is what it is, man. We can start again the next day. We'll start that shit all over again. Ain't that right, Atticus? He's somewhere now, so I can't really look at my chats right now, but we had our little moment. The next day is the next day. I don't hold grudges for too many people. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. But I try not to come on these shits no more now because you know. But you got to understand what's going on the other side of the world sometimes. I listen to enough American YouTube streams. I know what our side is, but it's good to listen to the other side sometimes and see how their life is going and how they think and it is what it. I be wanting to talk to. See, when what's the white lady to come up, Jupiter? I be wanting to hear her more. But y'all throw her off by calling her fat bitch and this, that, and the third. I'd be like, we could have been taking some good notes from the white man. But y'all called her fat and threw the whole shit off. And a lot of people say, oh, he's being nice to her. No, man, I'm trying to get data out for my people because I want them to see how this woman works. But if you come up here and say fat bitch and sloppy hole and all this shit, I can't get no good data out of that shit. I got to come in the form of positive dialogue to get her true mind. I can't start off with fat bitch and sloppy hole and nobody ain't gonna want to talk to you after that shit. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, it's my style. You know what I'm saying? Some people I'm coming up with, yeah, I might call you a bitch from the jump. Because you a bitch from the jump. So and I know what you're thinking about, but I like to investigate the white mind sometimes. You know what I'm saying? And I have to come with energy that's friendly in nature. So this motherfucker can start talking and I can listen and I can push that data down to my people and say, look at these motherfuckers think, man. If she think like that, two, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 100 of them motherfuckers think the same way. So now that we know their mindset, you know what I'm saying? How do we attack this thing? How do we approach this thing next time? But if you come off with fat bitch and your husband is a sellout and coon, you're not going to get that conversation. Not the one that I want. Everybody do shit different. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But yeah, somebody needs to jump the fuck on because I got somewhere to be in the next 45 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm gonna have to mute because I gotta go do some shit right quick. Fucking up my job. All right, let me mute for a sec. If ain't nobody come on, man, I come back. Ain't nobody came back. What the fuck going on this morning, man? What's going on? What's going on? Who we got in the chat? I can't even see the chats when I'm on this shit. So fuck it. All right, what's the good word? What's the good word? What's the good word, people? Uh, Black Lives Matter. Let's talk about that. That's the topic of the week, or the energy in the air right now. Black Lives Matter, man. I don't like the movement because it cleaved. You know what I'm saying? And you niggas out there arguing over statues. That shit is hilarious. Fuck them statues, man. Fuck them statues. Who gives a fuck about them goddamn statues? Let them all stand, man. You got to fight for the rights. It, statues ain't it. Policy change, shit like that. Um, you know, wage growth. We need tangibles. We don't need no stupid ass concepts that we need to focus on. A statue, I don't give a fuck about that statue. Shit, who gives a shit? If the statue don't put his hands on me, I won't put my hands on the statue. It's just that simple. I walk right past the motherfucker. It is what it is. Um, what else? Yeah, Black Lives Matter. I think you guys, well, we as a group, need to just focus on the real thing, man. Positive change that's going to affect you currently and your seed behind you. And that statue is not one of them. Um, you got to come up with a better slogan like Black Lives Matter, man. Switch that shit up. Start creating your own narrative out there. Black Lives Matter is going to cling to everything you do. Everything you do. Because you ain't isolated it. Black Lives Matter is too broad. And it's easy for them to attach themselves to it. It is what it is, man. Somebody need to come the fuck up here because I just got my text that I've been waiting for. And I gotta make a power move, man. Some money is on the table and I got to go get it, man. I got a contract I gotta meet, man. Yeah, I gotta go, man. I love this show, but shit, I got shit I gotta do. I will pause it for a minute though, and if I come back, it is what it is. Veli, I don't know if you're out there, whatever, but it's bag time, and I gotta go. I gotta go get into my day, brother. Appreciate you. I'll give you a couple more minutes, fella. Who is this? Reflection over my ancestors.
Good morning, Brother Jacob.
Oh, what's up, Lady D? I'm glad you showed up because I got some shit to do. Man, oh man.
Listen, I just want to say that we found you so refreshing this morning. Thank you for the, observation and the critique, and it is much welcome.
Oh, thank you. I'm just ranting until somebody came up here because I got shit to do, Lady D. Hey, give me 15. Can you hold it down for 15 or 20? Because I got to take this phone call.
Oh my God, not me.
I gotta take a phone call, but I'll try to make it short since you're up here by yourself. Just gotta set up some shit for.
Right, let's see if I can encourage people to get on the panel this morning.
Yeah,
Anybody
yeah.
but Afghan, please jump on the panel. Anybody but Afghan. Thank you very much. Where's that Elron guy? Where is he? I would love to talk to him. Elron, calling out for you. Where are you? I heard all that smack you and pot calling Kettle and Jupiter and Wendy were saying. Where are you lot? Come on, I want to hear it. Yeah, big up. That's right, Reanimated. Did you catch God of Jacob's rant? That was the best thing since 2020 started. Please tell me you caught that rant, the Reanimator. That needs to be clipped and shared across YouTube. all over the place. I hope everybody caught that. Oh my days. Oh no, not a Kingo. Who said that? Mr. Project. Oh my gosh. Oh, Kingo Gold, where are you? Wake up, you lazy ass. Oh dear, they're calling for a Kingo Gold. Oh god, the mind boggles. The mind boggles. But what else is on the Cotton Socks said, oh hell no. Yes, it was great, Reanimator. Oh, I hope you caught that and upload that. I hope what's the other one's name? Oh gosh, what's the other person's name that always catches the Analyze Dunya. I hope Analyze Dunya caught it as well. Oh shoot, speak your mind, says Lady Divine. Since police brutality is trending, Rob is nowhere to be seen. Where is Rob? I think Rob only shows up when it's about Islam to antagonize Muslims. To gosh. And James Jones, oh god, he's the worst for it. Oh lord. Big up my sis Cotton Socks. Big up, big up. Where's Nanifa? That's a bit weird. I would love to speak to her. I didn't get to speak to her this morning about that letter, whether it's factually based or not. That will be a good topic for people to hit on at some point today. This supposed letter from Boris Johnson. Who's aware about this supposed letter? Oh, Banksy's got a nerve to like my comment. I left him a stinking comment on his live last night. And he has the nerve. I just seen the notification. He has the bloody nerve to like it. There's Analyze Dunya. Analyze Dunya. There you are. Please tell me you heard Brother Jacob's rant just a minute ago and that you're going to upload that, clip it and upload that shit. You and the Reanimator need to clip it. Oh shit, I'm going to get my ass roasted. Oh dear. Lady, what love do you think we separated in our tribes and beliefs? Maybe so, because they have that saying, I don't know to be honest, but they do have that saying, you know, your vibe attracts your tribe. So maybe there's something to that. You're attracted to the people, or you gather around or work with the people you have most in common with. So I don't know. I guess you just gel with the people you have the most in common with. So whatever that is, tribal or whatever, beliefs, whatever, I guess that's who you flow with, right? Wicked Analyze. That's what I want to hear. That's it. That was the best thing that 2020 has brought us this year. God of Jacob's run. I'm not even going to front. Yeah, that was everyone was cracking up in the chat. Oh, God. Oh, the letter sis. Well, if Lanifa sis, I know you're listening. Jump on if you can so we can discuss this letter, because there's a supposed letter, for those of you who don't know, that's been issued out. Apparently or supposedly it's coming from Boris Johnson. So it's not confirmed and it ain't been denied either. So it's kind of in limbo at the moment, whether it's a real factual letter or not. But basically what he's proposing is that every resident of the UK needs to be chipped under this COVID thing. And that way they can decipher through terrorism, who's in contact with the COVID, who's got any criminal records, outstanding stuff against their names and stuff. And it also be able to them to deal with immigration as well. So I'm not sure if this is true, how factual it is or whatever. But if any of you know about this so-called letter, jump on and help me make sense of it. I heard my Nifa read it out earlier and I don't actually have it, so I can read out for you myself. So if she's on, I would love for her to jump on and speak about a bit more about this letter over here as well. Oh, he ranted just now. Just go back about 5-10 minutes. Go back about 5-10 minutes. Speak your corner, and you're gonna fall the hell out. Speak your mind. Just go back about 10 minutes. Oh Lord, that was the best thing 2020 has brought. Oh dear. Exactly. I don't want no chip in me either. If it is the factual thing, let's just be honest now. If it is a factual thing, oh, the rain is pissing it down out there. But yeah, if it is a factual thing, my thing is this: the way that the letter was written or has been written, it basically says that it's going to be compulsory for every UK resident. And if you don't get chip, I can't remember what the ramifications were for if you don't accept the chip, but you have to. Everybody, from what I'm understanding from the letter she wrote out and read out, was that everybody under the UK British law will have to be chipped. And if you're not chipped, there will be consequences for it. And I don't know what the consequences are, whether that's deportation, whether that's incarceration. I can't remember what it was, but there will be like heavy consequences for not having this implanted chip under the COVID law or whatever. Personally, I'd rather die than take that chip, personally, but that's just me. I ain't taking no chip against my will, against my human right, under some law that you're trying to inflict and impose on people that don't want it or don't need it. And I think it's our basic human rights to not want to have something implanted into our own bodies that we've chosen not to do. I don't think it should be mandatory if it's factual that we have to be, it'd be a compulsory rule that we have to do it. Like, who made Boris Johnson God and flipping Lord our Saviour around here? Allow it. So I would love people to jump on and give me their opinions on what would happen if this chip thing was real and it's something the UK is going to bring in. What would you make of it? What would you think about it? Yeah, Cotton, you did. You said this a while ago about the COVID and the new laws coming in. It's really bad. It's easy to say, but then I don't know. It depends. I think if you stand for what you stand for, some people will just say, you know what, hell no. Other people will be intimidated into taking it, I guess. Some people will feel like, well, if I don't take it, this, that, and the other, I have to take it. So they'll do it against their own will. Other people, I guess, will probably be sedated to backside and it will be given to them against their own will. Because apparently you've got to do it via your doctors so they can check if you've had it via your doctors or not. And obviously, when it comes to the NHS and doctors have to correspond, everything's online these days. The doctors can deny or confirm whether you've had this implant or not. So, man, at the moment, it sounds like a myth. But if this is real, I'm just like, what the hell is he thinking? It says absolute nonsense. We don't have ID cards in the UK yet. You think they are? Can we migrate? Well, they're doing it already in Poland. What are you talking about? Like, you're thinking it's not something that's real? They're doing it already in places like Poland. So what makes you think they're not going to bring that same shit in the UK? Like, it's not far from the truth, about 1000% absolute nonsense. It can't be absolute nonsense if other countries are already doing it. What I'm saying is I don't want it here. And at the moment, in other countries, it's not compulsory. People are volunteering to do this stuff. In the UK, from what I can tell from that letter, it's going to be a compulsory thing where you don't have an option. The same way you don't have an option to take your children out of these sexual educational classes that they're trying to impose on us. That would create the biggest riot. It really would, because a lot of people will rise up. But then, like I said, there's also going to be if it is true, there's another set of people that would actually be fearful, and just the fear of being, I guess, deported or incarcerated, that alone will make them want to go and take the chip if this is going to be true and it is going to become a compulsory thing. A lot of people will be frightened. Think about the people who are too frightened to go back to their countries because it's war-torn and that. Those will be the main people that will be forced into taking the chip, if you see my point. So she said, well, fine. Well, me and my pitney going to jail, sis. Spice said she'll rather go to jail than take the chip. They will call it the New World Order and will spread to the rest of the world. Maybe, Brother Malik, maybe. I don't know. Because we already see what's going on in America with the whole riot thing. You saw how Trump quickly got those damn tanks and shit in there. And that looked like the beginning of the backside FEMA camp shit starting. So at this point in time, with all the madness going on across the world, I can't dismiss anything. Whether it sounds crazy or not, I have to look into it because we're living in shaky times right now in 2020. It's really shaky. New laws are being made every day. We heard them talking about no more protests will be allowed soon and all of that. We're hearing them talking about more lockdown. Oh, and also China again. Again, I'm seeing China all over the internet, all over the news, talking about another wave of coronas taking over. So they're preparing themselves. Like, we're living in shaky times. Yeah. Got some lady DM on my VO list. Yeah. Don't put me in no damn VO list. I ain't coming to no damn jail. I'm not trying to go to those type of places. How you gonna put me on? Don't put Lady D on no damn VO list. You lot will be seeing. You lot won't even get a damn postcard, much less a letter. Don't put me on no damn VO list. I'm not trying to go there. Next thing I'll try and come and visit you and they try and lock my ass up my damn self. I don't think so. I don't think so. Love is law is coming in with the scriptures. Love is law is coming in with the scriptures. Yes, I've been hearing a lot about China's wave, the new wave that's going over with the corona in China. So you know that lockdown again will be happening. And UK, I'm not going to lie, just by hearing the events of what's going on in China right now and, you know, everyone's scared all over again. They don't want to do the whole lockdown thing and it's going to be inevitable that they have to. I'm thinking with all these protests and all that stuff we've been going on in the Americas and the UK, then we're bound to have another wave. Ain't nothing going to get back to no normal anytime soon. Because other countries like Cyprus and all of that, their lockdowns have been so strict to the point you have to text to even leave your house and get permission to leave your house. Here in the UK, we've not really had a proper lockdown. All they've said is they want us to volunteer to stay in our houses. And we did it. We stayed in the houses and whatever. And after 2 months, well, nearly 3, we were like, oh, hell no, we can't take it. Now we're out. Well, not we, but now they're out there doing all kind of protests and stuff. So I'm thinking if this COVID thing is real and it's as bad as they said it was, it's only inevitable for us to be getting a next wave right across the UK because there's been too much large gatherings, too much direct contact, too much you know, this thing's supposed to be airborne. Let's not forget this, people. It's supposed to be airborne. So if you've got all these mass gatherings of people, whether they're in a park, whether in the city, whether they're in parties, whether they're in supermarkets and nobody's social distancing, no one's really sticking to we're still actually by law under effect of COVID, then this shit's going to have come October, come like September, October, when it starts to get cold again, the whole another wave is going to come across the UK and that's when we're going to feel it. We won't really feel it now because of the heat and it's kind of summer now. But come when that weather gets cold again, September, October, November, oh shit, here comes the next wave. Here they're going to talk about lockdown all over again. Watch and see. If this COVID thing is real. If we don't hear nothing by September of another lockdown, then shit, that must just tell us that the COVID was fake all along. Every other country that came out of it before their time now back in their new waves, apart from places like Cyprus and those places where have strict lockdown enforced on them. I'm not sure how Italy's doing. Does anyone know how Italy's doing since their madness? Because I know it was bad for them at one point. Okay, Marshall wrote, if COVID is real, cases should go up like crazy given that the protest took place and there was no social exactly, Marshall, no social distancing whatsoever. So logically speaking, they've got to go bananas or else shit is just fake. That's my point. You hit the nail right on the head. So if we will know for a fact whether this COVID is real or not, but come October, November, those times when it starts to get chilly, September, October, November, because autumn is, they say that the COVID normally spreads wilder in the cold, right? Cool. So by September, October, November for us in the UK, when it starts to get cold again, if we don't hear nothing about no damn next wave, then it was fake all along. But if we do hear something about it, I wouldn't be surprised, because of all the social gatherings and protests and all of that has been allowed to happen. And I use the word, it's been allowed to happen, because anyhow this government decided that they wanted to stop all they could have stopped it. Trust and believe they would have called in all type of Scotland Yard, Metropolitan, everybody would have been, the army would have been employed and just removed everybody. But they didn't. They allowed it to happen. They just tried to separate the two. But yeah, this has been allowed. All the protests have been allowed. In the UK, it's been allowed, and in Americas, it's been allowed. Even in France, it's been allowed, because if the government really want to stop any protests, they know what to do. They know exactly what to do. I'm not going to say it on air, it's too early, but they know what to do to stop anything they want to really stop. Okay, Marshall said Italy's doing okay. Yeah, I've not heard much about Italy, so I don't know how they're coping still. So during lockdown, black people had block party interest. Yep, they sure did. That was madness. That was madness. I think I prefer to listen to the consensual advice of the medical experts in the relevant field. But then go ahead and listen to them. You shouldn't be listening to me then. No one's keeping you here, scientific method. Go and listen to them and let's see what they tell us. When you find out what they're saying, come back and let us know. But so far they ain't saying shit, apart from we're supposed to be in lockdown and they're supposedly this COVID. But yet everyone's out there and they're allowing everybody to just mix and blend. Like, that doesn't make any damn sense. What are you against the tube advice? What tube advice? What's the tube advice, DJH? I heard about the buses and you have to now be masked up to be on a bus and blah, blah, blah. But what's the point in that? It's still bloody airborne. Your ears are still exposed. Your nose is still kind of exposed. It can travel through any of those holes. Like, come on. What's the mask really going to do? Hospitals are empty. If there was a real pandemic, why were the nurses dancing? I said that from the beginning. When all those whistleblowers were coming out in the US and in New York and saying, listen, the reason why we can make all these TikTok and all these videos is because there ain't no damn patients. It's just been, so I don't know. They came out and said all of that from months ago. From March, they were saying that it's all propaganda. There ain't all these patients that they're making out. So I don't know. Yeah, I personally believe Bill Gates got something to do with the COVID. Maybe so, Marshall. Maybe so. I don't know. Scientific method wrote, the advice we get from politicians is very suspect. I agree with that. However, the medical community are way more consistent, and well, there's the same medical community that were coming out talking about there ain't all these dying patients and how they're administering morphine into the elderly and that's what's killing them off. And it's the same medical staff that were talking about that's why they've got too much time on their hands and why they can make TikTok. So scientific method, like, pattern up with that, man. You think they ain't telling you the truth neither? Oh boy. Yeah, your eyes are the reanimator wrote, your eyes are susceptible to airborne. Mask stop you spreading, not receiving. And that's the point I'm making. So all the mask does is stop you from when you're coughing or sneezing. Like some people have hay fever, in it. I don't personally, thank God, touch wood. But some people suffer with things like hay fever or sinuses and those things. So all it does is prevent them from when they're coughing and sneezing and whatever, that they're not spreading their germs to a further distance. It doesn't mean that it's stopping you from contracting it from somebody else. It can still go through your ears, your eyes, your nose, any open holes you've got. That's what airborne means. It travels through any opening you have. I don't know. So it says, Marshall wrote, medical community do whatever the government tells them. It's the same coin. Thank you very much, and Marshall. Oh Lord, here comes brother Iwa. No, who let him out? Go back to bed, brother Iwa. Like, you shouldn't even be awake right now. Go back to sleep. Go on. Who let him in here? Shalom, shalom. Okay, so he writes, the scriptures tell us never trust the enemy. Them are liars. Oh God. It is pissing down with rain. What is going on? You see, people, that's why when it's summer and you see sun, go out there and enjoy it as much as you can, because then we get this. It's like we're in the bloody rainforest at the moment. It's just pissing it down. Okay. There we go. Harmony. Good point. Good point. Harmony writes, scientific method. How does a mask protect you from COVID when the airborne virus lands on your skin? There we go. See, now the people with the common sense are coming through. Come through, people with common sense. That's right. The discrepancies about classifying COVID deaths as a progressive problem that occurs with all diseases and pandemics. As we understand the disease better, we can go back and redefine appropriately. Well, while you're redefining scientific method, you go ahead and you go and redefine all you want with your science. I'm letting you know in real time, in real life, what we can see with our eyes and our ears. This is what's going on. I ain't got time to be redefining nothing. It's mad. We can go by the facts that we've got here and now and what we can see happening. While you lot are doing your science, trying to redefine. Because you know, as the rest of us know, that science changes all the damn time. 1 minute is giving scientific advice, talking about this is how to avoid COVID, and this is, and then that changed within a week, and then within a month it changed again, and then the next week it changed. Like, stop. You know, science changes all the time as well, so cut it out. They first said it wasn't that bad. Oh, you can only get it if you're in contact with and only get it like that. Yeah. Next thing you know, you're hearing this shit's airborne. Like, allow it. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, obviously the knock-on effect of the economy is already at an all-time high with the whole COVID and the original lockdown that happened. And then we've got to add on, obviously, all the protest damages and stuff that were taking place. Add that next economy disaster onto that. And then if another wave comes again, oh shit, everyone's going broke. That's what I can say. Everybody's going broke. Companies are going to be going bust. We're all done out here, basically. Um, um, Cops first wrote, just imagine if the government did tell everyone what was really going on in the world. Shaking my head, can't even handle a virus. Well, we're not supposed to be able to handle a virus. That's the thing. It shouldn't have been a virus in the first damn place because it came from a lab. So that's the point. Why should we have to handle something that should not have been out there in the first place? It would be different. It was just a natural thing. What's Cotton writing again now? So Cotton writes, Bill Gates is still sterilizing and killing adults and children. And Asia, you think I am gonna trust him and take his vaccine? Oh dear, scientific method, jump on. Just jump on. Let's hear what you got to say. Because you just have to have a scientific thing for everything, which I understand science, I understand the logics of it, but come on. There's also common sense. Oh, Marshall writes, Bill Gates has made £1 billion. Hold on. Yeah, $1 billion since the COVID started. Now, he probably is the only one that's bloody benefiting. Well, I don't know who else is benefiting. King H, you're coming for me now. I'm trying to keep quiet before God of Jacob comes back and smokes my ass because he's on the smoking mood today, and that was brilliant. But King H, leave me alone. How many plans have been discussed so far? How many plans about what? Why so religious? I'm confused. What plans? Who made a plan? Did I miss something? What plan, Atticus? Yeah, Cotton says the survival rate of people recovering naturally from COVID is remarkable. Well, this is it. So what are they saying? Has science proven yet once you've caught the COVID and you've not had any symptoms or you've not, think that basically you're immune? Is that been proven yet? Or is that still just a myth or assumption people still have? Because I don't know what the science says about that. Have they even got that far? Well, delete the elite for good. I never even look at the title, to be honest, right? So religious. I came in here and heard God of Jacob run in, and that's all I needed to hear. I didn't even think to look at the title. Let me check. Hold on. Let me check. I'm hungry. I need food, man. I made everybody else breakfast but myself. I'm starving. What is it called? Hold on, let me mute myself. It's gonna play. Hold on. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry, I had to go and look and see what the title of the show was. So it says G Block Thursday for the next Black Lives Matter protest. What happens? Do we have? Hold on. What plans do we have in place to enact change? Well, I got nothing to say about that. I got nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. So whoever's got something to do with Black Lives Matter needs to come up here and speak for Black Lives Matter. I don't know nothing about that. I can't give no opinion on that because I have no parts of it. I got no dog in that fight. We need some Black Lives Matter people to come on here and speak on behalf of what are the plans and what changes will be made, and I can't speak for that. Shit. I don't know. If this thing is so dangerous, where are the bodies? Well, I want to know too. Shit. I don't know. But God of Jacob, I would come back and tell us about the Black Lives Matter people. That's the best thing ever. I want to hear more of God of Jacob, man. Oh, he's the best. All right, so you lot in the chat, tell me what you lot are thinking of this blasted Black Lives Matter people and their organisation. What do you lot think? Let me know. Oh, they're right in there. Okay, scientific still trying to go back and forward with Harmony. I'm not gonna lie, I'm leaning more towards Harmony's argument. I'm supporting Harmony. Oh dear. There we go. Here comes Nanifa. Big up yourself, sis. I knew you'll come through. Veli, if you're listening, can you just let Nanifa on, please? Black Lives Matter is doing good work. Doing good work for who, though, Harmony? That's the only question I've got. Who are they benefiting and what good work are they doing? Apart from, I'm not going to lie, raising attention to the cause, what good work are they doing? Exactly. How is anything that they're doing actually benefiting a Black life? That's all I want to know. And then I will humbly shut up and eat my food and hold my corner. What else? Oh, they're still talking about the COVID. Okay. Veli, can you hear us? Let insist 9, please. Any suggestions, guys, that on Black, or what you lot have observed of this so-called organisation named Black Lives Matter? What do you lot make of it? Yeah, I was just on the phone. Okay. Okay, so Harmony writes, Black Lives Matter protests led to the police officers being arrested and charged with the murder of George Floyd. That's one good thing that they've done. I don't believe that to be true from my opinion, Harmony. I hear your opinion, but this is my opinion. Those officers had their arrest had nothing whatsoever to do with anything Black Lives Matter did. The only reasons why officers were arrested and charged because the undeniable camera evidence that one woman who happened to witness it and record and upload, and it went viral. There was undeniable evidence that could not be denied, and that's what led them to be arrested and charged. I don't think it had anything to do with Black Lives Matter. Not at all. We're not giving them that credit, not at all. It was the video footage that led to the ultimate arrest. Oh, sorry. Tash writes, I know there's a discussion.
Yo, hey, big up Lady G, big up Nines, big up God of Jacob. I was in a bit where there was no reception, man. I couldn't even hear if the show was on or nothing, mate. So Yeah,
I was just
literally that.
interacting with still just to hold it down a little bit, and
Yeah,
you
big
know.
up stuff, man. Yeah, yeah. Safe, man, safe for that still. Yeah, man, I got a fucking bare jobs today, though, man.
Oh wow, don't worry.
All over the gaff, you know
We
what
got
I
this. Yeah, we'll hold it.
mean? Yeah. Yeah, we got yourselves, man. Chelsea. So, yeah, man. Like we was trying to talk about the security thing a bit earlier. I don't know, man. There's people getting bored of this Black Lives Matter protesting, or we still wanna talk about it.
I'm trying to talk about both. So I'm intertwining between the Black Lives Matter, the question of the day about what progressions are made and whatever, and seeing what the chat are saying about what are the next steps. And I'm also and how is Black Lives Matter even beneficial to the Black community? How are we gaining and benefiting from it? And also we're going to intertwine that with the whole COVID scenario, because the two of them intertwine. Like if they're going to put, you know, laws say there's no more protests can take place. Well, is it
Chip.
really?
You talk
Yeah,
about the COVID chip.
yeah, chip that I need for the.
That sounds mad, isn't it?
I want to touch on that as well. So do you mind if we intertwine it, Veli?
Yeah, of course,
Oh,
man. Of course.
big up.
You got the reins, man. You got the reins. Nines is on now still, man. I don't know if she's at the desk still, but Nines is on now still.
Great, as long as she's got still. Big up, sis.
Yeah, bless up family, bless up unholy father.
Yeah.
Come on,
Come on, we got yourself.
jeez. Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
did
man.
feel it this morning. I haven't been able to verify it as yet, to be fair. So it might be not
It's
thingy. Yeah.
speculation.
However, yeah, indeed, and you know, what I mean, like a spoof or something. However, I still think that it's worth a discussion because I think something like that is coming our way anyway. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying to you? My thing is they're not going to lock down the whole world for nothing. You know what I'm saying to you? You understand? So yeah, but I can certainly read it out just for those persons that may not have heard it, just to, you know what I mean?
Because at the moment, getting sis is everyone saying, "Oh, Black people are conspiracy theories." I know it's not 1,000% not true. So what I would like you to do, whether it's true or not, I think it's a good discussion, like you just said, and I think it's something we can actually get our brains around. So just in case anything does come along the lines, we kind of already got our mind geared towards, oh, this is a possibility. This could. What?
Yeah, definitely. Because
How can we
for
prevent it?
example,
How do we have just open discussion, right?
no, absolutely. So for example, just veering off a little bit, but so
Yeah.
I got a friend here, he's going to Jamaica, right? And in order for him to go, they need to know where he's gonna be staying. Yeah, all the different places that he's gonna be stopping, and they use Google Maps and whatever to
Well, all
point it.
that. Is that what they got to know? For you to go to. Sorry, I was on the phone.
No,
Yeah, no.
oh,
Yes, you got to tell them all that to go on your
yeah,
holiday.
yeah.
Yeah, that
You know
sounds like
what?
a mad thing, man.
Fill out the thing. You know what I mean? And he had to basically plot where he's gonna be via Google Maps, brethren. Yeah. So that's one way they're obviously putting in place to be able to try to sort of track you. You know what I mean? So that's, say if we say that's like more of a manual system presently. You know what I mean? But you know they're gonna definitely digitalize that. Is it? And like I've been saying for a morning, there's no way they're gonna lock down the whole world effectively without bringing something significant in place. Like, come on. So we need to wake up in that respect. But I will read it still. Just give me 1 second on my new phone to find it, sis.
Sis, do me a favor.
You say you got the gold phone now. You say you got the gold bar
Ellie,
phone now, yeah?
encourage the freaking phone conversation, please don't.
And I want to talk to you as well about something. I heard you talking about making coins this morning, so I might have something to talk to you about in that respect.
Wicked.
But yeah, family. So let me just quickly read it out still.
Hey, but you should promote the thing as well, man. You should promote the. You should promote your business as well, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Doing it. I want to
that's
promote
me.
my business.
Because that differently, like I try to say, yeah, man, try to promote all the other avenues that you can make some money in, man.
That's
You get
right.
me? Because I reckon, me personally, yeah, I reckon the quickest way out of the bullshit, or even to affect the most change here, is by having like a lot of people that are self-sufficient that are making demands in it. Because right, if we've got a lump of money that we can put together to put behind this one, that one, or the other, then man has to listen to what you're saying. Now people are going to come to you and ask you, what can you do for them? What can we do for you? What can we do for you? You know what I mean? This way right here now, we're just begging, oh, what can you do for us? Help us. Like, it's a bit weak, man. It's yo,
because
you
every
still
time
there?
we've tried to,
You cut out. Oh, that's my phone. Oh snap! It was your phone, Lady D.
I think it was mine. Yeah, my
Your
internet's
thing.
the
Yeah, you
rain.
cut out and come back
Yeah,
in.
the
You know.
rain. Let me go out and come back in.
Yeah. It's like no. You're on there. We can hear you
Yeah,
now still. But it's like you went out and
yeah,
come
my
back
rain.
in.
The
Yeah.
rain. But yeah, I was saying quickly, what I think is another thing as well when we're discussing the money and the finances part of it, and I'm going to specifically speak on our community, the Black community. Like, I think that as well, before Nanifa reads that letter, that we've become, I guess, we've kind of got a defeatist attitude, I would say it that way, whereas we've tried so many times to like start our own, do off for self, whatever, and it's always been kind of sabotaged along the way, or never been fruitful, in other words, never benefited us to the point now. I think we've a mindset, not individually, but as a whole, of a given up defeatist attitude. Like, we can't be bothered. So now we just expect, like, I don't know. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, because not all of us think like this, but I'm talking as a whole, not as individuals. So I would say, like, it's got to a point now where we're thinking, okay, are we just becoming lazy now? We're just expecting now to just complain and moan, or are we willing to get up and do something about it? No matter how many times you're knocked down, are we going to get up and fight it and carry on no matter how hard it is, or how, even though we already accept and know the level playing field is not the same for us, we're going to have to work 50 times more harder than our counterparts, we're going to have to put in even more work than our counterparts? Or do we just have a defeatist attitude that we've got at the moment and just say, well, frig it, it is what it is? Like, what are we doing as a community as a whole? Am I still here?
Well, in a way, that's why I think, like, not to send people into a dizzy, but that's why I think when my guy was talking about clan, you get me? I think that's very relevant, because at the end of the day, in a real life, you got to move with people that are thinking and moving like you. And unfortunately, not everyone in the community, or any given community, to be fair, not just the Black one, you know what I mean? They're not always going to be, I'm saying to you, in unison and so forth and so on. And I think, if anything, it could be argued Saturday even sort of highlighted that in a way. You know what I'm saying to you? But yeah, that's what I mean. First, me even go back to what I was saying when Biggie was talking about, you know what I mean, the beggy thing. And my thing is, like, going back to the master to ask for solutions and all that, it's just madness to me, if I was going to be completely honest. You understand what I'm saying? It makes no sense. So I definitely agree with that. You know what I'm saying to you? Like, what do we expect? Anyway, no, let me not even go down that road. Still. But yeah, man, the clan, I think you just got to move with people that are similar to yourselves, though, sis. You know what I'm saying to you? Because if you're moving with people that ain't going in your direction, you know what's gonna happen. Oh, all right, they're gonna drag you back down. You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing I definitely know. You just gotta definitely stick to people that are going in the direction that you want to go in, because not everyone necessarily wants to be awoken, and you know what I'm saying. All right, hold on a sec, family. All right, chicken. All right, bub. I believe the children are teach them.
Yo. I don't know why I'm going for the reception today still. Yeah, man. Yo, Nines, you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm coming still. I just got some background noise. I'm coming.
Alright, cool. No problem. No problemo. So, man, I got the Jacob in the building.
Boy, every time I step away, it get quiet on me, man. What's going on? Must be one
Yeah,
of
I don't know
them.
what's going on, man. Going mad, isn't it, still? But yeah, man, you was making some good points earlier about the security side, didn't it? I was talking about security a bit earlier, innit?
Oh man, I was just ranting. If I offended somebody, hey man, just be offended. Speaking my mind. Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
So, obviously, as someone that's like a military personnel, like, wouldn't it be a good idea to get more of the ex-military sort of people trying to organize any sort of security for these marches and all them sort of things there?
Absolutely, brother. If you reference the blueprints of the '60s, most of those, the way in which they formalized their protests, it was done by military folks, ex-military. A lot of them cats who was coming back, but you didn't see that. When you look at some of the footage of Martin Luther King and them out in the front, that really wasn't the front. You had, if you go up 50 feet, which the cameras never catch, you had military guys out in front of that, but they showed the Martin Luther King point. You had the single file columns marching on the sidewalks. You never see that. It was so put together strategically, self-defense, that it was beneficial for some of those marchers. Now, when they went in unprepared, they got the dogs looked at them. You know what I'm saying? They was doing what them guys was doing Saturday, just out there willy-nilly and with a picket sign. So you have to, when you go into that environment, man, you have to be prepared. It can't be no just meet up at 5 and let's get it in. You're going to be out there looking stupid. And security is the first thing that has to be done because you want to protect your speakers, your main speakers is going to do the speaking. and you just want to be a well-organized unit. So yeah, I agree with you, man. It was just I was looking like, yo, security got to be the first thing. And when you shoot from the hip and just say, meet me out there at 4, it ain't gonna look right.
So
I concur with that,
how
boy.
do how do we appeal to security personnel, ex-army personnel, and
You
people like
really
that?
you can't really appeal to them because they got to want to be a part of it first. But you can put the flyer out. Some military personnel or ex-military or whatever. You ain't even got to be ex-military. Some type of security, or you could just have common sense.
Security.
Yeah, but everybody. When you protest, everybody has to have a dedicated role. Everybody can't be in front of the camera. You might not be in the camera shots. You might not be a speaker. Somebody got to front the lines or the groupings or the formations with water and food, because that's a lot of walking and it's a lot of talking. So everybody has to play a role. What is your role in this protest? But a lot of people want to be in the camera and get camera shots. We don't need you to be in this camera shot if it's about a message. So everybody got a role to play, man. So just got to organize a little bit better. But the passion was there. The messenger was off. Like I said, I watched some of the video yesterday, and I saw the sister call the right formation. You had the brother in the white saying form a circle. The sister said no, close ranks and formation. She called the right formation. She called the right play, which lets me know some people. I don't care if you hold elder status. That don't mean you smart. Now you see the sister call the right formation when she said, "No, sisters, let's come in, close ranks, bring this shit tighter." And he wanted to form a circle to get y'all asses whooped.
So
So
what would have been the best stance to take in, say, like then, right then, yeah, there's a big group that was coming from every angle, and there's a small group in the middle. What's the best stance for the small group in the middle to take?
what you guys being a small group, right? All she had to do was do formations of 5 going back, outboard, inboard, and if you had a soft spot, just protect the small spot that way. That way, everybody is swinging. We had close all intervals, and you just had it down pat. Nobody's getting their ass whooped, really. You know what I'm saying? So, and then one thing a formation do, it shows it's a deterrent for one thing. It shows them that you were prepared to come down here, right? That's one thing. Being in formation, knowing what to do is the first deterrent. Okay, these guys are down here. But circle formers and shit like that, it lets you know that you're doing a gathering. You're not really down here to knuckle up. If it should be, you know what I'm saying? But it's just a lot of stuff that could have went into it. And hindsight being 2020, it's a learning experience, and it is what it is, brother.
So when you say formation, yeah, what do you mean, like forming what lines of what 5, 4, 10? What does a formation look like?
You form it according to your personnel on a number of people you have. So in that situation, I would have did probably columns of 5 going across, shortened it up, tightened it up, and we would have been moving. We're not stationary because I think the protest was to move forward, right? So you want to be in columns of 5 or ranks. Take it back to about 6 deep if you can, and just march out that way. And then you have another maybe 10, 15 people ahead of you, 25, 50 yards. And they're going to engage the first violent treatment. So it's kind of a staggered formation where you have the body, the end ranks, outboard, inboard, and then you might have somebody to guard the flank, 50 yards back, maybe 50 feet. I don't know, depending on the personnel you have. And then you got to know your personnel. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody, it's different. It's hard to explain. I would have to show you, but what's your name? What's the brother's name? Captain Rambo. He does security. He could have put the people in position according to the numbers. And then you got to know the environment you was going into. So I don't, it was multiple formations, but I think at that time the sister called the right formation. versus a circle. And I said, okay, somebody sees the battlefield and somebody sees what they have, and she knew the right thing to call. Because circle, when you circle yourself, you're really staggering yourself, you know.
So if
So
they was in like, so a straight line, yeah, with lines of 6, like all in a straight line or flanked out.
you could have them flank. Again, it was a numbers game to me. It was a numbers. Now, this, have you ever? I hate to see, but the movie 3000, whatever, they was tight knit in most of their battles. You know what I'm saying? And they always came back to the core. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think that's what some people got inspired from, to be honest. I'm sure I heard that quote 3000.
Yeah,
300.
300, whatever that
Uh,
shit was
uh,
called. But their core
But the
base
thing
was
is,
always tight knit. Mm-hmm.
let me just, because I'm hearing what you're saying, and I don't want you to think that, you know what I mean, there's no one over here that ain't got no sort of organizational sense in that respect. But I think, if anything, what it does highlight, unfortunately, is that, you know, the lack of preparation for such a thing. Do you know what I
Absolutely.
mean? And obviously, because, and again, I don't want to, you know, keep sort of sounding repetitive, but for the most part, it wasn't something that the wider community, let's call it, was going to be attending. Do you know what I mean? Because if that were to be the case, like, you know, we've heard Lady Divine say previously, there would have been, you know, let's just call it memorandums, for a better word, going around, you know what I mean, with some
Mm-hmm.
sort of organizational, you know what I mean, status behind it. Do you know what I'm saying, Chuck? Because I mean, even as even just going back to the gang rideouts, etc., etc. Do you know what I mean? Although they were not, you know, I wouldn't say off the cuff or whatever, but you know, quite in the first instance, quite, what's the word? You know, like what's the word? You know what I mean? Impulsive. Let's just call it impulsive. It was a similar kind of thing, and it's something that happened in London. Do you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? You know, it was spoken about social medias, let's ride out, you know what I mean? We all met in Tottenham, and then, but to be fair, and other ride outs, to be fair, it was quite organized, you know what I'm saying? In line, you know, in terms of what you're saying. I'm not saying it was like groups of like 4 lines or whatever, but it was
Yeah.
definitely one whereby it was like all together, etc., etc. Do you know what I mean? So I know for definite that there are persons within the community, etc., that kind of know about them type of vibrations. You know what I'm saying? Because if
Yes,
you see on
absolutely.
the gang thing, when we was even, I don't want to say against the police, because that's not what I'm trying to be here saying, I was against the police. But the point being is that we were able to hold our form enough. Do you understand
Beautiful.
what I'm saying?
Yep. I get
Whereby
you. I get
enough.
you.
Co-sign that. Can I co-sign that? Because if I remember correctly, I got called out the most by Jedi. Because I kept laughing at the back, chit-chatting and doing the most. And he kept saying, come forward, move closer to the crowd. Like, Jedi kept us, I'm not going to lie, he kept us on the thing. Like, stop falling back. We've got to stay knitted, stay as one and keep moving. Do you know what I mean? And we did that.
100%.
We had to have reminders here and there, but we did it. Do you know what I mean?
100.
Yeah, but that's what I
I
was
mean, I
telling
have
Velly.
to admit,
That's what I said to Velly. It don't have to be a military man. It just have to be somebody with common sense, like Nine Ether and yourself. It don't have to be military minded. Just common sense to get the job done.
I mean, at that point, I mean, although me and Jediah, Jeds have had a couple of, but at that point, I have to give man props in terms of, you know what I mean, his field control on the roads, isn't it? Like, so I
Absolutely.
definitely back up what Lady Divine said there. You know what I mean? Like, he's definitely on point. You understand? So, and again, it just highlights the importance of having certain people, and not just Jedi. You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking about a rank of people in general when it comes to them type of movements there. Because if we're not fully prepared, you know, the opposite could be that where we become in danger, and we can't be having that. You know what I mean? We can't be having a Black Lives Matter day and we come out getting fucked up. That's
Absolutely.
you
Absolutely.
understand what I'm saying to you? So yeah, I agree with that still. But hopefully next time, if there is a next time that, you know, where more of the wider community is involved, you know what I mean, where there can be, you know, much more of a organized structure to it, then yeah, because
I ain't there
the
march
thing
on
is,
Saturday. There's a march on Saturday, innit?
I don't know, I've not heard.
I thought they said
I heard
that.
there's a Black Lives Matter march on Saturday, mate.
What's the theme of it? Like, is it? What's the messaging
Awesome.
gonna be about?
I don't know. Again, what's happened is that the lower echelons of the community now have taken on this Black Lives Matter process, but don't know what the actual protest aim is.
You see, well,
That's
that's
what
what
I'm
I'm
trying to
saying.
say about man them just hijacking it. The man them needs to hijack it, man. Hijack it and you get me? Yeah, like fucking.
Yeah.
I put
See, I
themselves to
agree
the
with
front
that,
of the
Biggie.
thing and just hijack
I
it, man,
agree.
and make
But
it move in what direction the man them want it to move in.
yeah, but if we're
I
hijacking
think
with no,
listen, yeah.
hold
Ras
on. But
could do that, yeah. Jedi could do that, yeah. Jedi could do it better than Ras hijacking the movement, yeah. Because he's good at them sort of speeches, then getting the troops to march out speech. So he could hijack a Black Lives Matter march where if he gets at the front, yeah, when them men are doing an interview and sort of takes over the interview and talks in place, you get me? To make the
Yeah.
put his
all
own
I'm
direction
saying,
on what man's out there for.
yeah, I mean, like I said on my show, I agree with what you're saying in that respect, Biggie. But any type of hijacking, no problem. But man has to have their objectives on point. You with me? Otherwise, you just mark you. Otherwise, you're just burning rubber for nothing. You with me? Because my thing is, like, I don't. In terms of the media, yeah, in terms of interviewing, like me myself, and I haven't really, apart from the man them that I spoke about this morning, i.e. Patrick, Hutchinson, and Pierre Noah, big up themselves again. Apart from them, I ain't really heard any speakers on mainstream media regarding Saturday. Have you?
No, but I see Ras getting interviewed by Press TV or as something in the Guardian. Is it the Guardian? So
Right. So I see something with Ras on one. I don't know if it was Press TV. Like it sounded like a German man or something, because I heard Ras speaking in German and whatever. So and yeah, which is all. And this is what I'm saying. All I'm saying is here. That's why we just make sure that next time we know what the objective is, because when he was asked certain questions, you with me, the answers. You know what I'm saying? They didn't. You know what I mean? To me, they didn't necessarily tally with what the day was supposed to be about. You get me? I think the answers were more related. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? You talk about gang and roads and developing our own economical this and that. Yeah, which are all true. Don't get me wrong, but I think that we need to be using that type of exposure. You know what I mean? To have a more consistent message. You see it? Like,
what do you think was the correct message that needed to be put out to the national media, international media, or the people that was covering that, like the thing over there? What was the message that?
Yeah, because it's about justice, equality, and them type of vibrations, right?
Right?
Not. We're not coming to the world to talk to them about our economical deficiencies, is it? As far as I'm concerned, anyway. You know what I'm saying to you? But definitely we need to be, highlighting the inequalities, the injustice, the this and the that. That's why we're marching, right? Or are we marching because of what's going on in our own inner cities? Because that's something that's going to get lost in translation, in my opinion. But all I'm saying is that we all just need to be on a similar, if not one accord, then a similar accord in it, so that, or when I say we, at least the main persons, as it were, who maybe would be interviewed, etc., etc. You know what I mean? So that the message is clear and concise and consistent.
Like if you
So
say that
again,
they had like I don't know, three main talking points, but they was always going to keep diverting whatever questions they asked about
back to what?
So for example, if the TV camera was asking you, what you out for, and you know what the clear objective of that, where
You're
we out here
going.
for this, blah blah blah. This is why we're out here. Keep repeating that, whatever you're out here for.
I
Right
don't
now,
know. You chipped in out a bit, so I didn't hear everything you said, Bab. Sorry.
yeah, I was saying that. So, for example, yeah, if you're doing an interview with the Guardian, then yeah, and you've got three main talking points, what you know you're out there for. Yeah, every time they ask you a question, you can you always bring your answer back to one of the three talking points that you're out there for.
Exactly. And like I said, clear and consistent. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying, going back to the man them that I was speaking about this morning, Patrick, and let's just call it the black heroes, the black international heroes. Yeah. Whenever they spoke, obviously the interviewers were asking them whatever, you know, sort of questions, whatever, but their main message always stayed on, you know, justice, you know what I mean, and equality and them type of vibrations. And I think, yeah, that's the way to go, man.
So what's the route to equality look like? What is that something to really try to aim for? Equality.
Well, of course. You know what I mean? We don't even, you know what I mean? And I'm sure, like Lady D herself has said before, we're not even saying we're looking respect out here, blood. Yeah, we just want equality in it. We just want to be thingy bobbedy on the same playing field, as it were. And I mean, I don't even care if you respect me. Just, you know what I mean? It's one of them ones. Just treat me, you know, justly, humanely, you know.
But don't
And
respect cover more? Does respect cover more than equality, or does equality cover more than respect?
dude, it could be argued that, you know, there's some people that's never gonna give us respect, man. You know, like for example, someone sent me something today, right? Because, you know, remember, this thing goes very, 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 very deep, yeah. But someone sent me,
Yeah.
it's a shame I can't even show it, but I'll try to describe it anyway, yeah. Hold on a sec. I don't even know if he would want me to call out his name, but he sent me something, right? And I'm just gonna try to read it out. But it goes, "This is KCMG, the highest order given traditionally to diplomats and overseas personnel by the Queen in the New Year's honor list." It says, zoom into the image and you will see why and how the UK, Great Britain, is racist. And until this is all rooted out of our traditions, etc., nothing will change, right? So then when you look at this medal, right, and you zoom in, and someone's gonna, you know, Biggie, you know, on YouTube you can put like an image and a story under it, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like you can just put. Is that only you can do that when you get to 1,000, or can you do that anyway?
Yeah. No, when you get to 1,000, man, you get to 1,000. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you.
Yo,
That
nice.
makes. I can hear you. If that
Oh,
means anything.
okay. Must be nice then, man. But yeah, you need 1,000 subscribers on your thing to start their post.
Yeah, man. But it was a lessons learned, Billy, man. Just, just think the
Say
messenger
again,
got to
man.
be. I said it was just a lessons learned from what I saw. You know what I'm saying? Something to build on.
Yeah. What do you think is the major lesson or the major things that we might need to come back to the table to discuss about?
Well, it's all. Yeah, When I say security, I mean securing your formation, having the right people, because you want to secure your protest, you want to secure your march, you want to secure everything, and then you want to have dedicated speakers. You get what I'm saying? You want to have dedicated speakers whose messaging is the same. Like Sis was talking about, if a camera pops in front of your face and they ask you, you know, what are you marching for? You are able to give a response that's really focused on why you're out there, and no matter, and then you wanna you wanna bring the same people to the camera most of the time. You know, have 4, 5, 6, 7 dedicated speakers who's going to push that narrative, because you have anybody just jumping on, pass me the megaphone, pass me the megaphone. That's when your messenger gets tainted in a sense. So, you know, like I said, everybody plays a role in this thing. When you know, it's more than just marching down the street, right? Anybody can
Right.
do that. So your messaging, dedicated speakers, dedicated security force, dedicated logistics, those who apply those water bottles, those who do this. Uh, you just want to be like Sis said, more organized. And like you said, what she spoke about earlier when she said her marches and guiding a new generation, I think that's what it's called. They were organized to a certain degree. And I think the messaging was concise. And any reporter could have came up to an individual and they'd have got the same message. It wouldn't have sounded, would have been delivered a little differently, but the message would have been on par. You get what I'm saying? So just be out there and then do what you got to do. But you're not going out there to fight. But if it should come to that, you're ready for that as well. So the main thing is to get your demonstration across. Should you come into some violence, we're prepared for that too. So we got everything covered. If you want to be about that business, hey, we got the buses out here. It is what it is. They're gonna be whooping your ass, and we still gonna be marching. We gonna, you know what I'm saying? So it's just, you gotta bring them to the club up boys down there. Some smart ones.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
man. You know
they
what?
died.
You know what it is though, yeah. Like, that's one trick I feel like people do use it, yeah, but not every air quotes man that's connected to the road or whatever. Yeah, they forget about the ex-police officers and the ex-army officers and their tactics and stuff that they can bring to the table. Might be able to help you out. You know, things like I was saying, yeah. When Suge Knight and what's his name? What's his name? They used to run Death Row.
Suge Knight.
Harry O. Suge Knight and Harry O. Yeah, they be doing
Yeah.
their thing. Yeah. How much police officers used to work for LAPD, but were blood?
Half of the black people were either Bloods or Crips. Suge Knight had nothing to fear.
Bro.
You know
So
what I'm saying?
yeah, man.
So yeah, that's all I'm saying, man. Like I saw it critiqued it, and anybody can critique. It's easy to critique, but sometimes it's needed. But yeah, like I said, man, like say like Nine Ether out there, she give it a message and some shit break out. Nine Ether can continue to give her message, but them tell the club up boys out there whooping ass. We ain't stopping nothing. They down here for that.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. It's important to have the different facets of a machine. A machine can't just run on one thing alone. You know what I'm saying to you? So, and that could have been dangerous on Saturday because we could have lost a lot of our actual front soldiers like that by being unprepared.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
what about having people that will help people follow the roles that they're supposed to be following? Because like you're gonna have people that feel like they're gonna be security when they shouldn't be security. You're gonna have people that feel like they need to be a speaker, but they don't need to be a speaker like that. How does that sort of work out as well?
That's pre-planning, man.
Exactly. And that's where the organization bit comes in, man. You know what I'm saying to you? That's exactly, and that's what I'm saying, because usually all these roles would have been previously defined. Remember, that wasn't going to be no small thing, it's not even like that was a little thing in flipping Brockwell Park, or you know what I'm saying to you, that had international media there from all back the cutter. Like I'm saying, like the two man them that I'm talking about, they were interviewed by Sunrise TV in deep down under. And you know how they treat the Aboriginals down there. You know what I mean? But their message was still the same. You know what I mean? Man, them want justice and equality. You know what I mean? Even for the Aboriginals in your country there. You know? So that's what I'm saying, man. Just a clear, concise, consistent message. That will go a long way. You know what I mean? I'm not even saying that you can't like mash it up. I'm not even saying that I'm against a man getting mashed up. That's not even my point, in it. But you know, make sure that we've got everything else in place as well. Yeah, definitely. But what I just want to quickly do, right? Let me just quickly describe this this medal, yeah, because I know that my reception went out while I was doing it, right? But like I said, this is the KCMG. It's the highest order given traditionally to diplomats and overseas personnel by the Queen in the New Year's honours list. Okay, and then it says to zoom in. Now, when you zoom, oh yeah, so what I was saying that it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, pointed star. Okay, and it seems like it's in silver. Yeah, with little embroidered silver, and then within that, or on the outside of that, is the St. George's Cross in red. Okay, and then within that St. George's Cross, there's a circle. Yeah, and in gold, and something is written. I believe it's in Latin, and I won't even try to auspicium meloris, whatever that means.
What was the significance of the medal? What the symbol? Has it got mad symbols on the there that I sort of don't know about, or don't know about a lot of these signs or whatever, what they mean? What does the 8-point star mean? Yeah, can you hear me? Nice. Every time you lock off your page, yeah, and you look on the other page, it's knocking you off, man. Knocking you. Oh. Hey, listen, yeah, my phone just got overheated, man. It's fucking raining out here. I got to put the AC on here to cool my phone down. You know what I mean? Spaghetti me. Yo, can you hear me, yeah? Yeah, let me know in the chat if you can hear me, mate.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I just want to respond to the brother Atticus now. He said, God of Jacob, how is the UK protest affect your American self? It doesn't. Should you not worry about American issues? I do. I hope that helps out what you're saying.
That was
But
short
if,
and
you
sweet.
know, alright, so you see that you're in America, yeah? And there's protests over other parts of the world, yeah?
Testing,
Is
testing.
it
1,
having
2,
it?
3. Oh yeah.
Yeah, big up yourself, man. We can hear you back now,
All right.
so.
Sorry.
Brother Jacob, is that
Yes.
is it having a knock-on effect over there? Is it putting pressure on the policy changes over there?
Yeah,
Like
it
the
has. It
worldwide
has
protest?
actually. It has. They had the Brianna's law came out. You have the officers in Atlanta. They've got fired and charged. So you seeing this shit is it's gradual. I don't want to say it's making a big thing, but the policy changes have gone into effect. So but this is a thing over here. This is a theme over here. This is nothing new. Just different players playing the game. You know what I'm saying? But you can see and I won't say policy changes. I'm talking about within their institutions they're changing. Now on a grand political scale, not yet. But we'll take some interdepartment policy changes for right now, so it can seem all was for naught. But you can see some of the local systems right now. They've just defunded, I think, some of the police stations, meaning they're going to do community policing, right? So you and I think that's going to start to filter itself across the states, where you're going to see these police officers, especially these white ones who don't live in the city. They're not going to be in black neighborhoods policing cities, predominantly black people. And it's subtle changes, but it is what it is. So I can see it, and there's a different vibe to this shit, man. From when I was a kid, I can see subtle changes that are happening faster. It's not a huge, but I can see it, and it's kind of all right. So you went out there, you got some shit accomplished. It was minute, but I think more is to come, because over here, man, now you have a lot of white people that are starting to get into this generation where it's so multicultural and black and white, and they don't see that shit. And so you have more white people out there, demanding change as well, versus 15, 20 years ago when it was just clear cut straight down the line. No, no, yes, yes. So, from my point of view, yeah, I was driving past Norfolk one time about a couple of days ago, and they were protesting out there, and it was just as many white folks out there as black folks demanding change. I didn't like it because I want us to be a standalone entity, right? But it
But
is
what
what it
were they
is.
looking for? What change were they looking for?
The,
What were
the
they?
defunct the policing, community policing. They had a message, and that was they. They wasn't out there for really Black Lives Matter. They was out there for to defund the police department and make it community policing.
Right,
So they
and
had a
that's
message. They stuck to it, and that was it. No Black Lives Matter. No this. It was straight to the point.
and that's why I'm saying, girl Jake, another reason why it's imperative that we get our message straight. You get me? Because other persons are definitely, or other groups are definitely. Because look, it's nothing new for other groups to piggyback on the back of our thing. That's normal. Do you know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? That's absolutely normal from the 60s coming right down. You know what I mean? So again, that's just to reiterate why we have to make sure that our thing is in check, because other groups are coming and they know exactly what their objectives are and why they're out there. You know what I'm saying to you? So,
Yep.
and I mean, it's important again so that our message doesn't get lost, because that's so easy to happen. You know.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah,
that's what they
man.
was out there for. Community policing and nothing else. You didn't hear no Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. It was just about community policing, and I thought it was a great message. They didn't let no other, all lives matter, man. That shit was getting run up
Exactly.
out of there.
Exactly. And that comes down to
So
discipline as well, man, and having
I
clear
wanted to
objectives.
ask something. Yeah? So I wanted to ask. Sorry to cut you, Nine. Yeah, but I wanted to ask. Yeah, that I wanted to ask you, Nine. Yeah, do you think that the community policing, like local people from the area joining the local police force, would have more of a better police relationship with the community, or do you think that it's down to policy rather than personnel?
Yeah, I do believe it's both, to be honest, Big Age. See, and this this is the thing, man. Like, I think it's both, innit? I think it's both, because in order to affect change, you've got to do it from the inside. It could be argued, yeah, it's going to be very hard. All right, now it could be argued that through what's happening now, there's certain legislation being changed, etc. But obviously, we
Uh,
can't always rely on people getting murdered live on TV for 7 minutes. You know what I'm saying? In order to get things changed in the future. So where I am now in my life and my thinking is that, like, me myself, I've come up in that kind of way. I mean, bun police, bun this, bun that. When I deal, you get me. When I deal with them, something there 100, I come up like that. But at the same time, you know what I mean, logic over emotion, in it. So I believe we do need to try to get people more into politics. Definitely, if they have to go into the police, then yeah, you've got to be in it to win it, man. You know what I mean? But I know that, and look, and the thing is, it's not everyone that has to go into them kind of jobs. But if there's persons that want to do it for my community, let them do it and support them, man. Yeah, that's where I am right now. General star. I mean, at the end of the day, bun politics and all that, I get that. But right now, politics runs certain parts of the world, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? Bun the police, yeah, bun them, yes, but you know what I mean? They're still an integral part of the thing, man. So, you know, I'm not saying it's easy even once you get in there. I'm not even saying that, but all I'm saying is that right now in the government, there's two um big Asian what would you call it, cabinet ministers or whatever. You know what I mean? One of them telling, and in fact, they're both telling us to chill out when you think about it as well. Yeah, and then we've got the
uh,
mayor of London. You get me? And we've got the mayor of London also. So for myself, that tells us everything we need to know. You know, you know. Yeah, man. You know what I mean? We ain't no, we're special, but we're not too special. You know them ones. You got to be in it to win it, man. And I think the generations coming up as well. You know what I mean? They're definitely more politically what's the word? Active, politically active. Yeah. You know, there was big I know in the past, definitely under Labour, I don't know about Conservatives so much, but I know there was definite pushes to get young people involved in politics, etc., etc. You know what I mean? You had young Parliament members and things like that. So I even knew a few young people that were dealing with them type of things. You know what I'm saying to you, and getting involved in local politics from early. You know what I mean? And I think that's a good thing because it also makes the, you know what I mean, it not invest in your place, but you know what I mean, like even going back to what, no, that was actually on my show, innit? But I'm saying that I think it's also like we don't want to burden the children with not feeling like they belong. Do you know what I'm saying to you as well? So it's such a because I think someone asked me if I think I'm British or something. That's where that came from. But in so just to summarize what I'm saying, because I know I probably went off on one a bit. I do believe, that we should get into certain departments, biggage, basically. I do. You know what
That
I mean?
a mixture of personnel and policies together is going to make a more of a change, a bit of a better change.
Yeah, definitely. It has you. Yeah, you've got to be involved, man. Because if not, who are we gonna go to get these changes? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? We're still gonna be relying on the slave owner himself. That don't make no sense. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Even if it's one where, and then this is where you get into the politics of politics. You know what I'm saying to you? But even this is now going back to your chattings now, whereby now we go with a big, what was your exact wording? Because like you just go with enough money in it, a big wad of dough or whatever, or big whatever. I can't remember the exact words you
What?
used. Huh?
All the independent businessmen that have vested interest and are providing in the community or whatever are able to put their money behind a lobbying group like
It doesn't have
is
to
it
even be a
APAC,
lobbying group,
yeah?
biggie, at this
There's
point.
APAC, yeah. But
Mm.
wait, there's APAC, yeah, that Dino Kai's got in it, the African Caribbean lobbying group that he wants to put together. So like something things like that in it, because boom,
Mm.
if he can get enough people that are able to help pay for the campaign on a policy that he wants changed, and he can make
Mm.
the actual change on it, then that's got to be the route to go, isn't it?
No, definitely. And you know what I mean? It could be even more basic than that, biggest, whereby you just have certain business people or whatever in an area where someone reps. You know what I mean? Because you know the little brown envelope thing's still working, Biggie. Do you get me? You know what I mean? You know all them people there. Listen, that brown envelope thing's still working, Bridget. You understand? Yeah. So you just got to them with the envelope and you tell them what it is that we want. Yeah. And then if they don't, and this is what I was saying there. This is what I was saying, how politics and tricks and propaganda. We just got to get on it, because if he's still saying no, that's when, you know what I mean, you bring in the you bring in the A team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Unless a man now
But
say, what do you
basically, yeah, what you do, yeah, is you hold traces in it. So that means you've got some sort of leverage now. Right, if you paid man off and he's not doing what you say, I've got leverage to expose the payments that I've given you.
Absolutely. And I'm even saying, even if he's saying no to the payment, you get me? That's when you bring in the mandem. You see what I'm saying to you? Because this is what happens in real life, big bitch. You know what I mean? You know, you got certain very
Diary
clean.
of an economic hitman.
Come on, you got certain clean politics man or whatever, and someone wants something done, and they go to them, and they're like, nah. To sound good,
Oh, I lost
Biggie,
it.
what we're saying, but it's just, I mean, no, turn a lie, man. But yeah,
Ah,
yeah,
nice.
you know,
huh?
you know, you know, there's a party
No,
already.
go, carry on. Carry on.
I said, ADPAC is a committee
Yeah.
holding people liable. It's not a party, but there is the party that's coming out of it, which is called the Intensive Party
Okay.
by Charles Gordon.
Right.
So
I don't know,
as we're speaking now, there is many aspects that are many departments that are getting created. Yeah, to making it more solid. It's just the branding side of things, which is what is missing. Getting people more aware of what's going on.
Yeah, but that's why I'm trying to say that the activist people need to link up with the social media people, because I reckon that's the most effective way to get your word across to people directly by the social media.
But you see what it is sometimes when you're strategizing and you're planning and you've got think tanks. The problem with that is that you don't want to expose your strategies at this precise moment. That's the only issue.
Obviously not the end, not that end goal yet, because I know people, that follow other people, but the person hasn't told them exactly what their end game is. Yeah, they just know they feel in their head that they've got enough confidence in the person that's in front of them to follow behind them, because they feel like they're going to do what they think is right as well.
Yeah. So
like I say, you don't necessarily have to. Sorry, bro. You don't necessarily have to give the whole.
That's what I'm saying.
Just drop crumb trousers.
But you see, it's like having a name and not having the foundation. It leaves loopholes. But once you've created a function, then that function now can get promoted in its format. So when everything has been sorted as they're doing, at least if we have some form of foundation for the next generation, there's something for them to take it to the next level. You know, things are gonna, in due time, things are gonna come out. You're gonna see. It's just timing. But it's just having.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, how do you link the people that go out and shout to the people that actually take actions in other ways? No, the different people that take actions. How do you link all these people together so all the actions are going towards seems like it's the same cause?
Yeah, but that's what's happening is most of what we're seeing now is activists just going out and not connecting before. They're not having nothing behind them, and they're just going out and screaming something that they don't know nothing about. Yeah. We're doing these marching, we're doing all this stuff, but what are we going out there for? What is our strengths? Who's going to do the conversations? Who's the speakers? You know, people are just going out for the sake of going out. There's no security. There's no policies. There's no nothing. You know, before you go out, you always have to prepare yourself. You ain't just gonna jump out of your bed and go outside. You're gonna prepare yourself before you go, and that's where the problem is. No one is prepared. People are just going out. You know.
Yeah, man.
As I said,
if there's a march this Saturday, then so
yeah.
What objectives can be brought forward or tried to be met at this next protest or whatever?
For me, it's too sudden. There's no one that's going to be prepared for this Saturday. Being honest, let's put the truth on the table. They're going out for what? What are they going out for? just to go and do another march.
Mm-hmm.
No, nothing.
What is the purpose of a march, though? What's the purpose of a march? Like,
You have,
what's the outcome that you hope to gain at the end of after you marched?
it's awareness. So, but my awareness has to have some form of backing, and that's what I said. It goes back to the same thing again. If I'm going out and I'm trying to bring some awareness, what am I bringing behind it? But if I have something behind it already and I go out, I know what my next level is, because now I'm bringing awareness to. It's like diverting the traffic. If I stop the traffic,
so Black Lives. Go on, finish what you say, bro.
no, I'm just saying, if I stop a traffic, I'm going to give the traffic another direction for them to go. But if I don't have no direction, what am I stopping the traffic for?
Yeah, but so you're saying that to raise awareness, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that everyone and their mum knows about Black Lives Matter right now.
Yeah.
All the dogs and ants know about Black Lives Matter now. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So they've got mad awareness and so. Like, what's the next step for that they need to do to really implement the change that they want to see made?
They've got to document and put their policies of what their demands are. What is their demands? We've got to find some
put pressure on
demands.
Demands being met.
Because, like, for instance, if let's say, for instance, you're doing a march, you've got all the TV cameras. What are you going to say to them? Brutality, police brutality, or racism. But at that precise moment, it's just talk. Because the people that are going to make the change, they want ideas, they want something in paper, they want something solid for them to see while we're marching. But then you have to have the organizations that can able to push that weight. And as I said,
So,
no.
All right, Terry, if you was the head, yeah, if you was the head of Black Lives Matter, yeah, or you recognize that there's policies that you want changed, yeah, and whatever, yeah, what, how do you bring this forward now? You've marched, you've got awareness, Black Lives Matters on everyone's lips in it, yeah, the haters and the lovers. Like, so, what's the next step that Black Lives Matter takes to get the awareness or get their policy changed?
Black Lives Matter have already got their agenda. So in the facts of that people will go to their website, look, people are donating, people are doing all sorts. They got the traffic. Now it's for you to have, say for instance, you want to start from the core of it. You start talking about we need funding and structures and things for our schools. We need certain aspects of help in actual people that are actually doing the work. So that when it says, say for instance, we say let's use schools as as something. We fund the schools to able to get the education, to educating the kids for the kids to able to get in their qualifications. You know, so that the kids are creating that change in that they are ready for the world when they come out of school.
So what difference is it going to Terry School going to make than going to the local comprehensive or the local Catholic school that's doing well?
Some schools are doing well, but and then in some schools are not. But then if I look at most of the majority of all the kids on the lowest part of the division in forms of poor people, how many successful children are there? How many kids are on the street?
Yeah, but on the other side though, how many kids that didn't grow up in England, that come here as first generation, hardly speak English in primary school, and end up A star at the end of secondary school.
Yeah, and that comes through the immigration, innit? If they allow a lot of people to come in, and they're getting A star, and then what about the actual children that are born here? What are they receiving?
That's what I'm trying to say. So what's the difference between the children that are doing well in this education system and the children that's not? Why are the other children going off wayward and off route? What is it?
And that goes to the understanding of there must be something in society, there must be something in families. So then I look at the basis of families and how can I improve that family? As I said before, how can I make the poor class becoming a working class? What needs to be invested for that poor class to becoming that working class? What kind of institutions, what kind of things can I bring within the poor communities to develop the poor communities?
Obviously, I got to play the opposing side, innit? Yeah, because we're not getting no opposing voices. Yeah. So, okay, so how can it be the system? Yeah, if there's children that are going to school, yeah, doing what they're supposed to be doing, getting grades, and then ending up living a nice life where they're highly educated and able to be a functioning member of whatever society they decide to live in. Like, why are some children able to do that, yeah, and some children not? Like, it can't be just the actual school system. There's got to be something else in it. Because if there's kids that's able to flourish in the system, why is there kids that's not flourishing?
The reason why there is a dysfunctional situation with why the child is not exceeding, and this is where you have to look at certain children, what's happening within that school. Like, for instance, we had a child who was a very intelligent child, but he's a daydreamer, right? And he's in the classroom daydreaming, but he's listening. He knows what's going on in the classroom. He's very intelligent because as soon as you ask him questions, he can answer. But because the teacher doesn't understand that child, that the child is a daydreamer, she now feels that he's not paying attention. So now she feels that there's something wrong. So then we have to...
But the teacher's got like another 25 students that they have to look after in the class as well. So why did they have, like, it's like they're having to stretch extra personalities.
But that's the responsibility of a teacher. A teacher, regardless of how many they have, the responsibility of the teacher is to make sure that every child is on point. But because there is neglect, of course, if the teacher can't handle it, then the teacher shouldn't be in the job in the first place.
But what about the child that have no responsibility to be following any of the lessons that they're being taught, or to be listening to what they're actually being the information they're being given, which is ultimately only to help them. Because the teacher's already getting paid, isn't it?
The ones that need extra help, then that's where you bring in extra tuition. There is, as I said, there's some people that are faster than others. Some are quick learners, some are slow learners. It's understanding what. But what
about a child that doesn't need extra tuition? I'm talking about I'm not talking about a child that needs extra tuition, yeah, or that's not
okay. The child that
the rest of the class. Yeah. It's just a child that's just basically just I don't know, man. They're just not following along with the rest of the class, innit? They can do the work, but they're not doing.
They've been disrupted by something. What is disrupting them? Is it from
Yeah, that's
home?
what I would ask.
Yeah. Is it from home? Is it the classroom? Is it because they want to play with other kids? It's what you've got to go to the grassroots of it. When you go to the grassroots and you understand it, then you have to find some form of solution to helping it out. We dismiss a lot. We sweep a lot of things underneath the carpet.
So one sec, yeah. Hey Tash, you gotta make sure that your mic and your camera's connected, else it won't connect your device. It's doing the same thing when Afghan keeps trying to jump on, man. His mic or his camera's not connected, and it won't let me jump on. So you have to have your what's it called, man? So what about the So it's not again like I was trying to see if it's just the school system or if it's like a wider issue than just the school system, isn't it?
That's why I said we have to go to the grassroots, and the grassroots are the ones that are having the issues on the lower board. How can we create people that are under in the poor section becoming a working class? What have we got to invest to making them a working class? What is it that is creating situations at home? We have to invest with families, full stop. If we're investing in families, then we're going to see a progress. If we're always looking at the people on the top, then the people at the bottom are always going to be poor, and that gap is always going to be big.
Oh man, my phone's gone low.
Huh?
1 sec, yeah, I'm just gonna put it back on loudspeaker. Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Uh-huh. So
yeah, no, yeah, go on.
Yeah. So as I said, is we first got to look at how can we help the families, because right now there's broken families, there's families that are under pressure, there's many situations of families. How can we advance these families to creating that progress? Because before, when we had poor, working class, and rich, do you get what I'm saying? The middle class, all the middle class is disappearing. It's going to be to a situation where you only have poor people and rich people, and if that gap keeps on getting bigger and bigger, what is going to be left for the people that are on the bottom of the chain? Because
but it seems like it's a lot of pressure on the state to fix families. Is it purely the states that need to fix families? What is it that why is some people's lives under so much pressure and some other children's lives don't seem like that? What about the children? There's two sets in it, yeah? So both children are under pressure, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But one of them's able to carry on doing their work, yeah, and the other one's just distracted and not doing no work. I'm distracted. What's the difference between these two children?
Some of them children are bored.
Can I come in here? Big up, I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah, big up, bless up T. I want to say as well, like Veli, you've also got to remember you might have two siblings, two children in your home. Every child is different, Veli. So what you can't do is look at one and say, well, one child is progressing, the other one isn't. Not every child learns the same. Some children are very creative, some are more academic, some like sitting down and reading and doing literature and mathematics. Some are more artistic, they're more creative, they like to draw and use their imagination. So what we can't do is look at a household and compare one child with another. Every child's individual, every child's different. None of my girls are the same, not one of them. They're all completely different. So that will be a hard thing to do and look at and say, well, they're coming from this household, but this one's doing okay, so this one's fine. but the other one's not, because everyone has a different way of learning, a different way of understanding, a different way. Terry, you know my kids, isn't it? Obviously, and you see that they're different. My younger one does not like anything to do with education, period. She just hates it. It's not for her. And I understand that, but I know that in this country, you have no choice but to attend some form of education. And I know the only way for me to get her to do any form of work, anything to get her remotely, I have to make it a creative, like make it into a thing where it's more of a play thing in order for her to even show the remote part of interest. Well, the other ones, they'll just get on with it. Sit down, read whatever they got to do, and they'll zoom past it in seconds. The younger one, that one there struggles. And that's another. Go on, T.
I'm just going to add to that. That's why in forms of teaching in schools, is understanding what is their creative, whether it's reading, writing, drawing, and work upon that, than to per se put in something that they don't like to do, which now can hinder them later on in life.
And that's so true. That is so true. And I think we missed that as well. When Terry's saying that we've got to look at the underlying problem, maybe the underlying problem is just the child just does not sit well with what we call standards of education that we have right now. That child just can't progress and flow well in it because it just can't relate. It's not a setting they can be in. And one thing we also got to also look into is when it comes to like these institutions, these schools and stuff, there's a set timetable, a set way of learning, and the teachers got to deal with these overcrowded classrooms. We understand the teachers are under pressure. We understand that the classroom sizes have grown. But what we've also got to sit down as parents and look at is schooling right now is big business. Academics and all these academies and all this stuff they're opening now, that's a business. It's no longer about schooling and education. It's about money. So what they do is when they have these children that they can't cope with, or they don't want to sit down and understand what the learning and how they learn and stuff, they just quickly throw a label on them, ADHD, or they'll throw they have this or they have that. Now by doing that, now that school gets money for that child. They get extra help, they get extra resources. It's just become a business to have a difficult child. They rather have all children in the class labeled under one category or another, just so it gives them better income. And we can't also compare back in the day schooling to now. Back in the day, we would have had that excuse and said, well, teachers are under a lot of pressure because it's one teacher and there's 25 to 30 kids in the class. That don't wash anymore, because nowadays you've got like 3-4 teachers in each class. You've got an actual teacher, then you've got a teaching assistant, then you've got a mentor. You would have all a young person that's coming for training and helping out in the class. They've got so much more resources now, and the reason why they can have that now, Vel, is because they're so busy throwing all these kids under all these labels that they're getting all this money for it. Like, we've got to not ignore the fact that schooling right now in the UK, especially here in the UK, it's business. It ain't about education, it's business. So let's bring that to the front line as well.
Because like, even when I was speaking to they put me on the young kids in Jamaica, and if you saw how intelligent these kids are, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, listen, I don't even want to go to school in the yard yet. I would get licked every day.
But the academia is high.
And that's why they can speak better English than us. They can write better than us. They can understand geography and all these things better than us, because they have proper teaching. Whereas now we've just got a business going on in our schools, and it's all about just getting a grade, getting them through it, and getting as much money into and resources as they can from each child to benefit that school. You know how much fundraiser days that they have in schools nowadays? Every other day is a new day, this day, that day. It's a money maker, and people need to actually look and see what's going on. It really is. My girls come home
from school. The funny thing is, this is why when you get foreign kids coming in, right, and getting pure A pluses and all that stuff, because it's kind of nothing to them.
Yeah, but it's what I'm trying to say, fam. How does that work out? How can someone come from somewhere else, hardly speak the language, and get pure A stars, where someone only speaks this language and goes to the same school, gets the same education, lives on the same road as that youth, and gets E. How does that work?
Because of the method of teaching.
Not even that. I can tell you how. Like, Tavelli, you're looking at it just like the normal schools, like the normal primary and whatever. You're forgetting a lot of these immigrants have outside schooling. Let's be very clear. They have their own special schools as well. And this is why I have to big up the Muslims more time, because they have their Islamic schools. You've got the Jews that got their own separate schools as well. So they might go to a normal school, but don't get it twisted. After school, they got a next school. On the weekends, they got a next school. Show us where ours is. We're lucky. We're struggling right now to keep the one. You know what school I'm going to say, Terry, yeah? To keep that one school going. Look how we're struggling to raise funds going to. Let's be honest.
So how is that? Who's that down to then? How does that work out to be in like
community? It's our
does that work out to?
Even with the school, even with them schools like that are trying to give them the extra curriculum, there's not many people sending their children there. And then everyone's expecting certain things when we should be helping or providing these schools to able to thrive, to helping the kids. Like even let's just talk about the Saturday schools, the extra curriculum that they can do in the Saturday schools. Who's invested in them? Nobody.
Yeah, but it seems like that a lot of parents are relying on the schools to do the parents' work rather than than the school. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
we throw our kids in there. We throw our kids in. We throw our kids expecting the teacher.
So, if you're not, but different, all right. So there's. I don't want to talk about anyone's youth in it, but then there's kids that go to one school, and then there's kids that go to another school, The kids that go to one school, this is two primary schools, in it, So the kids that go to the one primary, these two primary schools are across the road from each other, sort of thing, So the kids that go to one primary school, they don't get no homework, they don't have to wear a school uniform. And they don't, you know what I'm saying, so they don't get no reading book that they have to bring home or nothing like that, And the kids that go to the other school, they get homework, they get like homework twice a week, and they get reading that they have to do every day, and the parents have to write in their book as well. So like if the parents whose child is going to that first school is not doing any extra reading with their children or whatever, then they're only literally getting the education that the school's giving them.
And this is why and you see I'm going quite.
That's what I'm trying to say. That. So whose responsibility is it then from that stage there? So the other kids have to do the homework because it's provided to them by the school. So they have to do it anyway. And then there's other kids that are not getting no homework So is that the school's responsibility for not giving them the homework, or is it the parents' responsibility to getting their children to the
but then
to the next level?
You got to look at the results.
Yeah.
If the students are not thriving, then of course that school is not doing what it's supposed to do. But at the same time, the responsibility is with the parent and the school, but you don't rely on the school. If you want your child to excel, you got to find out what your child likes doing, what kind of creativity that child has. And as a parent, if you want your child to thrive, you might have to give your child, if your child likes maths, you get your child extra maths. You do it from home.
Facts, T, and I'll back you up on that and say this. We can look at the schools and we can say, okay, well, this school's not really benefiting my child, but what are you doing about it? Are you still keeping your child in that school? Are you looking for another alternative school or homeschooling? Like right now we're on lockdown and I have to keep coming off the mic and going mute for periods of time because I've got these girls doing their homeschooling. Every so often I have to go and check and make sure that they're doing it, make sure they're doing it correctly, make sure they're submitting it, and in order to keep up with their education. on top of the work that they're given, I also go and look for my own site. So there's a site called Twinkle. For anyone that needs a site that gives proper educational work that you can download or you can do online, there's a site called Twinkle, and it's government approved. You can do things like that. There's so many resources out there, but it's up to us to go and access them and implement them into our own homes. Because if we rely on the state and teachers and the government to do, our children are going to be dumbed the hell down. So I blame us. It's our responsibility as parents to parent our children. Like, we can't be waiting for everyone else to parent our kids.
She just supported school vouchers right there.
What?
What school vouchers?
School vouchers are where in the U.S. it's like a big divide between conservatives and Democrats or liberals. School vouchers are where if a parent doesn't feel like the school system that their child is going to is can y'all hear me? I turned my mic down on my interface.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. But if they don't feel like the school system that is doing well for their child, they're allowed to apply for a voucher to take responsibility to make sure that their child shows up to a different school.
Well, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but I'm in the UK. We don't have nothing called school vouchers.
But the point that you just made was that you shouldn't rely on the system.
You see where, I think you missed the gap from what you see when you jumped on, because it's like there's a 10-second or something delay from when you're on the live stream, innit? But Lady D was talking about saying there's different options in it, like you can homeschool, because she does homeschooling with her own children. So she was talking about the options of homeschooling and getting the correct sites, like the government approved sites, so you can give like proper education to your child to be able to fend for themselves as an adult when they're an adult.
And I get that too, but I'm pretty sure she was saying that you can't rely on the system that you're in, right? Like if that.
Let me just clear it up. So my point I actually made was, yes, we can, you can send your children to school and whatever the case may be, but the sole option and how they're parenting, how they're educating, going through can't be just relied on the government, the system, and teachers. You as a parent who gave birth to this child and brought into this world has the most onus on you to make sure your child is receiving right and correct education. Therefore, if you feel your children are struggling, they're not progressing, their education's not thriving, then it's up to you as a parent to make sure that it does thrive, that they do thrive. So what are you going to do? Sit down there and wait for somebody else to school them? And then hope and wing it and hopefully they'll get through life okay? Or are you going to ensure as a parent that your child's going to thrive by any means necessary?
Well, I would also say at some point you'd have to admit that the stuff that you're teaching them, you probably don't always understand, right? Like if you're like a lot of people don't understand, don't remember stuff that they learned in high school. I would love to see if you could look at a biology book, and this isn't directed at you, this is myself included, and just instantly remember RNA and all the facts about biology and trying. What I'm getting at is, yes, it is good to homeschool to a certain extent, but there's always going to be levels of progression. And that's why people have gone to college and now they get paid to direct and teach in certain fields. Now,
I see there's a slight miscommunication. I've just kind of clocked onto it. In forms of when we're talking about extra tuition. So if someone is not thriving within the school, they're still going to this school, but I'm giving them the extra tuition in the fact that if I don't understand biology, I may get a teacher that does.
Maybe you might have to sacrifice, do an extra job to get extra income, to have a home tutor come in and give your children extra. There has to be some onus on the parents. Maybe you might have to get them to go to a Saturday school.
I completely agree.
There we go. That's my point.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that I understand what was, like Valley said, maybe the 10-second delay threw me off or something.
Yeah. So that's what, when you go to like places like in the Caribbean or Africa or any other kind of places, you'll find that they have extra tuition. When you go, even if you go to Jamaica, you go to Nigeria, you'll find the fact that when a child is not doing well in the school, they will get a teacher to put in that place to give them extra tuition after school.
Well, I know that my wife said in China, and the Mexican people that I've worked with before, they said the same in Mexico. And I think Valley says the same in Jamaica, that you have to pay for your child in public school. Like, and if you don't pay every month, then you don't get, your child doesn't get to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's in China. That's this, and the one of the Mexican guys I was working with one time said that that's what he was doing. He was sending money to Mexico for his brother, his youngest brother, to just go through grade school.
Yeah, and that's understandable, but and then that is a society where, as I said, they don't have that privilege, where the school, where the government is helping the children, that the parent has to take full custody of their child. You know, but when you're in a place where the government is actually funding, and if the child is still not thriving, then you have to get that extra penny to put in towards your children's tuition.
And I would say the big difference here is, like, we're talking about parenting, and even with the homeschooling, you can compare that to private schooling. If parents are paying $10,000 a semester for let's say a private school, I guarantee you they're going to care about the grades more than some public school parent that could look at it kind of like a 8 hours of free childcare so that they can go to work. You know what I'm saying?
It's a dominoes effect, because I know that if I'm putting my child in a private school and I've got to pay for that tuition, and I see that my child is not doing well, then I'm going to have to work even 10 times better and 10 times harder just to get my child through that educational system, because that child from 0 to 21 is my responsibility.
That's right.
And it would even go with reflections of my ancestors' point of the homeschooling. If you're spending time and money homeschooling, because homeschooling isn't necessarily cheap, you know what I mean? You have to buy the books, you have to spend the time yourself, you have to keep up with the government mandates. At least in America, there's government mandates on homeschooling and such. But so this isn't cheap, and it's time consuming. So with those two factors, the private school and homeschooling, that's probably why it tends to be a little bit better, if not way better, is because it's not like an 8-hour daycare system for parents to go to work, and then when they get off, they're tired and they expect their children just to have a few pages of work that they have to do, and then they'll see what the report cards say in 6 weeks.
But see, I'm going through that kind of right now.
You know,
my daughter right now is doing her A levels,
yes.
and what she's doing right now is I'm not gonna lie, it is so hard, because I don't know nothing about criminology, not a thing. So basically, I'm learning with her, but we're going through it. But it's my onus and it's my responsibility while this lockdown is in place that I have to make sure that she gets through and somehow makes these A levels. So who am I going to blame then? It's my responsibility, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Go on, Veli.
Sorry, I was going to say, yeah, that my daughter, yeah, like, she's good at school. My sons are good in school, innit, yeah, but they're only in primary school, innit? So, but my daughter's in like secondary school, innit, guys. But she's doing well in school already. But she's got a tutor as well, even though she's doing well. So it's like, yeah. So like, even if the child's doing well, it's still good to like get a little bit of extra truth, because obviously, like you're saying, she's learning about stuff that I learned about ages ago. Would have forgot 90% of the stuff that she's learning now. So it's more to say, try and help her be sort of above just the average level, innit? Like, so she can excel to the next level.
And to Mr. Riggs' point about the middle class not having like a middle working class, well, it's almost impossible in Western societies now to have a working middle class because all the jobs are being shipped off to other countries for cheaper labor. That or the people who are coming to this country or to whatever country, to the West in general, are taking jobs at a lower rate than what the people who have grown in the country know what the job cost. You know what I'm saying? I think Valley is a plumber, right? And so somebody from another country comes and Valley's worked as a plumber for X amount of time. He knows what the rates are supposed to be and what it takes to run the business and to pay insurance and all this. But then you have somebody who just comes from another country who's done plumbing in their country, and they're like, well, hell, I know how much I want for the job. I don't care how much. I don't care about insurance. I don't care about company pays or taxes. I just want the job. You know,
Yeah.
so they undercut people.
Yeah, but I and that's what I get that, and that's what I'm trying to say. If we're looking for a solution and the government wants to create a solution, then it's something that they have to look into to able to solve in that situation. Because, as I said, because these organizations want people to do cheap labor, it's creating that gap. But if you want to solve that situation, the government can turn around and deal with it in its appropriate way and to keep the jobs in the situation. But because, as I said, it's that they are not willing to work in to create in to help in that solution, the gap will always get bigger and bigger.
Well, the thing is, you have two ideologies, pretty much, right? You have one that says that the way to fix the problem is to essentially not allow new people in to the countries and to make it where companies have incentives or they have they're penalized for shipping jobs off to other countries. And then you have the other side of the spectrum, which is it's always better to take in more people because they believe that the more people you have, the more potential growth there can be, but they're not taking into account that you have to start businesses, right? Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And so and those are the two conflicting. And most people, I would say, are in the middle because they don't really understand both sides of the argument. But most people want to have
I was just
compassion.
about to say that still.
Yeah, most people want to have compassion, which means they want to allow people in so that they can have a better life. But they also want to secure their jobs and they want their economy to be good so that they can grow their children up with a security. You get what I mean? So without proper like me, I'm more of a conservative person. I say build up your country. Every country around the world should build up their own country and worry about their own people. And then when they have a security net for their own people, then they can start showing compassion to the other side. You know what I mean? That's how I am. I mean, I'm not saying it's right, but I do think that you have to worry about your own people inside your own borders, and then you can start showing compassion. You can't just keep getting into debt and debt and debt and causing more and more job loss, and poverty amongst people because you're allowing more people in to flood the markets of labor.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it's controlled by a small square. I don't know if you've got a small square mile that controls the whole of America, sort of like the way that the UK has got like a square mile. Basically, the city of London controls the whole of the UK. You know what I mean? So all industries are subject to the city of London. You get me? If they don't say if what if they don't say yes, then your thing is not a go ahead.
It doesn't
So
matter, and it doesn't matter how highly educated somebody is if there's no jobs for them. You know what I mean? If somebody spends their whole life becoming a doctor, but if there's not a place that can fund your research, or if there's not people there that can pay your bill, then what the fuck did you just go to college for? You know what I'm saying?
but listen, yeah. So yeah, I gotta jump off, yeah. But big up everyone on the panel, big up Waso. Hey Waso, tell me what, yeah. Let me chat to you on a private call, yeah. and then we can sort out that YouTube thing for you still, but differently. But big up everyone else on the panel.
How do we do that?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Have you got
Uh,
Hangouts? Why so?
yeah, I'll get at you on Hangouts. Try to jump on Hangouts. I'll put a link to my Hangouts group in the chat, yeah, and then just join the Hangouts group.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just quick touch on what Wiso was saying. I understand the point that he's making. I get that I am the thing, because we have that same problem here in the UK, where we have many university students, many graduates and stuff that have all these big bachelors and all of that, but there's simply no jobs for them to get there. So what happens is they ended up going into debt, doing all this education. They've done all these student loans and all these these loans that they've applied for, and then to come out of it at the end and they just still have no jobs, so they end up still working in supermarkets. They still end up doing these local kind of jobs because the job's just not there, the money's not there. So I do understand the point you're making, but isn't it not also a good thing though that they have these degrees just
I mean,
sitting?
yeah, it's good, but the debt that comes along with it isn't as good as the job that they're getting. And Harmony Beat says, why so religious, says he is a conservative. Conservative against immigration equals right-wing politics. I'm for legal immigration. Okay. I don't believe that people should be able to just travel the world, and go wherever they want to and say, hey, this is where I live now. And then, like, here's the thing. A country is allowed to know who enters it. That's the premise of safety right there. Okay. Just like if somebody, break it down just to your home, right? Somebody enters your home, you have a right to know who they are. People just can't be coming into your residence and saying, oh, well, here I am. I'm going to just live here now. No, you have a right to know who they are. That's the reason the biggest problem, in my opinion, with the immigration is when people come to a country and they don't declare themselves. Okay. You see, my wife's from China. Okay. And she did come here illegally. But what they do in China, though, the Chinese people, when they come to America illegally, they go to the border and get caught on purpose. That way that they can go through the court systems and that they're guaranteed to stay for an X amount of time. Okay. That's not what other ethnicities or whatever they do. People from different countries, they come in and they try to sneak at places where they don't get caught, and they try to stay here for as long as possible before they get caught. There's a
Then do we not
huge
look at
difference.
the reason why that is happening, why that's a whole problem and an issue when it comes to the West, like people trying to smuggle themselves in? Like, are we going to totally ignore the fact that, obviously opportunities are better for them, whether it's the UK or Americas, and they're suffering in their homelands, they're war torn, they're getting bombed, they've got, famine, it could be anything going on back wherever they come from, bombs and stuff being just shuttled down onto the people, and they're running from safety, they're fear of their life, they have no money, they're living from, they don't know if they're going to have a pot to piss in, much less a window to throw it out of. So this is why they go to such lengths to escape where they're coming from.
But that doesn't, just because they feel this doesn't mean that they have the right to negate the country's laws and the rights of the people who live there. You don't.
Yeah,
They shouldn't have there shouldn't be an activism for saying, okay, break our laws as long as you come into the country. No, it should be come legally. That way that we know who is here. If they have a criminal past at some other place, maybe, that's very important, right? Somebody fleeing another country because they did something illegal there. Shouldn't that be known? That's just an example.
no,
But the main point,
you get it. I just think, like, because I've not lived that life, I don't know that kind of poverty. When I try to put myself in that person or those people's footsteps, I can understand the logics of why they go through such. They even put their lives at risk trying to get, into. Well, I don't know about Americas, to be honest, but I know into Europe, a lot of them put their lives at risk, crossing from country to country, seas, lorries, all kinds of stuff, trafficking, sex, all kinds of things, in order just for them to look for a better.
So here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
A huge part of that would be eliminated if people would stop trying to enter illegally, though, right? If you eliminate the illegal processes and made it where it was legal processes that were pretty much being followed, then the criminality would drop immensely.
I don't know. Oh, hold on. I think 1 second. Why so religious? Veli, if you're listening still, I think Scattered's in the back. So if you can let him on, and if anyone wants to jump on, quickly jump on before Veli lets people on again. Just go into the back for now. I'll keep trying to holler at him to let you lot on. Yeah, go on. Why so religious? Sorry, I just wanted to let Veli know.
Well, the big thing is if you cut off the illegal aspect of entering a country and making it where it's easier to stay, or you make it where it's harder to deport people, and then all that's going to happen is more people are going to be flooded towards doing it illegally as opposed to legally. And on this illegal side, it is a lot of travel, right? It's a lot of chances of going through unstable countries and possibly becoming one of these incidents where of rape, murder, robbery, all these things, because you're doing it in a more dangerous manner than doing it legally.
I know, it's just a hard one. This is so hard because we're not going to sit down here though and play like us where we are comfortably sitting right now. I've not seen the videos of, children's brains being blown out. And, when you look at things like what's happening in Syria and stuff like that, like we're not going to pretend that this stuff is not reality and this is what they're fleeing from. So it's kind of
not all of them are though.
That's true. And that's the problem. Not all of them are. So what I'm thinking.
Okay, here's a question, reflection. I'm sorry to cut you off, but here's a question. I asked this to the one of the Mexican guys I worked with before, and I said, okay, so if all of these people are wanting to come to America to have a better life, who's going to make a better life inside of Mexico? And mind you, I'm speaking Spanish to him, so I'm trying to get my point across. But what I'm saying is all the kids who want to grow up to be police officers in Mexico, want to grow up to be military or doctors and lawyers, if they're all coming to America, who's going to be doing those positions that better the country?
Well, how do you not know? All right, let's look at it another way. So how do we not know those very same people, those very same kids that are coming into, the Americas to make a better life? How do we not know they're not trying to get the education they need, get their money up to go back to their homeland and benefit? Like, how do we just assume they're just in America to stay and they want to be there all their lives? They're not going to go back and benefit their own homelands.
Wait, so they do that though, but they do that. They send money back all the time. And you may think that this is some type of racist comment, but it's true. A lot of people from foreign lands that come here illegally live in houses, 2-room apartments with 4 or 5 people. And then that way their rent is only $100 a month or so. And then they ship all their money back.
Yeah, I don't know.
That is 100%.
I give him mine. Scattered, are you there?
Yo, big up, sister. How you doing, man?
Mr. Scattered.
Yo, big up, Mr. X. You checking out, yeah, later, man? Yeah, you checking out now.
I know it is. I just because I've given my opinion. I just think that we can't label every single illegal immigrant under the same banner. Like some of them, not even.
I don't feel I did that.
No, I don't think you did, but I'm saying I don't think we, as like just looking at it from a comfortable seat where we're sitting, if we started looking at every single one of them, why they go through the lengths they go through in order to get out of their homes and put ourselves in their positions, would we not do the same? Like, would you not do that same thing?
The interesting thing is, lady, Dean, that listening, and really what made me jump in there was actually like the sort of thing about illegal immigrants and sort of how the Chinese kind of go and get themselves caught, kind of do the honorable thing. And I was like, fair enough, that kind of is the honorable thing. And I wondered to myself, do you think white Americans would do the honorable thing now and kind of get themselves caught by the Native Americans?
That is a ridiculous concept, bro.
Now that's actually quite good.
No, it's actually stupid.
Oh, God.
Firstly, the Native Americans never had a country, bro. And so there was no concept of a country. What? So how would we come in and declare ourselves for a country that didn't exist?
According to whose definitions?
Dude, it's a fact that they didn't have countries, boy. That's Iroquois people.
The Iroquois League.
Iroquois people, the Sox people.
The Iroquois League was not a federation, almost a federation of several different tribes of groups of Native Americans who claimed or lived across the land of Native America, no?
And they had no concept of ownership of land, did they?
So your basis on this is the fact that they did not claim to own the land. So that means the white people were able to take it from them.
No, I never claimed that.
So what is the claim? I don't understand what your point is.
They did not have a concept of a land, of a nation. Okay, they did not have concepts of ownership of land. They had communal concepts. Okay, that's what their whole concepts were. That's the reason they lived in longhouses. A lot of them, some of them, some tribes lived in longhouses where whole families and communities would live together.
So basically, because European rules on how things are done were different to how theirs were, it was a free for all, and the Europeans were allowed to take the land.
I love how you're acting like throughout history and across the world that this isn't the way that it was done.
No, I hate you.
How was Mali founded, bro? If you want to try to make this about Europeans, how was Mali founded?
But why is it religious? That's what we call whataboutism, you know. When we talk about
no. What I'm doing is trying to tell. What you're trying to do is make this about a Western. By Western, I guess you probably mean white issue. So what I'm doing is I'm making a historical context, which is how were all nations formed, and what were the ways that they were formed, and by what destination.
Yeah, no, but sure, but that's not the conversation I was having, right? I'm not talking about how nations are formed right now. I'm just talking about immigration, particularly, and the idea of quote unquote illegal immigrants, right? So Europeans came, they didn't really respect the Native American laws. The Native American laws had no concept of ownership as according to the Europeans at the time, and so therefore it was fair for the Europeans to take that land and expel the Native Americans in the way that they did, right? And actually go to war with them. I wonder what the wars was about if they weren't about territory. But anyway, we'll put that to the side. Native Americans have no idea about the claim of territory. So that makes it okay for the Europeans. So my question would be, if a Chinese person, right, does not respect the American ideas about ownership of property, and they feel like property belongs to all people and all human beings, shouldn't they have a right then to immigrate into America in the modern day, since the Europeans had that right into the Native Americans' land in the past?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to do this call with Valley.
Okay, no worries.
He's gonna think about that one. But I
don't see the comparison of what you're talking about firstly, and then we can talk about it. It's not something to think about because it wasn't a country, bro. There was no name of the Americas of these countries. Now, the closest one that you could think of would be in South America, where they had empires, right? The Incas, the Mayas, and things like that. But you cannot compare a bunch of tribes that interconnectedly spoke similar languages, did not have the same languages exactly, but they had pretty much like different dialects and stuff like that. And then you can't compare them. Okay, he just got off.
You dropped out.
So I'm trying to call. I'm sorry, I was trying to call Valley because he.
Hold on, but why so religious? I think you're straw manning because this is what you're doing. So you're saying because of the land, there was
Belly. I'm letting you back in.
And Nanifa, jump on as well, sis. Jump on. I see you in the chat. But what you're doing is that you're talking about illegal immigrants today and blah blah blah. But you're forgetting that the European invaders were also illegal immigrants, and they came in and illegally took land and illegally claimed everything. So therefore, if we're going to put illegal immigrants, we have to put it across the board.
Illegal.
I could be considered an illegal immigrant. I was taken by force. That wasn't legal.
No.
So
the point that I was making, there was no nation, right? Just like, and then he wants to try to talk about European, kind of like what you're doing, which is Europeans coming over and conquering. Well, let's look at across the world. How was Mali founded? Mansa Musa's father, right? How did he find it? He went and conquered the people, the tribes around him, and then unified them into what he would become, what would become a nation. right? So this is actually what has been done historically. And now what we're trying to do is to, in my opinion, a lot of people are trying to say, well, it was done in the past, so right now it doesn't count anymore, and we need to figure out a new way for the new system, right? But then they don't want to look at historically how in their historical and ancestral places they did the same thing, because
No,
nobody.
we can do that, but I was just saying that we start at one point. Like if we, like, I'm definitely, because like you just spoke about Mali. Mali is one of my favorite empires. We could always discuss that. We could talk about the history of Africa ad nauseum with me. Believe me, I have no issue discussing the history of Africa and all the things, the brutality, the violence, the war that took place in Africa. We could do that all time, at all times. But what I don't like is when Europeans are getting, you know, some pressure onto their thing. The first thing they want to do is say, "Oh, those people are evil. Those people are evil." Yo, chill. We're just talking about you guys. It's not a whataboutism thing, right? So let's just focus on Iroquois, because this is what Europeans try and do, right? However, just a cursory glance at the most basic of, and I know it's perhaps the worst encyclopedia there is, but it's the most basic of encyclopedias. I'll use Britannica next, but right now we're using Wikipedia. And for Wikipedia, the first thing they say about the Iroquois is that the Iroquois are a nation, or made up of 5 nations comprising of the Mohawk, the Onondaga, the Oneida, the Cayuga, and the Seneca.
Let's figure out what nation is, right?
Yeah. We can figure out what nation is. Believe me, right? We could go into all that. But what I'm trying to say is you basically said, right? Let's stop this.
Yeah, no. So let's start at the fundamentals. What is a nation? What is a nation, bro?
Let me finish. Yes, please. Right. So you said right at the top of the conversation that they had no nation, they had no concept of nationhood, and now we've gone directly into it, and we said actually they do have a concept of nation. Perhaps what you're talking about is country and nation and state. These things are different. And they're different. Why? Because Europeans have defined them differently. We have not asked the Iroquois, how did they define their nations? How did they define their countries? How did they define their states? We have not even given the Iroquois the benefit.
You realize the Iroquois nation was named so by white historians, right?
Exactly. This is the
so
whole.
Now point. You're complaining. No, you're complaining. You're complaining.
We have not even given them the benefit to be able to define their own thing, right?
You're complaining. You're complaining that white people, that Western nations have come up with the definitions of this country, nation, and such. And then but then at the same time, you're using Iroquois nation, which they definitely did not call themselves that.
Yeah, of course. But that's the whole point that I'm making to you, right? That right now at the beginning, you said that they had no concept of nationhood. However, I'm putting to you, what is the concept that they had in their own words, in their own language, and not given to us by Europeans who have defined their reality for them?
We are talking the same thing here. My point is that you are complaining about Western definitions while still using Western definitions for a concept that these people didn't even label themselves. They had alliances amongst tribes. So there was alliances amongst these tribes that were wishy-washy at best. I mean, as soon as the Pilgrims came, the very first Thanksgiving was a celebration of the natives asking the Pilgrims to help them slaughter another tribe. And they did it. They helped them. That was the very first Thanksgiving.
Is that proof to you that these people had no concept of nation as we understand it today?
Wait. The proof is, was there a writing system? Was there a form of government? Was there a collection of, let's say, roads? Was there any form of gathering from all these people, a school system, a writing system? Was there plumbing? Was there aqueducts? Was there anything?
So basically,
was there anything?
Or Western standards for what we define by things as
no, this is not Western standards. You cannot say that they look, because let's look at the Inca. Let's look at the Inca. Scattered. Look at the Inca. The Inca had an empire, right? The Mayans had an empire. They had everything that I'm talking about, and they were from the Western Hemisphere. They had government, okay? They had, now, I don't think
Nice and religious.
The
The Iroquois
Peruvians didn't have a writing system. They had a
Grand
system.
Council, a Grand Council of 50 chiefs or sachems, as they have called them, represent each of one of the clans. That isn't a form of governance to you. That isn't a sign to you that these people had their own.
They did not have governance, dude.
Maybe not along the same linear idea of development that you
So
might.
I am comparing I'm comparing a nation state or a nation state to inside of their own hemisphere with the Inca, right? With the Mayans.
To what the people in Iroquois League or the Iroquois League was doing.
Other people had writing systems. They had historical tales. They had roads. They had irrigation. They had forms of trade with other people.
What you're talking about is the development of a civilization, right? What level of civilization is that? You're not talking about whether a civilization has a recognized or understanding of what then our nationhood is. You're talking about governance. These people had governance. They had a system of chiefs who gathered together annually, regularly, to make decisions across the entire league from all the different.
Okay, so 50 people with 50 different wants, gains, and political motivations. How far does that get you, bro?
Well, they managed to make it work for them before the Europeans came in, right? But the point is that they had it, right? Europeans then came in and decided this what they have is it doesn't meet up to our standards of what nationhood is. So therefore, it is a free for all. We can take land from wherever we want. We are not illegal immigrants. We are actually very legal immigrants, and we will define what is legal from here on out to the point where the descendants of some of these Native Americans here will try and come back across the border that we have drawn, and we will call them illegal immigrants and exclude them from this nation. Whilst us ourselves, this will not happen to us.
Wait, are you claiming that Native Americans are considered illegal immigrants in America?
No, I'm saying that Native Americans and Americans, especially in the California area, where you have where Mexicans, or the area formerly known as Mexico, Mexicans that they walk across the border nowadays in that area will be called illegal immigrants when those same people have claim to that area long before Europeans have got there. The point I was making.
1 second.
What's good, Lady D? Mr. Rick.
What's happening? We're just talking about the progress of how we're gonna how can we create change after a march?
Oh yeah, it just depends on what kind of change you're going for, I suppose, right? But yeah, change will come after a march, or can come after a march. Yeah, it just depends on the type of change. Community change already happens within a march anyway, right? Bringing people together, getting them to start working together. Things can come out of that just from the fact that people of similar interests, of similar sort of passions and so on will get together and make put some things together from the back of a protest. However, in terms of getting stuff off of your government or getting funding and things like that, it will take a bit more sustained, a bit more strategical planning, but that's doable too. It's all doable.
Yeah, I agree. I said that from the beginning, from last week. Yeah, I do believe that marches and protesters can work. We need to have determination, though. We can't just protest for one day and then say, "Oh, I give up now. I don't see no change the next day." Like, it doesn't work like that. Come on.
You gotta have clear demands for what you're protesting about. So everybody wants the same thing. Cause enough time people might be going to protest. You're all there, but you all want different things. That's key, man.
That's true, because if we're not all singing from the same hymn sheet, then it just becomes a bag of confusion and it just gets thrown to the side, because it's like, oh, these people don't even know what the hell they want. So what are they crying about? Do you know what I mean? Like, the concept that they will have. So we like, because I hear a lot of people crying about equality, and I'm over here saying I don't want no equality. I want respect. We're never gonna be equal. I want respect. Put some respect on us. We are human too. We're not 3/5 human. We are human. The original human at that. Let's be very clear. So I don't want no damn equality. I want respect. But then I know my brothers and sisters are out there singing they want equality. Like, we're not even singing from the same hymn sheet at this point. So I don't know.
In reality, historian Alan Greer writes, various American societies had highly developed systems of property ownership and use. Interesting. 90 for 99 says, fuck this colonizer. Big up. Sorry, I just had to read some of the comments just to see what people were saying about that conversation.
Nin's going in. Big up, Nin. I see you in the chat.
Yeah, big up Nin, boy. Big up Nin. Come with the Nin, jump on and drop them facts to them because it's interesting, man. It's interesting. Anyhow. Atticus now says it was a conquest, immigration. No, I hear that fully. I was being completely facetious because I find it's ironic when you hear like an American speaking talking about illegal immigrants and talking about doing it the right way, and you're just thinking, you know, since when did you guys develop morals like that and thinking about doing things the right way? Because there's probably some right things you could start doing immediately on the land of America to right some of the wrongs done by, you know, the pilgrims who arrived on those lands and brought with them black people who did not want to go and got rid of Native Americans who did not want to be gotten rid of. So,
and let's not even talk about Australia and the rest of the other countries. So come on now, let's get real with it.
Well, you know, but do you know what they always try to do, sis? They always try to hit you with that. Yeah, but you know, this is the way of the world. Everybody does it, and you're like, nah.
Who's everybody?
No,
though?
the point here, and I'm about to get off because my son woke up. But the point here is, you're not. I'm holding a standard that was even on the western side of the hemisphere, right, where they had governments, they had structures, they had roads, they had writing, except for like the Peruvians. I can't remember their empire, but they had a nodding system. They collected taxes, everything that you said is what a Western definition is of a nation. They had on the Western Hemisphere, but the North Americans did not have any of that. They had no structure. Okay, they had 50 people from different tribes who gathered every once in a while and started talking about issues. Dude, that's not the same thing, dude. It's not the same thing at all.
Well, yes, no, definitely. I could understand that, right? But for the Native Americans who sadly aren't even here right now to tell their story on this chat line, at least anyway, and there's very few of them that would be to tell their story. They might have thought very differently about the system they had. It's the same thing about when, you know, colonizers come to Africa and they said to Africans, you know, you guys are living in mud huts, you weren't making use of the land, blah blah blah. It's free for all. Like, you know, who are you to tell people on their land what to do? And I'm pretty sure if Chinese, Arabs, or whoever showed up in America today and said a similar sort of thing, saying by our standards and by our cultural definitions, you don't match up, so we're going to take your land, Americans would say that this was unjust and it was not right. The reality is, Native Americans had their own systems. Whether their systems matched up to the linear standard of progression of a civilization as defined by the West of how it should go, and whether he's trying to justify it by saying that Aztecs or the Mayans or whoever had it down in the South, that does not mean that the people up in the North had to go around making their society or their civilization in the same way. They could have set out their civilization however they wanted, and so chose to, and they should have had the right to do that without having to be wiped out, because the Europeans felt like that wasn't a proper situation or a nation, and we are now able to
I love how it's wiped out.
Create nationhood. So
you realize that most died from disease, right, in the Americas, before anybody had any concept of the traveling of diseases.
Smallpox brought by America, definitely. Yeah, we know all about it. It would not be the last time, to say the least, that biological warfare of that sort had been used. But yeah, definitely, the Native Americans. It said, Scad, read up how Muslims conquered and occurred throughout the world. It was not just the West, like you think. I've never said it was just the West. I've been speaking about the West at this particular time. If you want to jump on the panel and talk about something else, and you know, Wax So Religious has the opportunity at some, you know, later on to that we can move on the conversation and talk about the Mali Empire and West Africa and West African kingdoms at any time, and look at how African conquest took place and so on and so forth. But I think you will find there's marked difference between West African politics and history and that of the West in general, or Europe. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that
the point is that across the world, nothing ever changed. You know, throughout history, the way that places were founded was through conquest. That's just the way it is, bro. And then to try to do what we're doing now, which is say, oh well, we have to start giving back land. We have to start giving autonomy to all these places that never had autonomy before. You know, it's just like this concept of reparations, right? Everybody wants reparations. Not everybody, of course, but they're talking about reparations from Western countries. Nobody's talking about reparations from, you know, Africans giving reparations to Africans. Nobody's talking about that, dude. Nobody's talking when they want to talk about, like, you know, today's concept about Black Lives Matter and how to protest. What's the plans going forward? Nobody's talking about that Western countries are the safest countries for Black people. That even inside of Africa, okay, if you look at the murder rate by comparison, there's no comparison. Now, of course, Western countries are going to have their problems just like every other country, Eastern countries and such. It doesn't matter. Every place is not perfect. But the fact is, if you go by the statistics, the safest places for Black people is outside of Africa.
Did you hear that, ADD?
I heard the madness.
I just wanna go into it. Basically, we should be appreciative, right? That as Black people, the places that we are safest is outside of our homeland, our motherland, within the West. And even though those places are where we are the safest, right? We can still be customarily killed by the police at any single time given of the day. We can still be abused and have our rights revoked, and we are still at the bottom of the pile of society. We should be appreciative.
You think Africans have better rights than you? You think Africans get treated better inside of Africa than you do?
When you were talking, I didn't interrupt you. Why are you so rude? Thank you. Jeez. So basically, we should be appreciative of all of those things. And I'm just like, wow, I'm astounded. And actually, not only should we be appreciative, we shouldn't even have the audacity to think that we have the rights as citizens of this nation to be able to critique this nation. We shouldn't even have the right to do that. That is a type of attitude.
Nobody said that. What are you talking about? Why are you trying to say that I didn't say you could critique?
Why are you even bringing up where Africans are the safest?
There you go. Look at you just adding on to stuff because you know what? Scattered minds. Is it true what I said? Is it true that Black people in Western countries are safer than Black people in African countries?
Why is that? Why so religious?
Probably because Africa still has a huge thing on tribalism.
It has nothing to do with colonization of Africa, no?
Hey, there we go. We got right to it there, huh? It has nothing to do with Black people inside of Africa. It's nothing their fault. They haven't been enslaving Black Africans for millennia. But as soon as the colonizers come, that's it, bro. You just skipped over 1,400 years of Islamic slavery and shipping Africans through the Indian slave trade, the Indian Ocean slave trade. Congratulations, you just skipped over 1,400 years of history and just went to colonization.
Why so religious?
I mean, why so religious?
You just want to talk about Islam, which we're not doing. What we're talking about now is Europeans and Blacks right now. Yeah. So what we're going to do is stick to that. We're not. There's no one mentioned Islam until you did. So let's not.
No, that was the point. The point was he just skipped over Africans enslaving Africans for millennia.
Let me finish my point. My point is this: you have the nerve to sit on this panel right now as a white man and dictate to us how we should feel, how we should be appreciative, and how we should be claiming reparations from Africa. Well, okay, well, as soon as though you think that you can speak for us and tell us what to do, go ahead, tell us what should we be claiming for now. Go on, let us know, please. Have the floor. Let us know everything you think we need to be doing, and you're our mouthpiece and you give us instructions. Let us know. We're all listening. All the Blacks are listening. Go on.
I think all people should take responsibility for their own actions and move forward with their lives. To me, this isn't about race. This is about people taking responsibility and living in the time frame that we are in. Okay?
The audacity and the nerve of these people, I just don't understand it. I really don't understand it. Scattered, help.
It's just strange how it always comes back to colonizing. Like even in modern day, you can't even just say, Scatters, that any African problems have to do with Africa. It's always about outside forces, bro.
You want to skip straight over colonization and go even further into history than me, but then you want to talk about me always going into history. The irony, the arrogance, it's astounding. It's honestly astounding. And the reality that we can't even have a linear conversation that follows a line, right? Because before we even get to Islamic colonization of Africa, we have to talk about the European one, right? If we're going to go backwards on our timeline. But we don't. It's almost like we have to skip over that part. It's like, no, don't worry about what the Europeans did. What about what the Arabs did? What about what Africans done to each other? Why can't we ever just talk about what the Europeans did? Why do the Europeans find it so hard just to talk about what the Europeans did?
Because all you're doing is blaming you're blaming the whole continent. You're blaming the whole continent's current problems for problems that occurred over almost 100 years ago, right? Right now, the last colonizations lasted about 100 years ago. You're blaming, dude. It's all you're doing is trying to shift blame.
Why so religious? I asked you, does colonization have nothing to do with it?
I never said it has nothing to do with it. Of course, dude. Of course, conquering lands and taking lands from people has everything to do with everything in their history, bro.
Was jump back to Islamic slavery, African slavery, all of this. You couldn't just answer the simple question, because the simple answer was yes, it did have something to do with it. There's many things that has to do with it.
Here's the thing, dude. You couldn't answer a simple question.
Across the board, you couldn't just say that. No, you had to deny European involvement and go straight to Islamic involvement.
That's not what happened.
There is what happened.
No, it's not. Why are you communicating? Why are you communicating?
Can I hear Scattered for 1 second? Sorry, why so religious? Go on, Scattered.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is, he skipped. I asked him a simple question. The question I asked him was, does European colonization have nothing to do with the state of Africa right now? He did not answer that question at all. He jumps over it.
No, we were talking about the murder rate, bro. We were talking. I was talking. So he's misrepresenting the conversation.
No, we weren't. Let me be very clear on what was actually taking place. What was actually taking place is you brought in immigration and how you want the immigration and illegal immigrants to be out of the Americas. But what you did not fail to understand is that you're also an illegal immigrant to the Americas.
That's fucking a lot. That is so ridiculous. You're an idiot for saying that, dude. There was no nation. There was no nation.
When you realized that you weren't going to win that argument with Scattered, then you tried to pass it off and bring it over to, well, you blacks need to be very grateful because it's the safest place for you to be.
I never said you blacks need to do anything. What are you talking about?
Don't talk about claiming reparations from Africa, and when you realize that ain't going to wash with us, then you try to move it to the Islamic thing. So what you've done?
No, I didn't. This is a drastic misrepresentation.
Answering any questions, you've consistently moved the goalposts, and we're not playing that with you because we're not stupid and we're not ignorant.
But you're constantly moving the goalposts of what we talked about. The reason I brought this up, okay, firstly, I was saying illegal immigration on economic means at first, right? And then I mentioned the difference between how Asian people illegally immigrate to America as opposed to other people. And then Scatters comes on and starts trying to talk about how, oh, well, you're the illegal because of Native Americans on this land. It's a nation before. They were not a nation, bro. And throughout history, the point was that everywhere nations were built through conquest. Okay. And then he tried to say that, oh, by Western standards, they weren't a nation, blah, 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 blah. But I used the standard that was on the continent, that was on the hemisphere before we got here, right? The Mayas, the Incas, all these people, they had what would be referred to at that time and now as nations. They had empires, they had agriculture, they had trading, international trade, if you would. Okay, because they were trading with people that they didn't even conquer yet. Okay, they also had writing systems, or they had taxes, they had governmental standards. Okay, unified religion. Okay, they had what everywhere else on the world had pretty much come to a conclusion as a nation state. Okay, and now what we were just talking about in a moment ago, I was saying, the facts are that black people across, hold on one second, my son's playing with the piano, but so black people across the world is safest inside of Western nations. That's just true. Now, and then when he wants to start talking about Africa and why is the murder rate so high in Africa? Is colonization have anything to do with it? My issue is you're just bringing up stuff that you can say, oh, well, it's not Africa's fault. Nothing is Africa's fault. That's all I ever hear. And that's the reason when I mentioned the reparations from Africans, getting reparations from Africans, nobody wants to talk about it.
Chill for 1 second. Do you understand what you just did? So he asked you, so does colonization have anything to do with it? Your answer should have been simply yes or no.
Well, yes.
What you don't have the right to do is
of
then
course
tell
it has,
me
but it doesn't. Okay, reflection.
Reflection.
I don't believe that colonization. I don't believe colonization has a part of modern day murder rates per capita in the whole of Africa. Like, okay, I do not think that Zimbabwe's murder rate or Chad's murder rate, Morocco's. I don't think that all these countries inside of Africa collectively have anything to do with colonization in modern day with the murder rate. Now, there might be some traces from, let's say, land ownership or priority of people who came to power, but there's definitely no way that Zimbabwe, right, with Mugabe, from years of dictatorship can be colonization when he was going through land reforms, giving it back to people, and the murder rate soared under him. This has nothing to do with colonization, nothing to do with it. Now, do you want to say that there are problems that probably still arise inside of Africa through colonization? Sure. I'm not educated enough on the matter to say what they are. But the fact is that the murder rate for Black Africans is higher than in Africa, all across Africa, not just in the sub-Saharan or West Africa. It's all across Africa than inside of any Western country, whether it's with brutality involved from police, from racism, from black on black crime from their own communities, or from brown, black, different races, doesn't matter. The murder rate is what I'm talking about. And the murder rate is not colonization.
Do you not believe that we're the majority on the planet? Yeah, we're the majority. So if there's more people, if there's more of us than there is you, then there'll be a higher number, right?
It's per capita. Per capita.
Can I?
Go on, sir.
That's all right. I note that I let him go on. I never interrupted. But he's probably going to interrupt me as soon as I start talking. And I would like to say that he misrepresented the conversation completely and misrepresented what I was saying completely, because I never said once that Africans are not to blame for anything. I never even spoke about Africans or blame in the same sentence in the conversation. This is all projection, because he cannot stick to a subject of a conversation, which is frustrating. It's really frustrating, because we were actually on the topic of immigration of America. But he brought up this idea that Blacks are safer in the West. And I brought up that the audacity to bring up this sort of statement, especially when he brought up in response to us critiquing the West's treatment of Blacks and Africans, right? This idea that we should somehow now be grateful that we are safer in the West than in Africa after Africa had been colonized for so many years by Europeans. And in his response there, which I gave him to go at length at, he pretty much went on saying that basically there is nothing to do with colonization and the murder rate within Africa. Then he completely sort of ruins his whole argument, defeats it himself by saying he isn't qualified to talk about the issues that colonization might have brought about in Africa. However, he does feel qualified enough to state that Africa that the murder rate in Africa is not one of them. Though he can tell you that there are issues brought about by colonization, he can't tell you what they are specifically.
Okay, then you tell me how colonization and murder rates are the same or comparison.
Embarrassing. You are so undisciplined. It's embarrassing. It's honestly embarrassing.
No, you tell me. If you said that I disqualified myself, I want you to tell me how the colonization from 100 years ago is affecting the murder rates today.
Show you that you have discipline. Please Just don't stop embarrassing yourself. Go on mute and show that you have some discipline. Just some. I haven't even been going on for as long as you were at all. All right. So he's defeated his own argument by saying that he's not qualified. However, he is qualified enough to rule out the murder rate. And this is what this is what goes on basically. It's this, even though he acknowledges and he understands, he can't even be making the statements that he's making. He still goes on to do them anyway. The reality is, the direct example he used, Zimbabwe, and speaking about Mugabe taking power, giving land back to black people, and the murder rate going up, and saying this has nothing to do with colonization. However, Mugabe's coming to power directly is a result of colonization. Without colonization, you have no Mugabe. So therefore, Mugabe is very much a product and a result of colonization, and you cannot rule out or separate the two of them ever at any point.
Explain it to me then.
They are born together, right?
Explain it to me.
Explain what? That Mugabe is born out of colonization.
How voting for Mugabe. So is voting, are you saying democracy is because of colonization?
Pardon?
Is democracy a form of the colonization route, the problem in Africa?
What does that?
Because he was voted in, right?
Who was Robert Mugabe? He became a part. He was educated within the West, within Britain, as a result of colonization in Zimbabwe at the time, or known as Rhodesia. He was knighted by the British, and he fought for the British until he became a revolutionary fighting against the British in Zimbabwe for freedom of his people. He becomes popular within Zimbabwe as a revolutionary against British imperialism and colonization. And therefore, the birth of Mugabe and his status within Zimbabwe is very much tied to colonization. Without colonization,
because he was educated in the West.
He was educated in the West, and he fought against the West. He was directly tied to colonization.
So wait, let me.
Without colonization,
I'm trying to understand this, Scattered. So your argument here, I'm trying to understand your point, dude.
You don't understand that without colonization, you don't have a Robert Mugabe.
How? Firstly, because there'd be no voting, right? No democracy.
No. We have no idea whether there'll be a democracy or not, because we don't know what the system.
Okay, so then, firstly, we just admitted that there's one thing that we don't know. You just admitted there's one thing you don't know without colonization, if there would be or there wouldn't be, right?
100%. We have no idea.
Okay, so then you explain to me. Why, because he was educated in the West, that makes it a colonizer's fault, because he was educated Western
I didn't say anything about the colonization.
and then he fought against the Westerners.
It's tied directly to colonization. Without colonization, you cannot have this situation in history. This point of history in which Mugabe fights off the British, wins independence for Zimbabwe, and comes to power cannot pass if the British are not there in the first place. Do you not understand that?
But no, you're making an inference.
What do you mean you don't understand that?
Because there are nations that are being built even to this day, right?
One second. Yo, Lady D, do you understand that?
Oh, God.
Do you understand that? I don't understand how many other ways I could explain this, right? If the British aren't there, he cannot fight against the British, right?
Then he'd just be fighting against his own people like he was, right?
Okay, but if the British aren't there, well, that's a superstition that you make, right? We can't say that because the British were there. So we have no idea what would have been happening if the British weren't there. So because colonization was there, him coming to power is a result of that. We cannot ignore it.
Do you understand that? Why it's so religious? Are you comprehending? I guess not.
I had to get my son. He was whining. So you're saying, because the British were there, it created Mugabe, which means the colonization created all the effects, the negative effects of Mugabe. The murder rate in the country, the horrible schoolings, the land, everything.
Whatever you want to call it, is directly tied to each other. Negative, positive, anything that happens under the reign of Mugabe.
I don't see it that way.
The result. I mean, of course you don't see it that way because you don't want to see it that way because you don't want to see it.
And here's why I don't see it that way. At some point, there has to be agency, right? Now, what all I hear right now is everything is some other entity's fault, some
No,
other
I haven't said
location's
it's our
fault.
fault. You keep inserting the word fault, right? You're obsessed with the idea of fault and blame and putting these things in. I am trying to show you how situations create other situations, and without those situations, you have different situations, right? So if Zimbabwe doesn't have to have colonization, if Rhodesia isn't there, Mugabe cannot become popular off of being a revolutionary. He has become popular some other way. If he has no land to redistribute to a people because that land hasn't been taken from people in the first place, then he would not be redistributing land. So therefore, when we're talking about the murder rate that goes up afterwards when Mugabe comes, we have to look at who are these murderers? Why are they committing murder? In what context have they committed the murder? Is this as a result, or has this come from in any situation from the past or what was resultant in before? And ultimately, the answer is yes. We like there's absolutely no denial of it.
All I see is you just doing a dotting.
Why so religious? Let me put it simply for you, so you can comprehend, because clearly you're not. Do you understand that every action has a reaction? That's basically what Scattered is saying.
But how long does it go for? Is my question.
As long as it needs
Are y'all gonna? So this is my point.
As long as the Europeans keep their foots on our necks, it's going to continue.
You see, listen to this. So, but you never. There's no sense of agency here. Is what what it seems like to me. That is connecting the dots. And how many centuries is this connecting the dots gonna go towards? Huh? How many centuries is it gonna be? Well, the colonizers. It was the colonizers' fault. It's all their fault. Everything is connected for 500, 600 years to colonizers.
Over the 600 years of Europeans, I'm going straight to the Muslims and the Africans. So, I mean, you know, I don't know why you're asking the question about time, because you was happy to skip time earlier.
No. You're the one who just skipped the colonizations. The point that I was making is that throughout history, almost all peoples have been slaves at some time. Okay, through different cultures and different areas, enslaving them. My point was, all these problems that are saying between black people in Western countries are talking about black lives and all the problems that black people in Western countries are facing, but they do not want to face the facts of black Africans who are leaving Africa for these Western countries because, one, they are safer. And they have saved their money, earned their families working together, and try to leave and make better lives for themselves. But you have Western black people who are asking for things from Westerners that they would not ask for their own people in Africa. They are not asking the African people who captured their ancestors and enslaved them and then sold them for any.
Let's do this. Let's go with his narrative. Now let's go with his narrative. Let's play his game. We too can play that. So his thing is this. Okay, so the Africans sold us. Cool. Let's work with that. Let's just work with it for his gameplay. Yeah, we're going to say, okay, the Africans sold us, but did the Africans enslave us for 400 years? Did the Africans oppress us? Did the Africans do any of the shit and still to this day take no responsibility for it? Ask me that one, religious.
No responsibility for what?
None of it. For everything you have.
So I don't have to take responsibility for anything, right? Because it's not me.
To the Africans take responsibility. Yeah.
No. I want you. If you're gonna hold the position, that Western nations, white nations have to take responsibility, then you should be equal. That African people have to take the same responsibility.
Let me ask you this question. So religious. I am a mother. My children have been taken, and I live in Africa, and I never get to see my children because of atrocity that someone else has brought to my lands for over 1,000 years of putting me in slavery in Africa. What should I do then? Who do I demand from?
It's the same. It's happened all over the world.
Yeah. We're looking at the aspects of the European people that have done the atrocity. I'm not looking at what happened to other people across the world. I'm looking at the altercation of that I was happy where I was Someone has taken me and put me into slavery. Someone has taken my children and taken them away. Who started it? Who gave the issue? Who gave them the authorization to even take my children away?
Obviously, nobody has, in my opinion, authority to take anybody away from their family and enslave them. But the fact is,
I'm going to go to the grassroots of it, and I'm going to go, to the oppressors that put me in that situation, and I'm going to demand.
But you're not in that situation.
All right.
We are the children of him. So we are the lost and stolen children of him. Now you keep bringing up this narrative. Hold on, let me finish. You keep bringing up this narrative about, well, all these people have been through it, all these people, but none of them have their cultures, their language, their lineage, their everything about them stolen from them. No other people but us. So what I will politely ask you to do is stop comparing us to other people. We are talking about us here. No other nation have had to go through the shit we've gone through and then be told afterwards, oh, shut up and get over it. And it's happened so long ago. Why are you still talking about it? No, we will never shut up. We will never
but here's the thing, you're not suggesting anything. You're not suggesting anything. You are not suggesting anything that can change any problems, right?
Rights of religion. This is what I was going to say, right? I am going to follow his script. Don't worry. I'm going to follow his script. I'm going to go back with him and go on the African thing there. But he's just making so much forward pass still on this colonization thing that I just need to really finish up on that first before we even go back to slavery. Because really, I'm going to go back with him the whole way. I'm going to go back all the way to Mansa Musa, to the Islamic slave trade, everything he wants to get out of Africa, he's going to have a chance to do it because I'm a fair guy and I have no fear of his arguments. But I just want to stay on this colonization thing, right? Because he said something about how many centuries are we going to keep blaming colonization? Is he aware that colonization in Africa is only about 50 years old, right? Why so religious?
It was in the 1940s when the Dutch left, right?
Well, the Dutch, right? But you know, like
they were the last ones really there, right? Colonizing was the Dutch.
You know, countries
with the rubber plants, right?
You know, countries were still getting their independence in Africa for up until the 60s and the 70s, right?
I thought it was the Dutch with the rubber plants. The king, and he left in the 40s or 50s, right? So yes, about 60 years, right? 60 or 70 years, because this is about to be 2020, right? So even if it was in the 60s, it would be 60 years.
All right, so between 1950 to 1975, we're talking about Africa was decolonized, yeah?
Yeah, we'll say that then, yes.
Cool, yeah. So the timeline is about that. Let me check. The last country to be decolonized was we'll say Djibouti 1977, but you could go Seychelles 1976, Angola 75, Sao Tome and Principe 75, Comoros 75, Swaziland was 68, Guinea-Bissau 74, Mozambique 75. So colonization isn't an old thing, right? It's a modern thing, yeah.
Colonization was in the 1800s, and it lasted for until the nation buildings inside of Africa and across the world, really.
So it's colonization is a modern thing, right? So in 1970s there were still colonized nations, yeah.
Well, I mean, you could even argue that the colonizations up until Hong Kong, right? And that could be the argument.
I know we're talking about Africa right now, yeah. So in Africa, colonization, 1970s. Yeah?
Well, I mean, there's people who still say that there's apartheid inside of, which would into the 90s, right? And that's the reason South Africa was allegedly still a colonized state because of apartheid in South Africa.
Right, cool. Yeah, I'll give you that. So even up into the 90s, perfect. Actually, so fair enough. That is a fair point. All right, so Africa has still been affected by colonization up until the modern day. Those people who were there under colonization are still around now. Some of those leaders were born under that era. The effects of colonization can still be felt in Africa to this day. So when you do bring these statistics and you talk about Africa being unsafe for Black people right now, you're talking about recently decolonized nations, very new nations. When we're talking about the atmosphere in which they were decolonized into, right? Are you aware of the Bretton Woods Institutes?
Negative. I am not.
Okay, so these are the world economic bodies that govern how the global economy runs. So they were started in Bretton Woods in New York, World Trade Organization, the IMF, etc. And these guys really control the debts of African nations. They're all European. They're European started. They're European owned, Western owned. When I say European, I'm talking about Americans too. Do you not think that has an effect on the issues that Africa has in terms of poverty, murder rates?
Well, I'm against the IMF completely. I mean, look what they did to Greece too. You know, it's not like international banking is just against African nations. It's against a lot of people across the world simply because of economic reasons.
Yeah, but we're still concentrating on Africa and why the reasons why.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is it's not specific to it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say that has anything to do with colonization.
But colonization has an effect on it, right? Because the reason why these African nations say in the world economic affairs is because whilst these things are being put together
Is he
by
breaking
Europeans,
up to anybody else? Could you start over? You were breaking up on my end.
Oh, my bad. Would you agree that Europeans, colonization here in Europe, I mean, we say colonization had nothing to do with it, but these institutions that run global economies were founded and created during a time in which Europeans, during a time in which Europeans still controlled most of those African nations, or all of those African nations.
I never said that colonization has nothing to do with it. Okay. I never said that. What I am saying is I don't see a correlation of the current murder rate of Africans being so different, or especially like West Africans, like Atticus now is trying to make us clarify, but I do not see a correlation necessarily from that to colonization and why Western countries, Black people are safer from the murder rates. And now you are trying to do that. I guess you are trying to make that correlation to me, but I don't directly see it, especially when you start talking about the banking system, okay, and the fact that these African people, West African people in general, have had their own leaders come up, and yeah, maybe they were kind of ran by the colonizers or trying to gain power through means of the banking system and such like that, but that's human flaw in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I mean, human flaw notwithstanding, it could all be human flaws. Every last thing that could have happened in history could all just be human flaws, but human flaw notwithstanding, we're talking about the effects of colonization. So the fact that the global economy was set up during a time in which Africa was under colonization, which would suggest, right, that the people setting up probably didn't necessarily hold Africa in that much high regard in their minds. But in any case, these same people set this up. Africa has had no say in it. And so we come to the day in this point where the global economy is stacked in such a way that Africa is a very poor nation, not just a poor nation. They have a high murder rate.
Africa is a continent, not a nation.
Pardon? Okay,
Africa is a continent, not a nation.
Thank you, you're correct. So, the nations within the continent of Africa have higher murder rates, lower levels of education, etc., etc. But you would say this doesn't have that much to do with colonization, and it's more solely down to the agency of the Africans themselves.
No, I would say that colonization definitely has a role, but I'm talking about the murder rate specifically. Now and then you could look at because there are countries, and not maybe so much in Africa, but you could look at like countries inside of South America, which were colonized countries too, you know, but they have higher literacy rate and lower death rates, you know, murder rates. And then some African countries, not all of them, of course, because every country is a little bit different, especially when it comes to per capita and stuff. But I just don't see a direct correlation. I see like a bunch of connecting of the dots, and whenever there's a complaint about something, you can just add another dot that leads back to colonialism, and never says anything about the African people and the leaders themselves. That's my position.
Okay, so would you say the leaders themselves be controlled by the European themselves?
I wouldn't doubt that one bit, that they're a bunch of people who are subservient for power and for money, and
Yeah.
that they will do whatever is in their personal interests and disregard anything that has to do with the people that they serve.
Whatever that European person is doing can create a ripple effect to the people or the population of that country.
But also, when you talk about European people, there's also Black Europeans in power, right?
I'm just using it as a metaphor. Whether they're black, white in Europe, I'm just saying in forms of the people from Europe are having an influence over the African people themselves.
Yes, just like Chinese people have. China has a huge influence on African people too. They send plenty of workers there. There's India does too. I'm just saying, the way the world is interconnected right now, that's definitely going to happen.
Okay, so even in the forms of the bank system, if the country's bank system is controlled by another country, would that country have an influence over that country?
Yes.
So then the certain situations is that the people in that country, as in so per se Africa, would have many issues because of the direction of who's controlling what.
I'm sorry, what?
I said that on the decisions of the people that are controlling, the people in the chaos within that country that they're controlling can come from the situation of the people controlling it, not allowing the actual people to control it themselves.
I mean, and that's some places, but we really have to notice that inside of Western Africa, at places, there's still huge tribalism where people don't even relate to the nation that they still live in. Like try telling the Swahili people who are still trying to live nomadically that they're crossing international borders. They don't believe it.
Another colonial imposition with those borders, to be fair, but that is a whole another conversation. But to be fair, I zoned out for part of that conversation. I just zoned back in for that part about mass people crossing borders. But yeah, the whole idea of borders there in the first place, and the whole current border that we have were drawn up by some Europeans once again. But then again, the colonization has nothing to do with anything right now. Look, there's no denying that there are definitely terrible black leaders and black leadership, and there are terrible black people out there in the world who do terrible things, and black leaders who are sellouts to their people and destroy their own nations. And however, the extent to which that these black leaders do it alone is not very it's not very often. Quite often they do it with the encouragement or at the behest of Europeans or outside powers and forces looking into Africa, trying to get what they can. And the reason why Africa has become such low-hanging fruit and easy picking from the world is because Africa has been settled for about 400 years or so with colonization. And that's just a reality. However, Africans themselves definitely do have great amount of agency, and we see it that they do quite often across the board rise up and try and take control of their nations. Especially we saw that within the independence movements, but we also see that quite a lot of these movements are often sabotaged and subverted by outside forces. It's 100%, and leaders assassinated. Great leaders assassinated, but they don't go with the status quo of the global system. So, yeah, I mean, the comparison of Africa to the West and Africans being safer in Africa and blah blah blah. It was a strange one anyway. But we went down that road because why so religious brought it up. There's multiple reasons why Africans aren't safe in Africa. But however, a massive one of those reasons is down to the global system that we have today, as created by the colonial powers, which were Europeans and modern day America. If you want to keep going back, we go further and talk about issues within Africa and quote unquote Africans selling Africans, and why we don't ask for reparations from them. We could address that conversation, but I still feel that would be skirting around the immigration conversation and why it is that we get to define when a nation starts and when a nation doesn't start, and why the Iroquois themselves had no right to that land what they was living on, and why the Europeans had more right to that land than they did.
I'm not saying that they had more or less rights. What I'm saying is, throughout history, conquering people is how the conquerors win, and then they form the nations. Is there any disagreement about that? That throughout history, that's been the historical context of the way that places have been founded.
But then
you're basically
go on, Scud.
You're basically saying that you have the right to declare who is and is not an illegal immigrant in the West, in America today, by the right of conquest, because you guys
No, that was I said historical, right?
Yeah, no.
So why would I, if I'm talking historically, why would I still saying that conquest is the way that we do it?
But I mean, because that's how it was established, right? You're saying that America was established by right of conquest, and by right of conquest, you now have the rights, the historical right of conquest. You have the right today to decide who is and is not illegal in America.
Because we formed a nation and decided it, right? And here's the thing: Native Americans have their own nation. They don't even have to follow our American laws.
But how did you form that nation?
They formed the nation.
How did you form America, the American nation? By right of conquest, no?
Well, yeah, that's how everywhere was formed. Same.
That's not everywhere, but just
okay. Tell me where there was not one place that was formed by the fighting of other peoples throughout history, and the winners declaring it their land and then establishing rule over said land.
To be fair, you made the claim, so you have to prove it. To be fair, I'm denying the claim. I'm saying I don't believe you, but and to be fair, I could do that, but that will again take us off of the topic at all. But
no, can we stick to the immigration thing? That's a very interesting part that we don't ever get to talk about. This whole, immigration and why he believes that, because I get the point that he made initially. See, the first point he made initially, I don't know if you heard it before you came on. He was saying, okay, well, he wants the people of the land that are on the land who are currently occupying it, okay, cool, to sort out themselves, okay, cool, and make sure the people that are living there have jobs themselves, cool, before taking other people in and causing an even bigger problem, where now the people that actually live there, the people of the land, don't have no jobs, and now you've got immigrants coming and they are making it even more harder because it's like a competition for jobs. Fine, I'm not arguing that. My thing is, though, how did people dictate who come in and who come out when they themselves were illegally attained like land and stuff like that? They never did that legally. None of that was done with the kindness of their heart and whatever. They came in by force and did what they did. Do you understand? So I just find it a very funny now later on. And then obviously you're going to bring up things like reparations, say, well, the blacks in America right now, they're demanding reparations. Well, they've been there. Blacks have been in America long before the colonizers came in and conquered and did what they're doing. Like, they're acting like we just came into the Americas just like that. After they came, they had to introduce us to America. Like, allow it, stop it. And this is the bit they don't want to discuss. They just want to discuss the here and now. They don't want to go back to the past because the past is ugly. The ugly truth hurts, and they don't want to ever deal with that. Oh, let's just forget about all of that and let's deal with the current times now. No, we're not, because you've got to deal with that before you can deal with what's going on today.
Okay, now go forward. Tell me, no reflection. You tell me how do we deal with it, and what is the appropriate way for the West to deal with it?
I was gonna say, like at the start, I suggested that the Europeans should probably go to the Native Americans in the same way that the Chinese go to the Americans and say that we've come here illegally. That the Americans should possibly do that to Native Americans and say, hey, look, we came here illegally. commit a lot of atrocities. How do you guys think we should solve it? And maybe listen to Native Americans and hear them out and take their advice in their nation.
I want reflection of my ancestors to tell me how are we supposed to address what you just said about the history of it. So our position, you're saying, real quick, let me ask you this. So you're saying our position is that we need to talk about the here and now. Okay, well, what can we do in the here and now to address your complaints, your frustrations, and what is the way legislatively that we can address it?
Right, I'm going to answer you very quick and short and sweet. You have to undo all your injustices in the past before you can deal with the injustices right here and now. If you have not even corrected and gone over and fulfilled your right as a human to go and correct the injustices that have done incorrectly in the past, then there's no way you're going to try to.
Real quick, explain to me how we correct injustices in the past.
Or handle the Native Americans properly and correctly. Deal with the blacks that were originally there before all this Columbus and all of that madness happened.
Okay, stop with the Native Americans and tell me, how do we deal with them correctly? How do we do? No, you're just saying deal with this. Reflection of my ancestors. I wanna understand you, but you can't just say buzzwords as address this problem. Tell me what is the way to address it.
Interrupting why so religious. So if you just kept quiet for a minute, you would have got the whole answer in its entirety, and then you could have rebutted me. But you just cannot show no discipline, can you? That is a struggle.
No, right, because you went from topic to topic. I'm asking you, tell me, what is the legislation that we can do to help?
Discipline, and you can't wait your turn, but we're going to do it again, and we're going to keep doing it again until it sinks in. So what you're going to do is correct the madness from the past from here on before you can address the madness that's going on in the future. So if you haven't dealt with the past, how the hell are you going to skip over all of that and then skip to the immigration of today? You got to even acknowledge what's happened beforehand. Please deal with that.
You still haven't given me one way.
That's your answer.
You haven't given no. You're saying look to the past. I'm asking you, but how do we look to the past? Because everybody admits that slavery is wrong. The vast majority of people admit slavery is wrong. The vast majority of people say, how do we correct it? There you go. Tell me how to correct something in the past.
Answer the question. Has it been corrected?
Tell me how it's supposed to be corrected, and then I can say yes or no. How is it corrected? How can you correct something in the past? You correct stuff in the present and in the future so that it doesn't happen again. How do you go into the past and correct something?
I can see why now ADOS is doing what the hell they're doing. I can see it. I can literally see why they're doing what they're doing. Do you understand why they're doing what they're doing right now? It's the corruption of the past. Do you understand that? Why so religious? Do you get that?
I'm changing my son right now. I want you to explain to me, while I'm changing my son, how we can change the past and correct the past. Because what I'm saying is we can start right now by trying to do legislation, by trying to enact laws that actually affect right now. But you're talking about changing stuff in the past. I want to know how we do that.
That's where you got a deaf, dumb, and blind. I never said change anything in it, but I said correct. Use the
how do I correct something from the past?
All right, cool. So the idea of reparations is about repairing, right? That's the question. So there's an issue that has gone wrong that needs to be repaired between black people and white people within America. White people within America mistreated black people in America for several hundred years, and it is still going on today. How can that be repaired? Well, we can look at the legacy that has left in America. So African Americans on average are more likely to go to jail still, less educated, less financially well off. Well, we can start doing that very simply. The financial one you could do with a blink of an eye and re-level people financially. So that's easy to do. Repairing the relationships between black people and white people in America is going to take a much longer time because there's rivers of blood between the peoples there. So you're going to have to do a lot of time of actually soul searching as white people and actually being serious about wanting to repair that relationship. I'm not so sure if white people ever are going to be serious about wanting to repair that relationship. I'm not sure if black people really want to go along with that, if that was the case. However, There is investment in certain community centers. I think that personally, I think self-govern, allowing Black people in America to have states to self-govern, or a couple of Black states, would be a great
So
start.
segregation. You're promoting segregation.
I don't say segregation. White people could definitely live there, but the idea that we live in that all across America, there's not one place in America where Black people have state governors and state politicians that are the majority. But however, there are several places in America where white people are the majority in all of those positions. It shows a massive disparity. And I think in those states where you do have a majority Black governors, majority Black senators, majority Black police officers, majority Black council workers, all those types of things, you would see marked difference in how Black people are treated in those places, and maybe even how white people are treated, and actually that you might see a more equal society developing in those states. So I think those types of gifts in reparation, and white people being willing to actually hear those ideas out and actually concede that, you know, something actually does need to be done, because what happened to Black people was actually atrocious, and we have never actually tried to do anything about it. So yeah, let's actually hear out all the options, listen to them carefully.
That's exactly what I was getting at, Scattered Minds. Thank you. All I wanted was to know what if we just use buzzwords like no offense, reflection, but just saying correct the past. I don't know what that means. But when you start doing what Scattered Minds did, which was throwing out ideas that can be debraded.
All the injustices that have taken place on the land you living on. You know full well the laws that are going on in the places that you're living in right now. So stop playing like you're ignorant, silly, and
reflection. But you're just using buzzwords.
You just want me to long it out with you and have this long conversation with you just in order for you to have this.
You're just using, but you notice you didn't give one way. You didn't give one way of changing anything. Scattered Minds gave quite a few.
I don't need to do what Scattered Minds do. I'm not Scattered Minds. I'm Lady Divine. So let me tell you something. What I'm not going to do is go around the houses with you, because you've had this conversation many a times on this panel, and I already see what's going on here. You already know the injustices. You already know what needs to be corrected. Go fix it and stop complaining.
Okay, just like you said that you're Lady Divine and he Scattered Minds, and I'm why so religious. So maybe the way that I think of fixing something isn't the way that you two agree with, and maybe you don't agree with the way that Scattered Minds thinks, but I do agree with one of his ways of fixing things. That's the point, Lady Divine, is that we're supposed to be able to talk about and give direction to what we think as a community, as a world, as a collective is the best way of moving forward. So when you just start using buzzwords like correct the past and trying to tell me stuff, you aren't telling me anything. All you're doing is saying,
the same way you try to tell us how us being in Africa is not good for us and how we're more safe. You don't mind telling us.
I never said that being in Africa wasn't good for you. I just said that the murder rate is higher.
You don't mind dictating to us what we should be complaining about, what we should be claiming reparations.
I never said you couldn't complain about stuff.
Where we should be happier and how the West treats us so good.
Never said that. Never said that. Never said that.
Go correct your past, yeah? Let's be
never said that. Congratulations. You have to misrepresent what I said to try to make yourself seem more legitimate. That's what you just did right there, because you know deep down I made a good point right there that Scattered Minds just gave a list of ways that he feels this could be directed and that we could change society, okay, for the topics that are at hand. But you didn't. And I asked you repeatedly to tell me how to, and you just refused and gave a fucking buzzword. There you go.
Well, what is a buzzword to you is a normal
correct the past. Correct the past.
Your problem.
Correct the past.
Problem, mine.
Correct the past. That's the reason it's a buzzword, because you don't have to elaborate on anything.
About immigration.
You don't have to elaborate on anything when you just say it.
Immigration should be the least of your problems right now. When you've got flipping protests, your streets are burning down. You're worrying about immigration. That's the least of your problems right now. You've got big electoral you got a big politics going on right now. You're worrying about immigration. Come on, man. There's so much things going on in America that
we were talking about immigration with the working class of Mr. Riggs in England. What are you talking about?
But yet you feel the need to come and tell us where we should.
What are you talking about, Lady Divine?
What we should be actually, clapping and saying, "No, thank you for getting us out of the war-torn and hate and place where we're going to be most killed and most hated in Africa."
I never said that you should be thankful for anything.
You did.
I never said
how it's coming across.
Well, congratulations.
I'm not here to clap with you and sing along with you and make you feel like you're talking something sensible, because you're not to me. Everything you said went right over my head, and the same way it went right over my head, everything I'm saying to you probably right now is going right over your head.
No, because I'm paying attention. because I'm paying attention. When I talked about immigration, it was at the start with Mr. Riggs, and we were talking about education, and because he was talking about the middle class or the working class, and I said, what's the point of having a high education if there's no jobs? Because people are your jobs are getting shipped over. And then I even spoke about how Valley was a plumber, I believe, and that there's people, Valley goes his whole life knowing what the rate of plumbing is supposed to be, and then there's people from different countries that come over and underscore him. That's what I was talking about with immigration. And then we started talking about immigration and how some people in America do immigration. And so that was the transfer. Okay. So, and another thing, I never said that you should be thankful that you live in the West. I do think I'm thankful. Even as a white person, I'm thankful that I live in the West. Okay. So I live in a place that has technology. Okay, a place that I can go and get doctor treatments, a place that has clean water, toilets. Okay, a lot of the world just shit in the streets. Okay, I'm glad I don't live in that. And plumbing is not some kind of new wave technology that other countries can't implement. Okay, this is something that has been around for centuries, for millennia. But my thing here is, I want to know, where can we start with what is the problem, and I need to know ways that people feel the problem can be changed and improved. And when all I hear is correct the past, that's not a starting point. Starting point is just like Scattered Mind saying, okay, I think that I don't agree with the concept of having just black states ran by black people, and because to me that's a form of segregation, and I don't support segregation. But at least he gave me an idea. He gave a topic
to rap with, and I'm not going to ever give him that talking point. And that's where me and Scatter differ. What I'm going to tell you to do is go and look in your history, go and look at the wrongs and correct them. That's your starting point. That's the only starting point you're going to get from me. I'm not giving you no tipping points, no more talking points, no more arguing points. No, you're not getting that from me. Go and look in the past and fix it. Do your own work.
How do you fix the past? You realize what are you talking about? Textbooks? I don't understand how you're saying fix the past. There is no such thing as time travel. So what we need to do is work right now towards the future, is what I'm getting at. Scattered Minds gave a list of things that he feels could improve this situation. Okay, I may disagree with them, I may agree with them, but what we can do is talk about it, not just say one sentence, one phrase, and be like, there it goes. Deal with it. Deal with the past. I don't know where you're going with that type of conversation. It leads us nowhere, in my opinion.
Have you finished? Clearly, yes. So, Mr. Riggs. Riggs, are you there? Hello? Am I still on the internet? Riggs, are you there? Oh, I don't think I'm on. Hold on, am I still there? Can anyone in the chat hear me?
All right, I'm gonna get off here and play with my son for a little bit before his mom wakes up. Y'all be safe.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, lady. I type into. I'm
That's
working.
all right. Because you know when you mentioned earlier, Scattered, about the thing that, oh, we're supposed to be so grateful. Oh, we look at that. He's telling us to look over here. Notice I did the exact same thing for him, and he just went very, very emotional.
Of course.
Like he talking about buzzwords. I've never heard so much buzzwords come out of his mouth in one entire. He went on for how long with no interruptions, telling us about how we need to be grateful and how we live better in the West, and we basically how we should be. Oh, thank you, Master. But now that I reflect, I done exactly what he did and twist it right back onto him. Now it's buzzwords, but it wasn't buzzwords when it was coming out of his mouth.
This is the thing, I guess, people from the West and who have come up with this concept and idea are so brainwashed into it, and they actually think that they are completely right. They've never actually stopped and thought about actually what does the other side think, and is the other side got any kind of points at all? They have no they have no way of thinking like that. To be fair, like it's all basically that they are the the like we are whining and complaining, and if we just done it their way, if we just done it their way, we'd have progressed by now. If we just had our agency or pulled our bootstraps up things will be better for you. Like people been fed that line by his government, and he doesn't really understand how it's being used against him. Like he wants to, at one hand, talk about the West and everything, and on the other hand, separate it from the banking system and the powers that be. Like the entire powers that be is right about the West, isn't it? All those things that you want to big up and talk about in terms of being Western civilization, democracy, all these things that you think is great, is tied directly to that banking system that you also want to burn down at the same time. And all the wealth and the success of the West is tied to the banking system that you want to burn down. Even when they were sending slave ships to go and colonize our people, it was funded by the banking system that he wants to try and distance himself from. So it's just, you know.
Thing is that they want to remember certain things, and they want to totally forget other things. And then when you take the time to point it out to them and say to them, well, go and look in your history. I'm not here to do your dirty work for you. Your history is there. Is for everybody to see. Go and look into it and go and correct it. No, you want me to sit up here because I need to follow by your rules and dictate and give you a list by list of all the atrocities that have been done for you to go and fix. No, you go look for them and go fix them, and then come back and holler at us about immigration. Until then, I'm not here for it. I'm not playing your game. I'm not here for it. And this is what they do. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of them consistently doing this all the time. Oh, get over it, black people. What are you complaining about? You have life so great in the West. You're lucky you're in America. You're lucky you're in the UK. Why are you complaining? There's worse of people going through worse of things than you. You should be thankful. Yeah, right. Thankful for what? A loss of identity, a loss of self, a loss of language, a loss of lineage, a loss of how many millions of people? You want me to be thankful? Never. Never.
Yeah. It's a joke. It's a joke. You need that work, boy. You need that work. Sorry, just respond to my manager. Working from home thing is long. But it's long, but it's good, man. Because I ain't gonna go in. But yeah, what was the question today, by the way?
Okay, the question was about the black. I don't know what you think on it though, because I'm not here for the Black Lives Matter at all. But let me find the title again. Let me quickly look, just so. So hold on. Oops. What's going on?
But yeah, what was the question today?
Sorry.
No.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so the question of the day is so Thursday for Black Lives Matter. Okay, protest. What plans can we have in place to enact?
Greetings. Oh, go ahead, sis.
Oh, sorry. Why was you quiet, Mr. America? You should have been speaking up the most, Mr. Reparations.
Oh no, I shouldn't. I should not have. I think y'all lost that argument the minute y'all try to compare conquer status versus immigration. You can't retroactively apply immigrations to that period. And once that happened, I said he got it.
I never done that. What are you talking about?
That I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the scattered minds guy.
I retroactively
as I was listening.
Immigration. But why can't I do that? Who
right.
made that?
I'm not saying that's why I feel like you had an argument. I'm saying, in my opinion, when you retroactively try to establish immigration laws to that time period, then I said he is going to win this argument.
God of Jacob, I didn't say anything about no laws. You know full well I said nothing about no laws.
What I'm saying is you try to imply and use the immigration standards to that time period. And once that happened, I said, okay, this is going to be an easy argument for why so religious.
I hear you, God, Jacob. But I didn't use any laws or standards, though, right? I said to him specifically about him speaking about illegal immigrants and when does it become legal and illegal and who declares that, as opposed to when Europeans arrived to Native American lands. His position was on the idea of nationhood. So both of you guys would need to define your terms, your reference here, right?
Not me. I was just listening to the argument. I didn't make the claim. I'm listening. I judged it. I made an opinion. And I just felt, I'm listening to all sides, and I just gave my opinion. But I'm messing with. I saying y'all lost because I'm messing with some dude in the chat just to take him off.
I saw your argument as well. I saw your argument going on. You my favorite.
Yeah, I don't think y'all lost. I just think you should have came at a better angle. But to piss this guy off in the chat, I say y'all lost so he can lose this fucking lid.
Go and read your Bible, man. Behave yourself.
Yeah. All right.
Big up though, Jacob. Big up, G-O-J. And we've been joined by Turok.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I know. And yeah. I don't even know what Turok sing is nowadays. What's your thing these days, Turok?
Oh, scattered. No, we can't cope today.
What my things is anything that belongs to the Americas.
Yeah, okay, it's the America's thing. Okay. Yeah, you've been agreeing with some random people recently. Like, didn't somebody have some argument with you about you chilling with like some white supremacists or something? I don't know. I can't remember. I haven't been paying that much attention, but I thought you've been, I don't know, like chilling out with like the white supremacists or something.
What was it? Was it a male voice or a female voice?
You the white supremacist or the person who's arguing with about the white supremacists?
The messenger that gave you the message.
No, I heard it on the YouTube when you guys were arguing.
So what kind of smuddy was it? A female or a male?
There's a few people getting at you. There's a few people getting at you.
So you was watching?
Huh?
So you was interactive with the show then, or you saw me?
Yeah, it was in the no, I was in the back. It was in the. I can't remember, man. I can't remember. What are you saying though, Turok? How you doing, man? How's that treating you?
There's goody. You know what I mean? There's this powers to the ancestors.
How do you feel about the Black Lives Matter thing? Do you think they need strategy for this next round?
I don't know, in a sense, like, because if it's Floyd, and if it's like, I don't know, when you go international with certain things, like I think certain new things come about in a sense like that. But like with the Americans one, they're obviously looking to do but it's all funny now in a sense because you know what I mean, like this is why I think ADOS is so important to the people over there in a sense of slave descent, because other people are benefiting off their things what they have long worked for, their ancestors have died for, and you know what I mean, it can't go so.
I hear you 100%. It is mad. Are you gonna go out there, asshole, like to any of the protests? Is that your kind of? Would you ever do that kind of thing?
It depends what the protest is about, to be honest.
Okay, you wouldn't just go out on a stand of Black Lives Matter. I'm vexed about Floyd. I'm be out here.
I'm vexed about a lot of things in the Americas, not only Floyd. You know what I mean?
You protest for things over here though, like things you're vexed about over here as well in the UK. Or do you think like we should not protest in the UK? We should kind of like be happy with all the Windrush cells?
It depends how you identify yourself in a sense like that, and yeah, we have to be honest. There's a lot of diasporan people, whether it's from Africa or the Caribbean, that's over here, that's kind of happy over here and want to be here and gonna come here for the future. So, in a sense, it'd be nice if we could plan or have something sustainable internationally, so our people don't feel subjugated anywhere around the world.
100. I hear that. So if there is a protest on the weekend, you wouldn't support going? Would you be calling people, your fellow black people and so on, to go?
It depends what people are protesting for, because it's all over the place. Like you have African matters, but also tying with Black Lives Matters, and you have like West Indian matters, and probably got Black British matters as well in a sense like that. And I've also noticed the Black Lives Matters also incorporate some of the alternative lifestyle people. So there's a lot of things, and for all these people to come one voice and not get their particular topics, issues looked at correctly is very detrimental, I would say.
I hear that completely. I'm just
Yeah, because I was listening to somebody, I think it was an ex worker from the IMF Bank and the World Bank from Ghana, and he was complaining, saying that people should go and help America, but also he was complaining about something about France stolen some sort of pattern they had for a currency.
really.
Yeah, called the Echo. But this is the thing, like we have people of our own creed in the World Banks and the IMF, so we can't just look at them like they're all white people.
Yeah, no, that topic, devils, definitely.
You know what I mean? So it's like it's a very it's come to a point in time when it's like you have to filter to get the good in a sense like that age of Aquarius sort of thing. So we have to filter through like other people and their little types of ways, and you know what I mean, because people are just using any excuse now. Like, what do you think on the Kellogg's Cocoa Pops mascot?
I actually bought Cocoa Pops today. Actually, I'm thinking, damn, I forgot.
I know.
Forgot
I
about
know.
the struggle.
I got one right in front of me right now.
I forgot about the struggle, man. I should have done that. People probably look at me in the shop like I'm mad. Damn it. I never ever thought about that in any kind of way. I never looked at the Rice Krispie kids and thought, oh, look, those are white boys. And I looked at the Cocoa Pops monkey and thought, oh, that's me. Or that's supposed to be a black person. Do you know what I mean? Like, I never ever thought, like, at all. I never thought on it, to be fair. I don't know. I need to read a bit more about it. Maybe there is a deeper connotation to it. But I never ever looked at the Cocoa Pops monkey and thought they were trying to mock black people. But maybe they were.
Do you think that ex-MP something Osanya or something? Do you think she's reaching?
Yeah, I think she's reaching, definitely.
I think so as well.
I need to read what she said, but it sounds and it feels like a reach. Like I never had a problem.
Well, basically now she's compared it to the Rice Krispies, where there is three white gentlemen or three white character.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Rice Krispies, yeah. Snap, crackle, and pop.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I never got that.
And this is what I'm trying to say. Like people are filtering other little weird things just to gain some sort of
yeah, and it's annoying because when they do that, it takes your mind off of real racism. Do you know what I mean? It's mad. It's mad. That's cereal box, you know. But yeah, maybe I'm not allowed to eat Cocoa Pops no more. But man, they're good.
You remember to drink some more.
I just think that people have to be honest and not just try to ride some wave where everything now you want to snap it, you want the newspaper to take like to your comments and all these types of things. If you really felt that way, loads of things should have been happening from that time. If you know what I mean, why is it only now in 2020 now people are saying, oh, Cocoa Pops monkey and whatnot and the other.
True. And I like all my life of hearing people compare about like different things in terms of race and stuff like that. I've never heard one black person talk about the Cocoa Pops monkey. So
remember the juice on bongo?
The what?
The juice on bongo.
Yeah.
Juice on bongo?
Yeah.
No.
He used to take the piss. And they had the monkey there as well.
I haven't seen that one.
And it's more in detail. But everything's going to be scrutinized nowadays.
Umbongo. It's a cartoon. It's a drink.
It was like a little carton drink. Back in the day, people used to have in their packed lunch and look at in Umbongo.
Umbongo. Never had it.
For some reason, I never took to me for some reason. I don't even think I ever drank that drink. Even from a young age, my resistance.
If you look at the adverts.
I just remember for some reason I just thought for some reason I don't know why. From like as a little boy, I'm telling you, like for some reason I just thought that was only for white people for some reason. It's like if black people liked it, we would have knew about it, and for some reason I don't know why. For some reason I just had an inkling as a young boy. I just said, this seems like something only white people drink or participate in.
It's a Portuguese thing, so you know we know how Ultra feels about the Portuguese.
What Umbongo's Portuguese?
Umbongo, yeah.
I thought it was an English company, mind you.
You should see the advert.
Sorry, guys, I just want to quickly hear Shattered's answer to Veli's question of the day.
Oh, what was it? Sorry, let me read it again. So, what should we try and get out of it, or what's the strategy be? What plans do we have in place? Oh, we have. From what I know, I don't think we have any plans. If there is any protest happening on Saturday, I've been trying to see like where the promotion for this Saturday protest is, and I haven't seen much. I haven't heard much. But to be fair, I haven't been in probably like direct places where you might get that. Maybe I'll need to check onto one of these. Like I'm not using Instagram often, but I'm seeing that a lot of these things are getting organized via Instagram. So I'm gonna have to check my gram out.
But it's not on their website, is it?
What, the Black Lives Matter one?
Yeah.
Do you have a Black Lives Matter UK?
Yeah. Just put Black Lives Matter UK, and it will come up. They've got their own website.
Do you think these protests are more steered by younger people than the say the older generation?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have been.
The person that does the UK she's in her 20s.
Wow, freaking hell.
So yeah, join the revolution. They have no dates on their website, do they? Yeah, they have absolutely none.
Quickly, while you're checking that, go to contact.
Let me find contact.
Yeah, if you look at the Instagram, one second, Terry. 1 second, T. If you look at the last Instagram post, what's this black LGBTQ business? Like, what is that? If you're black, right? So what's the separation? What's all this LGBTQ? Is that
they're trying to say everybody matters, everybody.
who are the backside?
All inclusive, like a holiday.
Well, on their contact, what I can find is the email address.
Yeah, what's the email address?
Oh, contact@blacklivesmatter.uk.
.uk.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about on the contact itself, on the website.
Yeah, when you click on the website and you go to contact, the only thing they have there is their Twitter account, they have their email account, and that is contact@blacklivesmatters.uk.
You sure it's UK or Gmail?
No, it says .uk.
You sure? Because they've probably changed it. It was a
Gmail account before.
Hold
on. So who is this group then? So it's just like mostly young people then?
Yeah, they're young.
How old to say? Like, would you say the gap is or far wide?
Because what it is anyone could jump on that wagon. So you know when you get people that are just jumping on the wagon.
Brothers, can I quickly read something out to you on their Instagram? Do you mind if I quickly just read their post 5 days ago? So it says this, yeah. Firstly, we would like to thank all 31K of you who donated to our fund. Black Lives Matter UK. Black Lives Matter UK is a coalition of black activists and organisers across the UK. We believe we've been organising as Black Lives Matter UK since 2016 for justice in our communities. Each of us as individuals and as part of our activist organising group have been doing this work for much longer. We are looking for ways to seek out and support local grassroots, listen to the keywords, local grassroots groups who have been doing the work but have been grossly underfunded. Nothing can be done without resources in the climate we live in. The generous donations we have received are going to support Black Lives Matter UK, work with black communities, listen to this, black communities across the UK. Black Lives Matter UK organisers in the Black radical traditional radical traditional using political education, direct action, and political leadership towards Black liberation. Now, we've seen Anifa upload that video on where the actual funding's going. Who do we believe, brothers? Like, quick question. Do you believe them? Or what their website has led us to?
No, they've been changing things since all that exposure.
Yeah, they've been putting out statements and things like that, trying to make things clear. When did they put that statement out? Because I just gone to Instagram now. Which was what post?
5 days ago. You see in the black, with the writing. Can you see it? It's underneath the one with the guy with Grenfell, the Grenfell post. It's the one right underneath that.
Oh wow, there must be mad different ones. Yeah, can you share a link? Are you able to share a link in the back chat at least?
Actually, yeah, hold on.
Right, the Black Lives Matter leads have just raised six grand, and they're looking to their target is 100 grand on GoFundMe. That's Leeds.
In Leeds.
Yep, they got a Black Lives Matter Leeds.
Boy, I might start the Black Lives Matter West, London.
Let me see. Let me look at their don. Let me click onto the donations on the GoFundMe.
I don't know if I posted it correctly, but look in the back, scattered, and hopefully it should take you to that post. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fun.
Okay.
Okay, well, looks like the official one. They got a tick in them thing there.
Yeah, I always just to make sure it's a.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it probably might be worth following up on this and seeing if they are. I might just send them an email and do some investigative journalism and maybe give them a list of Black community groups that they could look to fund. I know, and then see, and then see if they actually follow up with that. To be fair, but if they're saying this,
oh my god,
problem is, yeah, asking, yeah, they've cut all the money, yeah, all this. What did you say? 31K? What was it? What did it say?
Oh, he's scattered.
What's up?
If I'm right, the UK Black Lives Matter has now gone to 980,000.
980,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Wait.
No, but there's 31K on their thing. That was 5 days. That's what it says on their Instagram post. That's the look in the back.
On the GoFundMe, it's raised. It says UK BLM fund has now gone to 980,176.
So
their target was 500,000.
Terry, let's be clear. So what we're saying is this, just to be clear, yeah, they've raised 31 in donations. That's what they said on their website, on their Instagram. It says in donating. So that means it's donation.
Get their website on the GoFundMe.
Hold on, I'm just trying to clear it up. Hold on. And then obviously again on the GoFundMe, they've raised another what?
No, they said they basically said on their post they'd like to thank all 31,000 of you for donating, not 31,000 pounds. But 31,000 people donated.
Oh, okay. And then on what?
So 31,000, and they've had 33,000 K. So that's it, 33,000 donations. Look at the list of donations. People are donating dough.
And this is my thing. So how much of this money is actually coming into the Black community? Because from that, the actual
one person put 400 just in half an hour ago. Donated 400 quid.
Hold on, Terry. The video that Nanifa donated when that white woman went and done her investigation.
Yeah, that was through the American one.
That was the American one.
But I'm saying, like, if we're gonna go by that standard, then that money's going to those people. What's it called?
Political party.
Yeah, there we go. So if it's going, what makes us think that the UK one's any different?
Well, that's why the journalism is going to have to come into play. We're going to have to email them and follow them up and try and check the money, see who got it in the end, see if they're going to release any information on who's got it. If we know they have that amount of money, then we know what they have. So it's just like whether us as a community are going to hold them accountable because they raised it all off using our name. But yeah, I think it's just about us getting involved in some of that stuff. But
yeah, they're using the George Floyd name. So what they're gonna do is they'll give a percentage to George Floyd, but remember the percentage of that goes to GoFundMe. Then the remaining money, whatever they send back to the states.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just reading it.
So what about do you think that see, like Saturday schools and after school clubs and stuff, do you think they are entitled to some of the proceeds according to what that statement they put up on their Insta? Because it's organizations come under that, right?
Yeah, but they would say they will have someone that creates the division like a lottery.
Oh God, here we go. Then there should be some loophole somewhere. I should expect it. Why am I surprised?
They just remember just using the name is a broad name, so it could go to anybody within that circumference of black Afro-Caribbeans diaspora.
And not just that, beyond that, you have to also remember here in the UK as IC Freak always goes on about, is the term what the idea of political blackness. Because to be fair, the whole BAME category, Black and Asian minority ethnic groups, get grouped in under that political black identity. So you're gonna have like, look who Boris Johnson has hired to do the whole looking into racism in this against black people. He's had an Asian lady, and not to say that Asians don't experience racism and they're not, you know, comrades in certain aspects and places and times, but this is an issue that we're talking about right now, is specifically about the issues black people and the black community are facing. And I think it's going to be, I think a lot of people who are going to try and scoop in, especially when you look at the Black Lives Matter organizers here in the UK, I think you might find a lot of different ethnic minorities there going along with this sort of banding of blackness because it's convenient right now.
But you know what? Scattered. You know, there's a loophole here in this now, right? It says it will fund organizations across the country in addition to campaign for demand. So the money goes to the form of campaigning.
Yeah. Oh, it has to be for campaigning.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. The proceeds go to the campaigning. So when you're campaigning now, that can mean that you pay off people to doing flyers. You can pay off people in the government. You can pay anybody to raise awareness of your campaign.
100%.
All forms of development.
That's true. There's none about development there.
It's the fact that this got this whole Black Lives Matter with the whole big title black in there, and no one can like categorically come out, put a face to behind the headers of this Black Lives Matter organization. No one can directly let us know where the money's directly going to, which and what organizations are actually benefiting from it, if any, and what black people are gaining from this. Like, I need some evidence in it of who you are, what you're about.
They're using a lot of broad words where it could go to anybody.
That's it. 100%. I see that already. So, but like I say, they posted that post. I think we should send that post around to all different black community groups in the community, and I think grassroots ones that have been doing the work for time, and they should be demanding that money. At the same time, it's a question, it's always come down to that thing within the conscious community about, will people want to take the money? Given that the organization that has raised the money, we know that what they are, they represent the LGBT community heavily as well. And even within the post that you read out there, sister D, like it was Veli, I think Shakara's in the back chat. I don't know, maybe not. He just added Veli for some reason. I don't know, maybe he's not. And I think Nicolas might be in the back chat though, Veli. But I think
I think they're taking the Black Lives Matter UK down.
Huh?
I think they've taken the website down.
The UK website down.
Let me go and look. I'll do some
it's blacklivesmatter.com. The UK there no more.
That's the American one. Blacklivesmatter.com is the American one. The UK one is blacklivesmatter.uk. Type in blacklivesmatter.uk, not co, just .uk.
Yeah, .uk.
Yeah.
Okay. I think they've taken it down. Hold on, let me just check. Yeah, they've. Okay, .uk. I found it. Okay, I found it. I thought they. Hold on, this website has changed.
Is that the right website?
Yeah, no, they've changed. They've changed the look of it.
Mm-hmm.
They tweet this. Hold on, let me go back to contacts. Yeah, they've changed it. Hold on, let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've changed it. They've revamped it because the last one didn't have contact, was at what do you call it, at Gmail. Someone's identified it to them and they've changed it. This is a whole new website.
Nothing.
You see, I think because that woman's thing went viral, they've gone to revamp things.
Mm-hmm. Make sure they clean up everything. Make sure no links lead to nothing where they can't. Yeah. Well, can't get traced. I can see it.
Yeah, they've changed it. They've revamped it. That's why.
Question. You see the Black Lives Matter outfit where they do all their clothing, their merch, and all of that, the t-shirts and all of that. Is that linked to them as well? Is that a separate?
No, they played. The ones have played very smart with that, because what they've done is that to not let people come to them, they've brought in Fubu.
Yeah.
Fubu's owned by LL Cool J.
Fubu.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I was by.
So they made the clothes. So what they're saying is that if you purchase the clothes, the profit of the proceeds of the profits go to Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
But really and truly, it's their clothes line.
Yeah. That's giving people a little boost.
But yeah, they've changed this, Scad. This is a new website.
Nah, they did.
Let me see the date on this shit.
Big business, boy.
Yeah, they moved quick.
Mm-hmm.
What did he say? Oh.
Yeah, because they've now look, even in their instead of saying info at Black Lives Matter UK, they've said contact. They've changed the whole shit.
Shaka. Shaka.
Yeah, deep.
Shaka, you there?
Shaka no there. I'm trying to
say.
Shaka.
What was I gonna say? Do anybody knows the relationship with Ghana and Germany? Because they seem like they've been.
There's a lot of there's quite a few bits and pieces that connect them together. That's why you get a lot of Ghanaians in Germany. This was afterwards. Wow.
I'm sorry, but this Black Lives Matter thing is still baffling my brain because I've gone all over the place. I've gone to the Twitter, I've gone to the Instagram, I go to the GoFundMe. Where's the actual website?
Go to blacklivesmatter.uk.
Is it?
I did that too, and it's showing up as
That,
I tell you what.
.uk. They changed it. They've got a new website now. Huh?
It's taking me to the GoFundMe fundraiser. That's
No.
Just
put in your search bar, blacklivesmatter.uk.
Oh, dot. Okay, let me put the dot. Okay, let me go now. Right, I'm there. I see. First thing I see is Twitter. Then I see Facebook again. blacklivesmatter.com. Isn't that the American one?
Yes, the American one. You go to put it in your search bar, put it in your normal thing, and put blacklivesmatter.uk.
Listen to me. Listen. You're not listening. Listen to what I'm saying. When I put that in, I typed exactly how you told me. The first thing on the top of the search engine is Twitter. Then comes Facebook. Then comes blacklivesmatter.com. Then comes The Guardian. Where is the UK site? It's not showing up for me.
Yes, but that's what I'm gonna put it in. I'm gonna put it in the private chat, and look. It's this.
Yeah, it's hard to find it via your search on Google.
Yeah, because what they've done is they've revamped it, so it's gone back on the bottom of the list.
Oh, I was thinking, where the hell is this thing? I can't find.
This is a new website for them now. They think they're smart. They've revamped it because of the situation.
Wow, these people are gangsters, man. They're full of trickery.
They've got money in it.
Hoodwinking black people all over. They're hoodwinking us, man.
Submit Black Noise Stories. So, homepage, yeah. So, Black Lives Matter, the American one must have contacted to make them do it properly.
So is there Black Lives Matter France?
Yeah, there's Black Lives everything now.
Yeah. So Toro, do what I do, because when I tried to type it in the search myself, it wasn't showing up. I had to copy and paste Terry's link, or just highlight Terry's link and then tap on look up, and it will take you there. That's the only way you're going to get. If you try to do it independently and try to do it manually and type it in, it's not going to show. You'll get Twitter, Facebook, The Guardian, or American one, but you won't get the UK one.
Yeah, before you used to, but they've changed it. As I said, so now it's gone right to the bottom. They have to build up his profile again. Look, operating. They got a door opener here. Options: young black votes. They're dealing with. I want to see about. Where's their mission statement? Letters to you. Sponsorship. Sponsor us. VIP mission kids. Regular donations. Let me see their regular donations. It takes you. No, you see, it's still there. You see it. Hey, Scad. Hey. Hey. Lady D.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, T. I'm here. I noticed they mentioned Will I Am on.
What's their regular donations? Their regular donations go to a PayPal.
I'm not surprised. Let me look. Hold on. Is Will I Am a spokesperson for them? Terry, is Will I Am a spokesperson for them or something?
No, they will spin off the Americans.
Oh, because I noticed they got him on the front page. Yeah, I see they got him.
Yeah, but their regular donation goes to a PayPal.
Yeah, I just tried to donate and it's taking me straight to PayPal. It's asking me how much do I want to donate. Let me put 1 pence. Oh, no, lucky.
Nothing there, man.
I'm gonna put 1 pence. Next.
Wow.
Sign in.
Sneaky. Where is the about page? There's no about page.
Right, it's asking me for my address and all of that. Okay, I've done all of that. So let's see.
This song on there.
Yeah, so it doesn't take you to an actual website where you can see where the money's going to. What it does, it goes to PayPal, and off it goes to PayPal, and PayPal will take it to them. So therefore, you've got no tracking route to see where the money's going.
They don't even have an about page.
Right. So what happened? They've seen what's happened with the American one when the woman done the investigation on the American funds. So therefore, they thought, well, fuck it. If you think we're gonna get us like that, hey, we're gonna PayPal your ass, yeah. So you can either PayPal or you can Apple Pay, or I don't know what the Androids.
They don't have nothing about them.
Yeah, nothing's there. Can't trace nothing.
What Black Lives Matter is.
Yeah. All it says to me when I go to press tab donate, it just says to me, you're sending to Black Lives Matter UK. We'll notify them with a text on your behalf. That's all it says.
Yep. They have no mission statement.
Nothing. You ain't getting over my 1 pence. I don't know where it's going to.
Broken Silence, Black Lives Matter Creative, Art and Entertainment, YouTube Moves, VIP, Operation Young Black Vote. They think they're smart. Letters to you. Official stuff. Okay, let me see official statements. Official statements.
It says white silence, break the silence, Black Lives Matter.
Okay, then on the breaking silence, on the what's it called?
What does Nina Claus mean that wake up and smell the cocoa? That God of Jacob, they done a great job. I pray for you, wake up.
I don't know.
It don't go to a person.
Yeah, the statement page, yeah, it's got the about page. Oh my gosh, they got bare pages. They've got, you see, they got Black Lives Matter.uk. They've got Black Lives Matter.org.uk. They got Black Lives Matter.co.uk.
Hold on, you missed one. Black Lives Matter org UK, no dots.
Yep.
There's another one, Black Lives Matter 419.
Black Lives Matter organization is a UK revolution working to find other ways with the goal that Black Lives Matter. We are the working together, breaking down white silence to the mindset of white people. Whoa, they've changed their statement. Let me go to the org one because the org one sounds. It's the same page. It comes to the same page. All these web pages, they come to the same page anyway. All these they've bought all the web pages for the UK.
I don't know why we even like. As long as if we're not suing them for our money, that's rightfully ours, then we shouldn't even be interested in these people. But anyway, big up Shaka. I just wanted to make sure I can hear you. Your mic.
Zaga.
Bless
Yeah,
up,
what
kid.
one?
Yeah. Everything is.
They've changed their website.
Yeah, I ain't been on that website for quite some time still. So
Yeah, the UK. They've now put variations of websites to it, but their donation, their daily donation goes to a PayPal.
okay. Oh, yeah.
They've just made 900 and what do you call it? 900, almost a million so far.
Okay.
It's funny, you know. When you want to build a school, you can't get that money.
But hold on. Before we even go down that road there about the money, Shakara, do you want to give us your? Cause we just heard Shattered Mind this thought process. For the question of the day, you got anything for that?
What is it? I can't see it at the moment because I'm on.
Okay, let me find it again. Whoa, you got me doing work today.
Can I ask Shakira a question quickly? What is the relationship between Ghana and France?
I thought you said Ghana and Germany.
No, France, because like I've seen loads of time like the Ghana presidents or people who represent Ghana, they keep telling France, no, we don't want you, we hate you, we don't want you, and every minute France is up their arse. Like I don't understand.
France has a stronghold in West Africa because of the French-speaking nations there. A lot of the English-speaking nations are trying not to come under the influence of France. I think that's the long and short.
I think your mic's a bit thingy.
Sorry, I missed that. Shakira, did you respond?
Yeah, I was trying to. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, I was saying that France has quite a big stronghold in West Africa through the French-speaking African nations, and a lot of the English-speaking African nations are trying to not to come under the influence of France in that kind of way. Yeah, not to say that they're revolutionary, but you know they don't want France basically because a lot of the deals that France has with its French-speaking nations are very, very destructive. Yeah, so that's why you're gonna get Ghana saying, you know, especially because recently the West Africa was looking to install this thing called the Echo, which is a different currency, and basically that plan was kind of you know backtracked because Macron went over there with a new deal for the French-speaking nations, and so that it keeps them tied to the French currency. So yeah, there's a lot of back and forth at the moment. That's not to say that Ghana is any less neo-colonial than Mali, but you know, everyone's answering to different masters, isn't it? But yeah, I couldn't tell you the in-depth nature of the relationship that Ghana has with France. But that's a basic overview.
Big up, bro. How you doing, Nicara?
Blessings.
Blessings.
Okay, now for the next question, here it is. Yeah, it says, for the next Black Lives Matter protest, what plans do we have in place to enact change? Sorry. So let me read that again. For the next Black Lives Matter protest, what plans do we have in place to enact change?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Change is not enacted through from one protest to the next. Like, protests are events. Change is a process of consistent action and organization. So yeah, and that depends on what. If we're looking for police officers killing us, then we're going to have to either organize to police the police independently, or put enough pressure on the system through political and other action to get government in funded, let's say, resources put to bear in relation to things like the IPCC. You know what I'm saying, them kind of things there, or new bodies, which, because they don't work. The IPCC doesn't work. It's nonsense. And all these kinds of things here. So yeah, this is part of the problem, is that we're waiting for protests to solve problems, and they don't. Protests highlight. All they do is they highlight the issue, but the change is not made in the protest. You know what I'm saying? The change is not made as a result of the protest. The change is made based upon what comes before and after the protest. So for me, because I am a Pan-Africanist and a Black nationalist, to me the change is based upon the extent to which Black people around the world are in tune with each other, are showing solidarity with each other, and are organizing together. One thing that we can say is that there has been a mass show of Black solidarity around the world. Yeah. And I've had to laugh at different points here, because during African Spirituality Week on the G Block here, one of the things that was said to me by a white American, and I mention it because it's something that a lot of Black people believe, is that Black people around the world are always looking, are always doing stuff for Africa, but nobody in Africa does anything or comes out or shows support for Black people, particularly in America, the Caribbean, the UK, them kind of things there. This nonsense statement, but like, it's been very difficult, and all the people that have platforms that are based upon that kind of rhetoric, they've been very quiet like this whole period, because Africans in the Caribbean have been out visibly. Africans all over the continent have been out visibly, and to the point whereby the Ghanaian government itself came out and made a statement. Now, I'm not a fan of the Ghanaian government, but it's just interesting that he came out and did a whole ceremony, right, in honor of George Floyd, kinds of things. So whatever my critiques are of the Ghanaian government, like the show of solidarity coming out of Ghana from the people to the government, is something that I can look at in some ways positively. So that for me is important. I'm saying that Black people are Now, the only thing I would say is that there's around the same time that George Floyd was killed, a young man by the name of João Pedro Metos Pinto was killed in Brazil, and very few people know about that. You know what I'm saying? There are other cases of these things happening around the world. We can't know everything, but
and in Canada that was thrown off the 24th floor building by the police.
I'm just learning about that one. You know what I'm saying? So so I'm just saying that obviously, like, there's an obvious thing that comes with living in a quote unquote developed nation like Britain or America or whatever, whereby it's easy for your issues to get worldwide attention, and obviously there's the language barrier and all kinds of different things. But I'm just pointing it out to say that it's good to see all the solidarity, but then there are areas whereby we need to improve on the solidarity even that's being shown around now. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Another question for you. Also Torok, also want to hear Torok's thoughts on it as well. So, do you think it's wise of us, and Scattered, you as well? Do you think it's wise of us as Africans across the diaspora? Do you think, or Black people worldwide, if you don't want to use Africans, I know God of Jacob and Torok might not work with that. So, do you think it's wise of us as Black people all over the world to attach ourselves to Black Lives Matter, or do you think it's actually detrimental?
Sorry, Lady D. I was the Queen just talking to me.
Oh, it's okay. Big up Queen. Isaac over in the back. But
big up everyone. Big up Queen.
Big up. Yeah, I'm just asking a quick question. Do you think it's wise of us as Blacks or Africans across the diaspora, for a better choice of words, to attach ourselves to the whole Black Lives Matter and what they're about? Because we're not even sure of who they are, what they're about, what's the fun.
So there's a video, yeah. All right, for the answer to that question, yeah. There's a brother called Omowale Africa, yeah. Africa spelled with a K on YouTube, yeah. And he's just done a brilliant presentation. It's about an hour, and there's a discussion afterwards for another hour, breaking down a lot of the Black Lives Matter stuff and how a lot of the grassroots movements that were in Ferguson, for example, around the killing of Mike Brown and kind of things there, they were displaced, yeah. Black Lives Matter took over whatever they were doing, and a lot of the people that were on the ground in those movements were actually killed, like in mysterious circumstances. I think that I've always been uncomfortable with the terminology Black Lives Matter, and then when you get more into the movement, you realize that there's contradictions there. At the same time, I understand that not most people that are hashtagging Black Lives Matter are not involved in the organized body. They are just Black people that are concerned about deaths in custody and whatever. And so I feel that it's important. Like I believe that it's important to discuss what we're for more than what we're against. And so if we're challenging Black Lives Matter, then those who are doing so need to be putting forward what they are about. So if I'm challenging Black Lives Matter rhetoric and I am a Black nationalist Pan-Africanist, then I have to put forward, well, why is it from this perspective that I am convicted by the idea that Black nationalism, Pan-Africanism is a preferable ideological foundation, yeah, with preferable solutions or modes or strategies or whatever in operation, that kind of thing. I think that's the way to go about it. So I'm not particularly a supporter of the organized formation of Black Lives Matter. I'm not even particularly a supporter of the idea of appealing about the value of our lives to the people that are killing us necessarily. But I am a supporter of Black people in general standing up for justice, and so on that basis I'm going to support, that many ways I support whatever, but yeah, just from my own perspective.
Yeah, I get it. Toro, how do you feel, and Scattered as well, when you get a chance?
To be honest, like maybe there's different sort of avenues what they deal with specific things on the ground, or internationally. So it'd be interesting to see how they correspond with other little basically how they're gonna deal with certain other issues, especially like with the police. I'm not too sure about the reparations with Black Lives Matter, but definitely with something with the police and Black people internationally, worldwide, it could be something very unique and quite beneficial.
Yeah,
I'd agree with a lot of what Shako said. Basically, I'm not necessarily in the idea of asking for people who are killing you to value your lives or whatever. I don't see the sense in that. I think it is just a matter of I think there are legitimate issues to be raised by this protest and so forth, but I'm not sure about strategically what the strategy is in regards to everything. Like Shakara, I am a Pan-Africanist as well, probably. And so as that, I would like to see our main focus, our main position be on nation building, nationhood. I am understanding that not every Black person is going to want to return to Africa, or even every Black person is in a rush to leave the West. But I would say to those people even those who are not in a rush, to be conscientious of the benefits that they would have from having their Black brothers be able to set up homelands and nations for them, especially if they wish to stay here in the West, when it comes to a situation like this, in terms of Black Lives Matter, where you wouldn't have to be complaining to a government that doesn't respect you, but you'd have representation of your own in your own home nation that will come forth at the opportune times, as it were. But I don't know, like I just like I feel like there's no strategy right now to this current series of protests, but I think they're very important. Do you know what I mean? They're very important, unconscious awakenings for some as well. When some people amongst those protesters and amongst those numbers will become awakened, and it will lead them to a life of looking into the deconstruction of systems, whereas others are just going to be hopeful for a very small amount of change or whatever change they can get within life here in the West, pretty much. And if you're asking for the government to make changes, you are pretty much signing yourself up to being ruled by that government, you know?
Yeah.
Here, I co-sign that. Actually, I don't think we realise that we give away our rights and our liberties when we're basically begging to be governed and begging to be mummied and you know and given little trinkets here and there to satisfy us and keep us what we're supposed to be escaping, not running towards. So yeah,
I don't, 100%. I don't mind it as a strategy, like I've been saying, as a strategy right now. Conscious community groups can look at what's happening in the world in terms of the like Black Lives Matter being such a global message, and see to themselves strategically what they can get out of it. However, it is understanding that they're doing it in the light of a strategy and not just simply because of going with the status quo.
Yeah,
I would suggest that one thing that can be employed is something specific in terms of the legal system, so you know, something specific in terms of prosecution for police officers who misuse their power, and redefinition of the law in terms of what constitutes misuse of power on the part of police officers. I believe those short term, you know, those short term goals are valid. Do you know what I'm saying? I doubt that there's anybody from any Black perspective that is gonna really disagree, even from a Pan-African perspective of, you know, Bondong, Babylon, the whole system for Bondong. Like in the short term, yeah, like, you know, that might be important. Do you know what I'm saying? You know,
no, because even in Africa, you have even though it's Black people, I think Black Lives Matter can still make an effort in Africa, because it's just like justice basically, and making sure that people do not lower the bar on the standards of humanity for people of melanin or identify as Black.
Yeah, I would extend that to the Caribbean and anywhere that we are a majority. Often people talk about Africa, but we're not. We're a majority in the Caribbean as well. People don't want to act like they're not African, but
no, they are a lot of Africans now moving to the Caribbean and being in the Central America. There is a lot of Africans moving to the Americas.
I hear you. They're joining the African brothers there already. I hear you.
No, listen what I'm saying to you. They're actually from Africa and they're coming.
I know.
This is what I'm saying. Nothing to do with the slave trade.
No,
do you understand that?
Like Ghanaian brothers are going there on their own free will without the slave trade.
Exactly.
And they're backing up with the other African brothers who are there already by way of the slave trade. 100%. I agree. I'm playing you, talk, man. But I agree.
So obviously the descendants of slavery, and there's people that have come there to become citizens, i.e. the Ghana president that said, oh, for some of the people from the Americas to come over there, and he's sending 300 of his own nurses from Ghana to the Caribbean and Central America.
Yeah, big him up. I respect that, and I no doubt. I wasn't even arguing with that. Or I was going to ask you, Tiros. I can't remember what I was going to ask you now. You said that thing about Black Lives Matter can do a job in Africa. When Shakira said, yeah, and anywhere we have a.
I was more talking to your point, because you were saying that even though a lot of people are looking to go back home and you're a Pan-African, I look at the Pan-African as sort of the same branch, but not really probably the same in the modern day as Black Lives Matter, where they're looking for a particular justice for a standard of Black lives in around the world.
Maybe, I don't know. But what I was going to say about is when you said that the Black Lives Matter campaign can work in Africa, And
So
Shaka,
take for instance,
one second. And Shaka said something about it working well in the Caribbean. I think that was a very valid and important point, actually, because police brutality in these nations, take Jamaica for example, is outrageous, and the way the police actually treat their citizens, as opposed to how they treat white people who turn up in those nations. You would say that actually this thing about Black Lives not mattering to police officers occurs even in majority black police officers in the Caribbean, where these guys are very quick to shoot their black people and even black citizens, to be fair. So who have to commit crime. So I think
yeah, but what I was saying is not to sly dig at you, just only because you mentioned like a move it to Africa, but I don't know specifically if Black Lives Matter actually deals with that. I could actually imagine they support some sort of effects of that.
No, I think they do have Black Lives Matter movements from what the news tells us across the world, in South Africa, in Ghana, Nigeria. They have had Black Lives Matter sorts of protests and campaigns. So I think it does happen. And I'll just point it out.
Yeah, so I'm trying to show you that there might be certain things that might pop up in the future where international corporations might twist the arms of crooked people, and maybe these people will stand in, if you know what I mean, because it's affecting a whole populace of tribes, different nations of people on the continent of which everybody identifies Africa. So even with say like the Sahara slave trade, that's another point where there's going to be a big talking point too, because a lot of people from the Middle East, I think they have sort of joined this Black Lives Matter, but maybe they haven't looked at it a lot of what's going on in their own backyard, in a sense.
Oh, 100%. There's massive things to be said about that side of things as well, in terms of some of the hypocrisies in some of the nations that you're seeing coming forth and putting out statements about in regards to Black Lives Matter. And like you're saying, some of those Middle Eastern nations and North African nations are some of those that need to look at themselves and say, how are you going to try and talk about America right now when you have a whole history and a modern history and continued status quo of the same thing. And interestingly, China was one of the ones, to be fair. China will put out some statement in Chinese press recently talking about, look at America with all their protests and how they're using force and violence to suppress their things. They want to turn around and talk about us in Hong Kong. And we should be very, very clear that, within China, black people aren't treated well either. So the fact that they're coming out and using this as a chance to beat America doesn't mean that they're our friends. It just means that they know how to use our plight as a weapon for themselves.
No, but they're in Europe now, as we can see. So for a time they're in Europe. You know what I mean? A lot of African people go travel to Europe, travel to America, and also a lot of those Black Lives Matter deal with a lot of immigration matters.
What this highlights really though is for majority black nations is the extent to which the police force is a colonial institution. That's the reality. Like all of the police forces are holdovers on colonialism, and so as a result of that, the original police forces in Africa and the Caribbean is protecting the wealth of white people. That's the reality of white colonizers.
Speaking of colonization, sorry, Shakira, I was just saying, speaking of colonization, did you hear my conversation earlier with your friend, Why So Religious?
No, I didn't.
Okay. No worries.
I can imagine it would have been interesting.
It was somewhat interesting.
Yeah, he gave Scattermans that work.
I doubt that very highly.
You know when God says that he
gave him that work.
I doubt that highly.
You know, God Jacob says, he's writing joke, man.
Yeah. So wait. Give me the highlights. Give me the highlights.
Oh no, I was being facetious. He was talking about illegal.
No, I'm messing with Nan down there.
I know you are. You're messing with Nan. I was being facetious, but when I just jumped in because he was on the panel talking to ladies about it. I didn't hear the full conversation. Ladies would be in later. But at the time, I just walked in and I heard him talking about how his wife is from China and how she was a legal immigrant, but however she done it. Yeah, but he said his wife, she done it the right way though, right? So she went.
No, what I mean is, say, are you aware of the fact that there's a movement of white men who are running their Chinese wives, like Oriental?
Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's a thing. It's an actual thing among black men in particular.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and so but as well what's his name? Farage from over here. I think he's in that class as well. Like these white men that are running down these Asian women. But they go,
Yeah, but like you can see that a lot in the African American community, where a lot of GIs and other people have gone over to these regions and certain things like that.
That's a different thing. That's a different thing.
That's
Anyway,
it.
go on.
No, it's not a different thing, because a lot of these Korean people a lot of these people are in our hoods now and things like that. So there's a lot of relations what's going on the continent of America and also in Africa.
Right,
There's a lot
like,
of Chinese in
rundown quickly, sorry. And then basically we were talking about yeah, so he was talking about how, basically, however, when Chinese people come into America as illegal immigrants, they do it the right way. So they come in as illegals, and then they go to the border and get themselves caught purposely, basically, so that they could be so that they can go through the system and apply and then have a specific amount of time in America legally, at least, right?
Yeah.
And he was thinking that that's the right way to do it and a better way to do it. So I jumped on that way because I thought it was interesting that, he was giving advice on the right ways to immigrate to a nation. And I thought maybe, the white Americans in America could take a leaf out of Chinese book and report themselves to the Native Americans as illegals, kind of, and see if some justice could be done. At which point, he said it was ridiculous because obviously white Americans aren't immigrants. There was no nation in Native America to begin with.
No border control.
None of this. So therefore, they're not illegal immigrants at all. And So we have to go into a wrangle about this idea of nationhood and who defines what a nation is a nation and what isn't a nation. Because as far as I've always understood it, and to be fair, I don't know the most history about the Native American people. But what I do understand is the Iroquois League actually forms the basis of how America formulated its own federation and created sort of a federation of different tribes or different states that have different representatives that come together and meet and make decisions, right? Which is what the Iroquois done, right? They had 50 chiefs for their 50 tribes. 50, interesting number, because that sounds similar to America. Anyway,
Yeah.
50 tribes who meet together and they make decisions about their nation across the board.
It even sounds like democracy.
100%. It sounds eerily strange. However, he was telling me that because they didn't have certain amount of open plumbing, or they didn't have ownership, a systemized setting of ownership of land, etc., etc. Although Nicholas in the chat provided us with examples that Native Americans did have forms of land ownership of their own, etc. He was saying because they didn't meet these certain standards.
Nah, Scott of Mines, you ain't have all that energy when he was up here. Stop that.
All right, Jacob. Jake is my favorite show. Trust me. Jake is my favorite show. But yeah, Nicholas had all the thing about the states and so on. So yeah, it was an interesting conversation. But then we ended up getting moved on to black somehow. The conversation got onto how it is that black people have it easier in the West and in America than they have it in Africa, etc.
Just refresh your memory. He kept moving the goalposts. Remember, so he brought in the fact that he's been listening all week, and we've been talking about reparations and all that, but he finds it strange that we don't ask some Africans for reparations. He finds it very strange that we're not, but basically we need to be grateful we're in the West and our lives are preserved and longer and better for us in the West. And basically, kiss my ass, I'm a man and you should be thankful.
So what do you think of that thing?
When I made reference to a white American who made this statement about Africans in Africa not caring anything about Africans around the world, or Black Americans in particular, this was the offending party, yeah, in that conversation, and it's it's if you listen to Anglo Boers in South Africa, they this is how they talk. This is exactly how they talk. The people.
So you think never have. Think on the African side there should be some reparation as well.
And them kind of argument there. So it's interesting how consistent the arguments are.
So don't you think on the African side there should be some sort of talks of reparation for the descendants of slavery?
Upon what basis?
If we can prove that these people were bartering and all these types of things, what would you say then?
You will be able to prove that said tribe or said tribal chief bartered with these type of people to send this set of people back to UK. You'll be able to prove that.
Yeah, that. If we're to the Americas, why would Africa be needing to give us reparations?
And see, this is where it goes silent, Shaka, and this is what happened earlier when Why So Religious was on. I said the same thing. I said, even if let's go with his view, let's say, okay, he's right, Africans sold us. Okay, so they sold us. But once we reached into your hands, you were the one who inflicted all the pain. You were the one who raped and maimed and killed. You were the one who had us doing all kinds of disgusting, derogatory stuff. You had us farming and planting and had us put to work. So why would I go to the Africans when you were the one to do all of this stuff? Why would I not come to you?
And not only that, just say for example,
slavery was everywhere at that time then. So reparations.
Well, I mean, there's several reasons for that. And slavery wasn't everywhere around during that time. That time specifically was dominated by the transatlantic slave trade, and the European powers that be had a significant control and wielded significant power on the continent at that time. So they can't divorce themselves away from things there. But let's talk about being sold, right? So just a real example of history, right? King George of Opobo was known to do business. King George of Opobo was known to do business with Western people and not just slaves, but he occasionally sold slaves too. So just say, for example, I found out that my great ancestor was sold into slavery by King George of the Opobo, right? Sold into slavery to the British by this man, right? So my claim is directly against him. However, what if I was sold into slavery and I ended up in St. Vincent and I was working on a plantation in St. Vincent for years? However, eventually, this brother, George of the Opobo, who sold me, ends up as a slave on the same plantation with me, and eventually he leads a rebellion against slavery there. And so, who do I claim my reparations from in this case?
Well, for the person who first sold you, innit?
But he was there in slavery with me. Is the point I'm making.
So what do you do with that person then?
I mean, he's already dead. I'm saying to you, if you look at the document, with you, Turok, if you look at the document,
stuck in the middle with what kind of thing you talk?
If you look at the document, Turok, and you do your historical research, and that's the situation that comes apart about what is your outcome for that? Who do you ask for reparations in that case?
I say all nations that are involved need to pay reparations.
Okay, so what African nations were involved? That's the question. So what African nations were involved?
Pardon?
No,
any human being, whether nation, creed, or color they are, that was involved with the descendants of slavery need to pay reparations.
So what African nations were involved? That's the question.
Stuck in the middle with you.
Indeed. So, but don't do that. Come and have a proper conversation. Don't do the trolling.
No, I just need to ask the question. That's what
we need to be fair to the people that was who was actually being.
I'm not gonna lie. James Jones is a much better than you, Turok. If we're gonna do the trolling thing, James,
we have to look for the benefits of the person.
James, the biggest company don't have to Turok.
What African nations were involved?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, we can't be sympathetic to the criminals. We have to be sympathetic to the person, the crime.
I agree. So what African nations were involved? That's the question. What African nations were involved in the thing?
You lot do African history. You tell us.
But you're making the case. Look, I'm not suggesting that Africa needs to give us reparations.
Why are you not holding back? Why are you holding back? You tell the truth. What are you to gain or lose?
Hold on, Shakaba. This is why to me that makes no sense. Because if I'm being told by Torah religious to go to the Africans and claim reparations there, then I need to know which Africans they want me to go back to. So when you ask them, well, which nations were involved, and they can't answer, well, then stop the argument.
So Africa, Pan-Africans are sending us back to.
No, but are you listening? Yeah. Sorry, can I just? Do you mind if I just quickly say what your argument should be, Turok, is the ones that. Yeah, you're right.
Selassie is an Ethiopian emperor. That's in Africa.
Yeah, are you okay? Just relax, yeah. Your argument should be
from your get up, you are soldier.
Get ready for the trolling, Jane.
Yeah, I beg you, stop singing, please, when I'm talking. But your argument should be,
my gospel music.
Yeah, what it should be, yeah. I don't care. What it should be, yeah, is those who profited, and then you'd have to compare who was to profit. So if there was, for example, if there was some wealthy African family that had profited from slavery, then it was like some generational wealth, then yeah, why not? I don't see anyone that would have an issue with somebody that profited almost exclusively off slavery, at least in the beginning, and then and is wealthy as a result of enslaving people. They would have. I don't think anyone would have an issue. I don't think Shaka Scattered or
the
question then becomes, yeah, would we include Africans, yeah, in the Americas who quote unquote own in that dynamic?
Well, this would be like
there are three families right now, yeah, who are class from that time, yeah, because of the fact that they did certain deals and then kind of things there within the slavery system.
Yeah,
are we running down them people there as well?
So this would be my second point, right? So the first point, I just wanted to be simple because I think like they're trying to paint you guys as hypocrites. That's what that argument is being presented for, right? I'm saying I doubt you would have. I don't see why you would have an issue if you could clearly put, like, based on your model of reparations, if you could clearly point out that someone who was black who had an equal involvement. When I say equal, I mean obviously they still probably suffered some form of racism, but they profited off the enslavement of people, whether it's theirs or otherwise. I don't think you'd have an issue with that. I just wanted to clear it out for you because I feel like you weren't engaging their point on their level. I feel like you was a bit above it. So simply put, for anyone else, I doubt you'd have an issue. But the second point would be that I'm not an advocate for individual reparations in that sense, as in I would like to consider slavery as well as the resulting colonization as one in the same. So if you take people from another country, mistreat those people, then underdevelop their homeland, i.e. giving them nowhere to go back to, even when slavery does end, and I believe that's all part of the same sort of atrocity or injustice. So it would make more sense to give back to the nation which you underdeveloped, and the individual reparations that those people get are from the state that you have given all that money back to. So now you can be a citizen anywhere on the continent if you've had this mistreatment, whether you want to do 23andMe or just arbitrarily pick a place on the continent. And I think that sort of cachet or whatever reparations is given back, whatever sort of package is given back to said African nation or place on the continent, or those most affected, obviously they get a sort of relative package, yeah, that they're able to give that, as in first come first serve for those who have been displaced, and dual citizenship should be offered, as if they take one, it doesn't preclude them from their access to the rights that they've had in America, because those people have mistreated them as well, or Arab states, which we never seem to be asking them.
So James, are you familiar with the Renaissance channel?
Renaissance, what? Say it again.
It's called the Renaissance channel. It's an African man from Nigeria. He talks about actual history, what happened during the 16th century going up into early history now. And he talks about there was loads of slave raiding tribes that was going on the behalf of the British and all these types of things, collecting other peoples from different tribes and all these things. And these things are well documented.
Yeah.
So in the same way that you had so-called slave catchers.
Now you know.
What's it called in the Americas as well. At every point during the enslavement process, there are people that collaborated with enslavement.
We're talking about the transatlantic slave trade. So the people, you're never looking about the victim. We're talking about the victims.
At every point during the enslavement process, every point. So from invasion to capture, to, kidnapping on the slave ship. What's it called? On the auction block, on the plantation, at every point there were black people who collaborated with the enslavers. Every single point.
Yeah, but we're not looking at them if they're black. We're just looking at the people who are criminals and participate.
Okay. There were people among our own group who collaborated with the enslaver. Every single point. So
not all of them.
The point is that collaboration is not exclusive to the African continent. Yeah, collaboration was a feature of the thing at every point and every stage. So are you familiar, Tura, yeah, with any of the Africans on the continent who fought against slavery? Like, and does the channel that you're talking about, you know, bear witness to those?
You mean fighting against colonialism?
No. I'm talking about slavery, the enslavement process. So you talked about.
So are you saying the Europeans? Hold on then.
From the 1600s and that kind of thing there. So I'm saying that when the Europeans came, are you aware of any of the Africans who fought the Europeans? I told them for Gwe, when I want Ironia.
I'm saying to you now. Can you describe in a short sentence what you're trying to explain to me?
Is the answer to your question, to my question, you don't know?
I didn't understand your question there. It was a bit too long.
Any Africans that were fought against slavery in Africa? Are you aware of any?
Do you know of any Africans who fought against slavery in Africa?
Yeah, but we just done this already, and you said, oh, we don't know about no other sort of things and things. Now you're asking me if I know about if people fought against slavery in Africa. Yes, there probably was loads of sort of revolts with the not say Arab invasion, but other little tribes from the area what they might have called the Senegambia, those type of empires against other different empires, and they were capturing certain other people. And I'm not too particularly sure of any plantations maybe where white people probably set it up in Africa.
I didn't say about plantations. I'm talking about when they came with their guns and their boats to kidnap people and take them across the water. Did any Africans fight against them? That's the question.
What incident are you talking?
I'm not talking about any specific incident. So in the same way that you know about people that collaborated with the Europeans, do you know about anybody in Africa? Do you know about anybody that fought against the Europeans in Africa?
Yeah, the other people I could imagine that people fought against different armies and in other places, like when people tried to take their land and all different types of things. Maybe because the deal didn't go through and all these different types of things, and a loss of translation of some sort or the other. But are you just particularly saying with white people? In what year are you trying to refer to?
I'm not talking about any specific year. I'm saying but I am.
Allow it, shut up.
I am being specific, but you wasn't being specific.
Tell me what you're talking about then.
I told you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Africans in Africa fighting against slavery. Yeah. So, but yes, I am specifically referring to.
The Sierra Leoneans? You mean the Sierra Leoneans?
I am specifically talking about the so-called transatlantic enslavement process against the Europeans.
Are you talking about the Sierra Leoneans?
I'm not talking about any specific group. You said Africans, yeah, a while ago.
But this is the problem now, Chaka. Because on the Renaissance channel, it gives you references.
Yeah, that's
it gives
fine.
you the details. It gives you a time period. But you're very elusive with what you're trying to come with.
No, I'm not being elusive.
Let's be clear, Chaka. Let me just get this. Let's be very clear. You see how you demand time and you would timelines and references and all that. Make sure you do that when you're putting out this thing that Africans were selling black people and Africans were selling us, because you didn't give no timelines, you didn't give no groups, you never give no tribes, you never gave nothing. You said
the Ashanti kings say these things. I've learned it from another African from Africa. He's an Igbo man, but goes through references of books. He's got a big channel called the Renaissance Channel. It talks about other tribes working on behalf of the British, and there's another book called the Colonial Allies in Africa, i.e. the Fulani, the Moors, the Fulani and the Moors.
Can I ask a quick question? Yeah. Obviously, I reckon. So, just if we can just switch up the gears a sec, yeah. Shaka, why do you believe, or why, in your opinion, do Arabs, why are they spared from these talks of reparations or being held accountable for their role?
They're not spared. It's a simply. It depends on what circle or what arena you're in. From a reparations movement perspective, there are many who would include when we use terms like ma'afa, the Arab enslavement is definitely included. We live in a world economy that is built upon to a significant degree transatlantic enslavement process. Yeah, this world economy is built directly from the transatlantic slavery experience. Okay, quite literally, the banks, the institutions that run the world economy, and the institutions down to the IMF, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization are all directly relating to transatlantic so-called slavery and colonialism. So whereas the Arab experience, Arab slavery, yeah, to a significant degree, was taken over by Europeans, and the colonization process had a direct impact upon the extent to which Arabs were able to enslave. Okay, so this is why oftentimes these modern day manifestations, these modern day developments coming out of slavery are specified towards the Europeans because they took over the whole industry, yeah, so to speak. All right, that is the reason why. But when
some would argue some would actually literally argue the opposite. They would say that. So if you're talking about obviously colonialism, fair enough. Yeah, they've had more of a colonial like dominance. But if you're talking about actual slavery, like the enslavement of human beings, I would argue that the Arabs actually outlasted the West.
No, that's not being disputed. It went on for longer. What is being suggested is that the Arabs or the world economy is not being run from an Arab trajectory right now. It's not. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's you're not asking. But you're not asking for reparations. The Germans, when the Jews ask for reparations, though, or when the Chinese asked for reparations from the Japanese, there wasn't the implication of the Japanese or the Germans being controlling the whole world's economy. It wasn't because you're so rich we need the money back. It's because you fucking owe us, isn't it?
It's not about so rich. You're missing the point I'm making. You're asking me why is that does there seem to be a focus on the Europeans? It's partly because of the how the world economy is run, and partly because we live in the West. And most of us, as far as slavery is concerned, have a more direct understanding of European enslavement over Arab enslavement. But again, if you go into other circles, then you will definitely hear the conversation about Arabs and Arab enslavement and continued injustice within Arab lands. Reparations with regards to the Arabs is mostly centered around the reclamation of North Africa as black land, if that makes sense, as original black land, and the issue of unearned privilege given to Arab invaders in those lands. I just want to say something. Sorry about.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to just jump in quickly because I'm about to cut. But I was going to say I just agree with that one, and also it is a matter of geography where we are as to why we go on about one, but also a matter of like Chako said, the global status quo, not just in relation to current world economy, but into the relationship of Black people today. So, like Arab colonization of Africa in North Africa, like Chako said, is a lot more complete and a lot more complex to discuss and a lot more, I would say, ancient or historical rather than ancient, a lot more historical. Whereas we're talking about Western colonization of Africa, what we're talking about 50, 60 years ago. We're talking about the slave trade of African peoples here. We're talking about the modern day Arab one, but when we're talking about the historical and so on and so forth, there's a lot more of a recent understanding, like Shakira said, of the European and Western one. And also the nations that have come about as a result, right? The nations that existed that done those things, right? There isn't that many Arab nations that have existed right from the beginning to now of their period of colonization within Africa. So it's a lot more complex as to exactly which nations or to whom we go to for that reparation claim on the continent of Africa, because a lot of those Arab nations themselves are new and were prone to colonization of the West at some point in history.
You know what?
That's not to say that there's not, like Chako said, conversation about that, but the conversation usually takes place in a different way. It's more about, like he says, the reclamation of North Africa, removing unearned privilege for Arabs, perhaps removing populations from certain lands. Not necessarily, that's not saying my take per se. That's the conversations that you will hear, and so it'll be a different tone in the way the conversations is had about the two different situations. But also, whilst you say that the Arab one was longer, the intensity of the slave trades are also compared, right? So I think it was Rodney Waters, I'm not sure who wrote about it. And when you look at the numbers and the statistics, the Arabs have been slaving in Africa for a much longer period of time, which is obviously an issue and a problem, and we're not excusing it or anything. But when you, in comparison to Europe done it for a much shorter period of time, the numbers in which they've extracted from Africa in that period of time dwarf the amount of Arabs, even though they've been going for longer. So it's
is that based on like that's not based on Arab records and American records? Is that, or this is a question or not a statement? Is that based on the census data within the lands once the slaves have arrived, i.e., like 1 million slaves were in the UK at X period of time and 1 million slaves were in in Arabia at Y period of time?
I imagine that's the type of things that Roy Rodney would have done, but I'm not sure exactly.
If that is the case, the reason why that is maybe a misleading statistic is because the Arabs castrated a lot of the males, right? So and in America there was in America and the Caribbean and Britain. I'm not sure about Britain. I can't make that statement, but there was a lot of emphasis placed on slave breeding when the slaves themselves became the value and not necessarily.
That was after a particular point in.
Yeah. I'm just saying. So that would be misleading. Like,
I mean, I don't think the data would have been purely census, right? It would have been from slavery receipts and all those sorts of things of how many people were brought to this country's port, how many, all those types of things, right? The custom reports when they arrived at specific ports of different areas. Like I don't know. Like I'm not gonna try and pretend I know the full answer to that. But that is it. But yeah, it's not to diminish it. And also, I would argue and say, and also that there is a lot made of this idea that Africans were taken to the Arab states specifically and just castrated, etc., etc. But I don't think that the evidence of it shows that mass number of Africans were just brought there just to be castrated, etc., etc.
But I'll tell you what the big
from our resources and stuff like that, the argument was that Africans were kept used as more for guard slaves and work slaves and plantations, and it was more the European and white slaves used in the harem. But I'm not, like I said, I can't give you 100% on that. But yeah.
Yeah, just quickly, I'd say that even when you just describe record keeping and that, I think that is the main. That is like every reason you guys gave is sufficient, but I would just add on to that and say that it's also the record keeping. Like we have the luxury of sort of being able to condemn an opposition that is seemingly pretty proud about their exploits. Like they don't mind telling you exactly what they've done. They don't mind telling you who's responsible for it, how exactly they did it, how they've become successful for it, which makes it far easier to say, well, actually, mate, I'm going to point out this flaw here and I'm going to ask for my remuneration. Whereas with the Arabs, as you, to be honest, is extension of your point, we don't know who, and we're not entirely sure the how. So that's probably that's the reason why a lot of people are reluctant, not necessarily because they think it's okay, they're excusing it as you put it, but because we don't necessarily know how exactly to sort of proceed with. And even then it's like most of their sort of modern or their modern status as being wealthy is kind of based on their resources, not their exploits, which further sort of proves the original theory about the majority of their slaves being used for the harems, or however you described it, or castrating the males to be guards and the women for their harems, because the reality is they did not industrialize through slavery in the same way that the West did, which lets you know that there probably wasn't as sort of they probably weren't efficient with their slavery, like as sad as it is to say.
The other thing for me though, coming out of this, James, is that I am very reluctant. Yeah, I live in Britain, and I know oftentimes when people bring up Arab enslavement outside of certain circles, it's a deflection. Yeah, and I'm not accusing you of this. So
no.
But the people them like to deflect, yeah, from Britain and Winston Churchill, and Edward Colston and Cecil Rhodes, by talking about unnamed Arabs, yeah, who did whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I just don't give the British European any space where that is concerned. You know?
But you know what I don't get when like people like Black Bandman and that. I feel like even the reluctance to engage. Like I know Turok's just on a joke thing, but you know when like when someone tries to muddy the waters, yeah, like man can purify water though. Like yeah, cool, them too. Yeah, them too. Like what? I don't have to be reluctant. If someone did, like, it's illogical for me to say, oh, well, someone did wrong, and you know what? I don't want to talk about them, like because you brought them up. Yeah. If your choice is to muddy the waters, you can point to the fact that someone's muddying the waters, and then explain to them why it's a stupid argument. Because what do you think? Do you see us defending Arabs?
No, of
Do you
course,
see us saying Arabs should fucking?
personally, nobody can really bring me the argument. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's nonsense. Yeah. But I'm all I'm saying is, come to these Europeans. Yeah. Like, man, not give them no space in it, like to run out.
No, every reason you gave is very fair. Is a very fair reason why it should take it should be the primary focus. You know, namely the fact that they are like, like even for like a forensic investigator or whatever, it makes far more sense going for the target that will provide, that has the wealth on show. Let's say the criminal that you can prosecute and reclaim some of the money, and then going for the one that's far more complicated. That makes a lot of sense to me. However, I just don't think we should ever lose sight of the fact that them and their you get me, have a lot to answer for as well. Those who develop nations.
But the thing is, for me, if you're coming with information as well, it will make more sense. Like, to get to the conversation that we were having before, yeah, let's bring this. Everybody that's got an anti-African agenda wants to know why we're not asking Africans for the and most of them don't know nothing. They're not bringing information. They're not bringing stats, statistics. You know what I'm saying, or records or nothing like that. They say, well, why don't we check them nations there? They don't know what nations were involved. You know what I'm saying? They don't know who from what, you know, whether it was a national enterprise or a few man that was. They don't know nothing. But they don't have to know anything because the whole agenda is just.
It can't be. Just not trying to say. In my opinion, sorry, brother. Yeah, I'm not telling you your thoughts, but I've had this conversation many times, and I feel like if some black people hear me speak, they think I'm pandering to the right wing, the ones that use ones that try to confound you.
Scatter minds out the back.
Yeah, no. Basically, what was I going to say? Yeah, no. But basically, I think colonialism is an extension of slavery. So I believe to treat them separately is illogical. For example, when somebody like Turok makes the claim about black people enslaved people, black people probably murdered, black people probably raped, black people they probably did a lot of fucking crimes that they should be punished for. No one's going to deny it. But if we're talking about what sort of global action, what global action deserved reparations, then some of the nations that have received reparations in the past would have made an equal claim for the underdevelopment of their nation, would have made an equal claim for sort of an ostracizing by the international community based on a pretext that wasn't true. They would say, well, this is wrong, and you sanctioned our country, and for this thousands of people died from starvation and whatnot. Therefore, you know, we deserve X amount of money. They would ask it based on that. So I think it should be. I think you should conflate these two issues: say it's colonization and it's slavery, just to preclude all this nonsense about. But let's start pointing fingers at random individuals on the continent. No, let's say who en masse was responsible for the state of affairs to this day, and then say as a result of that, what should they do? And they should give money in the same way that individual slavers procured these slaves, but ultimately the larger benefit was to the state. Then the benefit should be repaid to individual states, and they should disseminate the wealth to those most affected. Not saying that this is a process that is like going to happen.
This is why I like Selassie.
That's what it should be, just to avoid all this nonsense.
There's some land in Ethiopia, so I can't always. I have to give thanks to Selassie same way because he at least done something for the Caribbean and Americans still.
So much of what you just said is the actual position of the reparations movement. Firstly, being that colonialism is an extension of slavery. And in the words of my pops, who I'm actually interviewing and got Kush TV later on, colonialism is simply the development of slavery from a private enterprise to a national enterprise. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? The nation kind of owns the land, everything on the land, under land.
But they need to pay some reparation to the descendants of slavery.
And then then there's the issue of the gains, the benefits, yeah, tracing the gains and the benefits, yeah. And so when you look at the issue of, well, where is the wealth? If African nations, quote unquote, were equal partners in this quote unquote enterprise, yeah, where is the wealth? Where's the comparable wealth in Africa?
It's in the West End. It's in the West End.
You're not even looking to get no reparations. You need to apply for the Taino reparations.
Yes, always the.
Sorry.
But hey, hold on. On a real wicked man, like on a big man thing, yeah, a Shaka and Lady D, everyone, and this is to you as well, talk. It's about you, but it's not really directed to you. If you're gonna vacillate between randomly singing, you know what I'm saying, stupid songs.
I know West End is the best. Yes.
No one should be like, no one should have to feel responsible for anything you got.
While I was in bondage to alleviate distress.
No, James.
Again, like I said, anyway, it's about Torah, but I'm really talking to Shaka and them, and like, if man's gonna sing a song, like, I mean, you should never feel like you're under any responsibility to answer anything he says.
James
like,
said West End is the best. Yes.
Carry on anyway. Go on, Shaka. You're speaking.
Yeah, no, I hear you, James. I'm just I realize that now these are regular.
I have to get you back, James. I love it, man.
No, but come on, it's a serious topic.
What you done to Pocahontas was cruel, you wicked youth.
Go on, Shaka, though.
Yeah, so so we just got to look at all these things in terms of where the resources are. But again, like I'm very aware that when you're dealing with like just anti-Africanness, people will find any excuse to justify it. You know what I'm saying? And so they don't have to have information, that backs up their claim. Like it's not coming from a place of reason or scholarship. It's coming from an emotional place of self-hatred, and we just got to understand.
Hey, randomly though, man heard your speech yesterday, Shaka. Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't there, fam.
My speech.
You would have made me fucking, yo. You'd have made me do something bad.
You missed James. I gotta feel both you and Shaka are in. Cause see how God of Jacob right now sitting there quiet like he ain't said shit. You don't wait till you hear the uploads of his aunt this morning. Tell me you heard it, James.
About no.
He had the most smoke for you. He had the most smoke.
He had the power of Israel.
Me.
Where is God of Jacob? Unmute yourself.
Me.
Keep that same energy.
The power of Israel.
I know, but hold on quickly. Just hey, Shaka, now you're a G for real though. I'm not even gonna lie, fam. I don't know, man. I don't know why people ain't got you as the leader of this whole thing.
You're a chief.
No, on my mother's. Your thing was proper, on message, on code, proper. Like, you get me? I don't know. Have you had some military experience or something? Because that plus the jacket, I was like, God damn.
I haven't, except for in the Pan-African movement. That's it.
Yeah, I got you though. I'm not gonna lie, man. If you, this is my word. If you're the one who asked me to ride out for something, I'll roll.
I hear you, bro.
Outside of that, I'm not really sure about anybody else though. But yeah, what'd you say, Toe?
What did he say?
James Jones for president.
Yeah. No, let me be the vice, innit? Shaka the HNIC.
So Shakara, the critique is you should not have been doing no commentary when the ladies are telling you to put your boots to the ground, gather up, keep a fold in, keep the situation tight, and don't allow infiltration. Why are you doing commentary, Sakura? That's the question at hand. You should not be doing commentary. We're at war. Why?
In the video.
Yeah, this is it's just
the comment that was being provided was post-production. that was
God of Jacob's argument, not mine. I'm because obviously he's scared to talk now. He hasn't got the same energy he had this morning with that big run. It's funny.
So wait. God of Jacob watched the video, yeah?
Oh man, he had a lot to say. Play back the beginning of today's show. You're gonna fall out your chair, James.
I'll bring it in. Like, is man there? Yeah. So I'm not looking at the chat. Is man there? He's there.
He's there. You ain't energy. You ain't got no energy today. Where's your energy?
Yo, hey, Gavin Jacob, don't let them do you like that. Don't let them do you like that. And man said, what? Where are you?
If you look him say it, innit? Blow.
Yeah. Commentary when you should be you should be swinging from the hip up. That is the exact word to use. You should have been swinging from the hip up. You're doing idiot commentary, yeah?
Nah, I think Gunnar Jacobs just hurt because I asked him about Cobra yesterday and he didn't seem to know one. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not you get me? Like, you know, but it's just
he's on his way downstairs. He's coming.
I'm gonna lie, it was hilarious, brothers. The whole panel, the whole chat, everyone was on the floor. His commentary was class A. I'm not even gonna lie. I give him a.
Did you not watch the video on the G Block?
Yeah. Raf streamed it last night for us.
No, but I watched a little bit of the video on the commentary, and then I watched the part where you're doing your megaphone thing. I watched that separately, yeah. And yeah, proper man. That was like, yeah. It's a shame though, because a lot of people that I was saying it would have been nice if you would have been the one. I don't know if you did, to be honest, but it wasn't recorded. But if you were the one speaking to the media, I feel like.
All right, I'm here. Y'all got me. What's the word? I hear Lady D bumping the gums again.
Keep the same energy. Chakaral's here.
So yeah, man, I heard you. Brother Jacob, what?
Whatever that means. Back at you.
Whatever what means.
So what are we talking about? I heard my name. What are we talking about?
Apparently you got heat for man.
Yeah, Chakaral's commentary when he should have been swinging in the words.
I ain't really got no heat for you, but when I watched the video on this channel yesterday, I said my man got to put that camera down and get busy. Now, I watched it just like everybody else, and I'm seeing, the enemy is behind us. We repositioned. We came back up and we cut off the flank. I'm like, nah, my dude, we got to put this shit down. It got down, put them up. So that was my shit. Now,
did you watch the whole video?
If that's real bad, and I know it's post-production, right? I know it's post-production. But I'm saying in the middle of shit, where shit hitting the fan, I don't need no cameraman pointing and shooting. I need you goddamn swinging from the shoulders. That's all I'm saying, brother. If you feel offended, you just got to be offended. I can't help you with that part.
Did you see the whole video?
I watched enough of it to know that it was embarrassing. Right? So,
did you see
that's pretty much my rant this morning. No, I didn't watch the whole video, but the points I did see told me enough. Like, motherfucker, put that camera down, put up your motherfucking dukes, and let's get this work in. Somebody else will catch the credits. That's all I was saying, but it wasn't that complex, like Lady D trying to make it to say, but I need some hitters on my team. I don't need no cameraman. That's all the point I was trying to make.
Hold on, Go ahead. I don't need to exaggerate what you said because you don't have the same energy today. But what I'm saying,
I don't know. Listen, Lady D. Listen, hold on, Lady D. I think the same energy I'm using right now, I'm pretty much sure I'm using in the morning. Now, I was just ranting. I can't verbatimly tell you what I said. I would have to go back and listen to it myself.
I was speaking. Let me finish quickly. I'm not going to it. All I'm saying is this: when Reanimator and Analyze Dunya uploads it like I requested them to, you're gonna be on the floor. My man had all the heat for you. He had the heat for brother what's his name? Kwame. He had all the heat, and he's praising the sister though. The sister that said, "Get together, let's pull in." Like she dismissed all the round circle talk.
My G.
He loved her, but you see, you man, there, you're not swinging.
Absolutely.
Hold on. Can I ask a quick question now?
With you, he's exactly.
But hold on. But Lady D, I would have to go back just like you to hear what I said. When I jumped on, hold on, I'm dead. That's the truth. I would have to go back and see what I said. But what I just gave you is similar to what I think I said, if I remember it right. But I can't tell you exactly how I put it out there. Go ahead, JJ.
Quaker was on some Africa talk, and I'm saying go home and them thing there, So that's not gonna inspire my man.
I don't think it was on that note, but I'm not sure. I would have to go listen to it.
At the same time, what I would suggest to Brother Jacob is to watch the full video and then make an assessment.
But yeah, can I ask about that to both parties concerned? Because again, I was in and out watching that video. I had the YouTube on, but I wasn't like watching it. I was doing other things. Yeah. Was there any point, Brother Jacob? Because whenever I saw what you, I kind of think I remember hearing what you were talking about, but I just saw like people moving around quickly, and it's the anything to what I would what I could describe as like an actual, no disrespect, Shaka, but I didn't see it like an actual attack. I didn't see like a group of people attacking people. You're holding a camera and you should have been compelled to fight, but you didn't. It didn't look like, it just looked like people moving quickly around, running around here, there, and everywhere. I know apparently there's some missiles being thrown and
missiles being thrown. Basically there wasn't there were many attempts to come and get us, like, but they were taught in like more because they would come forward, but they would stop, and then the police would come, but then they would stuff, and you know what I'm saying, if you got close enough, something might go on. Like in other areas, on other streets and that kind of thing, that man got knocked out straight.
But in the Trafalgar part where you were, from what I could see,
because there was a lot of barriers around, and the police are running around as well. They were more on this thing about, because wherever they went, man, they went to confront them, and they were more inclined to throw fireworks and
they're the pros, you know, like they do this thing all over Europe.
They're experts in the thing,
that's the thing.
So what happened was, what myself and others are trying to get people to do is not just run around to wherever they appear from for the sake of confronting them, but to group up. A part of the video a part of what happened that's not in that video that we put out is the part where, so before the sister that Brother Jacob is rating, there's a part where I was on the thing again, and I was saying form a fist, and face them from whatever direction they come from, but don't run them down like headless chicken. You cannot fight the two fronts. We're outnumbered right about now. So the best thing you can do is come together, form a fist, but don't separate the fist. And so why the sister said what she said is because as my non-revolutionary commentary was suggested, is that the man them had said, put all the women and anybody that's young in the center, and the man them form a circle around him. But the sister was saying, nah, we're outnumbered, we can't afford that. Everybody, all the woman them for come and rep it with the brothers them. And so that's what took place with that.
You know, just quickly as well, on a bit more of a lighter note. Two questions. One, did you say thank you to? And the reason for that was, did you see when I think it was the guy in the white, innit? Who's the African, the guy, when you keep talking about speaking for Africa, that was the guy in the white.
It's Uncle Kwaku. I know him since I was a child still.
Sorry, Uncle Kwaku. Did you see when Uncle Kwaku said put up your, because you were recording, when he said put up your fists for for your ancestors?
Yes.
Yeah, did you see Jordan M put his fist up?
I say you're forward.
Big up Jordan there.
Jordan
M. Don't frighten.
What did you say?
Big up Jordan M. Don't frighten.
Yo, Jordan M has been on the saddest boy vibe since then. He's literally just running up in the chat like, Veli, Ziria, James, I didn't see you on Saturday. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yo, big up you, man, for validating my man, though. That's real shit. It's real stuff.
Yeah, but to your credit, I didn't watch the video in its entirety, but the pieces I saw was what I commented on. You get what I'm saying? And I was just commenting about the background narration. The wind was still, and the enemy was at our flank. I'm like, man, stop that, man. Like, get in this shit, man. Put that camera down, man. Let's get to it. But hey, you say later on in the film, it shows you giving, commands.
Can I say
and I'll go check that out. I'll go check that out, brother. Yes, sir.
So obviously, you've been in the army, yeah? You've got military training and that kind of stuff.
I've never been in the army.
Oh, but you've had military training.
Navy. I've been in the Navy.
Navy. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, but have you ever been in a situation whereby the media is present, like when you're on post?
Never.
Okay.
Because I spent moments, a few years of my early career at Ship's Company. Then I went to SWIC, and none of that is media covered.
What's SWIC? Sorry.
It's special warfare combat crewman.
Okay. So
So
you
I spent the majority of my time with SWIC.
undercover, yeah. So you was part of the elite forces that no one don't talk
Not elite. We just dropped people off at certain spots and pick them back up at certain spots. But that's
Right.
enough.
But you are aware that media does accompany the army places, yeah?
Absolutely.
Right. So do you see a problem with that in principle, like the media being present?
I do. I
Why?
do.
Why?
I do because the media is civilians and the fighters are fighters. Now, if you was on there on some media coverage, then by all means, give that great narration. But if you out there with the movement, pack your camera up and boil your fish up and let's get to work. But that's all I said. I was really so more reacting over the narration. Uh, that shit was fucking my head up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, but
Enemy had us.
that's
Get
gonna make
Point for the
then
maker.
you just don't like
He
my
said
voice.
he would never want his daughter. Exact words. He would never.
That's what I'm saying. You bring it up. I don't remember it. It's not like you know what I'm saying, Lady D. I would have to go back and hear it. You remember more than me.
Wait,
I would have to hear it. I'm
you
just.
know what? You know what? Sorry, what was it, David?
He would never let his daughter act
And I just reacted
acted on
to a
Saturday.
video.
Embarrassment.
I can't hear you. Lady. Say again.
What the hell I said?
Never want his daughter to act the way that they look. Well, the guys, I guess when you lot were acting on Saturday, it was embarrassment. It doesn't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go listen. But whatever I said, I stand by it. And you
My thing is this here.
believe that? Best believe that shit. But
the narration.
it is what it is.
My thing is this: the narration.
But I will watch the whole film, and and if
All right, cool.
it is what it is, it is what it is.
Narration is again
Right.
was post production. But if a man don't like my voice, then the man don't like my voice, isn't it? If my voice say, you get me. That's fine.
Yo,
Hello?
I think you got it confused. It's not your voice he was critiquing. It's critiquing the fact that we're supposed to be at war, isn't it? And you're there, and instead of you fighting with the rest, you're doing
but why though?
I
But
don't
why are you supposed to be at war? Like, because Shaka, yeah, if what that
From the
woman said was true, yeah. So
Like, James, listen, when you watch the video, you see Shakira was saying they were getting attacked from the left, and then they
I get I get what's funny about what he's saying. I get it. I heard enough to know that what he's mocking. I get it. Obviously, listen, at the end of the day, like what Shaq is saying, from my opinion, like I see the humor in it. Don't get me wrong, but in my opinion, that is literally what his job is. He's there to be media and then to annotate, or what's the word I'm looking for? To narrate. Sorry, the video, and obviously he's meant to make it what's the word? Not intense. What's the word I'm looking for? Like exciting, isn't it? That's the whole that's what, because people is ultimately his media that he wants people to watch and get like an understanding as well as
we know that. We all know that. You're missing the point. It's not what Shakira did or said or anything like that. It's actually God of Jacob's commentary on what he viewed.
I get what he finds funny. He's saying like, "Bro, quit the yapping and get to scrapping." I get it. Like, I see the point that he's making, but on the flip side, it's like I'm of the opinion that I think this is my opinion. Shaka, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the problem is you're hearing on one side people, bro, where was the Mandim? We was at war, and then on the other side, you see the reality, which is. Some people are here to demonstrate and are here to protest, injustices that aren't necessarily didn't come with their fucking knuckle dusters, to fight. So in the periods where there's a lull in the action, so to speak, why do they have to be seen running around frothing at the mouth trying to punch random people? Like, you know what I mean? So I think Jacob's hearing
the man them never like. So basically, when we was at Trafalgar Square, you remember these Tommy Robinson's people were up at Parliament Square. Yeah, they weren't around where we were. It's when they came down. So when you're seeing Uncle Kwaku talk in the circle and them kind of things there, they had they weren't there at all. There was no sign of them, nothing. He was just talking as somebody who was like when Brixton kicked off in 1981, 1985, and them kind of things. He was about on the time there.
You're talking about the Galaxy lot, the Galaxy FM lot.
On Kweku's not. He's been on Galaxy, but he's not a Galaxy pilot. But yeah.
Okay. Are you conscious?
No, he's not on the radio like that. He used to be
on Quaker, brother. I think he might have probably appeared on there a few times. Brother
He's
Quaker.
been on Galaxy Bedtime, but he's not a presenter.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah. So all of that was taking place before they even got there. And he was basically trying to do what I was doing, saying, "Listen, we've got to be organized and disciplined if we're gonna fight these people." So don't.
But Shaka, it's only because I respect you. I'm gonna talk to you like you're not gonna attempt to sensationalize this moment, and attempt to politicize it either.
Yeah.
Let's say your suggestion, right, was followed, or let's say it wasn't followed, and that woman's suggestion was the one that you ended up utilizing, and women were on the front lines or something, and let's say for whatever reason, the police were failed to act, or the police were bamboozled, or as we know, what they actually wanted to happen happened, which is go on, let's let them have a little bit of action, like they do at the football sometimes. Get there late to the scene, come with a chopper and nick everybody afterwards. Let's say one of them ones. If some little girl got bottled or something, or one of you man got rushed to within an inch of his life, or died, let's say, what the fuck would have been the point in going to what were you confront? What is your personal issue with football hooligans? What do you have an issue? Like, why would you need to go and have a war with them?
No, I totally hear you. Here's the thing. The first thing you have to remember is that there were no children there. And what the sister said was directly predicated on the fact that there were no children there. Yeah. Her first words are, there are no children. We haven't got our children here with us today. So
okay, take the second example. Take the second example, the one about the young man or the woman. What I'm just trying to get an understanding of why.
No, hear me, because like for me, the like knocking out a right winger is not an achievement in man's life, isn't it? Right. So I don't really have a thing about, you get me, we've got to fight these racist white people. Yeah. If we're there and we've got to rock, then we've got to rock. Yeah.
Why? No. But if man tells me this is my thing, if someone says I'm coming to destroy a statue, I'm coming to defend the statue from destruction, and I don't want to destroy the statue, why do I need to be there? I don't want to destroy the statue. Why do I need to be there?
There's two things, because when the man listen, there's not, so obviously Nelson's at Trafalgar Square, but he's like 20 odd foot in the air.
A Waterloo guy, yeah.
Right, what's it called? But so nobody was really going after Nelson, in it. There's not really that many statues in Trafalgar Square, the square itself.
Yo, big up the man them. Just 1 second, Big up to the man them on the panel. Big up to people in the chat, I was having a little debate with God of Jacob and that, because I remember when Man was talking to what's his name, why so religious and that, it's just it was about the African plight and why is not Africans doing for themselves and all of these nonsense things that I was hearing. I just wanted Veli to share my screen, and because can you man see my screen now,
Yeah, but it's not on any video.
I know. I'm gonna put it on there now. I just want to put on a quick 10-minute clip, literally, I'll stop it before that, but just watch what this is a former African Union woman that was an ambassador to the US, and she got kicked out because of this tweet that she made. So I just want
the woman that was speaking about France and that.
Yeah, have you seen that one?
Yeah.
Arikana Chiambodi Kwao is her name.
That's
she's talking about the continuation of colonialization and that. Yeah,
it was. So James, you see, when you were just having not argument, but you were debating Shakaran it about the Arab slave trade, but you have to understand there's a legacy in the colonization of the Europeans and the Americans. You have to understand that the legacy still continues today, as we can see through the institutions.
Yeah, I agreed with that. I agreed that it's a far more pressing issue to tackle. I guess the transatlantic slave trade. But I don't know if you heard what Shaka said. The point he raised, which was the difference. The difference would be bar maybe South Africa. The difference in what one would require as reparations from the Arabs would most likely be the expropriation of land in North Africa and the resettlement of those North Africans, those people that claim to be North Africans in Arabia. So in actuality, even though it's more pressing to ask the Americans or the West for the reparations, the kind of reparations would be far more damaging, in my opinion, to the Arab world or the North African world than it would be to the West. But I guess that's an argument for another day, whether you agree on that or not.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but even with the Pan African thing that Shakara obviously and I agree with as well. But she basically on this speech she highlights the Pan African movement that was created obviously by Kwame Nkrumah in 1963 when they had the what's it called a meeting in Addis Ababa in 1963. It was actually the North Africans, majority of them, that actually agreed with Kwame Nkrumah to make a Pan-Africanism, and it was the other African states that disagreed with it and that actually stabbed them in the back. So the North Africans that we're talking about, they actually are, and has been proven with that meeting in 1963 to be for the Pan-African movement more than so the other African nations, which actually
that's a bit of a false peak because.
Let me just play this quickly. Yeah, go on.
But Donald, just quickly point to Shakara. Hey, Shakara, you see it though, yeah? Between Brother Malcolm, Kwame Nkrumah, see them man there that made questionable life decisions, yeah, about aspects outside of their Pan-Africanism. You see how it makes their position on some sort of issues in Pan-Africanism and just the Black liberation struggle a bit dubious at times. Cause man can advocate for Arabs, yeah, but man had an Arab wife and
yeah, and in circles, there are many who are extremely critical of Nkrumah's choice of wife. That's just the reality.
Perfect.
All right, watch it.
No, just before you start, yeah. How do we know that this is allowed to be played on YouTube? Just a question. I'm not trying to say you can't play it. Just want to know.
Again?
How do we know that? Like,
I imagine it is. I don't think this video has anybody claiming it. If that makes sense.
Scroll it to the bottom, and it will tell you if there's a copyright.
Where go on? Yeah, go and do that in the
description box. It should have it in the description box.
Yeah, in the description box. It don't have it there, so it's cool, isn't it?
It's less. Yeah. Does it have any copyrights in there?
I can't see any.
Go up a bit. Go up a bit. Yeah, just leave the whole box there. I'll just read through it. No, not that I can see. Where would it be? It would just be in the text, yeah? It would be in the text, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Right. If video, the copyright should come up.
No, it's just a description.
It's just a description of who she is and what she's talking about. There's no
go up just a tiny little bit to like above the
there.
Yeah, no, I didn't say nothing. Yeah, go on, play it. I guess.
I made sure. I made sure. I don't want to right. I made sure there's no copyright on the thing. I read it in it, so I can't see any. But yeah, let me just play it quick, yeah.
We were way ahead in our civilization. They set out to destroy us. And Berlin Conference put the nail on that coffin. So they gave Djibouti the same sovereignty as the United States. They gave Burundi the same sovereignty as China. They gave Togo. You see, the EU realizes individual countries, they can survive on the world stage. So they come together as the European Union. Now picture this now. So they cut up this Africa into the tiny little countries, small economies that could never survive on their own, but gave them the same sovereignty as the big boys. So that way, when the little bitty countries go to the world stage for the purposes of development and discussing trade, they're wannabe boxers who are being thrown into the heavyweight boxing ring every day. How do you put China
Pause it, man.
in the same?
Yeah.
Then pause it.
Yeah.
Yo, yeah, Veli just said pause it. I don't know why.
Okay.
Oh, he said, yo, pause it and talk. Sorry.
Pause it and talk. What does it mean?
Yeah, I think he's doing that thing where, like, you know, when you
Like,
type-
so talk every so often. So copyright.
Okay,
You have
okay, I get it. Yeah. Okay. I think it's basically what they're talking about. What she's talking about, she's basically trying to articulate the point about how in the Berlin Conference in 1884, where how the Europeans, obviously we know about this, that they sat down and carved up Africa. So the Africa that we see today, where they have smaller nations, is actually carved up by the Europeans sitting on the table with a ruler and pen. So, like, I don't want to keep caping for the historicity of Arabs or whatever. I do agree Arabs did do a lot of atrocities or so-called atrocities in the African continent, which is undeniable, and I'm not caping for that. But if you want to look at it in context, they're not the ones who actually are the responsible ones for carving up Africa into the 50 nations or that we see today. Do you get what I mean? They had no say in that. They had the Arabs, they don't have no say in the IMF, the World Bank, the WTO. They don't have no say in that. They don't have no say in keeping Africa in perpetual debt, where they can't, to the point that they can't develop their infrastructure, hospitals, schools. They don't have no say in economic, what's it called?
I mean, they do have a say when they take money from the West and fund fucking terrorist organizations in Africa and shit. They do.
Yeah, but I'm talking about on a large scale where the country can't even, what's it called? Build up its infrastructure.
Yeah, but that's the thing, no, but that's the thing, because if the biggest economies in Africa, or like the top 2 or 3 in the top 5 or some shit like that, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know like Algeria and them countries there. Or as Zubido always says, the best military in the world is in Africa is Algeria, or whatever's going on with Egypt right now, and the West is coming.
They do take the money.
Right now, there is an indigenously East African dispute, right? And who is the people that calls in the West to mediate, or calls in America to mediate? The Arabs. So clearly there is a relationship that the Arabs have with the West, and the only reason that they've been given this almost dominion over North Africa and parts of East Africa is because of their past exploits. So just like the West, they should be held accountable. It's so clear that they are equally or somewhat responsible, because who does the West prefer to do business with in Africa? Who does the West treat as actual? Who does the West treat as actual partners in these different agreements and negotiations?
That's very loose. When you say partners, is very loose. Like, you have to understand.
There's treaties amongst each country.
Say that again.
There is treaty amongst each Arab country, Arab Muslim countries in Africa itself with the Europeans.
Now they got the Arab League of Nations, isn't it? They got the Arab League.
No, but you know what Arabs have been doing historically, be it from oil embargoes to whatever, right? There is solidarity amongst Arabs. There is a dual identity, a dual identity that they share, the African Arabs. But when those Arabs negotiate, they negotiate with the West on different terms to the indigenous Africans. And for that reason there, I'm not really happy to accept the claim that, well, because they weren't responsible for the specific carving of a specific region, a specific demarcation. Listen, the privilege that you experience on the continent, you got through illicit means. That's it. That
Now,
should
but
be.
you do know, James, you do know that the Arab countries that you're talking about were carved up similarly, the same way that the African countries were carved up as well. So countries like you see, like Iraq, Iran, Oman, and Saudi Arabia, they were all carved up. It was all before, obviously, before in the caliphate, it was all under one type of ummah, so called to say. But when we see these nation states that you're seeing today, it's the same thing what they done to Africa in 1884 is the same thing that they've done to the Arab countries as well.
Yeah,
So
no,
they,
I made the case. I'm not stupid. I made the case that the majority of their modern or sort of like contemporary wealth is based on a resource that was found after slavery,
yes,
right? Or had value after slavery. I'm not sure. So I'm not saying like all of the rich Arab nations, but I'm saying the Arab in at the very least there should be some culpability, even if it's not. So the expropriation and the relocation of Arabs in North Africa. That's an argument for maybe someone a bit more informed, or you know what I'm saying. Shaka's obviously on the panel; he could speak to you about that. But I'm saying that at least culpability should be claimed, because I like in the same way that the Japanese are like all the Chinese require of the Japanese is the apologies, or was an apology, or like on record an official statement. Then even that would be fair. You know? We apologize for the most accurate figure we can get. You know what I'm saying? And these are the sins of our father, so to speak. And that I'm not saying that should suffice, but that would be a start. We're talking about literally having these arguments where people literally say there's no such thing as Arab slavery. What are you talking about? Everybody was enslaving people. Like, I mean, but yeah, anyway, yeah, I'm ranting. Yeah, you get the point.
Yeah, what you got to say to that, Shaka? You heard about Shaka? You heard about remember what I was telling you about the Monrovia group and the Casablanca group in Kwame Nkrumah? Did you check into more about that?
I'm familiar with it already, bro. It's a major argument in Pan-Africanist circles, and to say that the Arab, because okay, so what was taking place on the continent at that time is that Pan-Arabism was a thing, yeah, under Gamal Nasser, yeah, of Egypt, okay, and so many of the Arabs felt that they had common cause with many of the Africans against the West, yeah. This was not necessarily based upon any allegiance to Africa or African people. It was about Pan-Arabism, yeah, and an anti-West sentiment, whereby some form of allyship was considered to be probable or natural, as the case may be. And so the Arab nations were concerned about with their business in terms of Monrovia, Casablanca. Many of the African leaders were people that were trained by Europeans, you know what I'm saying, and placed there for the sake of holding on to European wealth and power and maintaining a certain level of European foothold. As well as the fact that those who were more revolutionary were in the process of being killed off. So, for example, Dedan Kimathi in Kenya or Patrice Lumumba in Congo, who was already killed off by the time 1963 came around. Yeah. So I wouldn't make the blanket statement that the Arabs were more revolutionary. You know what I'm saying? In that respect, I think that's maybe overstating the point.
But that is a strange claim given the context of the discussion, because you're saying that you I'm not saying that, but people are saying you have no right to be here. So how Pan-African your disposition is sort of irrelevant at that stage, isn't it? Because it's like, yeah, of course it's cool to be a Pan-African when you stole, or of course it's cool to be to be a member of this group when you stole your membership. No, I'm not saying they did. Sorry, can I just be on record and say I'm not making any definitive claims. I'm just saying the idea behind that claim, that as an example of their sort of the necessity to have them in the group is like, yeah, but if you stole your membership and you stole your wealth, and then the logic on our side is we need them because they're the wealthiest member. They'll be the wealthiest member in our group.
Well, because it's important that we judge these things based upon the conditions of African people in the various different nations. If the people that were as sincere as some of the pronouncements, some of them that might sound, then the issues that Black people in those nations faced as all up until today would not be a reality.
Mhm.
And that's the long and short of it. If there was truly Afro-Arab unity and that kind of thing, like, you know, we're talking about these times here during anti-colonial movements here, whereby there were thousands of black people enslaved in Saudi Arabia and other Arab nations. You see what I'm saying? So, like, even up until that time, so we have to be very careful. Is the only point I'm making.
Yeah, but you know what, Nin, yeah, because like one time I was arguing Nin about Islam and that, but I don't see what your obligation to clarify anything about the Arab position is, unless of course there is, you know, Arab being Arab is inextricable or Arab is synonymous with Islam. Because I don't see, like, as an African, I don't see why you have any interest in, like me. I'm not someone that advocates for the Arabs to be removed from North Africa or anything, right? But I could definitely see the argument, and I wouldn't argue. I would explore the issue, but I wouldn't argue with them. I wouldn't tell someone, get me. But,
yeah. By the way, nobody has talked about removing anybody.
Yeah, sorry, I'm making you. No, I just say.
I'm just
Yeah.
making, that's what you said.
Yeah, no, you're right. No one, definitely no one's talking about them. But like, if I woke up one day and they was gone, put it like this, I wouldn't be campaigning for them to come back. That's all I'm saying about my position.
This guy's worse than bloody what's his name, DC Brad.
No, I'm done. Are you dumb? I'm the nice guy. I'm the one who's trying to save their lives.
Okay.
No, I mean, listen. Arguably now, yeah, it probably makes more sense to work out some kind of scenario in which those that reside there, like, I would feel more comfortable saying no one has to leave, but it is only fair that there is some kind of system in place that that provides some equality for the sort of melanated citizens of these states, as well as maybe some kind of opportunity for them to occupy more leadership executive roles in the country. I think that's only fair. It's like I think that and then no one should have to leave, and you know what I mean. And if they nationalized, I think there should be a quota of indigenous people occupying the leadership structure. I think that's makes sense. That's only fair. But yeah, so yeah, back to what we were saying, Oshaka. Yeah, you said yeah, no, I was saying, if imagine Feds had turned a blind eye to a portion of violence, yeah, and people died on either side. Let's just say, for example.
All right. So my thing is this here. First of all, like, I do get the sentiment that if we're gonna demonstrate for something that's black against something that's black people here, like, a man shouldn't just be able to say, yeah, we're gonna come down and do something, and we just not do it. Like, if that makes sense. Like, if we're there to highlight an issue of injustice, yeah, threats of violence shouldn't just be the thing whereby, yeah, we're not gonna go again. Yeah, like, I'm not saying that it's necessarily always sensible to do it, but I'm just saying that, you know, I don't think it should be as simple as, well, whenever they threaten violence, we don't go down there. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think
The problem, though, I have to interject, because there was never ever a point. Hold on, Torah, I'm talking. There was never a point where there was an agreement that we're going to go down there. That's number one. It was Black Lives Matter that had the agreement to go down there.
Yeah, no, I
number
get
two.
That. No,
yeah, and that's what
this is what the argument. But I'm saying that when you look at Black Lives Matter, again, there's the organized body, and then there's just people that are sharing a hashtag and want people to stop killing us in police custody. Yeah, there's two different things in it. So I'm saying I agree with you. I'm not really about that Black Lives Matter life, in it, like on many different levels. Yeah, but I'm just saying in principle, not necessarily in relation to the organization, but I'm saying in principle, if black people are doing something to highlight an issue, I don't think it should be as easy as, well, if you protest, we're gonna come and act violence on you, and everybody just stays at home. I don't know if that's a good precedent to set.
No, but I think no. See, this problem you've got, right? You're saying, and people, not necessarily you, are saying because the claim was made. So it's like if tomorrow Antifa goes to protest, and Antifa, and so it's a sponsored Antifa event, and Antifa says we're fighting for we're going to protest for George Floyd. Anyone that wants to come out, right? And then somebody says, and then one of these men say, no, we're coming. Am I going specifically to challenge those people, or am I going because I was going to go to the Antifa sponsored event in the beginning? This is the argument, because I agree with you. If it was your thing, like you personally, like, and you've been on many demonstrations. This is a better one. If it was a reparations march, a man said, you know what, ban all this reparations talk, you fucking Africans, we're coming and stopping it, yeah. Tommy or whoever was the one who called for people to come stop it. You wouldn't hear a fucking peep out of me. You most likely would have seen, man. But if you're talking about like the only publicity this march really got, as far as I'm concerned, was from Tommy. I don't know about these things. I hear about them after the fact. I only knew that Tommy, and I think I saw that on Jedi's channel or someone's channel. Someone sent me a clip of it.
I take your point. I'm not one of them people that was passionate. Yeah, we definitely should have gone down there. Like, I get the obvious why we shouldn't have. Like, I agree with Lady D. Like, really, like, I was not, like, in the end, I was not overly inspired to go down there, like, for the sake of these guys and whatever. Like, I'm not that triggered by Tommy, yeah, and his boys. Like, I'm really not. Do you know what I'm saying? As I said, in the end, I'm glad I was down there as much as Brother Jacob don't like my commentary. I was glad to document it. Do you know what I'm saying? For historical purposes. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and as well, this is the other thing here, because I don't know, like, the extent to which Brother Jacob has studied, like, the role, like for example, yeah, there's a channel, and I'm forgetting the name of the channel, but this guy done a whole series, yeah, on World War One up until that ended last year. So, like, literally, like, every week he would do an update of what took place, like, in this week 100 years ago, yeah, during World War One, yeah. And he had a episode where he deals with media and the war, propaganda, yeah, and the war.
He said babies on bayonets and that.
All of that kind of stuff here. But basically he's saying that a lot of our modern day understanding and appreciation of media comes from that was developed in the midst of the war, when the governments had to get their people, mass populations, on side. And so they used certain propaganda machinery, yeah, in order to do so, right? And so the reason why you've got armies and navies and air forces whereby the media follows them is because propaganda, they say, some people say 60%, some people say is 90% of warfare. You know what I'm saying? And so
certainly, yeah. Sorry.
I'm just saying that it's important that media is actually a part of the battle. It's not something that's separate from it when we're in those situations. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm reluctant, man. I'm so reluctant to, like, yeah, man. People are trying to make the argument to certain individuals and that, like, you know.
Yes, I'm a proud armchair revolutionary, James. Thank you very much for my credit. Thank you.
Huh? No, I haven't referenced you. No, I haven't referenced you once. But I just feel uncomfortable making that statement, because attempting to validate any of that behavior, because on the flip side, it's like if you engage similarly and there are no police there, let's say another time, and I'm not talking about let's say you sustaining casualties, but what if as a result, like, killing a racist doesn't make Black Lives Matter anymore. And forget Black Lives Matter for a moment, but just even the concept, even the ideation behind it, right? That doesn't necessarily benefit anybody. So even obviously I'm like, the principle of, you can't shut down nothing over here, bro. You man can't shut down nothing over here. It's like, but who are they for you to even, you know what I'm saying? Like, who are they to challenge? You're like, well, where you want, you make up 80% of the population, and you're drunk twats. Like, yeah, go on, and you can march anywhere you want. What the fuck has that got to do with me?
This is the point I'm trying to make, innit? Because, like, I'm trying to, like, I understand elements of both sides of the conversation in the sense of Like there are many people who say that no one should have gone down there, and I get why. Yeah, I sympathize with that position. I also get the position of, but Olan, black people was reaching down to demonstrate against injustice, and the man just said he's gonna come and do something to man.
But do you know what though?
You get me? Like I don't get it, even though I'm not that impassioned by the need to confront these brothers, but I do get that sensibility. Like I really
you know, one other thing though I would say, yeah, and this is my point about what I got cut off earlier. I think Got a Jacob jumped on, and why I said I would have much preferred, and this is my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. I would have much preferred to hear you speak to media, because what I saw on your channel, I believe as opposed to, like, I don't think Rasvik handled himself poorly. I don't think he embarrassed himself, but I think when the most pertinent question that was asked, I don't think there was an answer to that. Which is, okay, so now you got the ears of the public. What do you want?
Sorry, what did you see Rasvik on?
I don't know. I saw him on your channel, but you were recording him speaking to media.
Okay.
Shakara, if you want
to, he had like a microphone and whatever in his face, but like I said.
One sec. Shakara, if you want to catch it all in full, go to Instagram. That's where you'll find it to get a better perspective.
Oh, no, this is on his channel though. Shaka knows on. He fucking recorded it.
He literally asked James, you see, you're talking too much. He literally asked, where could I find it? So I told him, go to Instagram.
I thought you were saying that Ras was on some mainstream media or something like.
No, there was wait, hold on. On your channel, there was people.
We've come. Yeah. No, what I mean is, I thought you saw on like Channel 4 News or something. That's what.
Okay, no. So when I say mainstream, I assumed that they were.
Some of them were.
Right. Okay. So when I saw that, again, I just want to be clear, explicit here. It's not like oh man, fuck, the whole day rested upon what he was going to say to these white people. No, I'm just saying though, having heard that, it made me feel even more uncomfortable. Because I'm saying the reality is, it looks like okay. So on the face of it, it's a confrontation of two different sets of hooligans. Unfortunately, even though we know that some people are actually there to campaign for equality, right? I hate saying equality because it always sounds like you're talking about LGBT people, but you know what I mean. March for against injustice. Yeah, that's what some people are there for. But on the face of it, it looks like two hooligans. That's what it looks like. It looks like these are clearly football hooligans. They're literally titled as such. And then the people that are there essentially to confront them would also appear to be hooligans by association, yeah. But then now we get this sort of space to express truly why we are here, you know, to say what, you know, the whole world's watching, as I think one of the reporters put it, and the answer was nothing. Like I did not leave there thinking.
This is my problem,
CJ. Man asked them what do you want? So okay, now the government's listening, like now people are listening, like what is it you want? And all I heard was about 7 or 8 times, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think they knew what he was saying.
I get your point, James. Your thing is about more the media. See, that's not even the media. Okay,
it's everything. I feel like I've painted a really good picture. It didn't make sense at all.
My thing is this, Shakara, the fact that people turn up there, okay, regardless of the circumstance, people did turn up. Okay, the numbers were, number one, they were outnumbered. That is number one. So the protection level was very, very poor and very low. Number two, there was no strategy on that. And like, I think it was you and Brother Quaker was pointing out, like, there was no strategy, there was no briefing, there was no protection. Man was running towards, you know, the antagonizers and the people throwing the missiles and the fireworks. Then they were running to the left, they were running to the right, they're running to the back. Meanwhile, no one has a clue on what's going on. And in that sense, that's why I will back up commentary this morning when he was saying, like, literally, it was just embarrassing because it's like, what is going on? Like, what is actually happening? What are we doing? What is the purpose being here? And what is the outcome of it? Like, it's a lot of things all combined. And it was just like, well, what are we really? For instance, when we go on the march, or when they've done the G-Walk, then we at least had protection. There was at least order. We had Jedi always shouting me out anyway. Get to the front, keep up. Why are you ain't like? So we had order there. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, keep up. Don't break the thing. Keep up. Let's stay together. Stay orderly. Stay in here. Like, if we're gonna block the road here. Like, we actually had instructions on what we were doing. Not only that, we had the Nation of Islam protection as well, front, back, centre, everywhere. So there was some form of strategy employed. Like what happened Saturday? No, Shakara, that was not
No,
good.
but this is the point. I'd agree with much of what you said. Some of what you said, I was saying on the ground, yeah, which is what precipitated what you see at the end of our video, Got Kush TV's video, in terms of the things that I said, because it was concerning. Yeah, it was very concerning how we responded to these people. Their level of organization versus ours was entirely concerning, and I think that definitely we need to have
But they weren't organized though. They got a bird pool.
No, trust me, they were more organized than you might think.
But as in they got a bird call from that little fucking borrower and decided to come down to London and cause trouble.
No, I get.
What was your mission statement? So for any level of protection that you would require, what was your mission statement? What was you there to do?
Yeah, and I'm saying that when it comes down to, obviously there are different people out there with different motivations and different intentions. You see what I'm saying? That's a reality. And if you speak to each of them, they're gonna articulate what their intentions were. Some of them I'd agree with, and some of them I'd very much challenge. You know what I'm saying? I just think that when it comes to us being in a place like that, whatever our intentions are, when we are under attack, we have to have a way of dealing with that. And I don't think that, generally speaking, we did. Yeah, on that.
I agree.
Right, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like if there were children there, if we were in that kind of situation, it would have been, the stakes would have even been higher. And to be fair to Rasbek, because I kept saying this, I was walking around saying this and saying, hold the line, form a fist and them kind of things there. Eventually he did get on the blower and was saying the same thing. What's it called? Because initially I wasn't trying to jump on the megaphone, because I never put this thing in it. Like, it's not my thing like that, in it. I'm not in leadership here, yeah. So it was more, but it became necessary. Do you know what I'm saying?
Wait, had you been? Would you have rolled out? So had people viewed you as the sort of leader of all black liberation, anti-racist movements in the UK, and man had said, okay, Tommy Robinson's coming on Saturday, Shakara, and this is somebody's opinion, like someone you respect, for example, but I feel like we need to mobilize. What do you think? What would you have said had you been in control of it? So if you had decreed, nobody would have even gone out there.
It would depend on the context, like you're saying. If I was dealing with like reparations march and man said we don't want you to march reparations, I'd definitely say, listen, we're going anyway. I would advise people to leave their children at home, because people tend to bring their children to the reparations march. But then prior to going down there, we have organized how to address certain situations should they arise.
So forget reparations. I'm saying, so literally,
as an example, what I'm saying is, the decision to go would depend on a number of different things. What is it that we're going down there for?
Yeah, exactly, precisely. But this is also with respect. What I'm asking you is, if somebody said, "Hey, Shaka, do you know about this group called Black Lives Matter?" You were like, "No." He was like, "All right, cool. Well, they're gonna do a protest on Saturday, but it's been cancelled because there's a man like Tommy Robinson that said cancel. That said he's gonna go down it."
So from my perspective, I would definitely separate myself from Black Lives Matter. If I decided to go, I would go in the name of, look, I am involved in organizations that have been dealing with police brutality from long time, decades, yeah, and trying to address those issues. So I would put those organizations and those issues at the face of it, so people are clear that, you know, this is a demonstration against police brutality, not just in America, but in the UK. That's what I put out there. Yeah, that would be the forefront of the thing. The issue is right. Once again, so propaganda-wise, people are clear. We're coming down to demonstrate against police brutality. Black Lives Matter are not doing their thing, but we are going to do something. If the people that want to support this thing, you can come down. Yeah, but prior to going down, there are set procedures and ways of addressing things. And then there are people who are in the midst of the people that are supposed to help to organize the people. So if this happens, because not everybody's going to be on this level of organization. So you have to say, all right, when this comes, if this happens, this is the modus operandi. These are the rules of engagement. And there are people that are designated towards facilitating that program. You know what I'm saying? And forming and organizing it accordingly.
But can I just be honest? Yeah, you know what, Shaka? Obviously, we don't know each other personally, yeah, but I know your level. Like there is a bit of objectivity to you where you may not ratify. You may not give me a response that I require, yeah, but a giggle would suffice, or some kind of laugh. But how shit is an organization? Or check these optics. We're marching against police brutality, and the only reason we don't get brutalized is because of the police.
James, you full of go on mute. Go on.
Here's the point, though. Here's the point. It's an interesting point, yeah. And I don't know if it's the only reason, because when you're there, like a lot of people felt like the police let them through, because the amount of them that was there, like the extent to which they were able to get through is a mad thing, yeah. Which is interesting, but notice here, because we were down there for our own thing, yeah, as was being said, right? When initially when they came, if you see on Quick on the mic, he said, before they even came, he said, the police are here, let them deal with them. It's for them people, and they're there to do a job. They're getting overtime pay and hurt pay and all kind of different things. Let them deal with them. Yeah. So, and his point was, we don't even need to engage them. You see what I'm saying? Like we really
I know you can't fully validate what, but you know as well as I do that that kind of a zone. I mean, listen, man, there was footage that I guess was subsequently deleted. But I can't remember exactly how the quote went, but I was dying laughing, man. It was like something like, "Why ain't the police backing it?" or something shit like that. I was like, bro, this is ridiculous, man. Like, what sense does it make to go from?
Hold on, James.
You can fight a race.
1 second, James. You know when the them hooligans they break the thing. Remember the police were separated. They had them on one side and they somehow broke through the police and came over to you guys. And somebody was shouting out, why is the police letting them through? Why is the police that's what
James like, bro, it's just come on, man. You have to be be serious with, like, I'm not one of these, I'm not gonna make comments on anybody's activism. Listen, if you help one person, whatever your intention is, the fact that you help them, I have to respect you for it. But let's have it right, bro. Like, you get me? If you're if the betterment of black people, like them optics are crazy. And like you put yourself in such a stupid situation, because if the media's sole intention, if what's the word? If the fact that they're putting this riot or this occurrence in America as they're making it center stage, right? They're propagandizing this event, they're politicizing this event. If that is the case, then why would you willingly become a pawn in any of these? Like, if they wanted a violent clash, let's say the police completely, as you put it, like completely let them all through, said fuck it, we wash our hands of this, and there was a violent exchange, and let's say you won, that you overcame insurmountable odds, 100 versus 2,000, and you fucking beat the shit out of them, and some people died, but you won. Like, who would that benefit ultimately? Would that have benefited the police? The police who decided to let you guys fight? Would it have benefited the media that capture it all and show black people being violent, showing the black equivalent? So black people that are fighting injustice, that they are equivalent to drunk football hooligans. That is your counterpart. That is not Downing Street, not Westminster. Those dickheads. Those are who you seek. Those are who you find responsible for the injustice. The people that are probably mistreated by police as well. Literally, like the working class. Like, it's just so stupid. There's so many levels it's dumb.
I think there's two things there. The first thing is that when it comes to the police, which is an institution that is purported to be about protecting people, and they said that they were there to protect people, I do believe that, to the extent that that is a fallacy, it is good to be able to expose the fallacy behind that assumption. Yeah? And so if the police are shown, yeah, and it can be demonstrated that they are in cahoots, so to speak, with the mob in whatever way, shape, or form, or not taking the mob seriously enough in terms of the danger that it presents to the people that are there, I do think that there is something to be said for being able to demonstrate that in real time. Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that this was that.
But this was you're talking about. In the optics does not support that, because I've seen them man fighting police. I've seen the white youths fighting police. I've seen you, man, fighting the white youths.
But I'm not saying that that this happened in this instance. Yeah. I also think though that
okay, I get it. I take the point.
Yeah. I also think that when you see a line of police officers and a line of white people squaring up to them, yeah, and throwing bottles at them and punching them in the face and all of them go home alive and well, and there's very few arrests. I do think there is something to be said for that in terms of whether that would have happened if this was.
Yeah, but that kind of also did happen in the rights, and then that kind of happened.
You know what I'm
like, I take a point. All I'm saying is, considering there is like, again, I can't tell anyone they're right and wrong. You know, like especially when I don't know what I was doing on Saturday. What was I doing on Saturday? No, I was at my yard on Saturday, so I can't chat bad at all. But yeah, but no, I'm just being honest though. I'm just like, this is the problem. What happens is someone makes a critique of something and somebody, what were you doing? What were you doing? But it's like, bro, that doesn't necessarily make your decision a good decision. And what the acid test for it is, can you explain why? And all now I'm hearing because Tommy Robinson said we can't do it, we're proving him wrong.
There are many critiques that I may have of what went down on Saturday. And especially because when you're dealing with media, you have to be vigilant in terms of what you project and how you project in it. You know what I'm saying? So it's not everything that I think that I'm gonna put in a commentary on a video. If that makes sense, like that I'm putting through Got Push TV.
No, obviously, bro. Yeah, like I said, I don't listen. You got a lot more at stake than I do, so I don't expect you to like I said, a little smirk and a giggle will suffice. And most times, I know you're with me.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So, and I said a lot of them there, but I point it gets to be whatever I think is the problem here becomes secondary to the safety of the people there. Do you know what I'm saying? And us being able to protect ourselves properly. So it's a thing where if we're getting attacked, then we just have to have proper strategies for defending ourselves. And I don't think to a significant degree we had that on that day. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's the issue.
Pick up Shaka, I gotta big up you and Kwaku there, because I'm not gonna lie. See, if it weren't for you, the elders that they normally critiquing and talking about, the elders don't know nothing. Their past is not there. If it weren't for you elders to come and put some order to the thing, it would have been a different story we're talking about today. You get?
Be careful.
Man would have been head boss, gal in hospital getting stitched.
I'm not gonna lie. And can we also?
Be careful that you put him in Uncle Kwaku's category, though. You know.
Yeah, no. Can we also? Lady D, can you? Can you just shout out the?
If it wasn't for the older ones that appeared and put some structure to the table, would have been.
Lady D, can we also?
I said on scattered though, yeah. Because we discussed this a little bit on scattered, yeah. And I think that at some point we do have to just address the fact that fighting the right rule is easier than challenging the government and the institutions of society, right? And so many of us are going to be more galvanized or more easily galvanized around that than the actual ongoing issue of police brutality and the organizations that are in our community that have been working and campaigning on that issue for decades, literal decades, yeah. And so at some point we have to address that reality, and I don't know, be intelligent in terms of how we mobilize the people, or find more creative means of getting people to come towards a more organizational than just a mobilization around a specific issue. If that makes sense.
Can I just add on to what Lady D said as well? Yeah, big up Shaka, big up the gentleman in the white Kwaku, and I want to big up for the protection of the people there. I don't personally want to big them up, but I feel like the people that should be bigging them up were the people that there. Big up the Metropolitan Police for pardon.
Abuse yourself for the last
time. Yo, only because this is Shaka. You know what, my brother, please, whether in person or offline, like in one of them, you know what I mean, them other places there. I want to have this discussion with you about. Remember what we was talking about about should you be excluded from activism if you have if I think the word I use is performance, isn't it? But if you have a history of performance, because then are you liable to view any kind of attention as good attention? And are you like
Bro, I am a spoken word artist. I've spent my
yeah,
life.
cool. No, but listen, you're not nigga, you ain't excluded from this shit. I shoot at anybody, I don't care. No,
Performance should not exclude you. That doesn't make any sense. Performance should not
but
exclude
no, not necessarily exclude you. Then let me rephrase that, because even I don't agree with that. I don't think anyone should be excluded on any grounds unless you're actively subversive to the movement. Yeah, but I mean to say like, then do you deserve? Should there be a sort of more stringent criteria, or do you deserve a higher level of vetting? If because then it comes to the question where are you susceptible? Like, can you get drunk off the attention, for example, number one, and does it make then your decisions are they more liable to become questionable with regards to anything that like garners some form of attention? You know, it's like like as in there are some people in this world who you're like you'd be excited to see them respond to Tommy Robinson, but they in their own mind, irrespective of whatever support he gets, is so irrelevant to their actual movement, and is such a detraction from their movement that they wouldn't even respond to him. And there's like a, what do you call it, part of you that's like, oh, I'd love to see my man for Tommy Robinson, for example. But you're like, you never get a chance because Tommy Robinson ain't on that man's level for that man to talk to Tommy Robinson. Do you get it?
No,
Whereas
I get what you're saying. And all right, let me ask you this question. If that's gonna take place here, who is going to exclude that person, let's say, from activism in that kind of way? Like, who's gonna
this is the thing, yeah. This is the thing. Most Jewish people can make a coherent case for like Zionism, right? Most Jewish people say, "Oh, I don't agree with harming Palestinians, but I believe Israelis have a right to Israel." That is credited as one of the main reasons why people believe Israel is successful, because of the sort of political nature of all of its citizens. From you live here, you have a basic understanding of history, and you have a basic understanding of our rights to live here and what have you. Yeah, that is a successful reparation story, if you like. I don't know. There's probably a better word I'm saying, but a successful sort of rise, if you like, of a people group. Yeah, currently. So with Africans, or with people in the diaspora, you would hope to be the same. That each individual that takes part in this struggle, that comprises this organization, is quite a discerning individual. So it's not so much as one guy says this guy has to leave because he used to sing and dance. But it's more of a thing where, yeah.
I'm saying that my only point, bro, is that if that, whatever the case is, yeah, people are going to respond to who they respond to, right? So I'm saying that the only way that what you're saying takes place is dependent upon the people themselves. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? And
yeah, exactly.
Give power and a voice. Do you know what I'm saying? So it means then that people in general have to become more cognizant and understanding about movements, activism, and organization. That's the only way that takes place. Yeah. Otherwise, everybody is responding to a hype, and the person with the biggest hype is going to get a response from people. That's what it is.
I know, but if some people say, like, because this was the argument was if someone says don't go, someone says do go, or you should go, right? And it's like, who do you listen to? But this is the issue, bro, because it's like, but then if someone who you respect does go, right, then now it may cloud your judgment, because if your initial reaction was, no, fuck Tommy Robinson, I don't get what he's saying. Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of other stuff he marches against that I don't bother to rise to. But now, because it's been conflated with this Black Lives Matter thing, which is literally being targeted toward me, like every day in the media. If you're black, you should think this, right? It's like, I feel compelled to go. And then that little the tipping piece was somebody I respect going. But that person that I respect only went because someone that has a louder voice went. Now the issue is should that person who had a loud voice have been condemned by the people that I do respect, or been told to not necessarily have the best intentions, or to be looked at?
I would assume that those conversations are not taking place.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm talking about it from a completely outside. You know me, I'm not involved in anything. So I'm just objectively looking at it and saying that's a bit of an issue for me, because when I see like, any opportunity ain't a good opportunity, you know what I mean? That doesn't factor in. You know that was they say like any what's that? Something is good. Any press is good press or something.
Not all money. Not all money.
I don't think that's the case, in my opinion.
Good money. I think you're looking for James.
Say again.
The quote, the normal quote is, not all money is good. So it's equivalent to that.
So choppy. I can't hear you like you speak.
Hey, James.
Yo.
James, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do you think people would have turned up if no one retaliated or even made a comment to Tommy Robinson?
Go on.
I said, do you think that do you reckon that anyone would have turned up if everyone didn't take no mind to Tommy Robinson's speech?
No.
Can you hear me?
Hold on, maybe I didn't understand your question. Are you saying you mean if Black Lives Matter
made no comment or gave Tommy Robinson any form of response? Do you think people?
No. So if the Antifa / Black Lives Matter lot had cancelled as a response to Tommy, and not one sort of person from the Black conscious community said we have to go this, because of in light of this we have to go. No, I think the numbers would have been poultry. I think there would have been. Yeah, I don't know.
Like
that's an assumption. No, I don't know that for a fact. That I can't prove it to you.
Because I'm just looking at it in the fact that if we just better know, like if everything was cancelled and they say Tommy Robinson cancelled, would people turn up? Because I'm trying to see, is it the people that turned up because they wanted to go into something? Or
okay, that's a good point. Maybe they would have still turned up. Yeah, maybe some people would have turned up. I think the reality is though is the issue I have. Yeah, is not if you don't know why you're there, and Tommy and them man are there to do something specific, and you don't have an issue with what they're doing. Like you don't care if they protect statues. They're not your statues anyway. Why would anyone feel like they need to go? Not more than that. Why would
people? I think that for some, it was felt that even though BLM cancelled, there would be people that would still go down there, and those people would need to be.
But are they not responsible? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's mad to me. I just feel like it's so stupid, and it's only stupid because, and I think it's real disingenuous, yeah. Because what you're saying is we have to protect our people. How you mean our people? These dickheads are beating up people every fucking weekend all across the country. They do their own little get-togethers and organizations all the fucking time. Whenever they do, they're spouting racist shit, Nazi salutes, all of that. And it's always an imposition upon the rights of minorities in this country every time they spout their nonsense, every time this idiot does it. Why now? Because these people have set a stage, and because these people are telling us this is the most opportune moment. Why now is everybody jumping? And not only that, but how
let me ask you this here. Do you think, forget critiques of Black Lives Matter as a body, a group, of organization?
I don't know about that, man.
Right, no, but I'm saying, but on principle, though, do you think it was the right thing to do to cancel, to put out the word about cancellation because of what Tommy Robinson said?
Because of what Tommy Robinson said? Of course not.
Right. But let me ask another question.
No, that's some immediate shit.
But when you think about it, right? Trafalgar Square was already done. How do we know that this Trafalgar Square, this last one, wasn't a setup?
As in what? As in set up for black people to go to it?
Yeah.
But there's so many reasons.
No, there's no reason why I say that.
Yeah,
already done. They're already the 4 that they were meant to do.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. On the outside looking in, man are marching because Tommy Robinson said so. like for the man there that spend their life chasing people like Tommy and that, it's cool. Like someone like Lister or something that's there, like it's cool. I get it. You like you've got a vendetta against my man, and you get me. But for genuine for most people who see him as shill anyway, yeah, who can see through the veneer of this, like political figure nonsense and just see him as a little drug dealing shill, yeah. Like, why the fuck? Yeah, fuck you. I don't care what you said. I don't care where you're going anywhere. If anything, I'm smart to avoid you. I'm smart. This little 2-foot guy talking about beating up big man and all of this stuff. He is a fucking murder charge waiting to happen for anyone.
No, because the reason why I'm saying this, John's right, is that
sorry,
there was a flyer. Right, the original flyer only had 4.
For what?
Huh? On the original flight, that Black Lives Matter only had 4 dates. It didn't have a 5th date, and they already done the square already.
All right, I see what you're saying.
This one was out of the cuff from nowhere.
Yeah, big up everybody, by the way. I just came through still.
Yeah, big up, Emma.
Yeah, big up.
It's just peculiar that how all this thing has just occurred. That's why I'm just looking at it. It wasn't stated on the flyer. It wasn't stated on any of the websites. It wasn't stated at all. It was just one flyer that went around and then got cancelled.
So you're saying that either Black Lives Matter as an organization or whatever you want to call it were part of a wider scheme to
not in a conspiracy like that. Not in a conspiracy. I'm just saying it's very odd. Do we even know it's even come from them?
No, well, yeah, we know it's come from them because it was them that put out the thing saying the thing cancelled, didn't it? So
yeah, but I'm saying the first flyer that was supposed to go around for that day, it was a separate entity compared to the ones that they normally do.
Okay. Do we even know who's putting out anything associated with Black Lives Matter UK anyway? Who's
these young girls that are doing it, right?
Young what? No, I'm not talking about the ones in the US. You're saying that there's young girls here that are doing it as well.
UK I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
There's these young girls that's doing it, but what I'm saying is the original flyer, had 4 dates, and they've already done the square. Why would they want to repeat to doing the square again?
Was that what you see then? Because I didn't see any of that PR material. Is that what they said, that they were coming to protest in Trafalgar Square specifically? Because there seemed to have been a confusion about where the protest was actually supposed to happen. I'm saying, is that what it said on the flyer? Is that what it said? Did it say Trafalgar Square?
That's one thing that I haven't got to the bottom of.
Let's put some order to it, because how I remember it correctly, Black Lives Matter were the ones supposed to do the march in Trafalgar Square first. And then once Tommy and them heard about it, they said, well, okay, if they're going to march, we're going to go down there to defend our statues. And then once they heard that Tommy was coming down there, when he done a call out, then they cancelled.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. They'd already done the Trafalgar Square.
Yeah, whether they did it or not, they're the first ones that they were going to.
Fire. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't get what I'm saying is that there was 4 events, on the major flyer. They had it on in Hyde Park. They had it in the American Embassy. They had it in Westminster, and they had Trafalgar Square.
Okay, so how many times have you set up an event? Ask yourself this: how many times have you set up an event and then you've had to cancel and then change the date at a later stage?
No, it was already done. It was already done for a week.
point. The point is, okay, I'm saying what you're saying. You're saying that, okay, it's not like a set because they added on a date that was never originally on the flyer. But how many times?
You see the flyer for this one?
How many times have you done? You organize events your damn self. So let's stop this. How many times have you actually added on an extra event or done an extra thing because the people them loved it or whatever off the cuff?
None.
It happened. Oh,
I
come
haven't.
on now.
I haven't.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying that I haven't personally. But what
It's not.
No, to be fair, to be honest, I don't think that. I don't think that. I think it is what happened was what the narrative said happened. I do believe that. I do believe that the same people. I do believe that the same people that organized the previous one probably organized this one.
Did you see the flyer or the postponed or the one that was cancelled?
No, Terry. What I'm saying is, it does. If you and I created an event, or a sequence of demonstrations, imagine a reparations march created a sequence of demonstrations, over a week, and then suddenly some external entity is creating you know what I mean? We would have to, obviously we'd be like, right, we don't know who these people are. They're not legitimate. Don't follow them. That didn't happen. So what I'm saying is, I've got no reason to believe that it weren't the same people, first of all, and I've got no reason to believe that. Like it sounds exactly what they would have done. Yeah, Tutus now, the far right say they're going to come out and blah 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 blah, and Tutus now, being that they are obviously clearly aligned with the democratic process, the democratic left-wing leaning political establishment, it sounds like a move that they would do. Peaceful protest only, no mashing up things, no fighting. They're not involved. So I don't really have any questions about the source of, you know what I mean, the instigators.
What I'm trying to say is,
go on.
You get what I'm trying to say is, right, mate, is that prior before Tommy Robinson mentioned that he was coming down to doing what he was doing, did you see any flyer or promotion or anything to saying going to Trafalgar Square?
No, but to be fair, I didn't see anything from the other protests either. Like I'm not tuned in like that.
No, the only reason why I knew that these people were coming down was from Tommy Robinson's mouth. Yeah, but I did not hear anything to do with Black Lives Matter, even to the last one that they did in the American Embassy. There was no promotion or no nothing to explain that they were going to go next week. So I'm just curious to how did this come about?
Well, to be honest, like if we look at what's happened since George Floyd's murder, most whatever you want to call demonstrations or whatever have not been publicized. They've just been people out on the roads doing what they do.
The first four was publicized. There was flyers, there was whole things going around. It was circulated. I got the flyers in my phone.
I mean, what's your argument? Because I'm in no doubt. You know what my argument? Wait. Let me just say something. You know what my position is on Black Lives Matter already, innit? Yeah. So I'm not in the business of trying to validate them. You get me? I don't know, like whether they organized something or whether they didn't. It's too fishy. Not even fishy. I invalidate that publicly, and I invalidate them. I'm not on it.
But I'm just curious that how all this has come about.
Terry, just give me 2 seconds. So here's my point, Emma. So right now, if you go on Black Lives Matter Twitter, you see that they're advertising because they're going to have the biggest march out ever, and that's going to be on the 31st of October. Yeah, cool. Now let's say Tommy Den out of the blue or one of them groups there decide that they're going to go down there too. Would it be madness for them to cancel on the 31st of August, even though it's been pre-planned and everything right now?
Would it be madness?
Yeah, for them to cancel, or would you think?
Why would it be madness? What do you mean? Would it be madness? Like
would it sound crazy to you that they cancelled that one, even though they've pre-planned it, just because they know that they're going to be people, the enemies, I guess, come in as well on that same day.
Listen, they can cancel it for whatever reason they want to cancel. That's not even the point. Like, I don't see why that's a point to argue.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to get him to tell me. So I know he's saying that it sounds like it was a setup. I know he's saying that it doesn't sound right that they never had that date already on the thing. But it's easy for them to say they're going to do a whole march, and then at the time when they hear that they're going to be confrontation and friction, especially there, they're going to cancel that. I don't find that strange at all for them to cancel.
No. What I'm trying to say to you is, I understand the cancelling. The cancelling was done straight after Tommy Robinson, 2 days before even the Saturday. It was cancelled. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I didn't see no form of promotion that they were actually going there in the first place.
But what's the conclusion? Because this is going round and round in circles.
All I'm just saying is, it's just how the whole speculation of from something of Tommy Robinson saying he's coming down, yeah, to cause havoc, to people retaliating to Tommy Robinson, to people saying that they're going to go down there on that day.
See, all of that just tells me, like, I mean, what you've just said, yeah, outlining the sequence of events, or whatever you want to call it, leading up to the thing. It's like how it's like you, Terry, yeah. You're like, I heard my man's having a party on Saturday, yeah, and then like there's no location, there's no time, yeah. I don't even know the bread. You only know the bread's first name, yeah. And then like you're like, you expect, like I'm not going to this party, innit? Like I'm not planning to go to this party. If you tell me that some girl is going to be there that I used to fancy or whatever, like 6 years ago, this is why to me the whole lead up was just a bunch of like just wafer thin reasoning, wafer thin agendas. Just but again, I understand why certain people then did go. There's people, and this is what I say.
That's what I'm saying. I'm getting, but there was nowhere to link. They didn't know what if it was Trafalgar Square or Hyde Park or whatsoever. No one knew where they were meeting.
Yeah, man, get it. We all get that. So we need to move past.
When it came to the protection, let's protect our people. That's when they decided to meet in Trafalgar Square came up.
But Terry, I'll be honest.
I think they were meeting in the first place.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But I think we do need to move past the details of what unfolded and all them kind of things there, because I'm more interested. Maybe I'm being selfish here, but I'm more interested in the mechanisms by which we make our decisions. That's what I'm more interested in.
That's what I'm trying to say. So if someone had mentioned meeting at Trafalgar Square, why didn't they say everyone just meet up in Brixton?
Because they're following, innit? Like obviously.
No, but I'm just saying, isn't it? It was mentioned afterwards to meet up in Trafalgar Square.
No, but if you're saying, look, the Black Lives Matter protesters, this is so what I saw that sparked that protest is obviously the stuff that went down in Bristol. That was clearly a motive for people to now go and turn their attentions to all the monuments in the city, and that's why all the monuments were barricaded up and whatnot. Right? So being that Trafalgar Square has got Nelson's column, clearly that was either a mention target, whether it be officially via certain channels or whether it just be on social media, and like 2,000-3,000 people may have hashtagged, Nelson's column, or just been chatting about certain targets, right? I can imagine that happened. It didn't happen on my social media platform, my social media channels, because I don't have them kind of people on there planning them things. But I'm pretty sure that that's probably what was happening, right? And so that filtered down, that filtered across to the far right, maybe even on Valley Vision. They might have had a conversation about that here. You get me? And other channels and stuff as well. So to me,
wasn't mostly because, let's be realistic, on the Nelson's column, that's not getting pulled down because it's so high up. There's nobody gonna get to the top to pulling that down. Number one.
It's about
number
the face
two,
and the thing.
Number two, the police protected the Churchill one because the Churchill one was more prevalent.
What are you saying though?
What I'm just saying is that let's just look to think for carefully. Would you go to a party that you don't know where it's going to be? You don't have no address of it. It's just you just heard that there's going to be a party.
I can't lie. I've done that many times. I'm not even gonna front. I'm ghetto. I've done that.
But hear what?
It was only mentioned that the direction was only mentioned after the Tony Robinson.
Yeah, but Terry, the point is this, yeah? We know, I can tell you exactly why people did what they did, right? It's not like the things that instigated the decisions that people made, that's something to explore, sure, yeah? But really, we know that certain people went because they're part of the Black Lives Matter protests. They've been to every single protest that have happened in the last month or so, and they go to this one, yeah? They're part of that, yeah? There's other people that went because they know someone that went to all of them and blah, blah, blah. There's other people that went because they felt, okay, do you know what? I need to show my face. Other people that went because they heard directly that the far right are coming down and we're here to fight, yeah? Other people because they come down and they want to protect those that, you know what I mean? We know the reasons why people came down. We know the reasons, and we know that those multiple threads of influence are the thing that has discombobulated the community. And also we know that that community isn't even like, so if, like I said yesterday, if you went to the protest and you asked maybe 5 or 6 different people why you're here, they might give you a different reason. Right? And that is the clear issue that I'm interested in addressing, because like we were chatting about putting batteries in man's back and whatever. And Freddie even said himself, he went away because he didn't want no battery to be put in his back. Yeah. Yeah. Right. But that's what I'm trying. But this is what I'm trying to explain. If you're not getting it, what I'm trying to say to you is that I'm not going to come out or go somewhere where I don't even know where I'm going. How do we know it was not in? The march wasn't going to be in Tottenham. How do we know it was not going to be in Brixton? How do you know it could have been anywhere in London? There was no Terry. No, Terry. If Lady D is part of the Black Lives Matter protest and she goes, yeah, and you know Lady D, she tells you, but listen, she tells you that she knows, she's heard that the protest is going to be in central London in Trafalgar Square. She's heard. We have
after. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
But Terry, I've already said to you. Terry, you're long in this thing up, bro. I'll be honest with you, because I've already said to you on social media, I'm pretty certain that people were discussing targets, yeah, after Bristol. And if Trafalgar Square was one, if this thing was one, Cleopatra's Needle, wherever the hell it is, like Whitehall, we know Whitehall was defaced already, or whatever you call it. Right, Trafalgar Square is just up the road, right? Literally. So we don't need to ask that question, bro. We don't need to be like, okay, if you heard, like no one heard where the protest. No, there were threads of influence that were communicating different targets or different places, and one of those places happened to be Trafalgar Square. Simple.
And that got mentioned after Tony Robinson.
No, you're not, bro. You're not getting it.
Because Trafalgar Square already been done.
It don't matter, Terry. There's no point in going down this.
Let me tell you the truth.
Terry, can we move on now? I'm bored. I'm not even going to lie. Like, this is going around in circles.
Because I know why I'm saying this.
I know what you're like in real time. Like, stop it. This is what you do all the time, man. Love it.
No, I'm telling you what the young girl said.
God.
I'm just telling you the truth. That's what the young girl said.
Part of the thing now. Come on, like there's other people in the chats and all that. Like we're going around in circles, literally. Like it's not just.
No. All right. I'm just telling you. Just think about it. I'm not going to say anything anymore. Think about it.
We're in agreement. All I'm saying is I know why they ended up in Trafalgar Square. It's not hard to understand how they ended up there. Simple. That's all I'm saying.
And Veli, there's people in the back, Veli, so let them on, please.
Yeah, you two. Remember, you two are both Scorpios, you know.
And Terry knows what I'm like in real time. I know what he's like in real time. This is why I tend to stop. Like, I know where it's going in it. Like, let it go in it. Like, let's move on. Let's move on. I know Terry better than Terry knows himself. Move on. Go. Allow it, Terry. Allow it.
No.
Anyway.
No. I'm just laughing. You know why? I'm just laughing because, as I said, you will see an interview that's going to come up very soon.
Whatever, Terry. Okay.
What's going on? Just watch Black Eye TV 7. And then you're not going to say, oh my gosh.
Back. People in the back.
I keep on reminding you from earlier. How do you think I know certain people's age?
What?
Yeah, I don't do research for nothing, you know.
Yeah, he's he's the investigator, isn't it? Let me Inspector Gadget and that. Yeah. What were you lot saying about the question of the day anyway? What were you lot saying?
Shakara gave his on it. Scattered was on earlier as well. Gave his. Oh, you missed it earlier, May. Oh God, you came at the wrong time. You should have been here earlier. We had one religious. Oh, he's just doing a whole matters. It's driving me crazy. Oh, you missed the rant of. I'm not going to let this one go. The rant of God of Jacob was the best rant this year. 2020 just got made by God of Jacob. Yeah, he killed it this morning. So, Belly, if you get a chance, yeah, you need to play that shit back. Everyone needs to hear that. That's the best rant ever. That rant was epic. I'd say in the back, I just told Velim, he said there's no one there, 5 pence plastic bag. Oh shit, what kind of name is that? 5 pence plastic bag.
Who's in the back? Who's in the back? I can't even see.
Ards was there, but I don't know where he's gone. Oh, someone's there again. Ards is there. He is there. Velim is there.
If man like Ards is coming on, I'm coming off, bro.
God help us. Oh God, here comes why so religious again. Oh Lord.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna come off and go back and listen to some stuff that I've missed still.
Stay right there for a minute. Oh, no.
Huh?
Don't say hi, people. Yeah, no, I ain't got time for that. Stay right there.
When that man there like, I'll come on, I'm gone, bro.
Who's that? Which one's that?
Talk about it's racist. They're racist. They won't let me on. Racist. That's what he's gonna say. What?
They've been banned. They're not allowed.
Racist G block. Racist G block. Let him on, Veli. Let him on before he has a heart attack.
Veli's barred a few people.
Oh God. There we go. Veli said there's no one there, but Ards keeps typing he's there. So how could you mean? I don't know.
Exactly.
See, he's there, Veli. I told you he's there.
Yeah,
look, he's
Veli said there's no one there.
He said,
I told you. There's a list. There's a list.
Yeah. He said, Veli, you're boying it, bruv.
Where are you seeing all these messages? I can't even see their messages from, man.
He probably got his ass blocked then. Oh dear. What he really said, what are you talking about, Ards? You're not there. Stop lying. But yeah, MA, while we're waiting to see what everyone else wants to bring on, what do you make of the subject matter at hand, the type of show?
Yeah, the next Black Lives Matter protest. What plans do we have in place to enact change? We spoke about this on Scattered's show this week. Yeah, earlier. Oh God, this week. Yeah, I'm not trying to chat with these kind of men about it. You get me? I'm not trying to chat with these kind of men about it.
All right, wait to see what they have. Ards, what are you bringing to the table? And you better not come with your fuckery. I'll bore you off. Like, for real. What are you got?
I'm not even saying nothing to the guy. I don't know like what's wrong with him. But anyway, I'm gonna mute myself up and make your point. I'm not really interrupting you, bro.
Like I said, I'm not trying to chat with these kind of men around, innit? You get me? I'm with my black people then.
So you say you're racist to brown man?
If you want, yeah, cool.
All right, cool. So at least you admit it, man. I rate you for that. Big up.
You get me? That's why I save certain chat for
yeah, no worries, man. No worries, but you get me?
I'm not talking.
At least I know where we stand, innit? We need to know where we stand. You get me? That's
all right. All right.
Yeah, man. Go on, keep on doing what you're doing, man. I'll mute you up until
yeah, Lady D. Anyway, yeah, that's why certain things. Like, you know, I don't know if you noticed, but like, obviously, we do a lot of talking on Belly's thing, on Belly's channel and that. But like we reveal a lot, you know. Like we talk a lot, we reveal a lot. Almost to the point where when you come face to face with someone, it's like you've got nothing left to say. That's not a good sign. You should have a reservoir of things you really want to say, and you say them either offline or on a channel that's geared towards you know what I mean, as black people, you get me? So there's certain things we shouldn't really, like, these subjects, when these subjects are put out and then a man turn up, it's like, boy, like they got something to say, obviously, innit? Not getting involved, man.
Where's Terry? He had all that interrupting earlier. Now he ain't got no mouth. Where are you at? Oh, no.
I've got the biggest mouth if I want to have.
I know you have. Your bloody mic's bloody loud too, man. Allow it. Allow it, man.
Nothing.
Yo, Odds.
Yo, well, go on.
Come on to say you come to all the smoke.
I never came to disrupt the thing. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. He's already presuming stuff like, yeah, I've come here to disrupt your thing and your conversation. Like, I'm here listening. If I can add something, I'll add it. I mean, I'm just saying it.
Okay, this is what happened, Odds. I asked him to speak on the title of the show, but he said he'd rather just speak when it's just like
Obviously the brother, but I'm just saying, like, can't we talk about what the brother just said? Like, he's obviously just admitted he's racist to brown man. So
okay, we can talk about it. I'm racist too. Now what?
Well, you're racist to brown man as well.
I don't know. What?
All right, yeah, that's fine. At least you admit it, and that's what I'm saying. So let's talk about that. Why are you racist to us?
Why shouldn't I not be?
Okay, but you guys are complaining about racism. the fucking hypocrisy about it, bro. You complain about racism, but you're racist.
This is what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying. Like, why even get involved? This is why I don't do this, bro. I don't do this with these kind of people, bro. Get me?
No, but I'm just, look, if I can, first of all, if you guys say that anyone else that's not black here is not allowed on the show.
Bro, I'm talking to Lady D. No, you have to respect the thing, yeah? I'm not interested in talking about black issues to non-black people. It's not a racist thing. It's a consolidation thing.
That's not black orientated, bro.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I'm not interested.
First of all, you're a racist, fam.
I'm not interested.
You're not interested.
I'm not interested.
Come on,
I'm not interested in your bullshit. You're racist. You're
interested. You don't need to be triggered, bro. I'm not interested in you.
I'm telling you, listen what I'm saying, yeah? I'm not triggered. I'm just saying, you're a racist, right?
I'm not interested.
Complaining about white people being racist towards you, but you're racist to me anyway. You admit that out your own mouth. So the hypocrisy of it, that it smells of fucking bullshit in the air. There's bare bullshit in the air at your mouth, bro. Dickhead you, bro. You're a dickhead you.
I'm not interested in you on that you got to say. It's not far. Hold on, wait.
Anyway, man, look, I'm gonna go in there because you're gonna say, "Oh, he came to this show." Cool, man. Listen, I apologize for coming on and not being dark enough to come on. Yeah,
I'm not interested. All I'm saying, Lady D. All I'm saying is, I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested to talk about black issues around non-black people.
That's right.
Like, it's bad enough. It's bad enough that we talk about these issues and they're broadcast live for anyone to hear, as well as the fact that there's people in the chat who, you know what I mean? Like, how many trolls have we had? I'm not saying that my man's a troll, but I'm not interested in it. It's not a par. It's not nothing like that. I'm just not interested in chatting to man about them kind of things there.
So what I'm saying now, that's a good topic of discussion right now. Can we stay on that narrative? I want to say on this, like, this is what I mean about, so say for instance, yeah, I want to discuss black issues around black people the same way Asians will discuss their issues around their people, white people discuss their issues around their people. What I find very strange is I do not take my ass to any of their channels to go and disrupt or question their mindset on whatever they do. But somehow everybody feels, oh, because we allow our doors to be infiltrated all the time. This is our issue that we have to handle. This is a problem we've got. We will, and I notice it across, I'm not even going to blame just Veli. I'm going to blame all the so-called black panels across the board. Because what we do, we allow people to come on, question us, we end up answering to them, asking to their questions. Then they want to troll and disrupt the show. Then they want to turn the conversation to the way they want it to go. And we let this go all the time. And my thing is this. Okay, fine. If that's the way man then want to run their panels and whatever, let them do their thing. But don't get upset then when we turn around and say, or somebody turns around and says, well, hold on, can you not talk on this subject? Like, I do it to Khan all the time, innit? I'm not even gonna front. I tell Khan to shut the fuck up and stop speaking on black issues. But Khan gets it. Like, I had to break it down. He gets it. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I don't want to hear it coming from your mouth. Like, you're not my people. You don't understand the struggle. Yes, you can sympathize. Yes, you can relate. Yes, you can get it. But you're still not one of us. So therefore, can you humbly close your mouth for this particular thing? Like, don't try and speak for me. Now, I don't mind you asking questions. I don't mind you, of course you can listen and whatever the case may be, because it's an open thing that I can't stop you from listening. But please do not speak on my behalf, or don't try to compare us to another group of people. Like, I'm sick of the comparison. We are not other people. We are who we are, and we're black African people. Like, please, can we just stay on thing? And that's all that else is just respecting it. The same way we don't go and tell everybody else how to run their panels and how to direct their conversations and their shows. I would like that same respect when it's a particular subject. Like, if they're talking about open anything else, because Veli has different discussions on these panels, innit? So there's times when obviously everyone needs to come and talk and defend their thing and whatever. But if it's a particular thing where I don't know, it's probably like, even when Shakaba did the African Spiritual Week, we saw the amount of mocking and shit going on, and I kept quiet. Notice, I'm a black woman, I didn't even jump on the panel the whole week until I got fed up after a while.
One sec, sis. Yeah. So I'm in the chat, yeah? Like I said, man's not even trying to par nobody off. My personal preference is not to chat about these issues. The sister asked me a question, which is about what we as black people are going to do when the next Black Lives Matter protest comes about to enact change. That's a black issue, black African issue, a diasporic issue. Yeah, nobody else. I'm not interested in chatting to nobody else about that, or having no one sit, in the bleachers watching with popcorn. No, I'm not interested in that. Man didn't say nothing wrong. It's not that. I just don't want to chat to man about this issue. Maybe some other stuff, cool, but not this. And to God of Jacob, there's no all. He's saying, damn, do you all, hold on, wait, sis, wait. He said, do you all guard the stage when Jupiter is at the door? Jupiter can never come to my door, fam. I don't know about anybody else, but she can never come to my door, innit? So anytime Jupiter jumps on, I jump off. Yeah, it's simple.
But there's more to that, because you're forgetting something, brother MA. So you missed, I told you, look, already you got to play back this morning's part, because you missed God of Jacob's rant. And he was also cussing us out. He's the only one on the panel cussing all of us out, saying that how you lot shouldn't run Jupiter off. I want to hear from Jupiter, and I want to go deeper in discussions, and I want you lot to hear what she's got to say. He's new to this. We've already heard it 1,000 times already, God of Jacobs. If you want to hear it, like I said to you this morning in the chat, take your ass over to Banksy's channel and go and listen to it. But don't tell us we have to hear it too. We don't want to hear it, innit? Go and hear it over there if you really want to hear it. That's my response to God of Jacob.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about, but boy,
he wants to hear.
There was a time. This is what sometimes using these popular modes of social media and whatnot. This is what happens. Yeah, there's people that, even me. Yeah, there was a time where certain men were taking a hard line against against certain opinions and hearing certain voices and that. Yeah, and the average person will be like, well, yeah, we need to hear other opinions and we need to do this and we need to do that and whatever. And so gradually, you get me, the thing gets watered down, people's positions relax a little bit, and then we end up in a situation where, you might have one day, if you'll get to the point, you might have one day only 2 people on the panel, and it might be fucking Shakara and Jupiter. How mad would that be? Having a conversation, you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying that those hardline positions, I think people need to kind of remember them and remember why they took those positions to begin with. What can be gained from taking a hard. I'm not saying that you have to bun everybody out. I'm saying that there's certain positions and principles that people have, and being that they're on the internet every day and whatever, and on these hangouts and whatever, those positions can be relaxed, and you might lose the thing that you were trying to gain by taking those positions in the first place. I got to remind myself of that. You get me? There was a time when I, without a shadow of a doubt, do not want to speak to, what's that brother's name? Rob. I'm not interested in what Rob's got to say. But then I'm not even, but what's his name? James said it about a month ago. So we was on the chat, yeah, and he was, yeah, it was brothers on the chat, and then there was James. Sorry, and then there was Rob. And I said, I had to remind myself, I said, yeah, I love you brothers, you know, except for Rob, I don't love Rob. I had to remind myself of that and say that, just to, you know what I mean, put the marker down so I don't get so relaxed that I end up telling Rob my secrets, or do you know what I mean? And that can happen, man. So you don't have to be like me in it, but that's I think it's important to remember that. You get me? Personally.
But I have to play devil's advocate a bit there now, and to say this, yeah, MA. So I get your whole point, because you know you even G-checked me yesterday and said, like, listen, don't discuss that here. Don't, you know, when me and Terry is about to get into it, and he's like, no, not here. This is not the time, and you have to like, remind me in it. But I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of good in a sense, in a way, that we do have these open discussions. Like I'm saying, well, not all of the, like certain things, okay, we do behind the scenes. Like a lot of the things that I have to say are said off air and to my sisters, them, and whoever I'm talking to at the time, whether it's Eva, whether it's Spice. That's when we say what we really want to say. We're not saying a lot of the things we want to say when we're online. We have to understand ourselves and our environment. Cool. My thing is this, though, it is kind of good that we do have certain subject-based matters happening on air, because what you don't know is Banksy did a show. Go over there, God Jacob. That's when you want to go hear them. Go over there. Banksy did a show, and I played it back. And I'm not gonna lie, having these discussions, actually,
So you bumping your gums again, huh? I'm here.
shut your mouth.
Bumping your damn gums again.
So hold on.
Yeah, go on, finish what you're saying. What are you saying?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, so when we're having these discussions, it kind of does make them understand, or if they can sympathize, in a sense where, I'm not gonna lie, I heard Walter in the chat right now. Walter was over there, and when I heard the things Walter was proposing to them as a white man to his fellow white peers on that panel, I was kind of actually shocked, because I didn't expect Walter to be that kind of person. And I wasn't going to tell you what Walter was saying. If you want to hear what Walter was saying, go over to Banksy's last show and listen. And Walter was making some very good points as a non-black person. And it's not to say that he was kissing black people's asses, or he was doing the, what's it called, the brown nose, they will say. He was literally just putting actual like objective stuff, like so they're seeing things from one particular way, and he's like, well, hold on a minute, it could be this way, or it could be that. He's giving them other, even though they weren't trying to hear nothing he was trying to say. And I just sat back and I listened, and I was like, imagine. So sometimes having these discussions, yes, they might not ever know what we're going through, but they can sympathize, and they can understand why certain things are probably said, why certain feelings are probably aired, and they can probably internalize it and then have a better understanding of why we are, or why we say certain things we do. Even though they might not agree with it, they can understand it a bit, if you see what I'm saying. So big up Walter.
I would say that those conversations, I think every black person that is politically inclined has had those conversations in some shape or form with non-black people, innit? I think there's a stage that it gets to where you're maxed out in it, and like in order for you to progress, those conversations may necessarily have to end. But when you do decide to dip in and out of those types of conversations, it depends on what it then depends on what type of information you're trying to exchange. So like the question of what is man gonna do the next time the BLM protest happens, and what do we have in place to enact change in that? There's certain things that it can be broadcast, and there's other things that really shouldn't. And in general, I think that conversation, I'd rather have that, you know what I mean, amongst the people then. Like I said, it's bad enough that we have these conversations, on Hangouts, where all different type of racist man and this man and that man like can hear and comment and whatever, let alone having them on the panel while you're talking. You get me? It's
the certain little dirty termite, racist little bitches I would never share a panel with again. And that is why I avoid them at all costs. You see, when that pussy or Afghan jumps on, that's when I jump off in it. You see that the one there?
Hey, Lady D, I got a question.
There, man.
You don't subscribe to the whole Black Lives Matter thing, right?
Oh.
Right. So do you think so if you take the Black Lives Matter concept off of it, what do you have? Right? It's just what are we calling this thing then?
They want to do LGBTQ lives matter from what I see.
I'm saying not what they calling it. What are you calling it?
LGBTQ lives matter. That's what I call it.
Oh, you calling it what?
The LGBTQ lives matter,
Right.
and they use the black people as the plight to get it through.
So what are you operating under now? We've put aside
I'm not operating under one thing: the red, the black, and the green. That's all I've ever stood for, and all I will continue to stand for.
Cool. Now, and the topic that you guys were discussing was what? Brutality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think some good information could have came from that, brother? Because does that not affect his community too? I don't think he's a white guy, right?
Oh, it's not Artist Asian. He's Indian. He's Pakistani.
Right. So on some issues, I don't think we can be too sheltered in on that situation, right? I'm sure he could have brought some good ideas to the table, and but this Negro only on concepts has got to stop too.
Hold on, God of Jacob.
Hold on, brother. I didn't interrupt you, right?
Can I just say something really quickly though? It seems like you're talking to. It seems like you're talking to Lady D, but you're also talking to me. Can you just?
Well, then listen up then, and then if the shoe fits, wear it, right?
Yeah, let him get the point out first. Yeah.
And I'm just saying, on some conversations, I think it's okay to give somebody a glass of water and hear what they got to say on some issues. We can filter out certain conversations, in my opinion, in which someone is not allowed in the house to have that discussions. But if it's a brutality issue, then I would gladly hear what he has to say, how it affected him, jot down some notes if need be, take that into consideration and plan off my experiences and him being a person of color and his as well. Yeah. So that's all I'm saying. Certain situations, certain conversations, I'm all for it. But if the brother don't want to speak to that brother and he's Negro only, I'm cool with that too. I just came up here to make a point because I heard my
wait, Lady D. Let me just. Oh wait, Lady D. 1 second. Hold on.
Please, Emma. Let me quickly respond. He did address.
Because he's conflating a couple of things.
I'm not conflating anything. I said what I said. You're saying I'm conflating, and that's your opinion.
Let me speak.
Speaking for a long length of time, brother. So
hold on, wait 1 second, bro. Let me speak and illustrate where I believe the conflation was. Then you can come back in it, right? So the conversation since I've been here has not been about brutality or police brutality.
That's why I said current. What was the current conversation? You got to listen, brother.
Bro, you just said if the conversation.
I said what was the current conversation? Hold on, and the sister said brutality. What are you talking about, man?
So did I interrupt you and then continue?
You interrupt a lot of times.
I interrupt you and continue talking, or did I stop?
Man, just go ahead and say what you got to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it, innit? Obviously, right? So, like I said, the conversation was not about. The sister asked me blatantly about the question of the day. Yeah, what are we gonna do to effect change if there is another BLM protest? Yeah. So very clearly. The information that is going to come out of that questioning, I didn't want to share that. Hold on, I didn't want to share that with my man, innit? Like as a conversation. It's simple, and it's not like whatever my man said, racist, whatever. It's got nothing to do with it. Those issues are issues that I personally would only like to speak on and speak with amongst my own people. Then it's simple. People don't need to cry about that.
That's fine. I ain't crying. I'm just making a statement. You'll never see me crying, but you can't get me to cry. Remember that. So I just made a statement, man, and that's all I'm saying. You can laugh all you want to, brother. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But I just made a statement. I just said some conversations you can give a guy a glass of water, and I know a lot of people are against that narrative. That's okay. That's okay. And if you don't want to be up here when he's over, when he comes over, bounce your ass out, and then when he's done, bounce your ass back in. Because sometimes some people actually want to hear what he have to say. That's all I'm saying.
Bruv, I'm not the arbitrator or administrator of G Block. You get me? I was about to leave. The sister, 1 second before you talk, 'cause I know you've unmuted. I was about to leave.
You should have acted on your. You should have acted on your instinct and just left.
Hold on. Nothing, like, I have not lost anything in it in the last half an hour. All I'm saying is I was about to leave. Sister Lady D asked me to stay. I stayed. I made my point. My man jumped on. I made my further point. He decided to jump off. If he hadn't,
we got it. Let's leave it there, bro. What's next?
Yeah, and that's it. You get me?
Okay, but what we, Brother Jacob, this is my point. So what we've got to do is separate the situation. Yeah. So this is what I need you to understand. Yes, I understand that you may want to hear certain talking points and you want to hear different views to have a better discussion. Cool, but not everybody does. So we have to understand that, number one. Number two.
And I stated that. That's number one. I stated that already.
I never interrupted you. Hold on. So my thing was this. Yeah, cool. So if Brother MA decides that he doesn't want to have a particular discussion with certain people, fine, that's his choice. No one can force him to or can't. But what we can't do is sit down and say, well, okay, because I want to hear it, then everybody else now has to hear it. Like, you're speaking for you, innit? And I speak for me, and he speaks for him, and whoever speaks for whoever. So my thing is, we've also got to understand, sometimes when we're having certain discussions, they are deliberately interrupted and diverted, and the narrative has deliberately been changed. And we see that happen consistently. And I know sometimes you want to hear it because you've not heard it or you ain't really heard the point, but you're forgetting many of us have heard it 1,000 times already. Like, we're tired of hearing it. So to us, it's just repetitive conversation, repetitive argument, repetitive trolls. We already know the trolls are. We already know what they're going to come on and say. We already know who plays the victim card. We already know who spins the narratives. Like, it's old news for us, but I get it. You want to hear it. So cool. If you want to hear it, only thing I can say to you is either you can hear it if you want, but then don't be surprised when certain people will just leave a panel when they come on. Just don't be surprised.
That's fine. I don't, it is what it was. I said what I said. Y'all can, get back to the point. I just heard my name come up in some shit, and the dude read my name out of some shit, and it is what it is. We can leave it right there. He read something I said in the comments. I heard it, came on, addressed it. I'm done with it. Y'all can get back to the business of what y'all was talking about.
Well, I don't know. What do you want to say, Brother Jacob? Go on. Say your original thing. You want to hear Art. So Art is backstage. Vel, if you want to let him on.
No, I'm done. I'm just saying y'all can get back. The only reason I jumped on is I heard brother say something, like he's supposed to have been checking me on some shit. So I came on, addressed the brother. It is what it is. I'm going to leave it right there. It is what it is.
Now, this is the problem I was talking about. You see, I just made a statement there. I said, we already know who's who does what, who trolls. Ards has taken that upon himself to put himself in that category. No one said the name Ards, but somehow he's equated. And this is what I mean about the conversation then get diverted, because now they want to make themselves the focal point of whatever I said. Can't decipher in between the words. And then he's writing in the chat, me, never a victim, mate. That's it, racist sister. Come on, Ard, stop. We already know who's who and what's what.
All right, peace and greetings. Assalamu alaikum. Like, first of all, I never even done that when I came on in the beginning. I actually let my man carry on doing what he was doing. I was on mute until he spoke about me. I think the second time I decided to reply. I'm willing to participate in the conversation you're having. If he doesn't feel like, I'm going to be productive or fruitful, he doesn't have to engage with me. And I actually jumped off. Veli never kicked me off. So, yeah, I know I was saying racist, Veli and all that, but, really, that's me and you banter. But, yeah, man, like, Emma, you can leave. I left cordially because I didn't really want to draw you out. But then you did admit, like, online to me that, you're racist to my kind, like brown man. So that's why I kind of got at you. Apart from that, bro, I ain't got nothing against you, innit? So do your thing, man.
All right, so what's all that big typing in the back? What's all of that?
Yeah, you said you have the same standing point, so I called you the racist as well, innit, sister? Remember right. when I said to you that he's racist to brown man, and you said, you made an effort to come and back the corner. I know why you done it, but yeah, stupid. I know you're not racist to me, but you said it yourself at your own mouth that you are, so I have to take your word for it. And yes, that's all. But anyway, listen, let's not make it about that. I know you're not a racist, and I know he's probably not a racist. I don't want to divert your conversation. Listen, I don't want to make it a beef thing. I swear to God. Because I'm just going to prove what he was saying about me is going to be right, in it. So I'm gonna shut up. When I feel I can add to the conversation, I will, sister. And then I'll be muted. Okay?
I'm not only am I racist,
But that's what I'm gonna say. I don't wanna I don't wanna sis,
I'm
I don't wanna speak about this topic no more. Like, if you're gonna keep doing it, then you're gonna say, oh, why are we talking about ours?
I'm gonna get mad. Are you gonna switch on me? I'm a Pakistani racist. Odds, do something.
No, you ain't, man. You just said you're racist package, so I'm just saying, sister, you get me? Thank you, Emma Brown. Like, at least you left this time. Like, that's all. I wasn't really like coming at the brother, man.
No, but big and serious though, odds. Like, let me ask you something. What? Obviously, you've seen what's been going on and whatever.
Listen, I jumped on the show because I've got some free time. I haven't got the kids. Listen, I haven't got the kids today. I haven't been on panels for time. I see the show going on. I tried to get on earlier. You weren't letting me on. I finally got on after like an hour or some shit. And then my man starts saying, "Oh, I don't want to be here." Well, fucking leave then, bro.
We're not talking
Why don't you
about
just fucking leave, bro?
what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. We're not talking about that. So I'm asking you this particular question now. Obviously, you see what's been going on. You see of the Black Lives Matter. You've been outside of the Black Lives thing, and you're not a black person yourself. What do you make of it?
I could never take Black Lives Matter, the movement, the actual branding, seriously when it was founded by a lesbian. Because Black lives don't stand for that. So that's my, as a brown person. You ask me, innit? I'll give you my opinion.
Okay, so what do you think of the events that you've seen so far with all the protests and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them. What happened? Apart from a statue, they're coming down.
God, Jacob, you can take over because I know you wanted to speak with him and hear his thoughts. So there you go. I started it.
Yeah, I would love to speak to GOJ because me and him ideologically, yeah, I don't agree with the brother at all. But when it comes to these kind of topics like real life, civilization, where we live, yeah, we can speak about it. So yeah, brother, God Jacob.
Yeah. I really didn't have no questions, but you know, if you was gonna offer some insight, I listened to a lot of people, and all I'm saying is,
because so far, my brother, he asked me, what do I think of the protest, and my answer is that what have they achieved so far? That's my question. Like my answer is a question. So do you want to reply to that?
say that again, brother. I'm tracking, but I didn't hear you all the way.
So the sister asked me, what do I, as a brown person sitting on the outside of BLM and all this movement, think of the protest so far? Like, you know, and I said, what have they achieved? That was my answer. So would you like to answer my question, brother?
Yeah, I think that was a great response. What has it achieved? And I think most of us black people has been sitting up there trying to figure this shit out. Like I said, there's some scenarios where we can exclusively be Negro, black, or whatever you have it. But when we're talking about a police brutality, I would love to hear people of color sometimes give testimony to some things. Have your group ever marched like this? What did you do that was effective?
Would you like a personal story? Would you like a personal story from me? Or
absolutely.
Police brutality?
Yes.
From my own kind in the police force. Would you like that?
Absolutely.
Would that make it even more special? All right.
No.
I might have been 21 years old at the time. So we're talking 13 years ago. So that would make it what, 2003? 2004? No. What would that make it? 30 years. That's what would make it, right?
Yeah, we're right around there somewhere.
Yeah, so like them times I used to have a little Honda Civic. I don't know if you remember these cars, God Jacob. Like,
the Civics last long, brother. Take care.
Yeah, but them times it wasn't that old. Them times, you get me? So it was a '96, and I'm talking 2003. So it was probably 8 years old. It was a coupe, a little Honda Civic, a little coupe, blacked out with the black windows. You know what I mean? Young boy, got my license, got my insurance, my own car. I'm doing my thing.
You had a little G thing, huh?
That's right. I'm chilling with my boys. It's a coupe. You get me?
Yeah.
So driving down the ends on Romford Road, we call it a bully van, a meat wagon. So that it's a big Mercedes Sprinter full of police, you know. So that's what we call it, a bully van, because that's what they do. They come and bully you, innit?
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there with my boy. He's a Pakistani. I'm a Pakistani, but he's a Kashmiri. He's much lighter than me. I'm more darker. You know what I mean? So we're there. These men pull us over. You know, they pull us over. All of them jump out. There's about 8 officers, 9 officers maybe. I don't know, including the driver. You get me? Out of them, there's one Asian man, and he's an Indian. I can tell he's an Indian, and he doesn't like me because I'm Pakistani and a Muslim. I can tell. You understand? So they've happened to find my mum's in the UK. God of Jacob, we have a thing called a disability parking permit,
Okay.
where if a person in your household is disabled, you're allowed to have a parking thing in your car where you're allowed to go around and park anywhere freely for 3 hours, right?
Right.
So I have that in my car. I'm adopted, by the way, so I don't happen to have the same surname as my mother, right? So these men are telling me I've stolen this permit. Well, not these man. It's the Indian guy, the Indian officer, is telling me I've stolen this permit, yeah, and I'm out here doing this thing, or I forged this permit, blah 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 blah. And I'm telling him, you can phone my mother right now. I'm giving him my house number, right? And he's saying, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do that down at the station. We're going to arrest you here, leave your car here, da, 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 all that kind of stuff. I'm like, bruv, I'm not having that. And then obviously when they try to arrest me, me being a big lad, I've like kind of not resisted, but I have resisted officially because I haven't given them my hands for them to put the cuffs on. If you get what I'm saying, God of Jacob.
Cool. Yeah, I'm tracking.
Right. So when I did that, my brother, all of them pounced on me. So there was like I said, 8 or 9 of them, right? So they all pounced on me. Like each of them grabbed a limb of my body. Some came and added another pair of hands to that limb, right? And they were all attempting to get the cuffs on me. And while they were doing this, the only thing I wasn't doing was allowing them to put my hands in the cuffs. I wasn't trying to strike them. I wasn't trying to hurt them or nothing like that. Yet they decided that it was okay for them to start giving me MMA knee strikes to my thigh, to the side of my thigh.
Right.
You know what those kind of strikes do, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, but luckily for me being 21, 22 at the time, testosterone, young, adrenaline, I'm not really feeling them strikes. You get me? And I'm still standing. So they're giving me more, and man's pulling out the baton, and they gave me a lot of licks and everything until I decided to, actually give up my hands because I wasn't feeling them at the time. That it wasn't that I'm so strong. It's just, adrenaline, the way it runs, right?
Yeah.
So I was just thinking, these little taps, like, what's going on here? Like, they can carry on giving me that. But then after a little while, I was like, fuck, they're starting to hurt now. So let me
you
give up
start
my
feeling
hands.
that shit after a while. Yeah.
Let me give up my hands. So I was arrested, bro. I was held for like 7 to 8 hours. It didn't take 7 to 8 hours to go to my house. I lived 10 to 15 minutes away from the police station where they arrested me to my house. So they could have verified my identity. They could have verified if the thing was stolen or not, right?
Yeah.
And then I was released with no further action. It's called NFA in the UK. And there's no compensation for that, God of Jacob. There's no compensation for your loss of time or anything like that. So that's an example there, my brother. That's what you asked me.
Yeah, and I appreciate that testimony because your story is similar to a lot of stories over on this side, and that's why I don't, be so quick to dismiss you on certain issues. You get what I'm saying? That with that story being said, is that prevalent in your community and among your people group? And if so, how have y'all addressed that?
But see what I was gonna say in the UK, like especially in London where I live, it's even in my area we have areas like in my area it's more Asian dominated, and then you can still be in my area, but you go to a different side of my area and it'll be more Caribbean, Afro-Caribbean dominated. You understand? And then you'll have to go to like kind of Essex to be more white dominated, indigenous English. You understand? So where I am, it's more European people, Asians, and Afro-Caribbeans and Africans. You understand? That's how it's so diverse. So we all get the same treatment. So you could be a Sri Lankan man, you could be a Bangladeshi, you could be, for example, a Southeast Asian, like Chinese, or anything that is not indigenous white. God of Jacob. In my area, if you drive in a nice car, or even you're too young and you got a car that's whatever, like you pass your license at 17 or whatever, they're gonna pull you over, bro, constantly.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, what have your group done to address these concerns?
These are the reasons why I jumped on, and I'm glad you asked me that because, like, we came after the Caribbean brothers and sisters, the ancestors of the Caribbean folk in the UK. We came after them a little bit. Lady Divine, am I right on that? Mr. Briggs, am I correct on this? The Asians came after.
But the Asians were, I think we're kind of coming at the same time. To be fair,
All right, yeah, I could probably agree with that. Yeah, I think like even when I said we came after, I was gonna say it was about 5-10 years after anyway, so it's still the same time.
Around at the same time, yeah.
So like, if you look at the UK now, God of Jacob, I think Lady Divine would be a testament to this. Most of the shops in the hood, corner shops, barber shops, even Afro cosmetic shops, all of these butcher shops, what else? Shisha shops, you know, like money transfer shops, all these kind of things. They're Asian owned, or at least Asian run, as in they'll be leased. You get me? Whereas these men are paying rent on the lease and they're making their business there.
Right.
Right. So that I think is the biggest difference in the UK. Because what happens here is in the Asian community, the Asians seem to do that, right? Got a Jacob. That would be the first protocol, like get a corner shop for example, right? After that, they will make that successful, obviously, and you know, invest in some property, invest in another corner shop, and then you know, get a guy to run it for them and charge him this much, no matter what he sells, right? He still has to pay that much, yeah? It's in the contract. That's how they do it, bro. And then they work their way up and they pass it down to their sons and their daughters and all of that kind of stuff. And even if their kids don't do well at school, because me and you and all of the people on the panel, I think we can agree that these Western schools are not really made for our demographic, right? So we wouldn't always pass and get through the system with shining colors and, you know, flying colors, sorry. So because of that, these lot will pass their own businesses through their family. And that is the difference, in my opinion, anyway. And I don't have none of that because I came here in 89 as a 4-year-old. So I'm a first generation. My parents, I came with the same time, you get me? But the people I'm talking about, the ones I'm giving you examples about, are the ones that came at the same time of the Windrush generation, or maybe a little bit after. Those Asians, they're established right now. So if you look at their, you know, what they've got in property-wise, you'll be astounded.
Absolutely. Trust me, I know that part of it. But I do have a question. Like, what I guess what I'm trying to get at is, you know, because at some point I would love to draw up a lessons learned versus how we did it in terms of our injustice, and how another people of color group did it, so we can take from each event and see what we can throw out and implement. And I just don't want to focus, or you know, because if there's an opportunity for me to talk to somebody else of color who has gone through that, is experiencing that, and I can pull some of what worked and what didn't work, and kind of develop this lessons learned and dispatch it out to my group, you know, I think it's all for the better. Likewise.
Can I also make sure that you understand?
100%.
Got to make sure we understand as well the differences as well. This is
let my waist sister talk. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, because this is what I noticed that especially when it comes to a European standpoint, what they love to do is compare the Asian community to the Black community, and that's what I'm not for. And I don't know if ours is for that, but I'm not for it because that's
100%. I will never compare the the stuff you guys have gone through to us is not comparable. It's definitely not comparable. With us, yeah, it's more of a they looted us of money.
Hold on, let me quickly finish and then I'll let you go. So what I'm saying is this, yeah. A lot of the Europeans, they tend to compare us. Oh, but the Asians did it and they're successful here and they did it and whatever. But the level playing field's never been equal, never. The Asians never had to lose their tongue. They can always had their tongue to speak in. They never lost their culture. They had that close-knit.
We never lost our sir.
None of that.
Listen, Lady D, I get all that. I'm just focusing on an isolated event that affects both groups.
Probably let me finish a sentence here. Like, come on. So my thing is this: is that the difference with them and how another thing what helped them to thrive as well being here is they had their sense of their culture, they had their tongue, they had their way of doing things, and they stuck to it. They kept that community going, and that's what helped them. That was another leverage that they had. Whereas with us, we had to make our own culture and community here. We had to, obviously, you see it's widespread now. Everyone's wow, that's all that. But we had to create that here. We had a sense of identity loss. We was in a foreign land. No one's used to the cold. No one can't deal with it.
That's not my argument, sweetheart.
Yeah.
I'm just focused on his experiences and his people when engaged in the police versus ours. I want to take some of his experiences.
In the UK, God Jacob, it's fucking the same, bro. Like Lady Divine will be testing. In London, it's the same, is it not? When an Asian man like me, Pakistani brother, gets pulled up in a blacked out car, I'm getting the same treatment as a black brother. Yes or no?
He'll get it. He'll get it too. But the thing is, what they'll do is they throw, and this is why we don't use the P word around here. And I was trying to explain it the other day on the panel about why we don't use the P. It's like,
but that's the same way. Look, if you want me never to use the N word, like I don't want to hear the P word. Do you understand?
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And this is what I said. Like at the end of the day, we can't compare the two because it's two different things. But at the same time, they are the same negative content.
Listen, I can't compare it because he just gave me a testimony where he was roughed up, beat up. I all that's I can compare that. And my follow-on was, what did your community do afterwards? How did you galvanize? How did you protest? How did you do that? What worked for you? What didn't work?
That's a good question.
You're looking for a solution that they didn't. That's the problem. What it was is that this is what you're seeing happening.
Had he said that, I'd have been like, cool.
No, so what happened after that is like the 7/7 the 7/7 bombings happened like a couple years after that, got to Jacob. So then I was demonized even more. You know, like my surname is Mohammed, so anytime they pull me over, they're like, "You're a terrorist," or
Taliban.
You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like, I gotta be truthful to the brother. Like every time I get pulled over, I go to Jacob, I get demonized because of my surname, my name, where I come from. I'm not even born in the country, right? Even though I hold two passports, I'm always proud of my original passport where I was born in Pakistan. And I always say that I would give up this one if I had to make a choice, and I would the one in this country straight up, because I'm from where I know like, my roots are from. Innit? I'm proud of that. So yeah, like nowadays I get demonized, but like if I could go anywhere, if I got a rucksack on, and right now I haven't been shaved for about a month and a half, like bro, I could get shot in it on the train, and that, like it happened to a Brazilian guy. He didn't even look Muslim. So what do you think will happen to me?
Hey, big fella, I gotta take a call real quick. You need like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. I want to talk to Briggs, man. What's Briggs saying? Mr. Briggs, are you there? Mr. Riggs. Sorry. Why am I calling you Briggs?
Riggs, where you at? He's probably on a call. Knowing him.
I hope he's not racist towards Asians as well, like you.
Oh, he's a Nigerian racist. That's even worse. How about that?
Lady Divine, why are you so racist to me, man? Like, I've never been racist to your people, man.
Black around here, and I have to give you calm treatment. You know, you want the.
But just because you're black doesn't mean like I can't come around and say what I want. The fuck?
Is it because I's black?
Is it because I's brown?
You trying to do an allergy on me now, Oz? Yeah. Is it because I's black?
Like this is what I'm saying. Like a Jew guy impersonates Muslims, and like a typical Muslim fella in the UK, and there's no backlash. Imagine that. But there's backlash about blackface, right? Nowadays, like all this phone jacker, what was it, face jacker, all these kind of shows are getting plugged from the BBC, you know that, and Channel 4 and all that. But when it comes to portraying Muslims, like what about Four Lions? That film Four Lions, you know that comedy Four Lions portraying Muslims as these dumb fucking wannabe jihadis and that. Why is that not getting taken off the air?
Oh look, I was saying in the chat, Asia is evil. Tell me about the evilness that Asia does. Let me know.
Who said Asia is evil? First of all, was it?
Is it because we's black? You're hating on us now.
Racist, because like you picked out only one comment that was negative towards Asia.
All right, then I'm gonna stick to Asia's evil.
You're
then.
a real racist, you know.
Asia's evil. They telling me, so I got to stick.
Who's telling? Username.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna call out my people like that.
Let me call out their people, man.
Nah, man, allow my people, man. I'll done you dance up here. Allow my people.
Let me hear you, man. Let me call out. You knew the N-word was racist since day dot. Who said that? I don't know. I can't find the comment you're saying, man. You know that.
You see, that's what happened. That's our goon right there, stopping you from seeing shit.
Goons. All right. Anyone else want to chat? Because I'm just holding a fort until God of Jacob comes back. So.
No, I'll quick question though. Like you're saying that obviously.
Why you want to ask a question to the people you don't like, man? You don't like us, man. Leave us alone.
Tell you about yourself, man.
Let me answer that about you, innit? Like just talk about your own thing, and then I'll just comment when I can, innit?
Now we're gonna talk about the Pakistani struggle, man. Let us know, because I'm not Pakistani.
Bro, we got nukes, man. What you got? Are you done? Don't fuck with us, you know.
No, like what is the struggle that Pakistanis face?
Just get some nukes, man. Get a nation. You should have listened to Gaddafi, man. Like Gaddafi was telling you that he will train you, arm you, fund you, harbor you, help you create a fucking thing. You guys was like, nah, ban Gaddafi.
Who said we wasn't ours? Where did you get that from? Who said we
wasn't? I don't know.
All right, see how you assume. See how you did this.
But guess what? One thing I want you to add here, like earlier on, like MA was like, yo, I don't want to chat to this brother. But you see these protests, like, I swear it was like 60% white folk and 40% coloured. So if you don't want them white folk and
But
all
I'm
of
not
us lot around, so just tell us in it, say, yo, you man, just fuck
who's
off.
coloured.
We'll
You
fuck
got
off,
them
you know.
out there. Who's coloured? I'm not
I
coloured.
swear to God, bro, like all of these Asian man and these white people that are coming to the protests, just tell us fuck off, innit? Because MA's like, yo, you can't be around us when we're talking about these things. All right, cool, bro. Like, we'll just fuck off, innit?
Hold on. Veli, can you let on? Oh my God, Mr. Trouble's in the back. Can you let him on, please? Mr. DC Brad. Oh, let me tell you something quickly before he comes on.
Brad
Brad wants to wipe
Listen,
out Brad wants to get rid of all the Pakistanis. How do you feel about that?
Brad will never say that. Listen, Brad is a good brother, and Brad will tell you this testimony that he had his best conversation online with a Muslim channel on a Muslim channel on my channel with me. Ask him when he comes on.
Your channel's done out here, and he said he's going to wipe out all the Pakistanis.
100% my channel's done out here because I don't have a channel. So yeah, you're correct. Hold on, Atticus Brown. 1 second.
Don't play my
1 second. 1 second, my sister. I have to address this comment. Yeah, Mr. Atticus. Now, you say Asians were willing servants. I don't know who you're talking about. Are you talking about the Sikhs, the Gujaratis, or the Hindus? Because I know you ain't talking about the Muslims, especially not the Muslims from where I come from, my brother. Yeah. Remember one thing. How about the subservient African rulers? How about them, brother? The ones that went and shot the things in the first place. You see, me, my DNA, my genetic code, where I come from, we never came to your continent. We never had no interactions, as in like this kind of slave trade. Hold on, sis. Hold on, sis. Hold on, my sister. My sister have to answer it. No, because the brother's saying a lot of shit.
How did Raj get to Uganda? Stop your noise, man.
Who?
Tap your eyes. How did Raj get there?
What's Raj got to do with me? He's a
You
Sikh.
said people that never go over to your
What did I just say to you? He's a Sikh. Are you listening to like the words that come out of my fucking mouth or not, sister? Like I don't. I'm sorry for the F word, but sis, like I didn't say Raj. I said me. I'm not Raj, you know, sister. Remember that. My clan is not Raj, innit? Yeah. Don't know why you're comparing man for him.
That's your brother, man. Stop your noise and stop hating on your.
How can man have a hook nose and I don't? Like, how you saying that's my brother? Like, be real, innit, out here. Come on, man. Like, on a level, come on, man. Like, I don't have the same features. Nothing like that, bro. He's not even a Jat. So I'm a Jat, innit? Like, man ain't a Jat. There are Sikhs that are Jat, but them man converted and started to do their own thing and whatever. That's up to them, innit? My people, listen to what I'm saying. My people have never thought the way you lot are talking about this guy. Not you lot. I'm saying this guy Attica saying, yeah, these Asians. What Asians you talking about, bro? Like, fix up, man. Come with some facts, my youth.
Oh, Oz is so easy to troll. Oz, you got to make sure you stay still because your mic keeps going in and out. Yeah, I think you're on an earpiece, isn't it?
No, my Wi-Fi shit and sister, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, same mine's at the moment. I think it's all this raining business still.
It ain't raining now. I got the sun out where I am.
Yeah, but all yesterday, man, it's taking piss.
Yeah, the whole night. The whole night was raining.
I kept dropping out every 2 seconds. Like, how about the Lawrence of Arabia? Did the Muslims not collaborate? Listen, don't get me to ask him nothing about.
Hold on.
No, don't do that.
No, sister, I'll answer that straight away. When you say the Muslims, first of all, yeah, the people that collaborate might have different Muslim faiths, but they didn't do it for Islam. They done it for their own ideology and their own power, and to get their own house, their own clan into power and rule certain lands. That's what they done it for. They never done it for Islam. So I don't know what you guys are on. Fix up, man. Get your information right.
Tries to come and
That's like me asking this brother, like, why did the African kings sell black slaves to the European? It's just same fucking question, isn't it? Stupid.
Spice, done his dance, Spice. Get him, because he needs too pepper in his clock. He's got too much lip service, man. Done him, Spice.
What? Spice? Name one black country got nukes. Go on, Spice. Do your thing. Let's go. I'll name you one Muslim country, and the only Muslim country that got them. That's what I'm saying, brother. You don't love to talk. We fucking show. We do.
Go on, Oz. You know the troll. I'm gonna let the chat just troll your ass up on here. Watch what I'm gonna do.
No, it's you that mentioned the sister. You know, I wasn't even gonna mention her name, but you know, she knows I got love for her. Even you know I got love for you. I don't really try to get you lot into drawn out conversations, but allow me in it, sis. If I'm talking, stop mentioning me in the comments. Like, leave me alone, man.
Your brethren are telling you stop calling me sis. They don't like that, so you got to stop it now. That's
But
racist.
even then, listen, even though she don't share the same faith or whatever as me, yeah, she's a human, same creation as me, and she's a female. Therefore, she's not all of the other relations to me. She's my sister, isn't she? There you go.
Veli, can you hear? There's people in the back. People in the back. DC
Who
Brad.
are these?
Where's Veli? I want bloody DC Brad to come on here. He's a troublemaker. That man's a troublemaker, you know. Oh my days, DC Brad.
Yo, Nin, yeah, the A1s are the biggest sellouts, bro. You see the A1s, they were the biggest participators in the British Empire's army ever, subduing our own subcontinent. They're the man. You see, they're the man, bro. Their goddamn hero, Gandhi, bro, is a pedophile, blood. You lot are pulling down statues. Go pull down that pedophile statue as well at the same time, man.
Who's pulling down statues? Don't lie at your ass, man.
I never said you are. Are you lot? Like,
man,
come on. If you want to be you lot, that's fine. But I never said you.
No, come correct. Who's you, man?
Them white man, them Antifa man that pulled down the statue. That's who I'm talking to, innit? Yeah. Happy now, innit? I know you're happy. That's why you muted up there.
I'm gonna done you soon, you know. Carry on. I'm giving you an inch so you can take a mile, then I'm gonna smoke the hell out of you.
Hey, you know when you don't never let me on, I went on the next panel try to get on, yeah. I got cussed out and told don't come back.
Hold on, you know Raj is live right now. Who smoked you?
It was one of your people, them still, so
No,
just use your brains, innit? Don't need to talk about it live.
Oh shoot, I don't know who that is though. Is that what he did, Attica? So he's threatening you with Taliban? Oh, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing?
One second, is Pakistan armed with the Taliban? What the fuck? I never said Taliban, I said Pakistan. What's he on? What's up, man? Tell him. You're talking to the 7th largest country in the world, landmass. Yeah? Fix up, my youth. Yo, Spice, I never came to chat about black topics, my sister. Wallahi, I came on and I had my mic on mute until I got drawn out into some stupid shit, which is still going on now. Like, on a level, Lady Divine, be honest, did I come on and start interrupting? No, innit? Like, I was like called out by name.
Yeah, you was muted still, I can't lie. You're muted.
Even now, I will shut up humbly and listen to what you guys have to say, and I will add what I can.
Lies. Odds, tell me something. Let me tell you how you're a G, yeah? I heard the playback on someone's show. I think it was Jake O'Connor.
You heard what? You heard what?
Playback of whatever you did, a copy part of what you did. How are you gonna go on people that's panel and tell people that you're a real Muslim and they're fakes? How are you gonna do?
But who was I saying that to though?
Everybody on the panel that were Muslim.
No, it can't be everybody, man. Listen, one second, sister. Yeah, let me ask you a question, and I'm gonna give you a hypothetical one. So right now we're on the panel. For example, Riggs hasn't even spoken to man, and God of Jacob is away. We know this for the last 10-20 minutes. Yes. Now me and you start having an argument, and then next day someone like you says to me, "You cussed out the whole panel." I wasn't talking to this man. So this is what I'm saying, sister. Who was I having the conversation with? It has to be in context. Sister, you know the same way everyone, like, see, for people that are much more worse, racist, blatant racist, and known racist, like, you know how the kind of people I'm talking about, they get the leeway and chances, and you have to find proof. And like with me, why is it that just an allegation or a statement that I made to one person could be taken out of context and say you said that to a whole panel? Why is that, sister?
I can't lie, you have a point there. Cause I've seen some of the worst disgusting people on the net, and they still get opportunities to come back on the panel. I just don't understand why they're banned. No, you have got a very
and be honest. What's the worst thing I do? I get burst and I say a lot of shit, right?
You do a madness.
No, but listen, yeah, I do that, innit? I admit it though, innit? And if I think that I this, I need to give someone an apology and this person deserves it, I'll give it to them too. But if I think no, and that person deserved that rant that I gave them, fine, innit?
But I can't even front. You was talking to a panel of Muslims and you telling them that you said you man them. So when you say them, man them.
No, but see, this is the thing now. You see, even on a Muslim panel, let me explain to you. So even on a Muslim panel, for example, we have 10 men on the panel. If I'm talking to maybe 2, and then the rest of the panel don't share the same ideology or the same school of faith or whatever, to them, man, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about these 2 men and their whole following. So when I say them, man, do you understand this?
Yeah, I got it still. It's just the way you do it. Yeah, you make me laugh.
Yeah, because when I do it, you
back up the whole
on, sister, be honest, yeah. Look,
I'm not gonna lie.
Enough times, innit? Like over here. And I've never like really disrespected you in a way that a lot of these people have online. Yes or no? Be honest.
No. But I'm not gonna like, your trolling skills is on fleek. I need to take some tips still.
Listen, I'm just a G, innit? Like people.
The whole panel.
You know what it is, my sister? Yeah, like what it is? Yeah, look, yeah, like everyone knows me, innit? Like I do things wrong, innit? If look, I'm not perfect. I never claimed to be perfect. You know, when I came with this thing, I never said I was gonna like rep Islam and do a Muslim channel. It was just like it was supposed to be about me, and you understand? And then people come and then like they try to take over the thing, and obviously I was doing shows, I wasn't there all the time. Like even now, look, Veli's not here, and we're talking about what me and you are talking about. Yes or no? So it was the same kind of thing on my platform. That happened. I got labeled as something. All that. It's all madness, isn't it? What can I do?
I don't know what. It is what it is. Yeah, people stay ready. They make up their mind and they stick to it. So you just have to just roll with the punches.
You know, for that, yeah, I'm not gonna pronounce it properly. True for Igbo. What do you mean, bruv?
True for Igbo. Okay.
Even you done it. You're bad, you know. Like, like me, you're Pakistani. I can understand. I didn't pronounce it properly. But why didn't you pronounce it properly?
Where is? I want to know if God of Jacob. Is you still in the? Not God of Jacob. Sorry. DC Brad, are you still in the back? Because I don't know where Veli's at. To be honest, I'm not sure where Veli's at. Type in the back. DC Brad, if you're in the back, to let me know you're still.
Yeah, Nin knows, man. Afghanistan has never been conquered by no one ever. No empire has gone there and done something, bro. They got bare graveyards.
Oh. Dear. So what else has been going on with you, Odds? I know politics.
Stop trying to draw me out for the entertainment of the panel, yeah? Do
all I ask is
what's mute myself, innit? Because I'm not wanted anyway, so let me shut up, innit?
All I ask is an innocent question, you know. What's been going on differently? I mean, how you want to talk about
I'm just surviving, innit? I'm just surviving, sister, innit? Look, I'm surviving. I'm working day to day, you know, every day is another day, innit? Like every breath is another breath lived, innit? Like, what can I say?
Okay, what's Lynn saying? Lynn says, I know politics and history, especially in Muslim countries. Afghans are worried they're not controlled by anyone. America been fighting them the last 20 years and are for peace now. You ain't see. I don't know who he's. Oh, I think he's talking with Atticus.
Yeah, but that's true though. America's begging for peace with the Taliban now because they know they can't win that war.
You know what? What is that whole thing about?
Because they're the ones that had Osama bin Laden. Because look, there's an Afghanistani tradition. It's not like Islam. It's their culture. This is their tradition. They're warriors from there, you know. So you go to their yard, a stranger like you, Lady D. You got an army of 1 million men after you. That man could be 20. They're gonna give their life to protect you, you know. You see me? So this was the problem. So they had bin Laden in their country, and they already gave the word that, you know, you're our guest. We're gonna protect you. And when America said hand him over, they said, nah, man, he's a guest. We can't go against that. Boom, and then they got invaded, innit?
Oh, I see. Ouch. But I'm not gonna lie, your mic does doing some madness there. When you're speaking, I don't know what happens, but it chips in and out. So you go in and out. You sound muffled at some parts.
But you can hear me though, innit?
I can hear you. Yeah, it's just that I don't have the audio.
Don't worry, just relay the messages, man. Just relay the prophecy.
You want me to relay for them to come talk about Islam? Allow it.
How am I talking about Islam though? Why are you turning your camera on and that for? Raw. Is that how you're going on?
Hold on. I was doing something actually. If Atticus was George Floyd, I would allow it. What else is there? Spicy, where you at, man?
Yeah, let's get spice on it.
Spicy's unhappy is
You know what Pakistan is, we can't live without chili. So
he's eating roti. What Archie eating roti?
What you say? They waste because they let me on. Come on, get out of here, bro.
So Jedi's coming for all the smoke.
I don't know why he's following, man. Like, come on, am I that relevant?
Jedi, that's who the panel you went to. You went to Jedi's panel.
No, but I don't think that's the real him. Because look, am I that relevant? Am I really? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Is, like, I'm the milkman. No, the waste man, milkman. Like, why are you coming for me?
Don't play victim now. I know you went over there and called some bullshit.
Wallahi, I didn't. Like, when I went over there, I said, Assalamu alaikum. And then, like, there was a guy on, I think he was one of the mods, Rain Hands. And he kept saying, you know, like, putting it in quote, I would never be a black Muslim, end quote, drunk odds 29. He kept doing that, you understand? And I was like, he's taking the piss. So rather than typing, so what I'm saying is this, rather than typing, I thought, let me jump on, because Jedi kept saying, yeah, here's the people, feel free to jump on, blah, blah, blah. He never said, oh, jump on all these racist guys. He never said that, you get me? So I thought, let me try. I just tried once, by the way. Jumped on, and then he said, yeah, what you doing trying to join? And I left straight away. Like, I don't know what the biggie is.
See, the problem is, you can't be saying certain shit online and then feel like people just forget. People don't forget you that. So when you say certain shit and then
forget what though? Like, come on, man. Like, if it's real like that, listen, man. You know me, Lady D. You know me, man. If it's real like that, whenever you see me, like, you could be real like that. It's fine, innit? I'm not these people that's gonna phone feds, and you know this about me. Like, stop it, man. Let's stop talking about this stuff. Come on.
I wasn't even talking about it. You told me the story, what happened, and I'm just telling you that
Yeah, but what is, look, like, I came on and I didn't really want to make it about me, but it looks like, I don't know, Goddard Jacobs gone off the panel. M.A. Brown didn't want to talk to me, even though I wasn't interrupting the conversation. Mr. Riggs not there. Now, the show has totally focused away from the conversation that you're supposed to have about me, and then tomorrow, I'm going to get shows made about me, or people are going to have an opinion about me. The odds came on, the brown man, You understand, sister? So I don't want it to be about that. So I'm going to shut up now. And even if I have to leave soon, I will. I'll let you talk to yourself.
But you see, I can't even talk to you about the subject matter of the show, because the subject matter of the show is what plans do we have? You're not a we. That's the problem. So I can't even discuss the topic of the show.
I'm not a we, but like, as an outsider, I could give you an opinion. Like, you lot have Jupiter and that are the far right on here.
Oh no, this is not my panels.
I'm not saying you lot as in you, sis. Like, just come on, man. Try to get away from that bit. What I'm saying is, the people of the panel, that the channel holder will have people like Jupiter, all these kind of people on this panel. So if I'm on here, what's the problem? You can still speak about it. I will just shut up and listen. How about that? I never said I'm going to interrupt you. Atticus, how can you be so racist like that? So 1 second, Lady D, can I ask you a question? If I went around on live chat saying, how can blacks or Africans be this dope? Is that racist or not?
So what? Sorry, I was doing something. Say that again.
If I went around saying, how can these Caribbean people, or for example, African people or African Americans be so dull? Would that be racist or not? If I said it?
No, that would be very prejudiced though. Not racist.
So this is what the guy's doing now to me in the comments. He's saying, oh, these Asians are always so dull. Like, what, all Asians are the same? First of all, we're not even genetically the same. What's on, bros? Look what he just said. Just yellow, you know. This dickhead, you, bruv. I'm probably darker than you, fam. Pussy.
Yeah, that definitely isn't Jedi. No, that definitely is not him. He doesn't type like that. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. Where did God of Jacob go? GOJ.
The worst thing is, yeah, me and this brother, GOJ, like, we had the biggest fallout so far, like, and then even he was like, yo, like, ours, we never really done nothing wrong like that today. And you get me?
Oh, you look for that? Okay, I didn't know that. So he's
No,
already.
we never fall like it's like religious, innit? So when we speak about religious topics, we're always on a different side, innit? Obviously, understand?
And that's when I fall out. I'm not interested. I don't do religion. You know me already, odds. Like I got no dog in that fight, so I need to just keep quiet. I got nothing to say.
Yo, by the way, no one's looking your pity, you know. I wish you still hate me because you need to see me real. I would love it. Anyone that hates me. You see what Atticus is saying? That he's saying that Asians are yellow. Is that not racist, my sister? Or
that stuff and odds
oh,
read.
no, I was gonna ask you: is that prejudice or is that racist now? Like you're charcoal black, Lady Divine. Is that racist or is that prejudice? Because you're saying prejudice.
Being choco black.
Pardon?
The berry, the sweet of the juice.
No, I never. That's not the question I asked you, my sister. This is what I don't like. I don't like diversion tactics, you know. So I'm asking you a direct question, my sister. Yeah, make it comparable to this brother. What he's saying about me right now. He's saying, "Oh, you're just an Asian man who is turmeric yellow, right?" Now I'm saying to you, sister, if I said, "Oh, Lady D, you're just a black woman who is charcoal black,"
then you just go back at him and tell him that he's a black.
no, why should I do that? Why should I give a man a racist statement back for his racism? So that's what you tell me to do. Is that the right, sister? Come on, man.
Listen to what I'm saying. It's either you go back and forth with him or you just don't respond to him and ignore him. Which one are you gonna do? Like he's run now. He's out. He's out. See there. Anyway, Belly, let on God of what's his name? Not God of Jacob. What's his name, man? Bloody up. DC Brad, the troublemaker, man. I want to speak to the troublemaker. Let him on. Oh, look what you done. Atticus, you ran odds off the damn panel. Why did you do that, Atticus? Oh, shit. Atticus ran him off the panel. Trolled his ass off the panel from the chat. Oh, I got hiccups. Oh, dear. Atticus, tonight you're going to be disciplined and detained for your abuse of the panelists. Yeah, we are no longer tolerating panelist lives matter, Atticus. Panelist lives matter. Hashtag that. How about that? Oh dear. Oh god. Oh dear. Yeah, I told him to ignore Tash, but he didn't want to. He wanted to go back and forth and then he got trolled off. So I don't know what happened. So now it's left to me to engage with the chat, and I don't like engaging with the chats. Dear God. Turmeric yellow with it. Shut up, Awa. You know what, Awa? You're full of shit too. You're as bad as DC Brad. I'm not even gonna. You're worse than God of Jacob and shit. He's a troll. Everyone knows God of Jacob's a troll. Damn it. Oh gosh. Will you be doing the bondage? Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna bond your ass to the lamppost and leave you out there, Atticus. That's what we're gonna do. I'll leave you somewhere deserted on the motorway somewhere. That's what we're gonna do. Tie your ass, bond you right to one lamppost and drive off and left your ass out there for trolling people off the panel. That's your punishment. Oh dear, did the Pakistani run? Oh, see, now I got no one to converse with. You don't take the piss. God of Jacob, wake your trolling ass up and come talk to me. Oh dear. I want you're something else now. I will go and read the Bible because you need to be disciplined. Go and read the Bible. That's what you need to go into. Oh, I know. Roginator is on. I know. Keep me updated, Lionheart. Come back and forth with the chats and let me know what's going on, please. Because I'm gonna and can somebody tell Raj I'm gonna smoke him when I do catch him.
Mic check.
Yeah, hold on. Pick up yourself. I just want someone to tell Raj the message that Lady D's coming to smoking because I'm not impressed with that bullshit he allowed to be spoken the other day. So he's gonna have to get smoked sooner or later. Yes, Raj, I love you, but you're gonna have to get done out here. Raj, speakers corner is where art is more at home. You're not gonna get art coming back on here, cussing. Got a Jacob. They trolled odds off the panel. What am I gonna do?
Who did it?
The chat, Atticus and his bad behavior, and I was there laughing like it's funny. Tell your Hebrew brothers, tell your Hebrew brothers to learn some discipline and troll lives matter. Tell them.
Yeah, you know, Atticus, he is what he is, man. He stay down there and, do his thing. It is what it is.
Brother, I will need some help now. I'm done with him. He needs discipline. He needs to go and read the Bible verse about 6 times over until it falls into place. Thou shalt respect others or whatever it is. I don't know.
You know, after a while, I try not to pay too much attention to the folks who I've never heard, on the panels. I'll engage them every now and then.
Right.
Or if a comment that, jumps out at me, I might address it and then have a brief back and forth, whatever. But normally, I don't pay them cats no mind because they haven't came up here really express, what they talking about, So
But
I just chalk them up to that.
After a while, whether they come on the panel or not, after a while of engaging with them, you do get to learn a lot of their personality.
Yeah. But, yeah. I don't respect no guy like that anyway, man.
You don't respect Atticus?
Not at all. Not at all.
You're a hater, man, God of Jacob.
I mean, would you rather me tell you this and he know this right off the jump? Like, I don't respect him at all, man.
These people are in the back, please. I think what's his name? DC Brad was in the back. I'm not sure if he's still there. Sorry, God of Jacob.
Yeah, I'm good. I just came up here because I saw you stranded for a second.
Yeah, they've trolled people off the panel and everyone, and then M.A. Brown abandoned ship. He said, "Nope, this is not my conversation," and it's just me and you. DC Brad, jump on, please. Come and troll. Come and troll.
Let nephew come on, man. He be having some good. I told you, Brad is a genius in spots. Now, when we get in that Bible, we disagree, and we're gonna disagree.
You in that Bible? Oh, you come and Bible bash all of us. Like, what is it?
In that space, but outside of that space, Brad is a genius in spots. You know what I'm saying? So I do respect Brad.
Oh shit, Lionheart said the artist gone over there with Afghan. Oh, that's gonna be smoke. Somebody record it. Somebody send the reanimator over there. Get the reanimator over there. Of course he's a
But hey, Lady D, here's my thing. I be hearing a lot of these big cats be talking about Africa. And man, most of them are not even in Africa. That shit be fucking me up.
But this is the difference though with the Americas and I would say
like how you gonna ballyhoo this motherland and mama land and all this shit, and you've been sheltered in place for the last 10 fucking years, 10, 15, 20 years. Like, stop that. Like,
that's where we're going to disagree, God, Jake, and let me explain to you why. So this is where you lot relate the US to the UK. The difference between us in the UK and you guys in the US, you lot don't leave some of you don't even leave your state. You lot
don't have to. We got what we need there.
Yeah, but hold on. We don't even own passports. Whereas here in the UK, we travel. Travel is like a hobby. Holidays. Going across you don't have to, you're just going around Europe. Like, we travel. You lot just know one thing and one thing only. And this is why your information and stuff is so limited to just the Americas, because you lot don't know nothing.
What does that have to do with what I said initially? all these Africans who ballyhoo Africa
so it has
don't
to do.
live in Africa. You
So
got
let
all
me
these motherfuckers from Nigeria, Kenya,
let me
Somali, X, Y, and Z, Mama
oh,
land, mama,
let
motherland.
me finish, and then
Oh,
you
go
get.
ahead. I'm breaking up. My bad.
So my thing is this, yeah. The reason why you probably hear a lot of the remember a lot of the people here, especially the Caribbeans and we go back and forth. So we go back, we travel. What we don't know, we want to learn and discover. We want to feel what it's like to go. Remember, we're stolen people, you know. So we want to go back. We do want to go back, and we want to get to at least, even if we don't even have a actual country, just touching the motherland itself, right there. Right there is something good as an achievement. Remember, they told us we are lost and we're going to be scattered and we're never going to be able to return. We went to the point of no return, but guess what? We're showing them we can go back, and we're going back.
You shoehorning the whole cause. My whole thing is
Yeah,
they screen Africa
yeah.
from elsewhere.
Veli, he's in the back. Let him on, Veli.
Like I don't understand that shit.
From elsewhere, like
Let's say Kenya, Somali, Nigeria, Ghana. Oh, motherland, motherland, motherland. Oh, motherland, motherland. But they've been sitting, sheltering in place for goddamn 10 to 15 years in this country that they hate. And when you have an alternative, but they never take it. They buy a plane ticket, but it's round trip. It's never one way. Explain that shit.
okay, and you know what? And you know what sounds funny because you actually give these people talking points, Brother Jacob. But let me tell you why. Remember, I said to you, I was listening to Walter. He was over on Banksy's and he was trying to put different ideas to them about how he views Black people in America and whatever. This is what Banksy and them had to say. Now, let me just tell me if this is right or wrong, because you would know better. Their argument is, you Blacks in America, because remember, the show was about Black Americans. I'm not even a Black American and I was offended. But you're a Black American. Let's see if you are. So, the people that the African Americans, you lot have no reason to be bitching and complaining and bawling for reparations, and you want equality and you want this and you want that and blah blah blah. This is what you lot are crying. They're saying, according to your friend Jupiter and your friend Banksy, this is what they're saying. You lot have no.
Hold on. I asked you a question and you give me a scenario about you Black Americans.
Oh,
If
let
you
me
address
finish.
my question first,
No, let me
but
finish.
but but I'm going to wrap yours up real quick. Black Americans have no
Got it.
alternative.
You cannot
You guys
understand.
do.
I've not
Go.
actually got out yet, so you have to actually hear it before you can wrap it
Well,
up.
I know you're about to give a long soliloquy.
He
I'll
said,
listen.
you lot have no business to be crying about jack shit when you lot were given land in Liberia and your ancestors chose not to take it. They chose to stay in America. So the fact that you lot have an audacity to be bawling about injustice in America, they find it laughable. What's your
Because
response?
he doesn't know any history about how that went down.
Hold on. I know a little bit of history, but that doesn't
No,
answer
I'm talking about Afghan. Doesn't know the history of how that went down. Geopolitically, African Americans tried. We literally tried to do it.
Brad, just a minute. It has nothing to do
Hold on. Lady D, I asked you a question and you gave me a long soliloquy about what another person thinks. My argument or my contention is this: you have a lot of Africans who say mama land, motherland, this, that, the third, but they've been in that place sheltering for damn near 10 to 15 years and they're not there. But then you come give me a long script about the African American. Right? Me and Brad have no alternative.
I answered your question. I said to you, the difference is we do go back and we are more than welcome and we do. So when you're saying that it's a narrative that we don't go back, yes, we do. All the time. We just that we come back and make our money and go back and ship it over. Where do you go outside of the state?
I'm talking about you guys have round trip tickets. Make that a one-way ticket and plant your ass there and then say Africa, Africa, Africa.
When we're good and ready, we will do so. That's the whole point of
That's what I was coming to. You have
I'm
no
saying
excuse.
now, what's your excuse? When they're telling you that you got land in
My
Liberia,
excuse is I don't have an alternative.
you got land in Liberia and you chose your
Any
ancestors
Kenyan,
chose
any
not to take.
Nigerian, any Ghanaian has an alternative.
No, you're not gonna touch. Now you're bitching and complaining that you want.
I'm not bitching at all. I stated an argument and you went somewhere else with it because you couldn't
Now I answered your question.
that
That answer
fact.
mine. I answered your question. That answer mine. What is your response to that when you hear that?
You gave no you gave a soliloquy of nothing, a fluff.
Yeah, the dude doesn't even know our history.
All right, let me ask DC Brad. So DC Brad, if you hear Banksy come and tell you that you African Americans have a goddamn nerve right now to be in America crying and bitching about injustices and woe it's me and you want reparations when you were already given land in Liberia and your ancestors chose not to go. Some did, but your ancestors chose not to go. Hence why you're still in America today. You don't have a right.
Some of my ancestors went.
Right, so exactly, but you're some of yours did it because you're clearly in America today. So that's what his point is. Do you have the right now to complain and bitch and cry about injustices in America?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So why would you say you do?
Because literally the country of America is not meant to be.
You chose not to answer, so let DC Brad answer.
The country of America is not meant to be owned and dominated by one race of people.
You posed a dumb question.
When your constitution indicates that all men are created equal, right? The only reason why white people have power is because they demographically control the country politically. That's why they prevented us from voting. That's why they didn't want us educated. That's why they used to burn down our towns and schools and anything like that, because they did not want us to progress. Because they knew if we progress, we could level the playing field in under a year. That's why when the Tuskegee Airmen, in a span of 4 years, let's look at just in a span of 4 years, that uniform was able to achieve more military accommodations than any other force in American history. Okay, they didn't want that recreation of that. When you look at the 54th Regiment in the Civil War, okay, they did not want us. And I'm only talking about military. I haven't even gotten into technological advancements. I haven't gotten into medicine. I haven't even gotten into the educational, like Bethune-Cookman. She revolutionized education, having fifth graders. Well, people will be equivalent of a fifth grader today being polyglots, meaning they're speaking more than one language. Okay, what Afghan is saying is that of an Afghani or any Afghani or Paki, anyone else to talk shit about
Banksy, not Afghan.
Oh, okay. Well, if Banksy or any non-black person want to talk shit about black people, especially in the Americas, we're not like any other part of the diaspora. Okay, we literally have a claim to this land because this land would not exist if we did not exist within it. So our claim is political as well as genetic. Okay, we've literally made contributions to this country. The gas mask in World War I would have not been achieved by the U.S. military if Garrett Augustus Morgan did not create it. Okay, then if my own ancestor did not
talk to her. Come on, brother.
If my own ancestor did not create.
My question, so get it right. Go on.
Huh?
No, he's saying talk to me, but it's not my question. So get it right, God, Jacob. Answer Banks' question.
No, he doesn't. Him, Jupiter, none of them have any claim or let alone any education on what this country is. This country is a conglomerate. Okay, black people are just trying to get their fair piece of the pie. And the reason why mainly our war is primarily with poor white people, because the PWTs, that's what I call them, poor white trash. That's really all they do. They gripe whenever we get a little something better than they have. Okay, politically we are entitled to this country like any American that comes. That's the whole point of this country, is to be free, is to have is to be able to be free, voice your opinion, live your lifestyle. That's why you have a First Amendment.
No, but hold on. But I think you're missing his point. So this is the argument that we made last night.
But Liberia was not but it was not intention for every African American though. That's why his point is stupid.
Hold on. The point he was trying to make. This is the point I heard. So whether I'm right or wrong, Banksy can come and correct it. But what I heard him saying is basically, obviously the slavery happened. He's not disputing the slavery and the injustice and whatever. But he's saying, okay.
How about you make a point instead?
That all happened. I'm not talking to you right now. You had your chance and you chose not to do it. I'm talking to Brad. So what he's saying is basically, this is what I got frustrated. This is what he's saying. Basically, when all of that, all the civil rights and all that happened, and all of that, the slavery ended, Liberia or somewhere, I'm not sure if this is true, but Liberia or somewhere was given to African Americans as to be their own state and their own. And they chose not to take it, but now they have the nerve to stay in America, crying and bitching about injustice.
No, that's not true.
Right.
That's not true at all. The point of Liberia was the goal was like, all right, can we do something outside, because white America didn't want us here. So we're trying to find a way to find some safe haven. But if we look at all we simply did over the time was look at the Constitution that was written. Okay, the Constitution that was written was intended for everyone that touched the shores of the Americas. Okay, so like that's why it's just.
Was Liberia ever on the table for African Americans?
Yeah, there was a conversation about us going there, but it was like we trying to trade, and the U.S. wouldn't let us trade. We couldn't like establish ports in the United States, so we just started to stay and fight for our rights because we had
You
land.
don't know enough, man, about that. She just repeating talking points, man. She don't know enough about that topic, bro.
I'm asking questions, but do you not understand what a question is? If a question's asked, he has the right to answer. You don't have to answer. You can always come off the panel, don't listen, whatever. But you don't need to interrupt right now. I'm asking a question. Let him
Okay,
answer.
so you had something in the 1920s known as the Negro Conferences. The Negro Conferences at the time.
Right.
The reason why today African Americans kind of you see us coming back more is because we did not have the resources we had today that we had back then. We didn't have the Rick Kittles and the Gina Pages like we had today. Okay, like what we have today is we have access to get back to the continent. We can learn a language. We can learn the language. We can learn the culture. We can find ways of getting around. Traveling back and forward is easy now than it was before. Okay, like Marcus Garvey tried the repatriation moment, but it was just more like go and don't come back. That one-way ticket. That that one-way ticket to going back is what we
His fellow African Americans didn't take, but he wants to tell us about it. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he's just making his whole point was, God of Jacob's point was, like all of we'll be crying about Africa, but we're not taking our asses over there.
Yeah, so but the thing is, though, you guys do, like I always say this myself.
Yeah.
Afro-Caribbeans literally have a whole nother country.
Thank you.
Like literally have like the Caribbean. You literally have an island, a flag, a government that if you did a revolution, if you did a revolution on your land and say like you see now Haitian Americans who will fight against, who will say that they don't want America in their country and legit will kick out, and will take the time to sort out and funnel through who the bad characters are within their country. African Americans, we can't do that because when we go to a Caribbean fest or whenever we go to an African fest, I found out I'm Yoruba, but I can't really wave the Nigerian flag because I don't have a Nigerian citizenship. I'm still stuck with the red, white, and blue.
So this is where I was trying to lead down to, DC Brad. So if we go by God of Jacob's talking point that we don't go back, and I can say, well, okay, I've got 3 passports. I can go wherever I want. You get me? I've got 3 passports, not one like him, 3. And I don't even know if he's even got 1, but I got 3. So I can choose. I can pick and choose where I want to go. It doesn't have to be necessarily Africa. But one thing we weren't given was a state.
I have a passport
in the continent of Africa.
Yeah, me too.
Now hold on.
I ain't gonna lie. I would use the blue one more than anyone else. It does.
I have 2 of them also, a military and a commercial.
Was never offered though. However.
Oh yeah, God of Jacob. I finished. I passed MEPS, by the way.
DC Brad, focus.
What's your ship date, brother?
I get in about 2 weeks. In about July, I'll be going to basic.
Okay. Where you going at?
Army. Supposed to be going to Fort Jackson.
That's in Georgia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Let me know what's up, man. Give me your addresses or whatever. I send you some care packages.
Yeah, my uncle's for the first time in my life. My uncle said, "I'm proud of you." Like when I graduated college, my uncle wasn't even proud. He was like, "Man, you come here with this little pussy ass education."
Just remember, when you get in there, it's it's a game. But hold your own in there because there's gonna be motherfuckers from all around the world, and you might have to get into a couple of them.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Like even at MEPS, dude was talking like when how they have like because like I'm going for National Guard just until I commission. After OCS, I'm trying to go active duty, but I'm thinking about just getting an AGR and just chill off that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you should go OCS, man, because I mean, really, I think we need more officers in the officer ranks, brother.
Man, you ain't lying.
Black officers, man.
Yeah, you're not lying. But yeah, there's like a push for that to happen. But because of the COVID thing, they had because I had a little discrepancy because I had to get a moral waiver, so I had to wait for that because I got in trouble when I was in college. So yeah, with the whole Trayvon Martin thing popped off, I got in fights with DC police a lot. So that's federal shit. So that didn't look too well. But they told me that you don't have to worry about it. You still be an officer. You can still be an officer with it. I just had to get a moral waiver for it because it was a violent crime technically because you can't assault an officer twice. But yeah. But the battalion commander though was very, very, very nice. She was like, yeah, we don't see any reason why you can stay without. You're not like it wasn't drug related, it wasn't. So yeah. But I wanted to let you know that I've been trying to wait for you to get on the panel to tell you. Yeah,
man, that's all right. That's all right. Remember when you go
we
on
need to
there,
talk real estate, we need to talk real estate, Uncle. Cause man, I ain't gonna lie, you could
bro,
pick a tenant.
I sent you my email twice, man, and you ain't hit me up. So
all right, man. I'm gonna take this.
I don't want to put it. I don't want to put it right here.
No. You good? We'll talk. We'll talk. Because but yeah, go ahead, Lady. I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell you.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
I finish because the disrespectful of the Hebrew is just beyond belief. But what to expect, Bruce? But anyway, like I was saying,
Hold on. I'm gonna come off so you can talk. How about that?
that you do that and go back to Israel while you're at it. Anyway,
go back to Israel.
And you go back to Trinidad, whatever the fuck you.
Africa, he goes to Israel, innit? Big up and witness on that one. But yeah, my thing is, if that is the case, I didn't know about this Liberia thing. So this is something new I'm hearing coming from obviously Banksy's mouth. So I'm thinking if that's the case, and God Jacob's point is, why don't we go back? Why does he not tell Americans to go to Liberia then, rather than
because
tell us?
Liberia, the whole point of Liberia, African Americans who ever tried, any African president, African American president or Afro-Liberian president that tried to integrate both the African concept, and tried to create an Afrocentered version of America, they were always killed, coup d'etat, or civil warred. So you have this like weakness when it comes to and then on top of that, we literally built America. Like we literally built the country. And if it wasn't for the Buffalo Soldiers, the expansion out west would not have happened. It was us who took care of the Cheyenne. It was us who took care of the Apache and the Comanche. So no matter what, legitimately, like honestly, you're gonna tell me that Britain today would not have survived if it wasn't for the Windrush generation? So because of that, like you give up what your ancestors fought for, what your ancestors built. That's so like let's say like for example, let's say right now, because right now I've been rejected twice, and within this year I've tried twice to get a Nigerian citizenship. Okay,
Wow.
I've been rejected twice with all my qualifications, even with my income. I've been rejected twice. Okay,
how is it they reject who has bloodline to Africa's?
Literally I proved that too, and at the University of Ife, they have a database there that proved that I was Yoruba as well.
So how did as a Puerto Rican, how does she get it? But as a Latino, better yet. Sorry, as a Latina, sorry, not Puerto Rican.
I think if you're not a celebrity, like if you're not a big enough celebrity, I don't know. Like I don't know. Like, cause it just seems like celebrities are getting it. Cause cause like for example, Cardi B is famous, so that makes sense. But like here, I have a skill set that can contribute other than just teaching Nigerian girls to twerk. I have a skill set that could actually better the country, So it is a, I mean, it was disheartening. It's disheartening as hell, but it's like what we have is all we have right now. Until there's one country that's like, you know what, fuck it. If you were part of the slave trade, you get a full citizenship, dual citizenship. We don't care. Then yeah, but until then, I gotta agree that like I can claim Africa all I want. I can learn Yoruba. I can learn my history. I can talk about my mother's side all I want. But in the day, I'm still just an ADOS.
Right.
Until
Witness, if you can hear, I don't know if you're busy or not, but can you jump in and tell us how the applications of Nigerian passports, if you know that, are processed and how people can go about getting one if they can prove their Nigerian ancestry? Big up, Tora. Big up. Tora, do you know how it works?
It's funny you say that because I know a lot of people in Jamaica that actually applied for the Ghana citizenship, and they said that they tried many of times and it never comes through. So I think there is a little bias what goes on as well.
Maybe, I'm not sure. I've never actually tried to apply, so I wouldn't know. But I've already got 3 passports, so me trying to apply for a 4th.
Oh, so you got one already?
No, I got St. Lucian Jamaican, innit? I
Wait,
don't
y'all
have.
just want it? Y'all just
Oh.
want a passport, or y'all don't want a citizenship?
I don't know. I don't know how it works, so I would need somebody to fill me in on the details on.
Yeah, because it's funny you say that, because even the Tom Bond people that was in Ghana, even they were finding it hard to get citizenship, and they were like returnees. And it's only recent, like in the early 90s, they've been like sort of recognized and sort of things like that. Because
What,
there's
go through or something that why people are getting turned down.
I think so, you know, like I think you at least have to speak one of the languages as well, I think.
Then I can't. I'm done.
But I think if you do get initiated into a tribe, it should be more easier, I would have thought.
Yeah,
Because you would have said, look, I'm already initiated. The king done this already, and whatnot. So it shouldn't be a problem. Because for one now, it's like maybe it's easier that way, because now you put yourself under the jurisdiction of that king in a sense like that as well.
Okay. Either through marriage, I guess you can probably get it then, or
maybe that's
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that too. Just getting married to like a Nigerian woman.
I know citizenship. I don't want you, Bleezy, but she hears the foul shit that comes out of your mouth, she's gonna run a mile.
Trust me, a black woman who really loves her race will fall in love with the words that come out of her mouth.
So what years did you try, Brad?
What?
Did you try this year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried it back in February. I don't understand. Like I have okay, so I mean I know I have a record and it's been expunged, but when you do when they do an FBI background check, so it just looks like, you know.
What? They do an FBI check?
Yeah, just make sure that's just you want that, because I ain't gonna lie. There's so many. No, there's so many African Americans. I would never want to leave this. I want them to stay here forever.
So they
Okay,
ask
so
the
yeah.
FBI if you're eligible. That is mad.
No. An FBI background check is just companies do that in America, so that's just that's natural.
Yeah, but they know the story in it. They already say, "Oh, we're sorry for the people," but they even got Wilhelmina Castle for crying out loud.
Yeah, but you understand, Torok. Having a background check is good. That means that you don't want criminals coming into your country.
Wow.
Yeah, like there's so many. You don't want that, so you have to do a background check. I do background checks when I hire people. Are you kidding me? Like, do you?
But it's a different type of texture, though.
What's up, Belly? How you
It's a
doing,
very sensitive texture, because like these are people that identify as African, but are coming back to what they call like their resting place, and before them to jump so many hurdles and all that, I find that wrong, man.
Yeah, I do. But like it's red tape. But then again, that's what any country. You think is if it's just like this to get into an African country, can you picture how hard it is to get into America? Like if you came, right, it would take 10 years for your family to come. You understand? So countries have that right though. So I'm not going to fight with a process. I'm glad there's a process like that. Diana Samir went through the same thing to get his Nigerian citizenship.
Yeah, but don't you think that's kind of horrible if descendants if descendants of slavery but want to go back to Africa, somehow they don't qualify to actually go back? Don't you think that's a bit wrong?
Hey, brothers.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, go on, Belly.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you. Yeah, obviously, I heard you on Jedi stream earlier, still talking about masonry and all that
God,
sort of stuff.
please,
Yeah?
that breaks my head.
Would you be able to like sort of dispel any of the myths that are about masonry or anything like that? Or
I can tell you right now, the Prince Hall
Masons.
Masons. Okay, this is why I'll say YouTube is a curse and a blessing. Okay, because the Prince Hall Masons, Prince Hall literally created the Masonry. Okay, the reason why our lodge, our organization was created was because he could not join the Scottish Rite ones. African Americans, most of our industry, most of anything that's African American made, okay, was made because we couldn't get the same equal rights. So we created our own thing. All right. Like for example, like God of Jacob is a Hebrew Israelite. All right. The Hebrew Israelites literally is a black owned, black thing. Okay. It is 100% us, black people. Okay. So like that. And that's just down to just, version of, like that's like a Christian. I mean, not like a Christian version. I'm sorry. That's like its own entity on its own. That's just how segregated we were for 100+ years of our own community. We had to create our own
Yeah, but
schools, our own
obviously
shops.
there's loads of myths. Yeah, I'm talking about the myths in it there. So there's
Oh,
myths that people
that's all they're gonna be.
that you have to do, like say like gay rituals. You got to kill people. You got to drink blood. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got certain
No.
doors. You got all these sex parties you got to go to get famous and all this sort of shit.
Yeah, all that
can you
shit is
talk
just
us through
myths.
any of the shit that's real or any of the shit that's fake? Can you like
Okay,
dispel any of the
so
myths?
there are
that
secrets. Like
we
there
made?
are certain things that like I can't dispel, but like for example, there are certain historical events that I can't talk about because of the interference that the institution had with it that led to the deaths of several hundreds of Caucasians across the country. There are certain things that like certain prisoners that should honestly be in prison that the organization has released, and because black owned or black ran prisons had what how do you say negligence in managing the prison population. There's certain things like that, historical events that you just can't release, but other than that, you're looking primarily at black men, black business owners, pastors, and politicians facilitating power in a regional area to try to keep, like, for example, Maryland doesn't have an ID law for voters, especially Prince George's County. And that's because we politically make it that the county executive, the DA, multiple other, the DA, the sheriff, and things like that will always work in favor of black people. Like if you look right now in Atlanta, right now, the man who killed the white cop who killed that black man, he's facing life without the possibility of parole. Now, I can't say that that the Masons are responsible for that solely, but there are several black other organizations that are in the United States that facilitates that power because they're black dominated. So like coming from a segregated country and talking to an integrated country, you can see why an integrated country would have it that, okay, if white people are the dominant power within your country, I can see why someone would say that a black-owned organization has been established to facilitate or to help white people. I can see that. That's why I'm patient with the conversation. But in all reality, white people didn't want us to read, let alone vote, let alone get into public office. Like the biggest fear, J. Edgar Hoover said, the greatest threat to the American public is Negro unity. These kind of things, like beyond, like that's why the Nation of Islam. Like for example, there is no conversation of Sunni Shia in America. If you want to talk about the Muslim that scares everybody, it's the Nation of Islam. That's it. It's not even, it's not. Huh?
I want to ask you a question, Brad. How much of is the paperwork and all that?
What do you mean?
For the Nigerian citizenship.
It was $800 for the passport. Paperwork to file it. I think the lady at the embassy had it. Lady at the embassy, she told me it was like $150, and I paid like so far like $450 for the filing of it. But it is what it is.
Do you get discounted for being a diasporan, or is it the same price for everyone?
No, it's because I think in reality we have to look at it like, okay, slavery happened and we've been freed. And I think like the thing is the countries now are just looking at it from like, okay, you're gonna have to apply like everyone else, because there are black people who got it in flying colors. There are black people who applied and got it in flying colors, but
Why is there a difference between the way Nigeria does stuff and Ghana, for instance? Obviously, we know about
because the individual countries. So individual countries will have like.
Let me finish. My thing is, most of us know that a lot of the diasporans majority come from those two particular countries. So why would they not have the policies then?
Well, because they're different countries, sis.
But you would think if one's saying, okay, come back home kind of thing, we open up doors, the other one would also say the same.
But we have to be real. Nigeria is not the same as Ghana. Okay, Ghana has a more progressive style of government where Nigeria, if you like, let me say this, from what I've learned so far, just my own ethnic group in Nigeria, I'm gonna say this publicly. If the Yoruba were running Nigeria, we wouldn't have this conversation. I promise you. Like, the Yoruba are very progressive in their political systems. Even if we look at the empire itself, it was a very progressive, very let's move forward style of government. That it was like, all right, if it helps the people, you have to look for the clear, decisive. Excuse me, I forget what the Oni Ife said. Sorry, the Elife oil. We look for the clearest, most decisive answer to solve a problem. So if you wanted to bring back all the Yoruba home, then the clearest answer would be, all right, fine. Let's create a venue that allow those who are Yoruba to come home. It's that simple.
So,
You know what I mean?
so
So
what's
it
the
is
benefit? What's the benefits of having a Nigerian passport?
well, you be able to, okay, because Nigeria is, and if you know anything about the geopolitical, like if you look at Nigeria first of all, it's the largest African country population wise. Then on top of that, the advancements of technology and things like that on the continent are primarily coming out of Nigeria. What the problem what breaks down Nigeria is its political system to oh come on is the way the ethnic groups, how the ethnic groups are broken down, and the ethnic groups vying for power. But Nigeria in itself could be a superpower on the continent of Africa if it wanted to, on a serious note. If they developed, instead of like a tribalistic nature to their politics, and had like a more nationalistic nature, which is growing, which is happening, trust
So
me, it could be a
basically,
serious power.
so basically, they can't deport you if you got citizenship there.
Uh, Yeah, I mean, a country can deport you based off its discretion because American citizens can get deported. So
It is
yeah,
laws that are made up of those countries, right? They got,
yeah,
yeah.
they can do that. What we're literally discussing right now is just how a country decides to deal with its immigration laws. So immigration laws can change at any time. Immigration laws are not always finite.
Have you linked up with any, I don't know, other fraternities what's on the west coast of Africa? And did you put that he was on a fraternity? Maybe that's why it might be unfavorable for you.
No, because there's the fraternity. We have a grad chapter in Ghana, and we have a grad chapter in Cairo.
Oh, which you're all connected in a sense, like you're
Yeah,
both on the same
yeah,
side.
because our fraternity is based off Egypt itself. Egypt being African Americans would say the pharaoh was the first black king, so
So
because we're the first black fraternity.
is there one that's connected in Nigeria as well?
No.
Maybe that's why I think.
Well, no. It's a fraternity. Our fraternity is a social group. That's it. It's like you take various skill sets, and like G Block could become a fraternity tomorrow.
No, but
It's not much. It's not that deep.
Yeah, but take for instance, are the Nigerian fraternities working with the Ghanaian fraternities?
Yeah. What are
They
Nigerian
are.
fraternities? Give me one Nigerian fraternity. I've never heard of one Nigerian fraternity.
Oh, the Axemen.
That is okay. So you're talking about the Black Axe?
Yeah, I think they're called the Axe.
Turok, the Black Axe is a cult. A cult is essentially a criminal group. It's how they call a criminal group.
They do.
No, do you know it started out as a anti-apartheid group. They were freedom fighters that got criminalized.
No, they do some of the Freemasonry as well, but they're political people, some of them.
Okay. Well, but
trust me, look into it.
But Torah, on my resume, my fraternity's not put there. So it wouldn't even, you just have to ask me. And then on top of that, being a Mason, my power only extends because I have ancestry in it. So like the influence I would get is possibly like I said on Jedi's panel, like because Jedi was like, it's not fair that he gives me secrets. I'm thinking like I don't know. Maybe I'm not as patient because I don't know how to talk to the conspiracy talk, because it's like we were segregated people who didn't have anything. So it's like, why in the fuck would white people want to help us improve our self-esteem? Oh, God, never mind.
No, but this is what I'm trying to say. Like everybody knows around the world how bad the FBI, the justice system has been to black people. So they leave black people
Well,
in.
okay, so
Hold on,
how
hold on,
America
hold on,
gets away
hold on,
with
hold on,
that?
2 seconds. They leave black people to the state where they have to commit some sort of crime or anything what they're doing to try and make a livelihood is sort of not legal in a sense like that. And it's like,
Yeah, but Torok, you understand that you understand that if we actually were to look at the statistics, if you actually were to do an actual nationwide poll on the most people in the prison systems, the population of America is primarily white. 64% of the population is white.
no, but what I'm trying to say to you is
Okay.
that everybody should know that that it's going to be a hindrance or a handicap because black people are more likely to get picked up. They're more likely to get
Yeah,
criminal
wrongful
records
conviction
because
rate,
of
but
how
there's a lot of
they
black people, but it's like less than a million black people are in prison.
No, but this is what I'm trying to say.
780,000 are in prison
But this is what I'm trying to say, and most of them are sometimes just what they call
out of
narcotics.
45 million, just to be correct. So out to be
No,
clear.
some of them are just not narcotics, not much non-violence and all this
Yeah,
stuff.
and because of Obama, a lot of those narcotic charges have been overturned.
Yeah, but this one
And
trying to
Eric
say,
Holder too.
but this is what I'm trying to say. Like, even though it might be good for them to have some sort of criminal record, but I think some of the African governments they need to also take in hand that the suppression a lot of black people gone through. Like, some of the people is not going to be white as snow in a sense like that.
Yeah, and there's the Innocence Project. You have the oh my God,
Because really and truly, Brad, you not to say you're kind of like a good person or good on paper, if you know what I mean. So there's other brothers that hardly got a chance then basically.
well, no, because there's some black men that have actually committed crimes against the community, and you can't just instantly always say the white man this, the white man that. I can tell you, based off the times when I was working with my father in the church, the amount of time I've had to have like to share a room with a brother and a sister because I had to give my room up to a brother and a sister because their dad gets drunk and beats the utter hell out of all of them. So like, no, let's not make it seem like there's a victimness to it. No, there are evilness within our community,
No, but
and
but obviously they're looking for the ones that are which they deem to be integral in a sense like that. And
yeah, they
a lot
have
of
and the ones that do get over there, like there's African Americans that do have citizenship because some of them have a record, some of them have like oh, come on. Some of them have like drug charges. Some of them have like violent crimes against them, and they've actually got citizenships. So yeah, it's just not every application is going to be equal. So and I apply. You're talking about Ghana. I applied to Nigeria because I'm
no,
always
just
hanging out
saying
with
in
Europe.
general,
So
like no, because a lot of people are saying because like they just come from like just normal backgrounds, they're not really too have much money or little things like that. If they were to go over there, they'll literally have to pack up everything and
yeah.
transition in a sense like that. And it's like if people are willing to do that, and the circumstances, a lot of these people and their ancestry where they come from, I think it should be more easier for these people to be able to go back into Africa.
Well, but then again, I wouldn't want. But then again, you're talking about a country who decides its own law. So what you're talking about is just in your opinion. But that's something that possibly we can lobby and possibly put into some influence.
No, because what point is the year of return then? If you know what I mean, if you're gonna look at other
Well,
little
the right to
statistics and
abode,
all this.
the right to abode, and it's something that Ghana put forward.
Yeah, but
So it's something
even if
Ghana did.
yeah, but what I'm trying to say, then you're only looking to reap good then basically.
Yeah, but they have. You understand? You know what the right to abode is? It means that they can come. They have a right to travel. That there's a point to it.
Yeah,
But
but
then again, it is a country that
yeah,
has
but
it's
yeah,
a
but that's the funny
country.
thing though. Is like when you withstand a big welcome, you're gonna have all sorts coming to the thing now. So now
Yeah,
you're gonna
but
try and look through
Torok. So
them.
you mean to
Oh,
tell me
we
you
let
do
you
a
in the
thing,
club.
Torok? Let me ask you a question. Do you have a business or a company or anything like that?
I run a little garage.
Okay, so you just hire anyone.
Depending if they got the good qualifications and they know what they're doing. Yeah.
Okay, depending if they have good qualifications. Good. All right. So with that being said, you take the time to cipher out people you think are good for your garage versus people you think are not good for your garage.
Or certain
Okay.
people get recommended.
All right. So you still take the time to decide. All right, this one's a good fit. This one is not a good fit, right?
Mm.
All right. Don't you think a country of millions of people, if they already have a criminal element there, don't you think it's a good idea for them to try to not add to that criminal element?
No, because
Or the
it's not
negatives?
yeah, because but for one, a criminal activities happen for their ancestors to be gone off the continent to start with. So when a lot of these people are returning, and you put a big welcome out for the diaspora, you literally have to say for everybody. You can't just pick and choose. I think that's wrong.
Yeah, but we're talking the difference you're describing as the year of return has to do with coming back to Africa, because it was more of a it was the mark the date of 400 years since we were taken away. You understand that?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you is that
Okay,
if they're
so
not willing
what
to
I'm
take their own
describing
back,
here
what's the
is
point of it?
citizenship. What I'm describing is the right of the vote has nothing to do with citizenship.
It
The
has
right of
got
the
a lot to
vote,
do with
the
citizenship
right of the
because
vote has to do with the date
because the
of
reason
when the
why.
first slaves were taken out of Africa and brought to the Americas. It has nothing to do with the policy of
So
can we
what
let
is it?
people back
So
in.
what are you then? What is it? Is it some sort of celebration of 400 years then?
It's the date. It's to mark the date. Oh crap!
Of
Yeah,
what?
it's to mark the date of when slaves were taken out of Africa and brought to the.
Yeah, but now they want to come back now. What? And you say it's the year of return. Don't just say it's the 400 years of slavery. Don't say it's the 400th
But
year of the year of return. That don't make no
the
sense.
yeah, but Torah, because you're reading too much into the word. Why do people in the UK do that? I had a conversation with what's his name that yesterday. You read
Do
into the
not
words way
that's
too much.
horror. Don't do that. Don't do that, DC
What
Brad.
do you
You're
mean?
going
Tell
too
them not to
far.
do that. Tell them not to do that to my people, because my people sometimes they show so much love and respect for them people just to be denied. That is
Wait, what are you talking about? What do you mean
disrespectful.
your people? What do you mean your people, Torah?
My people that want to go into Africa and be citizens and be and give their alliance and allegiance to them and those people, because they might not
But
be
listen,
to
I
their
never.
standards.
But then
It's been
again, like
known. Because really and truly,
the indigenous Caribs
in our
should be able.
indigenous hold on, in our indigenous community, we have to take everybody. You understand? Because we're all
Oh,
been
so
through
you
the
want
same
more?
thing.
So you want black people to leave the islands to go back to Africa, so you can have your land
I
back in
want
the
them to leave.
Caribbean?
There's some of them who are want to leave and made
Ah,
and made good made an effort, basically. You know what I mean? Some people talk the talk, but they want to walk the walk, and they're getting holded up by mispronunciation of words or titles that don't mean nothing in a sense like that, and just to boost people's economy at the end of the day.
oh, I
There's
get it.
nothing
Okay, so I
there.
was trying to understand. I was like,
There's
oh, you
nothing there for
mean
the psyche. Hold on, there's nothing there for the psyche and the souls of these individuals
no? I
and
was
the
trying to
spirit.
understand what you were. I was trying to understand what you mean, but you're talking about like you want to see the Afro Caribbeans leave the
No, brother,
Caribbean and be able to go
I'm actually
back.
angry. I'm actually angry because you didn't get what you were supposed to get, basically. Because you not to say you cape for Africa, but me and you have loads of discussions, and you show some sort of allegiance to them at least. So I find that very disgraceful, and it upsets me
I
that you
mean,
didn't
it's
give it to you.
policy though. But I can look at knowing that most African countries have been freed less than 100 years, where I can say I've
Yeah,
been
but this is
freed
the
from
thing,
100 years.
and I don't like because people are willing to throw the African American Caribbean brothers sisters under the bus, but willing to make excuses
Okay,
for
hold
others.
on. Can I speak now finally?
Yeah,
Torok,
go ahead, sis.
what is it, Torok? I think I'm just trying to tackle what Torok's problem is. So, Torok, your problem is the fact that you think that we pledge too much allegiance to Africa, and we're not getting the same respect back, and we're not even worrying about our own homelands, i.e., the Caribbean, but we're focused heavily on the Africas.
No,
No,
Turok
because
wants the Afro
I
Caribbeans to go back to Africa.
oh, thank you. He's already answered for me.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That you said you won't be able to go back to Africa, and you hate the fact that African countries are not obliging it based off our history.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's why I was just answering that.
yeah, and I find it disgraceful because, especially the people from the Americas and all that and all that, like some of them are not really poor. I mean, rich like that. You understand? And they give years upon years of research and giving black empowerment, but for them to be rejected is kind of horrible. They're more likely to get accepted by the police than actually get into Africa now. That makes me feel away.
Okay. I mean, Turok, but if you actually study these countries, you would know that like geopolitically, the people who brought us over to the Americas are still having
What I'm
some
trying to show
degree of
you, if they know you, they should know better. If they know us
okay.
as Afro Americans, Afro Caribbean, they should know better. If they knew us.
Wait, us. Tarak, stop saying this us and you. Man, what are you talking about
The
now?
descendants
1
of
minute.
slavery, if they really knew us, then it'd be a whole different thing then.
Wait, Tarak, you're a descendant of slaves now? God damn it, man. You change your identity so much. I can't even focus.
I'm saying the people that's been brought over to my
Okay.
islands who pledge allegiance to Africa still, and they got lots of love for Africa and lots of energy, like literally the energy in their
Yeah.
body, they want to give that to Africa. So, and I find that disrespectful for those people not to acknowledge that.
Yeah. Well, but then again, I also look at the fact.
Even though it's not the people, it's the government, but the government, I feel
Yeah.
like they should be more sympathetic to your own people. Like,
I agree, but like, I mean, what else can we do until that happens?
Cuss them out.
I'm trying to understand Torok's actual gripe because I don't know if I'm hearing two different messages.
Yeah, I don't know if he's talking about.
He said that were brought to our island. So who are the people and
No, you don't do that, please.
I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to DC Bad. So hold your corner, man. So what I'm trying to, when he says the two people, like the people that are brought to his island, what people is he talking about? Like he's not a part of those.
He's
people?
talking about no. He's talking about him as an Afro-Caribbean, him as an indigenous to the Caribbeans, because he's like the indigenous community in the Caribbeans had to take in all those, all of us as Africans.
Which Caribbeans? Is he talking about St. Lucia, Jamaica? One. Which Caribbean?
I think he's talking about that.
Man, it's my point. I'm missing his point here. I'm not getting it.
Yeah, he's indigenous to the Americas. He's indigenous to the Americas, so he doesn't like the fact that we rep up Africa, yet Africa has not extended that love back to us. Even though, like, so he's not claiming he's us. He's claiming he's just tired of seeing us.
I'm vexed for my cousins who want to go to Africa. That's what I'm vexed for. Who really appreciate that citizenship and things like that. Those are people I'm vexed for who can't get the chance to do and live out their dream, what they've been preaching for how many, and even spend money into. Some people actually put money into these types of things, learn languages and all that, and for people to turn around and say, oh, you don't qualify, computer said no. All right, trust me. That's what I'm saying. They better be careful with some of our people because they're going to hear the living blood clots.
Wait, our people? Oh my God, never mind. I'm not going to do this.
Where, Brad? Go to Nigeria, they not let you in. Where, boy?
No. I'm just trying to say, you keep, 1 minute you're talking about your islands, and then you say your cousins, and you say our people.
Not let you in. You're American.
I am confused.
I am so confused, and it's like you think this is a joke, but we're trying to literally try to follow you. So
no, but you're trying to mock me for feeling sorry for the people that can't actually get to do these things.
No, because we're those people. We're the people that I'm one of those people that got rejected. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Exactly, and that vexed me.
Okay, so you're vexed because I got rejected by now. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to. So
and it's twice. Not even like they made a mistake. It's twice, and you probably apply again, and hopefully they all might go through. But I don't want not being funny. My people don't need to go through it once, twice, or third time for these things. It should be automatic. But who are your people?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean?
DC Bad. Let me got it right. DC Bad. Let me just make sure because I'm trying to follow along. Maybe I'm missing something.
Me too, sis.
So what I'm trying to say, so Torok is equating you. Let me just make sure I'm right. Just correct me if I'm wrong at any point. Yeah. Equating you as his cousins, and he thinks that you've tried to get a passport a few times and you've just not been accepted, and he thinks disrespect of his people from the Africans who are not accepting you.
Yeah, but then again, he's not African though. He's like he's not one of us. So it's like I'm trying to understand. Okay, so he's more because he said
not one of us. You're not one of us. Where are you going to go then? You're not one of us. Where are you going to go? In the Atlantic Ocean?
Well, no, but you do see that.
I go back to DC with the Bloods and the GDs.
Well, you think that you think Black America is only Bloods and GDs? Okay, good, great. I'm glad your stupidity has limits, but no, I'm just trying to follow for conversation piece. I'm just trying to understand what the hell he's coming from. That was it, because he goes all over the place. Like I'm surprised we haven't hit the Talmud yet.
But
know.
but GDs, they won't
Turok,
let the
why do you keep
GDs in
bringing up
Africa.
GDs? Turok, what do you
They
keep
need
bringing
to
up
let the
GDs?
GDs.
Turok, why do you keep bringing up the GDs? The
Because
GDs are a
because
criminal
because
group.
because Rick Ross was in trouble with them, but you have a lot of GDs and
Why are you
government
bringing up
stuff
Rick
that are going
Ross
back.
now? When did Rick?
I'm just
What do you?
saying, Rick Ross was in trouble with the GDs, but
So what does that have to
some
do
of our
with
people
me?
are trying to
Rick
get
Ross is
back
in
to Africa.
Florida. Rick Ross is in Florida. What does that have to do with
Hold on,
me?
2 seconds, 2 seconds.
God, never mind. I forgot. He likes to troll.
I think he's trolling me at this point. I really do think
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's older than I am, and this is how he behaves. Like, this
he's
is so
taking the piss.
embarrassing.
That's what he's doing. That I'm not.
Yeah. So that's why I'm no longer going to engage Turok anymore. Anything the chat's saying that's interesting?
Not at all. But Easy, but you know I'm quite
Sorry,
upset.
my
Yeah.
connection
I'm
went
very
bad there.
upset
Sorry.
that we never got to finish off when you and Torok are done. I'll go to that. But anyway, go on, Torok.
No, we're done. We're done. Turok and I are done. Go ahead.
I was just saying,
Because
there's a lot
there's
of
nothing that's going
people.
to come out of this conversation. Go ahead. What are you
There's a lot
saying?
of people that end up in prison and they want to go back to Africa because a lot of people they go through hard times growing up and certain things like that. So I find it very horrible that some of the GDs and all the other people that can't make it back there.
Okay. Thank you. All right. End the conversation. Now, go ahead, lady. There's so he thinks only black people that are criminals are GDs. Like, goodness. Next.
Sit down. So I'll
Yeah,
say
just next. Go ahead, lady.
I'm done with him. I'm done with
Yeah,
him.
because all he is literally like he's 34. Like, bro, you're older than me. Come on.
Fucking like he's so annoying that I won't even want to put my hand for the screen and just punch him. Like literally.
Yeah, God, I would love to stomp his face, and that would just give me such joy. But listen, what were you saying? What were you trying to say? I'm sorry.
It's been months and months and months. We've not yet got to finish off that conversation we're having. So remember, I sent you those videos for you to look at the churches.
The Zionist videos, yeah.
I never, ever got to finish that conversation. And obviously, you can't have a conversation on the other panel. You know what it's like when they feel to interject and change it. So my thing is, when you saw that and you saw how much African influence is back home, what do you hear now talking all that stuff? What goes through your brain? I'm giving you.
One thing I kept doing with Torok is I kept trying to convince him that he was one of us, and it was like, wait a minute, he's trying to show me how he's not. So I just stopped trying to convince Torok he's one of us. And after that, I've been able to talk to him like it's nothing. So
the videos I sent to you, they're direct, they're filmed, they're uploaded, they're in 2020. Are we gonna sit here now as Caribbeans and deny any African heritage? Are we really gonna do this?
Some do, and some. I mean, like if you look at like the Black Church in America, it came out of like the way we behave and conduct ourselves. It comes out of hoodoo. Like it comes out of hoodoo culture, or voodoo culture. Like there's an African spiritual concept to it, from the aspect of like how you see us shaking, dancing, call and response. God, so much. Like honestly, I was asking my father about it. I was like, the AME Zion Church and the African Baptist Church, why is it that when he looks at his grandfather, he was like, I always try to figure out why my grandfather was doing stuff. Like he would preach on Sunday, but like he was there was a white man in Anderson that disrespected his wife. And he said his wife worked in my great grandmother worked in this white man's house, and he only asked for like a couple of his hairs. And no lie, the story is that he had that white man on the side of the street, eating a raw onion and drinking evaporated milk, barking. So like, like there's some aspects of our community that we got to be real. That's like,
but this is what I mean about. And this is what pisses me off and why I get frustrated. When I hear the ultimate denial, and when we go back home to the Indies, Caribbean, however you want to rephrase it, and we know, we understand, and we know who we are, and we understand who we are, then we have people like Torok or idiots like Hector will come onto my, you don't know who you are, you don't have no land, we know exactly who we are and what we are. So don't come up here talking your shit and trying to spin your narratives and play like we don't have no home, we have no culture, we don't have. Cut it out. Cut it out.
But we also have to realize that our culture in the Americas would be an amalgamation of multiple cultures. Because I have seen certain what I would call African practitioners African spiritual practitioners who you would see them say we need to pray to both God of Wars, and they would have Ogun of Ifa, and then they would have Tano of the Akan God of War. You know, like you would see that there's an amalgamation of both. So like we have to realize that our culture is not just one; it's more universal West African, Niger Congo. You know, so it is a different thing in a sense. You know, it is different. You know, than like with the research. You know, like people who do research, then you try to have like the genetic connection to Kemet. So, you know, you're trying to have people who try to big up Kemet now. So you have to mix Kemet into it. You know what I mean? Like they try to do a reset button to everything, you know? So it is quite irritating, but it, you know, to some degree, you have to understand the conditions that we're in. We adapted to the surroundings that we were in. So.
And all the the
Yeah,
conquering.
like when I look at Rick Kittles, and he talks about, because he was drilled hard on this, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro was drilled, because they were asking him questions like, okay, you said that, because I was wondering, like, I'm like, okay, so on my DNA test that it says, all right, cool, my father's Yoruba, my mother's, like, it says, DC Brad, your DNA comes back as your mitochondrial is Ashanti, your patrial is Yoruba. Okay, so what about, why when I take my DNA test, I see Congo, I see Angola, I see Benin, I see Sierra Leone, you know what I mean? So like, where's all that? Like, how does all that fit into it? So then you have to learn DNA, So it's a like, I feel like right now, especially us in the diaspora, we have to just learn. Like we have to just like learn the basis of a lot. Before we start talking about DNA, we have to learn the construct of DNA. Before we start talking about culture and linguistics and things like that, we have to first learn how do these tie a role, what the importance of these things. I mean, I feel like we know historical facts to an extent, but then you have to understand that we also have other groups that popped up. The Hebrew Israelites, the Moors, the Nuwapians, they didn't help much. They threw a whole nother wrench in the machine. So, you know what I mean?
Confusion, I call it. State of confusion.
Yeah. And it's like they've been around so long, you can't just brush them off, because it's like, damn, they've been here for so long. And then even if you look at their history, they're broken up into sects. There's some that will say we are genetically these people. But now today, you got people saying that, like, oh yeah, by the way, the Bantu are all Hebrews. Bruh. How? You know what I mean? So like it is a it's a thing. Like you just gotta like take it. You gotta take it in strides, bit by bit, piece by piece, And there's I'm starting to see that there is kind of a mashing where, like, there's a guy in Ghana now, he's a Hebrew Israelite, and he comes in and he gives like, he leaves the Hebrew thing at home, but he was, because a lot of Hebrews in Georgia are big on agriculture. Like I learned from three when I took a study when I studied at Morehouse in one summer. You do see that some of them will take, like, they'll just say like, this is who I was here in America, but I know prior to that I was something else. So like it's not all hopeless. Like that Aboriginal bullshit, that shit's recent. That shit is recent, and I'll tell you the truth, that shit is mad recent. Because I swear, no one was talking that bullshit until like 2016. And I think Dane Calloway is an agent, because I have never heard Black Americans say we did. Like I've literally heard Black Americans argue like tooth and nail, we came here on those slave ships. Like I've never heard someone say the slave trade went in reverse. You know what I mean? Like, this is some bullshit. Like even the Hebrew Israelites will say like, all right, yeah, we came here, we were slaves, but like we were slaves as Israelites. We came here on ships. Now it's, you know, we went the reverse. You know, that's why I say with Torok, when I came to the realization Torok wasn't one of us, you know, I stopped fighting with him. I can hold a conversation with him because it was just like, okay, you know, because once he said he was,
gonna make him come and cuss us out. You know, what?
huh?
You're
No, but
gonna
see,
make
God of Jacob though, but God of Jacob was raised in it though. You know, he has family in it, so
oh,
it's not like he says he sticks to the Bible, so you can't really argue with him on it. He
oh
sticks
God.
to the Bible, you know. So you can't really like he's one of the ones that you can have a conversation with because you know you can talk about any other thing with him. It's not always back to that. There's certain Hebrew Israelites you can't have a conversation with because it goes back to that. You know, he has a life.
No,
You know,
brother,
he can talk about the things.
like that. He. You can have other conversations with him,
Yeah. Who?
brother Al.
Oh yeah, I too. No, I'm just saying. I said some. I said some. But if you start bringing up history and they start saying no, white man this, white man that, those are the ones you got to be like, okay, all right, bro. You know what I mean? All right. You know, all right. You stay in your corner. All right, drink. You know, eat your matzo ball soup and chill. You know,
Yeah.
but
I just find it exhausting and energy consuming just trying to even deal with. I don't even bother argue at this point. It's like whatever. Say what you say, whatever. You ain't convincing me.
yeah, you got just you stay on your thing. You know.
Leave me alone. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Worry about the Israel and getting the Jews out of there. Don't worry about me. I'm good.
Yeah,
I got no time for it.
that's it. That's all you have to do. Because like I mean, I've met Yoruba that like will tell you they're Yoruba. And they'll be like they'll tell you their clan, everything. But then they'll also say, but did you know that the Yoruba used to be white and we came from Saudi Arabia to Ife? Like they will tell you that. And they will literally have grandma, grandpa, both sides of their family coming from Nigeria, flat out. And they will tell you this stuff. So it doesn't make you like even though you could have history that contradicts the bullshit that they're telling you, you know, what can you do? You know, some people are just insane.
Mental health in 2020. Lord have mercy. This is one Anifa sits on it. It's real, man. It's real people.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. Easy Brad. Anyway, Easy Brad, first time you've been on the panel today, you've been busy on Jedi's.
Yeah.
What is your answer to the title of the show so far?
Oh shit. What was the question? I'm sorry. I'm so quick to grab the link and just hop on. What was the question?
It's basically with the Black Lives Matter and all that stuff going on.
Yeah.
He hold on, let me just go back and check to make sure. Give me a sec, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I got it now. So it says for the next Black Lives Matter protest, what plans do we have in place to enact change? So what do we have planned ahead as Black people across the diaspora? What plans do we have to enact change? Like, what do we want with it?
Personally, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna say this is in a personal sense. We have to not have this conversation publicly. This is kind of like behind the closed door type conversation.
To Brother MA by any chance?
Huh?
Are you Brother MA related in any chance? Like
No. I would always say M.A. and James were related, but no.
in you, I think you just been separated at birth. But go ahead, you give the same
No.
answer.
I believe you don't like because I remember one time I was talking to this Chinese guy, and he was talking about Black liberation and things like that. He was telling me, he said the reason why Black Americans always seem to fail at it is because you let your enemy know you're coming up the hill.
We're
And he
too
says that if you take the moment, you know, if you take the moment to actually like go behind closed doors, like they were talking about how China went from a theocracy to, if you look to China, if you look how China became communist, you know, they had the conversation behind closed doors. You know, like it wasn't always a public thing. And we need to stop. We need to stop publicly telling our information.
the title of the show. That's the only thing. Veli chose it, and everyone.
Oh no, but I would say if anything, proper organization, like
This is the worst
you know.
part. Nobody wants to discuss it on air. That's the thing. Like, so for Veli to have that question, and no blacks want to really talk about our plans on air, that should be telling to
Well, no,
Veli.
I can give some like stuff that anybody would follow. I would say that if you're coming to one of these events, right, and you're obviously a black person, you know, and you're here to support the Black Lives Matter movement and things like that, then I mean, obviously, I would tell you flat out, go towards be organized in the thing, like show up, look who's leading the thing, and say like if you have that situation where you have hooligans and people that want to pop off on you, stay united. No one runs off on their own. you know I like how in the video Shaka Ra posted, we will stand our ground and not move. That kind of stuff. Stand your ground, stand on your square, prove that your life matters by beating the fuck out of them. Done.
Oh, talking about the Shakara, what did you make of the footage that you saw? Not necessarily what Shakara was saying, but from the
Yeah.
footage that was
Oh, I was hyped. I want to do Holiday now. Great. I was hyped. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Where the cops at? Why the cops ain't got no guns? What's going on? What's going on? But because like for me, growing up, like when you're a black kid like me that has like what they would say, quote unquote, a quote unquote white man's tongue, or like you speak like white people, you're gonna get picked on by black people tons of times. So there's been so many times I've been jumped and things like that I had to like learn to defend myself. So I'm not gonna act like I'm some Mayweather or Bruce Lee, but like, man, what? To just beat up white boys, and like the worst thing that happened is, you're coming with me. Well, what I mean, like, bruh, let's go, bro. All I need is a mask. Let's go.
Let me ask you something. So, from what you saw, what would
Yeah.
you think positives from that day, and what do you think were the negatives of?
Well, I liked how, though everything was popping off and things like that, I liked how the black people there were still organized, and the messages that came across as protect our women. When you see your brother yell Black Power, I'm going to do something positive. There was a lot that was positively done, but I loved how, when reinforcements showed up, there were, maybe have different ideologies and different viewpoints and different religions, but the skin is what was united. The skin is what united, I would say, a good portion of them. But I would say for y'all, I would say to all the black Brits out there that have like white brethren and things like that, in those kind of situations, throw them white boys up front. If they really your friends, they'll gladly run up to the front. That's what we do over here.
I noticed America has over us, because when I watch the other TV YouTube channels, and I see when you lot are protesting, you lot have a strategy towards it. We can clearly see, without even telling me, I can see already.
White boy, white girl, I don't care, women or men, throw they white asses up front.
They're in the front. Black, I know it's over here. We don't have no strategy. We don't have no way of white alliances using their white power in all their.
But then again, that's not a bad thing, sis, though, because I ain't gonna fake. White people integrating our shit is always fucked up shit too. So, I honestly would like that that segregated aspect of the community.
But the allies are actually showing you their solidarity. They're going up. They're willing to go to the front and say, "Yeah, before you get to them, you have to come through us," kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, don't buy that too much, because then again,
not here at all.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Here's something we can say publicly. If you got white friends, like if you're one of those integrationalists that like, hey, my white girlfriend really likes Black lives, she sucks my dick. You have one of those type black dudes, that want to come out and say shit. Put them, make sure that she's out there out front. If she can get on her knees, she can take the cops. So there you go. Alhamdulillah. We move forward.
You know what? I'm not trying to get smoked for you yet.
What do you mean? What'd I say? Why is that always I'm trying to get smoked?
You're gonna in 2 seconds. You're gonna have Jupiter typing in the fucking chat again like yesterday.
I don't care what that half smoke has to say about me. Come on now.
We know it's coming, so go on, do your thing. We know it's coming. You and what's it called? James Jones. You two are the worst for antagonizing people on panels.
No, I mean it though. Like we shouldn't have to overthink this. It's not that hard, Like if because I agree with MA though. If MA and I have the same viewpoint on that, yes, that is the wisest thing MA can. That's the wisest thing you can follow. Don't ever put your battle strategies out there. You know, like if anything, one thing I would be doing if I had a big old protest like that, I'd be trying to facilitate votes. I'd be trying to say like, all right, cool. If we want to make this kind of change, we need to put this politician in this position. You know, because that's what, you know, like when I talk about the organizations that I'm part of, that, you know, if I look at my fraternity did that in Baltimore. Like we never wanted another white mayor of Baltimore ever. Ever. Like when O'Malley became he had all those mix running everything. Fuck no.
Look
Yeah.
what very for the shit in. I've already wrote Lady D. We got Jordan M. He can save the black people. I don't even know who the fuck Jordan M is. He can't save.
That's an Aki. That's a white Aki. He's a
even
Muslim
know
brother. He's a Muslim brother.
Okay.
Alhamdulillah to Jordan M. Alhamdulillah.
You know him and you're in America. I'm here in England. I don't know who the fuck he is. So
Yeah. No, I've been watching some of his dawah. You know, he tries to be genuine. You know, I'll give patience to white people who tried to be genuine. Like that's why, like sometimes I'll say some of the fucked up shit I say, but it's like if I see like Jen in the chat or something like that, I'd be like, oh shit, let me chill out, because at least they try to be genuine. You know, like Jupiter came and see race, even though.
Go and try to befriend what's her name, Empress Becca, and see if she's gonna come and fight and use her white power.
Oh shit, I can see her. Yeah, Empress Becca. Nah, but Empress Becca might be too far. Like she might show up with a whole weapon. She might really pop off. But yeah,
I'll get Becca to come and stand in front of me. Say, yo, Becca, you best use this white power, yeah, and you best take the licks while I escape round the back.
Sure.
I'm not gonna lie.
Becca take off her hoop earrings and pop off. Yeah, nah. But one thing I want to see though is if everybody's trying to. Because I see in the UK a lot of the times everyone's trying to push that people of color thing. And one thing I did not see in that film was where are all the Arabs at? Where are all the Pakistanis at? Oh, yeah, I didn't want to say Paki. Where are all the Pakistanis at? Where are all the Afghans at? Where are all the, you know, where are they at? How come they're not around? You know, like this, if this is something that affects you, I heard what Big Orange was saying.
I'm not calling for them, to be honest. I'm only calling for one person and one person only. The one who likes to use black people and pushing the Islam thing to his agenda. Sir Faz, where the fuck were you when black people?
Ooh, see, that's what I'm saying. Y'all gotta realize these little brownie people don't want to have. They don't want to put the work in. That's what I'm saying. They literally came off the back. That's what I'm saying. Y'all gotta abandon that people of color shit. That shit's fake. Okay, they come when it's easy for them. All right, they ain't about that life. They ain't about no change. Y'all gotta abandon them. Okay, because I guarantee you, we learned that from. Huh?
You said abandon them, yeah. They don't.
Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them. They ain't if they ain't out there throwing bricks. You know, they can if they can pop off and talk about the West is attacking Islam. Where was the beta? Was the beta popping off?
I'm not gonna lie, Zabeda did couple marches still. I'm not even gonna front, but she never. I don't know.
Did she pop off though? Did you see her out there? You know, showing that Algerian.
Hold on,
you know?
she wasn't there on that one. I don't think, but I know I saw her.
Okay. All right. So like, yeah, when you start to see these, you know, the Walla Wallas and all these, everybody that can talk big, you know, our Sharia will have this and no racism. Prove it. Let's see how you fight for oppression. Let's see. Everybody want to big up Abu Bakr, act like Abu Bakr. Let's see what you're gonna do. But nah, it has to do with the black people. It has to do with the Abibs, you know. Then now anybody gonna pop off.
DC, but as a Muslim, you should not be saying those things. Like, stop.
Excuse me. My Ummah is black, okay? Because the Ummah is not united. So trust me, if I do Hajj, I'm doing Hajj to Timbuktu. You feel me? Synagogue. You feel me? I ain't going to no place where they'll castrate my people, or a place where they throw my sisters over the roof rather than pay them or steal their passports. Fuck Saudi Arabia. You kidding me? I ain't got no love for them.
Your ummah and getting your ummah together. I'm just gonna go and holler in it. I ain't got time for the bullshit.
Shit, fuck them. Yeah, you ain't gonna tell me we one religion and everything like that. The ummah is all to be united on the face of the planet. All right, fine. Then how come my people are the ones at the bottom of that ummah? Huh? How come when Buhari comes to Nigeria, he got to pay, when he comes from Nigeria to Saudi Arabia, he got to pay all this money to come do Hajj. If he's a Sunni Muslim, you know, bump them. This ummah is not united. Maybe that's my goal. Maybe that's why Allah picked me, to unite it, to make a caliphate of black people, and to not let the Arabs in.
I can't imagine what it'll be like if we had DC Brad as our leader. God help us.
Yeah, you would love it. You would love it. You would love it.
I think we'll
Our
be.
morals, I mean, like history-wise, we'd be doing some fucked up shit, but still, we make the Ottomans and we would make the Ottomans and the Nazis look like heroes, but still, you know, it wouldn't be that bad.
I've got, Khan will come for you. Like the Ottomans, Khan's coming.
Oh no, Khan knows. Khan knows. I have big respect for the Ottomans, you know, because I like their method. Gracious, hit it where it hurts. Gracious, I do that. Hit it where it hurts. Move forward.
So who are you gonna I listened to catch up on what you're saying with James Jones the other day, DC Brad. Who are you going to remove? No, not remove by force, but what was the word? Kindly remove them with force.
Oh, violence. Oh no,
Yeah,
no. This is all hypothetical. So when he was talking, we were talking about what you want to do with. He only did it because I think like Zabeda was in the chat when he said it. So he always does that. He likes to bait me because I did it one time when Cotton Socks was in the chat with him. Was in the chat, and I was talking about him like white women and his relationship with white women. So it's kind of like a payback thing. So, but no, I'm not gonna, as any wise general would say, I would never reveal my plans for some kind of caliphate of a northern region of a continent that I believe indigenously belongs to the African diaspora. So I would never publicly make any kind of comments of the sort in any way, even though I have studied their military. And though I'm trying to join my nation's military so I can get proper education on how to lead an army, I would never put that kind of talk out there. That's just not smart. So, yeah. Next question.
Still want to remove them by force? Yeah, they're invaders. Yeah.
Yeah. Because how can an invader be mad? Like we've invaded this land and been here for so long. Shit, Native Americans are still telling white people to get off their land. So and maybe maybe I converted. Maybe I reverted to Islam because most of the countries that border the Arab League are Muslim countries, and due to the fact that they are black like me, it'd be much easier for me to talk to them. We don't know. You never know. So you don't know. Full circle.
Come and get your boy, Belly. Come and
Let Allah guide. Allah guides at all times. That's all that matters. So.
Oh, this is madness. I can't with you, DC Brad. You're dangerous.
What did I say wrong?
Nothing.
What did I say wrong?
When you put it up, I didn't hear nothing. I wasn't even a part of the conversation.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You're complete deniability. Just know that when I call you to service, don't be pussing out on me now. Okay. I'm gonna need men and women. I understand that.
Oh, DC Brad, oh Lord. Oh dear oh me. So what is the plans then for oh, he's gone, he dropped out. Oh dear. So I guess I'm left here on my own for now, holding it down. Let me see what's happening in the chat. Oh shit, Benny wrote Becca is far right now. She's on Real Panel. Becca's doing a thing over there, man, with her Three Musketeers brethren. So you get me? Like, leave Becca alone. She's doing her thing. What else can we say? There's nothing else in there. Everyone's.
But don't you think it's kind of ridiculous? It's 2020.
Torrance back.
No, I'm just saying. Well, I was just saying that it's just ridiculous. It's 2020, and we say Black Lives Matter, and if you think that this is America's don't like black people and it's very oppressive, I think people should, especially if you're from a black continent, you should be helping black people no matter where they are, man.
True. I've got no arguments for that point. No. Now that point I do understand your point. Like, if we're gonna be helping, we should be helping them across the board. Or in fact we need bloody help. Shit. But I don't know what to say. Like, I just can't believe we're literally still fighting at this point. Like, it's mad that we're still, and people don't recognize it. They will sit down and be in denial about there's no racism. Stop being crying and get over it. That we are equal. Where is the equality? That's what I want to know. If we're equal, where is it? Let me know where it is, isn't it? I don't know.
And it's like, are people paying money for these things, and it's like we're not getting through with it. It's like people are just benefiting off us. Like how I look at it.
So what is it? I still do. You know what it is? I generally don't even know what the gripe was. So what was it? It's a case of that Brad's applied a couple of times and he's been denied, and that's what's pissing you off.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, I think they should automatically take him.
So I didn't even really. What did he say? The grounds was that he's denied. He was denied.
Think about it. Brad is not like it's not a GD. It's not with the Brewers. So he should have had a better chance than a lot of people. Really, I would have thought.
Well, he doesn't have a criminal record. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what the criteria. This is the thing. Unless I know what the criteria is to be accepted, can't know what he's denied under.
And it's like people like Cardi B, all these pop stars, and all these types of things. These people just get put to the forefront. I think it's disgusting.
Yeah, I did mention about that, how she, as a Latina, manages apart from her status, what under what guise did she get it under? Like,
this is what I'm saying, and it's like what's that other one? Yeah, and it's like also in Ghana where they're trying to tell you have to bring things for the king and all these types of things. It's like, mate, it's not that type.
But is that actually true? I know you've said it a few times. Is that actually something that is true?
It's on the channel that what Brad was talking about the other day, Mayo or something.
I want to see that for real. I want to see it. I don't know. I've heard you mention it a few times.
Type in the 10 requirements for the free land in Ghana.
What, in YouTube or on Google?
Oh. But there's a brother that explains it a bit more better, if you know what I mean. And he was saying, oh, the king wants 2 bottles of Hennessy or Schweppes. And as soon as I heard that fucking turned me mad. I said, you're pussy, you're lucky you get white rum.
That's too expensive. I'm not gonna lie. White rum ain't no cheap juicy that out here. Like, allow it. No, oh, for fuck's sake! How can somebody come in the chat called Reels right back in? For fuck's sake, where these trolls come from? Yeah, go on, Tora. So, I type in the 10 requirements for what? For Ghana?
Yeah, for Ghana's free land. And there's a guy called
Ghana free land. Okay.
What's that the name? I have Ewo something. It's like these people are trying to get us, or trying to get a lot of the African community, Black American community over there and the Caribbean. But when it comes down to the real, like, I don't blame the poor people. Don't get me wrong. It's those official people I hate, because if it was down to poor people, I think the poor people there would have said quick time, yeah, how you mean, and will help with your house for you and everything. But it's like if the government don't understand and they're just playing these political games, why should we listen to them when they cry?
Hold on a minute. I just seen something that popped up in the search when I typed it in. It said it gives you there's a tutorial Tarated on how to fill in a Pan-African village land application. Oh. What is that?
Exactly, the free land, how to fill it in, how much money you have to pay the people for the land to map out the land. If they give you the free land, when you want to sell the land, you only get about 50 to 40% before the king give you free land. Telling you, man. And if you build a house there, you have to complete it within 2 years.
Oh, so there's rules to this shit. Okay. Oh, I have to oh, look at that. Hold on, let me pause. Reels Rat Bucket. Big up yourself on that name alone. I'm not even gonna front. Big up yourself on that one. These trolls are genius. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, but then talk a little bit more underneath that. There's a flipping no, don't lie. Somebody wrote. No, not even that. Somebody wrote how don't be fooled into buying land. Done a video. Don't be fooled into buying land in Ghana. What the heck is going on here?
This is what I'm trying to say, and these are the things I've been telling people from last year. And people go, "Oh, it's alright. You just don't like Africa, and you don't do this." I said, "No, there, it's not me doing it."
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to watch this a bit later because I can't watch it when I'm on the panel. But I'm gonna have to let me save to my watch later and see what's going on with this. So you see this going back to Ghana thing. How long is this offer open for? Does anyone know? Oh, hold on.
I'm not too sure myself, but because it was the 400th year of when the first status was Ghana. Now they call it.
Yo, Torok, your mic's low, bruv.
Yeah, it is low.
The background and shit. You're on the other side of the room.
Belly, do you know anything about this buying land in Ghana?
Hmm?
Do you know anything about buying land in Ghana? Do you know of anyone who's done it?
I landed what?
Buying land in Ghana. Do you know of anyone
Buying
who's
land in Ghana.
Yeah.
The only person I did know that was up in there was the man that done Garvey Town. It was Geraldine Gamba and Kwaku.
Okay.
Prophet Kwaku. Yeah.
Wow.
So he was there on Saturday still, but yeah.
I saw.
Probably wouldn't have been a good time to ask about it. You get me?
Yeah, I'll be watching. I'd have to wait for Shaq to come back on the panel and see if he knows anything.
You know what though, yeah?
No, but come on, this is what I'm trying to say.
What,
you love red, black, and green, and you wait for everybody else to tell you what this is and what this. And
Whether I'm red, black, or green is nothing to me because hold on, Torah. This is what you need to understand. Being red, black,
yeah, you know what? Do you know what? A Lady V. Do you know how you can check? How you can check? Yeah, is check on the Ghana Embassy website, the UK Ghana Embassy website, and then you can get their phone number or email them, and then they'll give you more information.
No, but here's the problem. Ellie, this is the problem we're having. Hold on, Torok. One second. This is the problem we're having. Torok equates being red, black, and green to you have to go back to Africa. At no point in time has Torok told me I ever mentioned.
You're Ashanti.
Shut up. Let me finish.
You said you
So
was
what?
going there for
I
the
never
Christmas.
said nothing yet. I ain't spoken.
You said you was
I
going
haven't
there
said
for Christmas.
anything. Mute yourself now. Let me finish.
You did.
No, you
man.
can respond
You said you're going there for
afterwards.
Christmas.
So what I'm saying is, if I'm red, black, or green, or anybody's red, black, and green, that doesn't mean they have to go back to Africa or they want to go back. What that means is that they've been to the land, they've been there, they understand it, whatever. But my home and my roots and my land is he's never heard me say, "Oh, I'm going back to Africa and I have to buy land." At no point in time has ever heard any of us say
You said you're going down there for New Year's. It's a big thing down there.
I said
and that was last year.
March, and COVID happened in March. Get it right.
I'm talking about last year.
Yeah, I said I'm going in March for a wedding.
You said there's loads of people going down there for New Year's and Christmas.
I never said that. I said my sister's gone. My sister went. I said I'm going for March for a wedding. When did you ever hear me say though, I'm gonna buy land in Africa, I'm gonna move to Africa, and I'm gonna take my whole family to Africa and live there? When? Let me know when you've ever heard that.
When we was on Reels panel.
You've never heard me say that. You've always heard me say I've got 3 passports and we have land and things back home. You asked me where back home. I told you Castries and Clarendon. You've never ever heard me ever say, "Oh, I've got land in Ghana or Zimbabwe or Nigeria." You've never heard that, Torah, ever. No one's ever heard that.
Real said to you, "Oh, you better talk to Torok about this going to Ghana thing. He knows a bit on it." And I told you.
Yes, we're talking about the people doing the return home. It doesn't mean I'm returning home. Like, make sure you understand what you're hearing, Torok. Don't try to lie and spin
you
narrative.
said you're Ashanti. You said you're Ashanti.
I said no. What you actually asked me is, have I done? Hold on, let me correct you, because what you're not going to do is try and tell me my story.
No lie. You said you was Ashanti, and I said you need to go join the tribe.
So what
I
you
said you had to
actually
go
heard
join the
me
tribe. Don't
say,
you remember?
what you actually heard me say was, you said to me was, "Oh, so have you done your DNA?" I goes, "Yes, I have."
No.
And my Jamaican roots lead back to Ghana, and my St. Lucian roots lead back to Nigeria. You said, "Well, are you going? Do you have any plans to go?" I said, "Of course I do, in March for the wedding. My man's from Ghana, from Nigeria, from Ghana." And I was like, "Okay, cool. So we're going there." I even said to Jupiter at the time, because Jupiter was on the panel at one point in time, I can't remember. And I said to her, "Oh, my mum would like to speak to Hector one day, because obviously he's Ghanaian. He would love to have a conversation." And she goes, "Okay, cool." But what you've never heard me say is, oh, I own land in Ghana or Nigeria and I'm moving back and blah. You've never heard that at all. Nobody's ever heard that. All you heard me say is that I am African before I'm anything. That's what you have heard me say. And I don't deny my African roots, and I'm never going to do that. So
You
that's
said
your
you're
choice.
Ashanti.
If that is my choice to be
And
to
I
identify
said,
as African,
you
I
have to
will.
go and join the tribe to
You're
be
gonna deal with
Ashanti.
it because you are a Taino, and you don't have no home, you don't have no land, you don't have no nothing. No, your tribe is not even accepting you. Indians aren't accepting you, and now you're mad that
They don't deport them.
everyone
Can't
identifies
keep up with the African trend. They might deport them.
everyone
It ain't
can
no Magdalene style. They will deport them.
You're an idiot, Torok. You're an idiot, Torok, because no Taino accept you. You are African, Torok, and when
It is no Magdalene style. They will deport them.
When that penny finally drops, let us know. African Torok, when that penny drops, let us know. Let us know when that.
Yeah. I met the whole world know
that you're mad with Africans because they're not treating your people properly. Well, who told you that? Who told you that?
You said you're Ghanaian, you're Ashanti. And I said, no, you have to join the tribe to be Ashanti.
Oh my God. I said, Nani. This is how you know Torok hears what he want to hear.
Nani's not Ashanti, don't try him. Nani's from Clarendon, don't try.
I said Nani is Ghanaian, Torok.
Nani's not from Clarendon, you're from Clarendon. Nani's not from Clarendon.
God. Who said anything about Clarendon? Where did you hear Clarendon? Where did you hear Clarendon?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're from Clarendon.
I said Nani is Ghanaian.
You are from Clarendon. You are from Clarendon. Nanny's got nothing to do with Clarendon.
I said have to do with Clarendon. Let us
You're
know.
from Clarendon. Nanny's from Portland, love.
Is real out here. This is to the people.
Nanny is from Portland. You're from Clarendon.
What the fuck is that got to do with her being Ashanti and flipping Ghanaian? Let me know what Clarendon.
Why are you saying that? Why are you saying Nanny? And this is how I know you don't know the culture. You don't know who you are because you would not say Nanny. You would not say Nanny if you're from Clarendon. And this is how I know you don't just read out of the white man book.
Out Clarendon out of anything. When I'm talking about
you're from Clarendon, you already tell people you're from Clarendon, May Pen, and I already laugh after you, and you still gonna say the same thing.
You don't want to adhere.
We already laugh after you for you said Nanny from Clarendon. Nanny's not from Clarendon.
You don't want to associate.
Nanny's not from 9 Mile.
You know what? The fact of the matter is,
Nanny is not from 9 Mile.
Is a queen.
But look who the real maroons down there, so. Nanny from the maroon is not up there, so down there, so. You don't know. I lie you tell pan Nanny. Stop lie pan Nanny. Nanny not from Clarendon. Where? You don't know where Nanny from.
Nanny's not Ghanaian.
Where is Nanny from in Jamaica? Where is Nanny from in Jamaica?
Oh no.
Not Clarendon, love. Not Clarendon. No, Kwaku. Kwaku and Kojo are the Ghanaians, yeah? Kwaku and Kojo. Nanny is a Taino.
All right. You know,
and Nanny's not from Clarendon. Nanny's not from Clarendon. So you're from a whole different tribe, love. This is what I'm trying to show you. Try and do some research of your own independent research.
My screen, Velly. Let's put Torok to fucking shame, the little idiot.
Because Nanny's not from Clarendon. Go and put yourself to shame.
Let's put Torok to shame. Let's put Torok like he knows anything about his country.
The Blue Mountains are not in blasted Clarendon, love. Blue Mountains are not in Clarendon. Blue Mountain not in Clarendon. You're stupid. You're stupid. Where is Blue Mountains? So where is the Blue Mountains? Where is the Blue Mountains? You're stupid. Clarendon. You're from Clarendon. Where?
Nanny fucking Ghanaian.
Clarendon.
Yes or no?
No.
Oh my God. All right. Case closed. Case closed. We're gonna show.
And you're from Clarendon. You're not from where Nanny from. Don't try it. You are not from where Nanny from. Don't try to make Nanny a Ghanaian because you're a Ghanaian. You are a Ghanaian. Nanny's not from Clarendon. Nanny is not from Clarendon. You got help. You need help. You need help. You need help. You need the help. You need it. You need it. You fake Ashanti. You fake Ashanti. No, you need to go read. You need to go read because you get shame up every day. Every day and last year. Every day and the next year you get shame up. Nanny's not from Clarendon. Where are you from? 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 Where are you from in Jamaica? Where are you from in Jamaica?
Exposing yourself.
Clarendon. Nanny is not from Clarendon. Nanny is not from Clarendon.
Keep exposing yourself. Keep on.
Nanny is not from Clarendon. Nanny's not from Clarendon, love. She's in the Blue Mountains. The Blue Mountains are not in blasted Clarendon, is it?
Listen to Torok now.
Dance bats.
Everybody clearly heard me say Nani is Ghanaian and she's Ashanti.
Where are you from? Where are you from? You're not related to Nani. You are not related to Nani. Stop begging other people. Go and do your own research. Stop begging after people. You beg after everybody. You beg after everything. Oh, Nani's Ghanaian, so that makes you Ghanaian. Where does that make you? You're from Clarendon. You're from Clarendon. You're from Clarendon. Go back to Africa. Go back to Africa. They don't want your blood clot.
You're a
They don't want your asshole.
No
They don't want no stupid idiot.
No native
They don't take stupid idiot to Africa. Only Jamaica them take stupid idiot.
Stop the fuckery.
Only Jamaica take stupid idiot, not Ghana. Ghana don't want your stupid ass.
And you ain't no fucking Taino.
You're from Clarendon. How can you be from where Nanny's from? You're not from where Nanny's from. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're the idiot. You are the idiot. You're the idiot. Like you. Nanny's from Clarendon. Nanny's from Clarendon. Nanny is from Clarendon. You liar. You're just full of chat. So on your DNA, does it say that you're from Nanny?
Come back and spit your shit.
This is how you don't do no research.
Everything you gotta say is nil and
Let me wait for Shaka.
Nil and revoid. No, I don't want to hear what you gotta say. You're full of fucking
You
shit.
are from Clarendon, you idiot. You are from Clarendon. You are from Clarendon. You're from Clarendon. You're from Clarendon. You are from Clarendon. You are from Clarendon. Nanny's nothing to do with you. Nanny's nothing to do with you. Nanny's nothing to do with you.
Who don't know his own fucking national fucking heroes. Come on, man. Yo, dickhead out here. Shut the fuck up.
Nanny's not
Go
from
and fucking
Clarendon, you
research your
idiot.
Caribbean
The
islands.
Blue Mountains. The Blue Mountains is not in Clarendon, you idiot.
Islands that you claim to be
You
Carib. Go and
idiot.
research your
You
fucking national
fool.
heroes.
Go eat your jollof rice, you idiot.
Then you're a
Go
fucking
yam your
dickhead
jollof
out
rice,
here.
you
Go and
fool.
yam your fucking tomatoes.
Go yam your jollof rice, you idiot.
Tomato soup. Go
Go
and
eat
drink
your
that.
pussy and
Go
your
and drink
jollof rice,
that
you
tomato
damn
boy.
idiot.
Go and drink that tomato boy.
Damn
Because no one ain't
idiot.
trying to hear nothing you got to
You're
fucking
a
say.
damn
This
idiot.
is
Nobody
a
want to hear you, damn idiot.
people buy fucking food.
You're a
You're an
damn
idiot
idiot.
out
You
here.
don't know
You're a
nothing. You're a
fucking
damn idiot.
idiot
Red, gold,
out
and green.
here.
Use a
And
color.
nobody's tell you now. Be the one to fucking
Use
tell
the
you.
damn
Pussy.
idiot.
You a fucking African bitch. And if I let Penny find if it sinks in, then you're gonna know who the
You
fuck
are
you
the
are.
dumb
You are
idiot, gal.
lost and you are
Nanny's not from
confused.
Clarendon,
You
you
are
dumbass.
lost and confused.
You dumb
You're fucking
ass.
taken from the
You
Africans and
mongrel.
brought to the
Nanny's not
Caribbean,
from them,
and now
you
you want to talk about your
idiot.
fucking Taino.
You
Get the
dumb
fuck out of
ass,
here, man.
stupid ass.
Get the fuck
You're
out
just
of here.
stupid.
No one
You're
ain't
just so
buying what the fuck
stupid.
you're selling.
You're
Nobody is buying
stupid.
what the
You're
fuck you're
stupid.
selling.
You
Keep
are
that shit with
stupid.
the
That
mental
don't
health
change. You
people
can
that
run
you
your
got
mouth, but
over
you will
there.
remain to
Don't
be
bring that over
stupid.
here. Don't
You
bring
is a
that over here.
stupid.
Now that here, you
You're
going on the
stupid.
most way, chatting the
You
most
are
fuckery on
a
here, trying to make people think
stupid.
you can talk.
You're
Mate, you weren't even
stupid.
talking fucking Creole. You
Stupid.
weren't even talking
Because
Creole.
you're
You're talking some
stupid.
next
Because you're
fucking shit.
stupid.
What the fuck
Because
was
you're
you talking?
stupid.
That was not
Because you're
fucking
stupid.
Creole. What the fuck was
You
you
are
saying?
a stupid from Clarendon.
You're a joke
Stupid
out
from
here.
Clarendon.
You're a joke
Nanny
out.
of the Maroons is not from
He
Clarendon,
ain't got
stupid.
none. He
The
ain't got
Blue
none. That's the worst
Mountains
part. He's
is not
African
in
DNA.
Clarendon, you stupid.
DNA is African DNA he's got. He doesn't
Maypen
want to
is not
accept it.
Portland,
He doesn't
stupid.
want to accept it. He's hard to
Nanny of
hear.
the Maroons
That's
is
why
from
he won't
Portland
take
and
the
St. Mary's,
test, and that's
stupid.
why he's trying to confuse people about
You're
his tomato
stupid.
and his fucking Taino.
You're
Next minute he's
stupid.
Americans. Next minute he's Native American. Next minute he's Asian. This bitch don't know what the fuck he is. He's confused as fuck.
Nanny of
He
the
don't
Maroons is not
know
from
what the fuck
Clarendon, you dumbass.
and 1 week to the next it changes, and we're not here for the bullshit. Sell that shit to the
You
next
and
fucking
Nanny for are
idiot.
dumber and dumber,
Trying
mate.
to hear it. This fucker don't even know what the
Dumber
fuck
and
his own
dumber.
national heroes are, but he's gonna come and argue me about Nanny
Stupid
being
and
a fucking
stupid.
Ghanaian.
That's what you
He's
like name is
arguing with me
stupid
about
and
Nanny
stupid.
being a Ghanaian. He's a fucking dickhead. Turak, you're
Nanny
a
of the
dumbass.
Maroons don't come
Go
from
and
Clarendon, you
research
monkey.
Jamaica and come back and
You
talk to me.
monkey.
Go and research Jamaica and come back and talk to
You
me.
monkey.
Mr.
Nanny of the
Carib.
Maroons don't come from
Mr.
Clarendon, you
Carib,
dunce.
know this. Go and research
You're
Jamaica
a
and come back
fucking
and talk to
dunce. You're a fucking
Go
stupid and a
and
fucking
research
dunce.
Jamaica and come back and talk to us. Until then, we don't want to hear
You're
nothing you got to
dunce.
say.
I don't
Go
need to talk
and
to
do
you. You're
your shit.
dunce.
Go
You're
and do
dunce.
your shit.
You are a
Mr.
fucking
Nanny
dunce.
Ghanaian.
No, I don't need to
Mr.
talk to
Nanny
fucking dunce.
Ghanaian. Go and do your homework. Go and do
So
your homework
what?
and come back
She's
and
not
talk to
from
us.
Clarendon like
Go
your
and
pussy
come.
clad.
No one said she was pussy. That's your narrative.
You're from
You
fucking
said that.
Clarendon, you
You
dunce.
said that. So
You're
now
not
you
from
go
Nanny's
fix
tribe.
it. You
You're not from Nanny's tribe, idiot.
You're done out here.
You are
You
done
are not
out
from
here.
Nanny's tribe,
Mr.
idiot. Nanny's in the Blue
Health,
Mountains.
go
What are you
and
doing
look
in
back your
Clarendon?
national heroes and
If
come back
Nanny's
and
in
talk
the
to
Blue
us.
Mountains, what the
While you're
fuck
at
are
it,
you
let us
doing in
know where all the
Clarendon,
fruits in
idiot?
Jamaica come from. Go on, do that while you're at it. That's
Idiot.
what you're good for. We select
Idiot.
good fucking food. Go
What
and
is
do
any of
that.
them you're
Go
doing in the
and
Blue
do that,
Mountains and you're
Cora.
in
We're
Clarendon,
waiting.
foolish?
Come back to us when you're done. Come back to
Foolish.
us when you finished, innit? Do that. Go and do that. Yeah, you ain't got the energy for me though, innit? Go and do that. Go and do that. Well, come back and let us know when Nanny never became Ghanaian. Go back and let us know when she was a Carib. Go on, tell us. Go and tell us. We're waiting.
Idiot.
Let us know
What has
when
Carib got
let
to do
us
with
know when
Jamaica?
Nanny was
You're
a Carib.
an
Let us
idiot.
know that.
You're
Let us know
monkey.
when Nanny was a
You're
Carib. Go on, tell us. I'm
monkey.
dying
No,
for you to
no,
let us know.
no, monkey.
She will,
No,
soon
you
you're
don't.
gonna be telling us she's fucking Taino too. Are you gonna tell us
Monkey.
that she's fucking Taino too? Are you fucking dumb? You
Monkey.
dumb. You are dumb. You're
Monkey.
fucking retarded
You are
dumbass.
fucking
And for the
stupid.
people
You
that
are the
believe
stupid.
your
You
bullshit
are the
all the time is
fucking
the show.
stupid.
Torak,
You
you're
are the
fucking full
fucking
of blood
stupid.
clot.
You are the stupid.
Full of pussy
You
clot. You
are
are
the
a fucking
fucking stupid. No,
salop. Sackway blood clot,
you.
salop
Oh,
talk.
oh, let's
That's
hear it.
what
Let's
you
hear it.
are,
Let's hear
Torak.
it.
You're
Let's hear
up
it. You
here
don't
talking
even know your
all of
language.
that
You
shit up here,
stupid.
trying to
I
fool
put
the people that
Ghanaian.
you can speak fucking Creole. Bitch, you can't speak nothing. I don't know what kind of kucha you come
You
up here
took it.
speaking,
You
but
took it.
bitch,
Took
that
it.
was not Creole.
Then.
Let's get
Took
the
it.
facts
Took
very
it.
clear.
Took
So
it then.
Lucia
Took
ain't
it.
claiming that bullshit
Took
you
it.
speaking up on this
Took it
bitch,
then.
yeah?
Took
So
it.
allow
Let's
it.
hear it. Let's
Allow
hear
it.
it. Let's
Let's
hear it.
allow it. Stop
Let's hear
fucking
it.
pushing your narrative, but you have language. What fucking language is it?
What?
Taino language you were
Jamet.
speaking? Was it the
Oi,
Taino
Jamet.
language you were
Hey,
speaking?
Jamet. Are
Was
you
it the
Jamet?
Taino
Hey,
language you were
Jamet.
speaking? Allow it,
Jamet.
man. You're
Hey,
done out
Jamet.
here. You're
Hey, Jamet.
done out
Hey,
here,
Jamet.
Mr. Carib,
Jamet.
who don't fucking have nothing. All you do is come up here
Jamet.
talking shit about blood clot, tomato. Well, we don't want to hear about your fucking tomato. Go grow your pussy clot
Tell your
tomato in
blood
the
clot man not to put in his
Go and
fucking
grow
right
your
then.
pussy clot
Take out
tomato
the
in
fucking
the
system out of
greenhouse.
your
We
fucking
don't want
mouth,
to hear
idiot.
about it. We don't want to hear
I
about
love
it.
that
You're
you
only
got there,
lonely
man.
now because you've got no home to go to. Go and sit down with Real like you normally do. Go sell them that pussy club bullshit that you're selling them and that they will listen to. But that shit ain't flying over here. It ain't flying over here. But Nanny ain't Ghanaian. Get the fuck out of here. Get
Nanny's
the
not from
fuck
where you're
out
from.
of here.
Nanny is not
You
where you're
talking
from.
about Nanny ain't Ghanaian. Are
Nanny
you
is not from
fucking
where you're
retarded,
from.
you stupid
Nanny
dunce
is not
bat?
from where you're
Yeah,
from,
dunce
idiot.
blood clot back boy.
Idiot.
Go look back your national
Idiot.
heroes. Go
Prove
and
it.
look back your national hero before you come and chat to me, you know.
Tell me
You
this.
got the
Prove
wrong
it.
one today. Go and
Prove
look
it.
back. This ain't Raf on this
Prove it.
fucking panel right now. You
Prove it.
prove it. You
Prove
prove
it.
that she ain't fucking Ghanaian. You
Prove it.
prove it. Go and look back your fucking national heroes
Prove
and
it.
come back and talk to me. Until then, you're fucking doppy bat.
Prove it.
It is
Prove
what
it.
it is. You
Prove
prove
it.
it.
You
You
prove
prove
it.
it. Look
You're
a
from
fucking
Clarendon, you
idiot
idiot.
boy. Yeah,
Let me
idiot
to my
boy.
area, idiot.
Yeah, idiot boy. Stop your fuckery. Cause no one ain't buying what the
Darling,
fuck
you
you
fool.
selling. Doppy bat.
Fool.
Doppy bat. Nobody
You're a
now buy what the
fool.
fuck you are selling. You're fucking mental health patient.
Jamet.
Go and get your medication
Man,
sorted out, you
fuck.
dumb
Man,
fuck.
fuck.
Go and
Man,
get your
fuck.
medication
Man,
sorted,
fuck.
dumb fucking doppy
Man,
bat.
fuck.
But blood clot tomato. But bomber clot Taino. But pussy clot Native American. But bomber clot Carib. You are none of the fucking above, bitch. You're African. Don't fuck with me. You're fucking African. And go and take a DNA test and prove me wrong. Go and take a blood clot DNA test and prove me wrong. How about you do that? How about you do that? You fucking idiot. This boy ain't got no blood clot. You got nothing for me, boy. The shit you go on with up on this panel, you can't do it with me, Portion. You can't do it with me. You can't do it with me, Torah mental health. You can't do it with me. Let me know that. Let me make sure you know that. You can't do it with me, pussy. You got the wrong one today. I see you take the fucking piss and disrespect, but not today. Not the fuck today, pussy. Go get your mental health. Go and get your mental health prescription.
You're right. We piss on you.
Go and get your mental health tablets readjusted.
That's why I take
Come
the
back and
piss.
talk to me.
You're a urine. You're a urine.
After that.
You are a urine. I take the piss. That's right. You're a urine.
Nothing you got to say is going to penetrate. Nothing you've got to say will be penetrating. Believe that, tomato boy. Cassava boy.
Taino boy, Native American boy, Asian boy, all of the fucking above that don't apply to you. No one ain't claiming you. No one ain't owning you. No one ain't trying to get you. You're a native from where? You're a native from fucking where? You're a native from where?
I'm a God
You're
name
a
like
native from where?
I'm
You're
a
a
God
native
name
from
like
where?
Nanny from Clarendon.
You're a native from where? Who said Nanny from Clarendon apart from you, pussy? Pussy
Clarendon.
mental health. Who said that but you? Who said that for I said she's Ghanaian, pussy.
Clarendon, you dumb.
Ghanaian. She was captured and brought to Jamaica. She's Ghanaian, bitch. Go and do your research. She's an Ashanti Ghanaian. Go and do your research, pussy. You don't know fucking nothing, but you come up here talking like you know something. Bitch, you don't know nothing. Mental health. You don't know fucking nothing. Chat beer, blood clot fuckery with your linguistics and your fucking food trails. Well, your food trails are going nowhere. Your food trails go nowhere. They lead to the road of nowhere, bitch. They lead to the road of nowhere. Coon.
You are nowhere.
Coon
You're
why?
nothing.
They lead to the road. Go and get your sister Jupiter to back you. Go and do that. Go and get brother Hector to back you. How about you do that? Do that. Tomato boy, cassava boy, Talino boy, carrot boy, everything but African boy. Go and take your DNA test and come back and talk.
Your Ghanaian
Go
mother
and take
knows
a
you're a
DNA blood
slave.
clot test and
Your
come back and
Ghanaian
talk to us.
mother-in-law knows
Until
you're a
then,
slave. You
shut
understand
the
that?
fuck
You're a
up
slave.
because you know nothing.
Slave.
You know nothing.
You was a
Pussy
slave.
on mental health. You know nothing. Coon rat. Coon rat. We can't even call you too cool. We have to call you coon rat now. You don't know nothing about Nanny ain't fucking Ghanaian. Now you dumb. Are you fucking retarded? Did you learn anything in school? Did you do any fucking homeschooling? Do you research your own national heroes, pussy hole? Pussy hole. Do you research your own national heroes and heroines? No, you don't. Because you don't know fuck all. You don't know fuck all. Mr. Oven Boy. You don't know fuck all, Oven Boy. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're a joker. You're a joker. You're done out here. And you know you're done out here when nobody in the black community accepts the fuck shit you got to say. When you know that nobody accepts what the fuck you got to say, then you realise that you're fucking done.
Why did the Maroons capture Africans like yourself?
You're gonna know that you're done out here. Until then, you can go and sell us this bullshit. We're not trying to buy it though. No one ain't trying to buy it. No one's trying to buy your bullshit. Allow it.
Why
No
did
one's
the
trying to
Maroons
hear you.
capture Africans like
Malik
yourself?
is in the back, Veli.
Why did the Maroons
Belly,
capture
Malik
Africans
is
like
in the
yourself?
back, so let him in. Because I'm
Why
tired of
did
this
the
little pussy
Maroons
cassava boy
capture
chatting
Africans like
fuckery. They're
yourself?
not trying to hear you.
Why did the
You're
Maroons
none and void.
capture
You're none and void.
Africans
Like no one's
like
trying to hear you,
yourself?
cassava boy.
Why
Allow
did
it,
the
pussy.
Maroons
Go and learn
capture
Creole. Go and learn about your history. Go and learn
Why
about
did
your
the
national
Maroons
heroes and heroines and come back and talk to us with
yourself?
some evidence.
Why
With
did the
evidence.
Maroons
Until then, fuck off.
Africans
No one
like
ain't buying your fairy stories, Torok. Fuck all the
Maroons
way off. Mr.
Africans
Fairy Tale
like
Maker, no one's
yourself?
trying to hear it.
Why
Bye.
did the Maroons
Bye.
capture
No
Africans
one's
like
trying to
yourself?
hear you,
Why
pussy
did
boy.
the Maroons
Mental health
capture
patient.
Africans like
No
yourself?
one's trying to hear
Why
you.
did the
No
Maroons
one's trying to hear you, mental health.
like
No
yourself?
one's trying to hear you,
Why did the
mental health.
Maroons
Mental
capture
health. Go
Africans
and get the
like
prescription
yourself?
readjusted.
Why did
Allow
the
it.
Maroons capture
Anyway,
Africans like yourself?
that's you and
Why
big up
did the
yourself. That
Maroons
can't hear the
capture
pussy bitch
Africans
with the high
like
pitched voice
yourself?
talking.
Why did the Maroons capture Africans like yourself? Why did the Maroons
Can you hear that?
capture Africans?
I just wanted to say I've been studying all day and this back and forth just got me turned on. So round 2, let's go.
I'm not even trying to go, Malik, but
You
Malik,
can't
you know
go
anything
nowhere.
about
You don't go nowhere. You got no wheels. You got no legs to go
once again?
anywhere.
No one can hear you, Tora. Bye.
You got no legs. You got no
Bye.
legs.
All
You got
done.
no legs.
Bye.
You got no
No one's
legs.
trying to hear
You can't
you.
go nowhere. You got no legs.
Okay.
You got no
Whatever.
legs. You can't go nowhere. You got no legs.
It's the best you
got
can
no
do,
stand
people.
on. You got no legs.
This is what he does. Let him
Stand
sing.
for nothing because you got no legs.
Whatever.
You can't stand because you got no
Whatever,
legs.
Trevor. Whatever,
No
Trevor.
legs.
Trevor.
You got no legs. You got no legs.
Anyway, Tora, you're done out here. You're done out
Nanny of the
here.
Maroons. You're from Clarendon. Nanny of the Maroons is from the Blue Mountain.
big up yourself, line up.
And you go and say it again. That's what I'm trying to say.
He's from everywhere. We don't know. He's from everywhere. Don't know.
You don't learn. You don't learn. You can't teach.
That's how you done
can't
the
learn. You can't learn. You can't
tomato
teach.
don't stand for fucking shit, and they start
You
bawling.
can't
Singing. That's
teach. You can't
yeah?
teach. You don't
Pussy
learn.
don't
You don't learn. You don't learn. You can't teach. You can't teach. You don't learn. You don't learn. You can't.
What are we gonna learn from you? How to grow fucking
learn.
tomatoes in the
You
house.
don't teach.
How to
You
not leave the UK.
learn.
How to
You
not
cannot
leave
teach.
London. Is that what we're gonna learn,
Cannot
Tora?
learn. You
Pussy.
cannot teach because you cannot learn. It's simple.
What are we gonna learn?
You
How to grow
cannot
fucking
teach
tomatoes in
if
a
you
greenhouse.
cannot
What are you gonna teach?
learn.
How to grow tomatoes in your
Cannot
greenhouse.
teach
What are you gonna teach
if
us?
you cannot learn.
Teach us something. How to grow tomatoes in the greenhouse.
Learn.
I know he's from Sri Lanka. Don't watch nothing, but the Sri Lankans ain't even claiming his bitch ass. Just even Sri Lankans know they're Africans. That's how
You
sad
do
he
not
is.
learn.
He's a
You
whole
cannot
bitch
teach.
out here.
You
Mr.
do not
Tomato Boy.
learn. You do not learn.
You're not going nowhere.
You do not learn.
Yo, let me read something for you, man. Yo, let me read something for you, lot, man. Let me read something for you, lot. Yeah. Nanny Maroon, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So Nanny Maroon, Nanny of the Maroons, Queen Nanny, Granny Nanny, or Nanny.
Where's Nanny from?
Led the community of enslaved Africans called the Windward Maroons. I remember Nanny and Kodjo was different, yeah.
Where is Windward?
So in the early 18th century, it's in Moortown, yeah, and now it's called Nanny Town, isn't it? Now it's called Nanny Town still.
Where is Nanny Town? In Clarendon.
Can we just get to the things that we interrupt you?
Anyway, yeah.
Where is it?
So
where is Nanny
yeah,
Town?
man.
Where is
One
Nanny
sec, yeah. Let me finish reading, man. Let me finish reading. So, what's it said? Queen Nanny was born in what is today Ghana of the Akan or Ashanti people. Yeah. According to oral tradition,
learn your history, pussy. Learn your
and
heroin.
at least one documentary source, she was never enslaved. Well, obviously she was captured as a slave and brought to Africa, innit? Brought to America. Brought to Jamaica.
Well, where is Nanny of the Maroons from in Jamaica?
Yeah, from Moortown, innit, man?
Pussy boy, don't learn. Mental health, don't learn.
Where is Nanny from?
Yeah, from Moortown, from where they call it Nanny Town, yeah.
Where is that?
From Moortown. None of them was.
You don't know where Nanny Town is.
Yeah, well, tell us where Moortown is then.
You don't know where Nanny Town is.
Yes, that's what we say, man. It's called Nanny Town, innit?
What parish is it in? What parish is it in?
What parish is it in? I don't know what parish is it in. What parish is it in?
It's in Portland, the Blue Mountains, where the Maroons are, not Clarendon, yeah? And Nanny and her people's always been free. So I don't know how you get from Clarendon to say you're from Nanny's people.
He said that they was from Nanny's people, and he said that Nanny. He said that Nanny was.
Have you heard me say anything about being Nanny from Nanny Town or Nanny's people? Did you hear any of that come out my mouth?
You're from Clarendon.
Health is real. Did you hear me even mention
your family is from Portland?
Did you hear me even
Yo,
mention?
Lady D.
Hold on.
Please.
You're from Clarendon, for crying out loud. You're not.
It's Torah.
Yeah.
Take him seriously. Come on now.
At all.
What Maroon is near Clarendon?
Mental health is real. This is what I'm taking.
What Maroon Town is near Clarendon? What Maroon Town is near Clarendon? What Maroon Town is near Clarendon, Belly?
Go and learn your fucking history.
Yeah, but one sec, man. You lot chill out for a sec. Chill out for a sec, man. Chill out for a sec, man. You lot keep getting too gassed, man. Chill out for a sec, though, man. Obviously, you lot were talking about Nanny's. You lot were talking about Nanny's street, innit? Yeah, and that she was capturing. But wait. Tora, hold on. Let me just get this point out, though. Yeah, because remember we talked about Kodjo's treaty, innit? Yeah, and he was returning slaves. but Nani's treaty wasn't the same. I remember I keep saying that they're different treaties, innit?
Yeah,
Like
but
so, like Nani used to do plantation raids and that. That's why they got Nani as a national hero.
yeah,
You
but
get me?
where
Because
is the compound?
Why are you
yeah, well,
asking?
like you
Why
said,
are
it
you
was in the same place, like you just said, man. You already
Where,
said it in the spot where it was, man.
no,
Like where Nani Town was.
no. Where is a
Whose
compound?
compound?
A compound.
Where is a compound?
Yeah.
I don't know where it is. Where is it?
No, it's a place. It's a Ghanaian word. Some people say Akapon, Akapon,
Yeah. I've heard of it still, but what parish is it in?
Where is it?
I've heard of it, but what parish is it in?
Lady D, where is it?
Don't ask Lady D. Go and look at history. Ask Lady D.
Just tell us what parish it is. Bro, listen.
Yeah.
Even if I listen. Even if I knew the answer, yeah, I would have just told you to what parish is it in, just for you to get to the answer. But I'm not taking you like an enemy, bro. I just want you to answer, innit, man? I just want to.
He wants Lady D to teach him.
Yeah, but I'm not being funny. How dare you lot try and test me on Jamaican history?
You're a joker. You thought Nanny was a Carib.
Where
You
is
thought
Nanny
Nanny
Town?
was a Carib, you dickhead.
Oh my
Where is Nanny Town?
You already told you where Nanny Town was, man. You already told us where Nanny Town was, man.
Lady D said she's from Nanny's place and she don't even know where Nanny place is.
Where did you hear that? Velly, did you hear that? Did you hear that, DC Brand? Did you hear that?
No, I didn't.
Pussy, go and get your facts right, man. Stop
Why
coming with your loose
are you putting
loose white salop. Go and come with your loose white argument, pussy.
Garden, why did what?
Learn your history. Learn your history, salop boy. Learn your history.
So why are you equating your existence in Jamaica to Nanny of the Maroons?
Who is?
Who is?
Who was?
Indeed.
But she never done that though, man.
She said Nanny of the
She never done that
Maroons.
to her, bro.
Hearing what he wants to hear, innit? Let him roll with it. Let him roll with it. Go on.
She said Nanny of the Maroon is from Ghana. And I'm saying, what's that got to do with anything? Are you trying to say you're from the tribe of Nanny now?
No. That why she was making the point of Nanny being from Ghana is because, like you were saying, the point of it, is that a high amount of Jamaican slaves were from the Crow-Manti area, which is obviously known as Ghana now. So, about Ghana.
He wants what they do, yeah, like they did with the King James thing. I had to shame him on that the other day, Veli. You saw I had to shame him on that. Go down the history line with
nobody. This is the whole thing.
And no black blood in no King James.
How are you equating your existence to
now I
Nanny's
did it again with Nanny. He's upset.
Yeah. Listen, what Nanny's existence has to do with it, yeah, was that when listen, but let me help Lady D then, yeah. Let me help Lady D out a bit then, yeah, because obviously she's a little bit wilding out a little bit now, innit? Yeah. So you know when you're a little bit vexed, yeah, sometimes what you want to say might not come out a bit later on when you're calm in it, yeah. So let me help Lady D out, yeah. Obviously, why the importance of Nanny Maroon to Jamaica and to Ghana, the importance.
Lady D to Lady D comes from.
Yeah. It's to Lady D, but it's to help Lady D as well, innit? And it's not even just to help Lady D; it's to help all of us. Yeah. So.
I've already done it.
Maroon was a freed woman in Portland. What's that got to do with Lady D in blasted wherever Clarendon?
Come on, bro. Let him finish.
Because she's from the place. She's from the country of Jamaica, innit? So if she's got parents from Jamaica, she has land in Jamaica. That's what the link is to Nanny of Maroon. And why Nanny Maroon was important, because the way that she organized her Windward Maroons was like an Ashanti tribe in the Crow-Manti area. So it was like do you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's why they was able to make the comparisons between how Nanny was living and how you get me? The Maroons, man. So
Cool. Thank you, Belly. God damn it.
Yeah. Well, between that's what the link is.
So Vedi, what was it? The Maroon capturing Africans and giving them back to white people.
Here we go again.
Yeah, that was Kojo's. That was Kojo's Maroons. I can't remember what them Maroons was.
And Kwaku.
Yeah, I can't remember what those Maroons were, because remember, like we were saying. Yeah, but wait. Remember when we were saying before? Yeah, we were saying that there was different. obviously there was different maroon
This is what I'm
camps,
trying to
yeah,
say
and there
to
was
you. If you
and
understand
there
me,
was
what I'm trying to say to you,
yeah,
I'm
but
not trying to
wait, let me
put
finish though.
anybody.
Let me finish,
But
cuz.
you don't know
Torah.
where these places are. You
No,
don't
but
know
Torah,
where
let me
marine
finish,
places
bro.
are, and you're trying to
Yeah,
tell
but
me
that
from
doesn't matter
India.
if you don't know where one place is, bro. Let me finish the sentence, though, innit?
But I know
Yeah,
the history.
and
I'm trying to.
we
I don't
listen.
want to.
Shut up.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying, man. Guys,
Get to
every time man goes to talk, yeah, it's like
they
you
kick
just
you.
want lubber and you know, let me chat, man. What
Elaborate.
happened to you, man?
Where these places are, brethren. You don't call yourself
Yeah,
Ghanaians,
man,
and you.
what man?
I'm trying
You
to say to
lubber,
you,
man.
if you're from Nani
Mr.
and them,
Lubber,
man,
Yo,
lubber.
kick him. Just kick him, bro.
I knew
Mm.
you was a
Ellie,
maroon.
Nah, man. Let him chat, man. Let him lubber.
You're a maroon.
Smooth.
Yeah.
Just
So
like
like I
a
was saying,
smooth.
yeah. Yeah, so I was saying about the different maroon treaties, yeah, like we was talking to Witness about it before, and he tried to spray Camel with it before, yeah, and obviously we were saying codes, there was different maroon camps and there was different maroon treaties, so each different set of maroon camps had their own treaties that they made with the British in it, so not like the Maroons, the Windward Maroons, they used to raid plantations, innit? Like I keep trying to say. So that's why everyone hails up Nanny Maroon more than they hail up the other Maroon sets. Because obviously they know, wait, because, and obviously Nanny's the national hero. So more people of Jamaican descent, like who's got Jamaican parents or whatever, their children would hear about Nanny. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, rather than some of the other ones. Only when you go and do your own research yourself, you start to hear about all the other different people and Taki and so and this one and that
Yeah,
one.
Turok only cares about Pocahontas and
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
Tecumseh.
cool, man. It's like but bro, listen. Like I'm trying to say, bro, I've never claimed to be an expert on Jamaican history. I can always learn stuff, and there's always bits that man will get wrong. Yeah, I wouldn't try to tell anyone I know more than I wouldn't try to tell a Jamaican don who's studying Jamaican history I know any more than them. You get me? Like I'm just saying, like the bits that you do know that are right. That obviously one can just go by them, innit? Whatever man don't know,
Yeah, but what I'm
and
trying
the
to say,
archives are there to research. We can research.
I'm not contesting that. I'm saying if you are a maroon, if you know you're a maroon, you would know where you're from, innit? You won't say you're from Clarendon because there's other maroon tribes from different places, and Nanny's not from
who
that
said
region.
they're maroon from Clarendon? Who said that? Let us know.
Oh.
You said
Just
you're
wait.
Ashanti.
Yeah, but the Ashanti. Never mind.
Who said that?
What I'm trying to say now, there's a narrow community of
Yeah, but
maroons.
it wouldn't be strange for someone to be like
There's a narrow
Ashanti,
community
Fanti,
called a compound, which
You
is the
understand? These are all
origin.
part of the
Igbo,
Akan
Yoruba,
people. Yeah, like these are people from the
Ibibio,
Akan. Like you're talking about collections of people that were enslaved. God damn it.
Abrano. So any of the tribes from the Gold Coast area, basically.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like any of the tribes from the Gold Coast area, like so. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't be strange, man. And then differently, any slaves that were awkward in other places would get sent to Jamaica as a seasoning plantation or to Haiti and them places. You get me? So all that means that there could be you could be from a total different tribe from the majority of
All I'm
the.
hearing is what if. I don't deal with what if. If you're of a particular maroon tribe, you would be from that
You deal
particular
with
area.
what if, bro?
Yeah,
Remember? Wait. Hold on a sec.
I don't deal with
You
what
don't
if.
do with what ifs.
I'm basically
Wait,
saying
hold on.
if you're
Pause
a
there for a
maroon,
sec.
if you're a maroon from a
Hold
particular
up.
area,
Wait a minute.
family's from innit?
Hold up. Wait a minute.
You know,
You
yeah,
say
but
you
Veli,
don't
you're
do
a
with what
foodie
ifs, yeah?
anyway. Veli,